Chapter 1. The third layer of body refinement. TSK, this is troublesome. The metallic scent of blood hung heavily in the air. Yang Wuwei, gripping his bloodied great sword, gazed at the two diverging paths before him, unable to suppress a grimace. In his past life, he was a retired blue-collar worker who, after bravely intervening in a situation, met his demise and found himself lost in this forest for 2 days and nights. On the third day, he faced an ambush from bandits, nearly losing his life. Fortunately, a wandering cultivator happened upon him, rescued him, bestowed upon him a treasured sword, and pointed him toward an exit. Though Yang Wuwei intended to take the cultivator as his master, the latter departed without a word. Having narrowly escaped death, he soon found himself pursued again, as 7 or 8 companions of the slain bandit arrived in hot pursuit. Upon witnessing their fallen comrade, the bandits were consumed with rage, charging at him without hesitation. Outnumbered, Yang Wuwei made a swift retreat. Though he had escaped the forest, he was faced with 2 starkly different paths. The bandits were hot on his heels, with life and death hanging in the balance. One path was overgrown with weeds but led to visible structures in the distance, while the other was a wide, clean road that seemed endless. Should he take the narrow path in search of refuge, or the broad one, sacrificing proximity for the chance of encountering civilization? This dilemma weighed heavily on Yang Wuwei's mind. If only he could know in advance which path was safe. Just as he resolved to take a gamble, a melodious chime echoed in his consciousness. Ding, interloper detected. Future simulation system successfully bound. System, I fear that if you had come any later, I would have perished for a second time, Yang Wuwei exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. After 2 days of calling upon the system post-transmigration with no response, he was relieved to finally have it arrive at this critical moment. The system could simulate the host's future when the simulator was unavailable and reward the host based on performance upon completion. During the simulation, time and reality would come to a standstill, remaining unaffected by the flow of time. The host could utilize a spirit stone to activate the simulator or use their bi-monthly free simulation opportunity. A cascade of information flooded Yang Wuwei's mind, swiftly elucidating the system's purpose. Don't let him escape. Damn it, I will kill you. At that moment, the furious shouts of the bandits pierced through from behind. Yang Wuwei's expression shifted, and he promptly summoned the system. Comment simulation? With a thought, Yang Wuwei consumed one of his free simulation chances, and lines of text began to materialize in his consciousness. Time and reality paused as the simulation commenced. Day 1. You raced down the broad path for 10 miles without sight of an end, pursued relentlessly by the bandits, who inflicted wounds upon you. Just as you were on the brink of collapse from blood loss, you finally caught sight of a prosperous village named Baiyun Village. The village guards, imposing in demeanor, sensed danger and the bandits withdrew, but you collapsed from excessive blood loss. Day 2. You awoke to find the villagers had not tended to your wounds. The guard coldly interrogated your origins, stating that strangers were unwelcome, and he found no record of you among the citizens of the country. Feigning amnesia, you were met with skepticism, and the guard locked you away. Once again, you succumbed to blood loss, teetering on the brink of death. Day 3. You were mistaken for fertilizer and tossed into the pig pen, succumbing to your injuries without timely medical attention. You died. This world is so cruel. Even a village? As the simulation concluded, Yang Wuwei was utterly bewildered. He had been thrown into a pig pen? Having thought reaching the Baiyun village would ensure his safety. What had gone awry? In that instant, he harbored resentment toward the guard while simultaneously feeling immense gratitude for the system, as he had initially intended to run down the broad path. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. This place does not welcome strangers. Perhaps taking another route would yield different results. Reward settlement. You may select one reward from the following options. 1. Inherit all memories from this simulation. 2. Inherit the highest realm attained in this simulation. 3. Obtain basic information about any character from this simulation. The reward options appeared in Yang Wuwei's mind. This opportunity was primarily to eliminate erroneous choices, and without hesitation, he selected 3. Obtain information on the guard from Baiyun Village. Yang Wuwei wished to ascertain the gap between himself and the guard. Shen Yin, seventh layer of body refinement, innate martial artist identity, guard of Baiyun village, spirit essence yet to awaken, possesses 10 spirit stones. Possessing 10 spirit stones? If I were to seize them, wouldn't I be able to simulate 10 times? As the information unfolded, Yang Wuwei felt a surge of elation. At this stage, a single spirit stone could facilitate one simulation, a fact he recalled vividly. In that moment, he resolved to seize all of Shen Yin's spirit stones and, if possible, avenge himself for being thrown into the pigpen. System: what is my current strength? Second layer of body refinement, a third-rate martial artist, slightly stronger than an average adult. Wow, it seems I'm still quite a way off from defeating Shen Yin in a direct confrontation. Nevertheless, I shall first utilize my second free simulation opportunity. Yang Wuwei was unfazed and decisively employed his second free simulation for the month. Simulation commenced. Day 1. With previous experience as a guide, you decisively fled down the narrow path, soon encountering a small village named Lin Shao Village. In contrast to Baiyun Village, Lin Shao Village appeared somewhat modest, yet the guards were equally formidable, easily driving off the bandits. The guards of Lin Shao Village did not question your origins, but carefully examined your injuries. Day 2. Under the meticulous care of the Lin Shao Village guards, you recovered rapidly and learned that the guard's name was Xia Yang. He never questioned your background, which piqued your curiosity as to why there was such a disparity among guards. Day 3. Your body had fully recovered. That day, Xia Yang practiced martial arts at the village entrance, and you approached him for guidance. He recognized your potential and provided instruction and training. After a day of practice, though sore and fatigued, your physique underwent significant enhancement. Day 4. Your growth was evident, and you even adapted to the soreness, earning Xia Yang's praise. That night, you inquired about Shen Yin, and Xia Yang merely informed you that he often killed outsiders and was a dangerous individual. Day 5. You discovered a breakthrough opportunity and were on the verge of advancing to the third layer of body refinement. Day 7. You successfully broke through to the third layer of body refinement. Day 8. Before dawn, you were jolted awake by the sounds of chaos outside, witnessing hundreds of bandits through the window. Realizing the severity of the situation, you grasped your great sword, intending to escape, but dozens of bandits burst through the door, attacking wildly. You fought valiantly, slaying a dozen, only to ultimately succumb in a bloody battle. You died. Yang Wuwei contemplated this outcome, resolutely determined. If he could grow stronger, he would ensure that those bandits who chased him would be exterminated, preventing them from returning to complicate matters. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. You chose a path to survive, yet lacked vigilance, failing to prepare for revenge against your enemies. Reward settlement. You may select one reward from the following options. 1. Inherit all memories from this simulation, including feelings and mindset. 2. Inherit the highest realm attained in this simulation, including physique and consciousness. 3. Obtain basic information about any character from this simulation. 4. Mundane internal skill, Thunderbolt body forging technique. Chapter 2. Uninvited guests. The new option for divine abilities did not sway. Yang Wuwei's resolve power was paramount, and he unhesitatingly chose to inherit the third layer of body refinement. Upon making his selection, a warm current surged through Yang Wuwei's entire being, elevating him to the third layer of body refinement. In the blink of an eye, his physique was comprehensively enhanced, with his strength, speed, and reflexes all significantly improved. According to the simulation, I now possess the capability to take on 10 opponents simultaneously. Bandits, let's see who truly kills whom. As the rewards were dispensed and the simulation ended, time resumed its flow. Don't run. Stop. I will kill you in revenge for Lao Lu. The bandits roared angrily, now merely 7 or 8 meters away from Yang Wuwei, dangerously close. Enough with the prattle, the outcome remains uncertain. With newfound confidence from his enhancements, Yang Wuwei turned to face the bandits, unleashing a battle cry filled with fervor. The initially aggressive bandits were momentarily taken aback by his sudden transformation, instinctively halting their advance. What's there to hesitate about? This kid talks like he's well-read. I can't understand him. The bandits, evidently uneducated, exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing Yang Wuwei's words, their faces etched with confusion. I understand this, he says he's a bit thirsty. Fool! He's mocking us. Kill him. The bandit leader, exasperated, slapped one of his underlings, prompting a collective realization among the others. Yet, before they could fully comprehend, the bloodied great sword had already swung toward them. Yang Wuwei had no intention of granting them the opportunity for dialogue. He charged forward, slicing at the nearest bandit with a deadly strike to the throat. The bandit was instantly decapitated, blood spraying forth as his eyes widened in disbelief, clutching his neck in shock before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The events transpired so swiftly that the bandits were caught off guard. No one anticipated that the individual they had previously chased in a panic would now dare to turn and retaliate with lethal force. Enough of this delay, let's fight. Yang Wuwei hefted the freshly bloodied great sword, his gaze icy as he surveyed the bandits. Devoid of any fear that in his previous life, he met his demise at the hands of criminals. This time, having learned from his past, he faced the peril of life and death with newfound decisiveness and ruthlessness. You seek death. As the bandits regained their composure, their fury intensified, and they brandished their daggers, shouting angrily as they charged at Yang Wuwei. Yang Wuwei met the assault with his blade, wielding it with a ferocity that sent gusts of wind swirling, swiftly dispatching several of the brigands with ease. Having reached the third level of the body refinement stage, the attacks of the bandits appeared sluggish to him. Correspondingly, his movements seemed remarkably swift to the eyes of the assailants. You son of a dog! They'll fight you to the death. The bandit leader, witnessing his comrades fall one by one, was seized by a furious rage and swung his weapon menacingly at Yang Wuwei. Bang! As their weapons clashed, Yang Wuwei immediately felt a numbing sensation in his hands. The bandit leader was evidently far stronger than the minions, likely at the same third level of body refinement. After several exchanges, the bandit leader revealed a wicked grin, fighting with even greater ferocity. Clang! At that moment, Yang Wuwei's great sword shattered the bandit leader's weapon with a resounding crack. The leader, taken aback, found his blade splintered, leaving him with a mere half of it, utterly incapable of continuing the fight. He promptly turned to flee. The blade of a cultivator is indeed extraordinary. Yang Wuwei smirked, mercilessly pursuing him, and with two swift strikes, he ended the bandit leader's life. With the bandits all slain, only a frail-looking henchman remained. Please, big brother, spare me. I'll give you all my money." Terrified by the blood-soaked figure of Yang Wuwei, resembling a god of war, the henchman dropped his weapon and knelt, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Yang Wuwei disregarded him, knocking him unconscious and preparing to extract information. "You foolish one, if I knock you out, your money becomes mine." Muttering to himself, Yang Wuwei began to rummage through the pockets of the fallen bandits. They possessed only a few copper coins and scraps of silver, yet the bandit leader held a spirit stone that glimmered with a blue radiance. With the spirit stone, I can simulate once again. A surge of elation filled Yang Wuwei. This was undoubtedly another opportunity for him to grow stronger. While Xiang merely repelled the bandits, he had eradicated them entirely. Without anyone to sound the alarm, the hundreds of bandits would likely not attack again so soon. "Commander, initiate the simulation." As Yang Wuwei walked towards Lin Shao village, he concentrated and chose to commence the simulation. As he made his decision, the spirit stone slowly disintegrated, and the third simulation began. Simulation commence. On the first day, you arrived at Lin Shao village. Xiang, surprised to hear that you had slain all the bandits, still took you in. Immediately, you sought Ziyang's guidance in martial arts, and due to your solid foundation, you quickly found your rhythm. On the second day, a small bandit claimed that you had offended the Xuanwu gang and that retribution would come within half a month. The small bandit mentioned that the Xuanwu gang boasted 2,000 members, which astonished you, but Xia Yang remained unfazed. He stated he would report this to the village overseer, the only cultivator in Lin Shao village. On the third day, the village overseer, Lu Fengyan, arrived, and the villagers gathered to greet him, his aura as a cultivator leaving you breathless. Lu Fengyan wore an air of arrogance, and the return of a cultivator deepened your yearning for power, intensifying your desire to grow stronger. On the fourth day, during your martial training, you unexpectedly learned from Sheyong about the regulations governing cultivators. In this nation, martial arts are tightly controlled resources. Only by joining the empire can one cultivate. Teaching martial arts to mortals without permission is a grave offense. You were taken aback, deeply realizing that this was starkly different from the normal cultivation world you had known. On the fifth day, you broke through to the fourth level of body refinement, becoming a postnatal martial artist, and Sheyong praised your remarkable aptitude. On the ninth day, the mountain bandits did not attack, and you lived safely to see the ninth day. On the 12th day, you advanced to the fifth level of body refinement, and Zai Yang's gaze towards you completely transformed. In terms of realm, he too was merely at the fifth level of body refinement, and at this pace you would likely surpass him soon. However, having encountered a cultivator, you were acutely aware that this was still far from sufficient. On the 13th day, as Sheyong helped you solidify your foundation, he also assisted in organizing the information you had gathered over the past few days. The region you inhabited belonged to the Tianling Empire, known as Wanghai Prefecture, encompassing 9 cities, dozens of towns, and hundreds of villages. Baiyun Village was classified as a large village, while Linshao Village, being near the misty rainforest, frequently suffered from raids and beast tides, rendering it a mere desolate village. Both villages were subordinate to Fengling Town, which in turn fell under the jurisdiction of Shihu City. If you wish to cultivate legally here, you would need to seek out the town magistrate in Shihu City. The town magistrate did not accept outsiders, thus visiting him now would prove futile. After hearing this, you deeply resonated with the information and began contemplating how to shed your identity as an outsider. On the 14th day, Sheyong and the village chief were tasked with escorting supplies to Fengling Town. Feeling that your foundation was thoroughly stabilized, you prepared to continue honing your skills for further breakthroughs. Yet, at that moment, an uninvited guest arrived. Shin Yin appeared at the entrance of Lin Shao Village. Chapter 3: The third simulation came to an end. Upon seeing you, Shin Yin furrowed his brow and inquired about the whereabouts of the bandits, constrained by your insufficient strength and considering that he was, after all, an official. You answered truthfully and informed him of the reality. Unexpectedly, he let out a cold laugh, declaring that he had finally found you. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and killed you. You are dead. Shin Yin, once again Shin Yin. Was I his enemy in a past life? It seems this fellow is in cahoots with the bandits. Was their earlier retreat merely an act? The sudden death caught Yang Wuwei off guard. He never imagined that having entered the village, Shin Yin would come looking for him. What troubled him most was that he had been pursued by Shin Yin for killing the bandits. The fury of being slain twice by the same person engulfed him entirely, and Yang Wuwei resolved, no matter what, he must kill Shin Yin. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. In the face of one's own inadequacies, perhaps one should attempt to gain the trust and strength of others. Reward settlement. Based on your performance, you may choose one of the following as a reward. 1. Inherit all memories from this simulation. 2. Inherit the 5th layer of body refinement cultivation. 3. Obtain detailed information about any individual from this simulation. 4. Mundane inner strength, thunderous body forging technique. With a cursory glance, Yang Wuwei did not hesitate. He urgently needed to grow stronger to slay Shin Yin, and thus decisively chose the realm that I choose to. In an instant, a surge of purple energy flowed into Yang Wuwei's body, enhancing his physique significantly and augmenting his strength. The host has reached the 5th layer of body refinement, elevating him to the mid-tier of postnatal martial artists. The rewards have been distributed. With the system's prompt, Yang Wuwei's strength is now considered second-rate among mortals. If he reaches the 7th layer of body refinement, he would be a first-rate innate expert. At the 9th layer, he would attain the pinnacle of the mundane realm. Beyond that lies the path of Qi cultivation, leading to immortality. Based on the developments in the simulation, it is unlikely I could break through 2 more layers to become an innate expert before Shin Yin arrives. Resolving him at that point would require alternative means. Perhaps seeking another spirit stone to initiate a simulation. However, the system's mention of gaining the trust of others, could it be hinting at something? Reflecting on the system's prompt, Yang Wuwei felt a mix of melancholy and curiosity. After observing the 3 simulations, he gradually understood that the so-called evaluations of the simulator were merely hints, Perhaps he should start with Xia Yang. Although Xia Yang only appeared to be at the 5th layer of body refinement, Yang Wuwei sensed he was not as simple as he seemed. Given that most individuals in this empire harbor disdain for outsiders, why is Xia Yang so invested in him? The simulation ended, and the flow of time and reality resumed. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Wuwei had arrived at Lin Shao village. That moment, a handsome young man stood at the village entrance, appearing slightly mature, yet exuding a refreshing aura. Although this was their first meeting in reality, Yang Wuwei instantly recognized that this youth was indeed Xia Yang. As he noticed Xia Yang, the latter was also gazing at him, seemingly taken aback by the postnatal aura emanating from Yang Wuwei. How should I approach him? Yang Wuwei pondered how to explain, for although they had known each other for a long time in simulations, this was their first encounter in reality. You were carrying bandits. You were attacked, weren't you? Come with me. Before Yang Wuwei could speak, Xia Yang had already guessed the situation. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked into the village. Is it as smooth as in the simulation? Unexpectedly direct, Yang Wuwei felt a surge of delight and promptly followed Xia Yang. Upon stepping into the village, the hunters and villagers along the street regarded Yang Wuwei with a mixture of awe and respect. After reaching the postnatal level, not only had his physique become robust, but he also exuded an aura characteristic of martial practitioners that in Lin Shao village. Individuals of his caliber were rare, even scarce. The attention from the crowd filled Yang Wuwei with a sense of pride. Where are we going? Following behind Xia Yang, Yang Wuwei could not help but inquire as he saw Xia Yang walking further away. That's my home, as Xia Yang answered. He pulled Yang Wuwei inside, swiftly closing the doors and windows, ensuring that no one was around. Yang Wuwei observed with a peculiar expression. This demeanor resembled that of a secretive meeting. New member, what instructions did the organization send you with? Once prepared, Xia Yang finally turned to ask. Organization? What organization? Yang Wuwei was taken aback. It seemed he had triggered some significant plot twist. Currently, there are no Imperial spies. It's all our people. The aura emanating from you, forged by the thunderous body forging technique, is unmistakable. Xia Yang initially thought Yang Wuwei was being cautious, but soon realized that the atmosphere seemed off. Yang Wuwei was momentarily speechless. It turned out that his numerous simulations and martial training had greatly altered his aura. But how could he explain this? He certainly could not say that Xia Yang had personally taught him. It seems you truly do not know. Well, obtaining this martial skill indicates that you have garnered the organization's recognition. You may share your experiences with me. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Xia Yang refrained from pressing further and instead spoke with concern, dissipating the awkwardness that he was even kinder than Yang Wuwei had anticipated. Creating a sanctuary in this perilous world, coupled with a mysterious organization behind Xia Yang, it appeared that earning his complete trust would be crucial to aiding himself. Yang Wuwei recounted everything that had transpired since his arrival, omitting only the system aspect, including the details regarding Shenin, which he attributed to dreams. Rest assured about those bandits. Lu Fengyan will handle them, and I will protect you. However, it is rather peculiar that you dreamed of being killed by Shenin twice. Because that indeed sounds like something he would do. Yang Wuwei's narrative, aside from lacking the system element, was essentially factual and logically coherent. Thus, Xia Yang not only did not harbor suspicions, but rather trusted him even more. Genuinely considering his situation, that dream felt so real. I could almost smell the stench of the pigsty and blood. I want to prevent such occurrences. I do not wish to die. The mere mention of Shun Yin ignited a flicker of anger and sorrow in Yang Wuwei's eyes. I have a way. The organization can assist you, but you must demonstrate your capabilities first, Xia Yang replied without hesitation. How to demonstrate? Yang Wuwei's heart began to race. This was undoubtedly the breakthrough he needed. And he promptly inquired that as long as you can rapidly grow stronger and showcase your talent, I will be able to persuade the organization to assist you. With a resolute tone, Xia Yang stated. How difficult could that be? Just instruct me, and if I cannot master it, I shall concede defeat. Recalling his performance as a martial genius in the simulations, Yang Wuwei felt a surge of joy and confidence. Indeed, you are quite forthright. Next, I will impart the advanced portion of the Thunderous Body Forging technique along with the accompanying Thunderous Fury Blade. Xia Yang praised, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Chapter for the death of Shun Yin. Thank you. Yang Wuwei was overwhelmed with joy. Acquiring the advanced inner strength and accompanying sword technique would undoubtedly make him significantly stronger. Remember, the Thunderous Fury Blade is exceedingly profound. An ordinary person would require at least 7 days of diligent comprehension to grasp the basics that I will guide your training daily, and as for the results, that will depend on your own abilities. Having spoken earnestly, Xia Yang revealed a smile. The course of events returned to normal, and Yang Wuwei began to hone his physique and delve into martial arts. That night, he stood alone in the courtyard, practicing the Thunderous Fury Blade as taught by Xia Yang during the day. This technique is indeed extraordinary. If mastered, it could unleash combat power on par with my previous 2 selves, as he practiced and contemplated. Yang Wuwei could distinctly feel his strength escalating rapidly. The levels of martial arts and supernatural abilities are classified as beginner, intermediate, minor success, major success, and perfection that if he could master the Thunderous Fury Blade to its highest potential, its might would likely be immeasurable. In a moment of realization, Yang Wuwei understood that this was no ordinary martial art. Throughout the night, Yang Wuwei was utterly engrossed in his training. By dawn, he felt a burst of inspiration and, with a fierce swing of the blade, cleaved through a large tree, causing it to crash to the ground, that a smile of satisfaction graced Yang Wuwei's lips. He could confirm that he had successfully grasped the basics of the Thunderous Fury Blade. The sound of the tree falling was considerable, drawing the attention of nearby villagers, who peered over with expressions of astonishment and admiration. Before long, Xia Yang was also attracted to the crowd of onlookers. "Did you do this?" Seeing the tree, now severed and toppled with its perfectly smooth cut, he was utterly astonished. "Ahem, I was just practicing with enthusiasm and decided to give it a try. Isn't this level acceptable?" Yang Wuwei responded with a smile, appearing calm and collected. Yet upon hearing his words, Xia Yang was so shocked that his lips trembled, hesitating to speak. Even with considerable talent, it would take at least 3 days to master the basics of the Thunderous Fury Blade. Achieving such proficiency in merely a day and night is beyond impressive. "Wuwei, please perform it completely. I need to confirm every detail." Yang Wuwei, without uttering a word, immediately demonstrated the Thunder Fury Blade. The entire sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, exuding an air of dominance. Although it lacked refinement and essence, he had undeniably grasped the fundamentals. As an observer, Xia Yang felt increasingly astonished. "Wuwei, you have truly surprised me," with the experience from his previous life as a soldier. Combined with his innate martial prowess, Yang Wuwei's demonstration left Xia Yang utterly awestruck. "You flatter me. My abilities are insignificant when compared to true masters and geniuses that if I were provided with spirit stones, my progress would accelerate even more." Yang Wuwei spoke humbly, subtly hinting at his desire for spirit stones. With the aid of spirit stone simulations, his strength would undoubtedly soar. With such exceptional talent and a humble demeanor, I perceive in you the potential for transcendence. Should your cultivation aptitude be equally high, the organization will surely prioritize your development, and resources like spirit stones will be readily available, since you have expressed a need. Allow me to present this spirit stone as a token of our first meeting." Xia Yang replied with a smile, producing a spirit stone and placing it into Yang Wuwei's palm, causing a surge of gratitude and joy to illuminate the latter's eyes. "Thank you, Brother Xia Yang. I shall forever remember this kindness." As he expressed his thanks repeatedly, Yang Wuwei silently resolved to regard Xia Yang as a brother from that day forth. Xia Yang smiled in silence, his admiration for Yang Wuwei deepening. "In order to assist you with the matter concerning Shenin, I have decided to accompany the village chief to deliver supplies to the town in the coming days, during my absence. Focus on your internal cultivation. Upon my return, I shall assess your martial aptitude." After imparting this final piece of advice, Xia Yang offered an encouraging pat on Yang Wuwei's shoulder before turning to leave with his weapon in hand. This unexpected turn of events left Yang Wuwei both surprised and delighted. This works to my advantage. While he is away, I can enhance my strength using the simulator, and it shall serve as a reasonable explanation. Contemplating this, Yang Wuwei felt an inexplicable sense of relief that in the morning, the bandits of Xuanwu village awoke and discussed the basic situation of their stronghold. Xuanwu village had 3 leaders for guardians, 8 commanders, and a band of 2,000 rogues, their infamy spreading across a 100-mile radius. The patrol squad that Yang Wuwei had previously annihilated was merely a small faction within Xuanwu village. Above them was one of the 8 commanders, Zhang Shui, known as the Blade Demon, who was reputed to have attained the peak of the mortal realm at the 9th level of body tempering, commanding over 200 rogues during Yang Wuwei's second simulation. The hundreds of bandits that attacked the village were likely orchestrated by Zhang Shui himself. The imminent threat of enemies further intensified his resolve to grow stronger. That on the 3rd day, Shiyang summoned Lu Fengyan to oversee Lin Shao village while he accompanied the village chief to deliver supplies. Commander, initiate the simulation. As Shiyang departed, Yang Wuwei promptly activated the 4th simulation. The simulation commenced on the 1st day. You harbored an intense desire to grow stronger, dedicating yourself wholeheartedly to practice. By the 4th day, having stabilized your 5th level, coupled with rigorous training, you successfully broke through to the 6th level of body tempering. On the 5th day, your breakthrough caught Lu Fengyan's attention, leading him to observe you closely. By the 8th day, you sensed that you were on the threshold of the 7th level of body tempering, and on that very day, Shiyang returned. Upon sensing the perfected aura of your 6th level, he expressed great delight and informed you that you had passed the test. Subsequently, he reported your existence to the organization, stating that within a week, cultivators would arrive to accept you. On the 9th day, after days of arduous training, you successfully advanced to the 7th level of body tempering, stepping into the ranks of innate warriors. On the 10th day, with the impending arrival of Shenin, you felt a surge of anxiety. Sensing this, Xiang decided to reveal a secret. He had always concealed his true strength. In fact, he was a cultivator, not merely at the 5th level of body tempering. Shenin had never posed a threat in his eyes. Upon receiving this revelation, you were profoundly shocked, finally grasping the essence of trust. On the 11th day, you solidified the foundation of your innate warrior status, and Xiang's identity as a cultivator filled you with determination. On the 12th day, just as you remembered, Shenin arrived as scheduled, and you and Shiyang had been waiting for him. The dialogue concluded as it had before, that he sneered, declaring he had finally found you, then unleashed an attack with his sword, propelled by the 7th level of body tempering. You had anticipated this, similarly unleashing your sword in response, matching Shenin, a seasoned combatant, blow for blow, even gaining a slight upper hand, which filled him with astonishment and fury that in the moment of life and death, Shenin consumed a pill, forcibly elevating his realm to the 8th level of body tempering, attempting to turn the tables. At this critical juncture, Shiyang intervened, while you seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal strike that ended Shun Yin's life. Ultimately, you vanquished Shenin, looted all his spirit stones, and discarded his body into the pigpen. Chapter 5. The Limits of Mortality. After slaying Shenin, you felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Many villagers witnessed this battle, including Lu Fengyan, who were all astonished by your prowess. Lu Fengyan declared you a rare prodigy. His observations over the days, combined with this display of combat, assured him that your future would be extraordinarily bright. To protect you, he urged the villagers to keep the matter of Shun Yin's demise to themselves and prepared to blame the rogues for his death, which brought you a sense of comfort that on the 13th day, the elite guards of Baiyun village arrived, inquiring about Shun Yin's whereabouts. When informed that Shin Yin had likely perished at the hands of roaming bandits, the 2 elite guards frowned. Noticing your status as a foreigner, their skepticism was nearly impossible to conceal. However, they soon departed without causing any disturbances. On the 14th day, with the support of both Lu Fengyan and Shiyang, your safety was undoubtedly enhanced. With only a day remaining until the anticipated arrival, you felt you could await the organization's members in peace. However, as dusk fell, the sound of battle cries echoed from several miles away in Lin Shao village. You paused to observe, witnessing no fewer than 500 bandits charging forth, each radiating murderous intent and ferocity. Leading them were 3 commanders, mounted on wild wolves and clad in beast-hide armor, each boasting strength at the 9th level of body tempering. Clearly, this was a retaliation from Xuanwu village. The battle erupted as Lu Fengyan single-handedly engaged hundreds of bandits, while you and Shiyang fought against the 3 commanders, one of whom was Zhang Shui. The cross-realm battle proved exceedingly strenuous, yet the perilous circumstances propelled you to grow stronger, and in the face of adversity, you successfully broke through to the 8th level of body tempering. Yet misfortune struck again. 2 elite guards from Baiyun village, having infiltrated the battlefield, launched a surprise attack on you, resulting in your irretrievable demise. You have died. This This cannot be right. Was it not just Shinin who conspired with the bandits, but these elite guards as well? This simulation truly provided Yang Wuwei with a roller coaster experience. While the satisfaction of avenging Shen Yin brought him immense joy, the final outcome left him gasping in shock. Previously, he had naively believed that Shun Yin's collusion with bandits was a personal act, but now it seemed that Baiyun village was far more chaotic than he had imagined. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. The rod has already penetrated Baiyun village. Only formidable power and influence can eradicate them. Reward settlement. 1. Inherit all memories from this simulation. 2. Inherit the cultivation of the 8th level of body tempering. 3. Acquire detailed information on any one individual from the simulation. 4. Upgrade the Thunder Fury Blade's incomplete version to an advanced level. The rewards appeared before his eyes, and Yang Wuwei, initially feeling conflicted, was suddenly filled with joy upon seeing them. The magnitude of his cultivation enhancement had surpassed all previous instances, and he was even more eager for the next simulation. Choosing option 2 without hesitation, Yang Wuwei decisively opted for the realm enhancement. That is, a warm current surged through his body, spreading to his limbs. He broke through 3 levels, resulting in a dramatic transformation of his physique, bringing him closer to the limits of mortality. With a single punch, he could shatter rocks, and his fists could uproot trees. However, after this enhancement, the mention of the second-tier level of the Thunder Fury Blade and the term incomplete version piqued his curiosity. System: what level does the second-tier martial technique correspond to? The second-tier martial technique corresponds to the foundation building stage. Once perfected, it will constitute a dimensional strike within the realm of body tempering. Why this logic? The mundane corresponds to body tempering, the first tier to chi refinement, and the third tier to golden core. Xianyang's assertion that the Thunder Fury Blade is exceedingly profound indeed holds true. With this perspective, even when I eventually embark on the path of cultivation, I shall still be able to wield the Thunder Fury Blade. Upon hearing the introduction of the system, Yang Wuwei felt an inexplicable joy. If even the fragments of the text possess such power, one could only imagine the prowess of the complete work. It would surely require a master of the Golden Core realm to even approach it. Contemplating this, Yang Wuwei realized that the organization backing Xianyang was certainly extraordinary, effortlessly producing martial techniques of the second transition foundation stage. This only heightened his anticipation for the organization. However, an even graver issue loomed before him. The identity of an outsider not only incited hostility from Shinin, but also from the elite guards. Without shedding this identity soon, Yang Wuwei harbored serious doubts that even if he overcame the hurdle of Baiyun village, he would find himself severely hindered. The myriad experiences of recent times had imparted a stark understanding of the cruelty of this world. Thus, he must devise a means to secure a new identity. Yet, despite this realization, Yang Wuwei found himself at a loss as to where to begin. Typically, to obtain a household registration, one would approach the local town mayor or village chief. But the village chief had already departed for Fengling town. Perhaps the opportunity lay with other high-ranking officials. Suddenly, a series of dull knocks resounded from outside, interrupting his musings. Who is it? Yang Wuwei wondered. Perplexed, Xianyang and the village chief had just departed, so who could be seeking him now? I am a messenger. Lord Lu Fengyin requests your presence in his courtyard shortly, came the reply from outside. Upon hearing the name Lu Fengyin, Yang Wuwei was immediately reminded of how, during the simulations, Lu Fengyin had shielded him from the truth after recognizing his potential, even single-handedly battling 100 foes. Was this not an opportunity knocking at his door? After all, Lu Fengyin was a genuine cultivator and village overseer. If it were him, perhaps he could assist. Please inform Lord Lu that I will be there. Yang Wuwei responded, reflecting on how his dramatic shift in aura must have caught Lu Fengyin's attention. Following the trajectory of the simulations, he surmised that Lu Fengyin would likely wish to recruit him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Wuwei cheerfully replied that he promptly stood up, adjusted his attire, and armed himself with his treasured blade before seeking out Lu Fengyin. In no time, after navigating through layers of guards, he found himself before Lu Fengyin. Contrary to the arrogance and disdain he had encountered during their first simulated meeting, this time, Lu Fengyin regarded Yang Wuwei with admiration and respect. Ordinary mortals do not even merit a glance from me, let alone a summons to do. You know why, of all people, you have the privilege to stand before me? As Lu Fengyin spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, akin to a colossal mountain bearing down upon Yang Wuwei's shoulders. Ordinary mortals might assume that the disparity between cultivators and common folk lay solely in physical prowess. However, the true chasm, separating the two, was forged in the realms of spiritual strength and soul. Should an ordinary individual bear the weight of Lu Fengyan's soul pressure, they would likely find themselves drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, or even collapsing in agony. That Lu Fengyan employed this method upon their initial encounter, both to test Yang Wuwei's willpower and the strength of his soul, as well as to illustrate the vast gulf between them. Chapter 6. Could he truly be a genius? Surely Lord Lu has recognized my talents. I shall not disappoint you, Yang Wuwei confidently declared, his demeanor unflustered as he met Lu Fengyan's imposing presence with a light-hearted smile that asa transmigrated. He possessed a steely resolve honed through military trials. Complemented by the support of a system, his mental fortitude was not something a mere ordinary cultivator could contend with. It appears you remain composed, Lu Fengyan remarked, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. Yang Wuwei, I must admit, I am now even more eager to witness your performance. Observing Yang Wuwei's calm demeanor, Lu Fengyan's appreciation deepened, and a hint of competitive spirit began to emerge as they conversed. He unleashed a stronger wave of spiritual pressure, incrementally bearing down on Yang Wuwei. This fool dares to compete with Lord Lu in spiritual strength. What folly, thought the accompanying mortals, aghast at Yang Wuwei's audacity. Their skepticism palpable. Yet, Yang Wuwei remained unfazed, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor, his clear and resolute gaze unwavering. Lord Lu, I assure you, I will not let you down. As he bore the pressure, Yang Wuwei understood that he need not conceal his capabilities in front of Lu Fengyan. Based on his prior assessments, Lu Fengyan was not the type to resent genius. Rather, he was one to invest in talent, awaiting the fruits of his endeavor in the presence of such a person. Displaying strength would only enhance his chances of being valued and appreciated. How remarkable that this youth can endure against Lord Lu for so long. Truly deserving of the attention he receives. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, their attitudes shifting as they began to acknowledge Yang Wuwei's prowess. Fascinating indeed. You, a mere mortal, possess such formidable spiritual strength, Lu Fengyan exclaimed, his enthusiasm surging as he regarded Yang Wuwei anew. Mortals with elevated soul strength typically fell into three categories: innate soul geniuses, warriors of unyielding willpower, or reincarnated beings. Regardless of which category Yang Wuwei belonged to, he was undoubtedly a rare talent. Initially, Lu Fengyan had worried that he might push Yang Wuwei's consciousness to the brink of destruction. However, as the encounter progressed, his astonishment only grew. He now resolved to invest his utmost effort. As the trial reached its climax, Lu Fengyan focused intently, amplifying the pressure of his aura to its zenith. For the first time, Yang Wuwei felt a flicker of unease. Yet, it was merely a fleeting sensation, after several tense seconds, under the astonished gazes of the attendants. A single bead of sweat finally emerged on Yang Wuwei's brow. Meanwhile, Lu Fengyan was already exerting himself to the fullest in terms of spiritual prowess. The outcome had become glaringly apparent. How could this be? Even Lord Lu cannot best him. Is he truly a genius? The spectators gasped, their voices rising in disbelief. A prodigy, indeed. Amidst the astonishment, Yang Wuwei made his debut, captivating all present with his remarkable resilience. Reflecting on the situation, they questioned how any of them could possibly endure as he had. Most would have crumbled under the pressure. Lord Lu, are you satisfied with my performance? Yang Wuwei inquired, meeting the respectful gazes of the onlookers with a tone of camaraderie. Yang Wuwei, you are undoubtedly the most courageous and capable mortal I have encountered, Lu Fengyan exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his words brimming with delight as he instructed his attendants to pour Yang Wuwei a fine drink. This gesture was unmistakably clear. He valued Yang Wuwei's abilities and intended to nurture him as a confidant. Certainly, why should I refuse? Our pursuit of martial prowess is driven by the desire for enlightenment. Since you, Lord Lu, have traversed the path of the immortal, why should I not indulge in the pleasure? Yang Wuwei had long contemplated this, recognizing Lu Fengyan as a man of virtue, believing that engaging with him would yield benefits rather than detriments. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and they began to refer to each other as friends, an exceptional bond in a world where cultivators seldom regarded mortals as companions. That as their relationship developed, Lu Fengyan inquired about the nature of Yang Wuwei's recent breakthroughs, expressing curiosity about how he had ascended through 3 realms in a single day. Just yesterday, he had distinctly sensed Yang Wuwei at the 5th layer of body refinement. Yet today, he had advanced to the 8th layer. Surely, if this is merely through innate talent, it seems almost too extraordinary, Lu Fengyan mused. Yang Wuwei chuckled, explaining that his unique constitution allowed him to rapidly refine spiritual stones, thus facilitating his breakthroughs. Naturally, he could not divulge the existence of the simulator. So he attributed his situation solely to his physique. Lu Fengyan accepted this explanation, enlightened by the myriad of bizarre and unique constitutions that existed in the world. Brother Yang, I believe with your talent. You should join the Empire sooner rather than later and pursue the path of cultivation. Frankly, I too spent years languishing before embarking on the journey of Qi cultivation. My qualifications are merely passable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to this remote village to serve as a village overseer. If it were you, I believe it would not be long before you achieved Qi cultivation, and even foundation establishment would be within reach. As they discussed matters of cultivation, Lu Fengyan's tone shifted to one of yearning and regret, reminiscent of someone who had glimpsed splendor only to return to the wilderness. Recognizing the moment had come to broach the main topic, Yang Wuwei replied, Lord Lu, how I wish for that too. Yet I trust you can see that I am an outsider. To join the Empire, I must first possess an identity as a citizen. With a bitter drink warming his throat, Yang Wuwei's gaze drifted, tinged with unfulfilled longing. Had you arrived sooner, I would have resolved this issue for you already, Lu Fengyan chuckled, dismissing Yang Wuwei's concerns as trivial. And how is that? Can outsiders simply reside here and be recognized as citizens? Yang Wuwei was taken aback. He had anticipated that Lu Fengyan would possess a solution, yet he had not imagined that the latter would exhibit such nonchalance that, of course, that is out of the question. However, in these tumultuous times, where bandits roam freely and chaos reigns, countless refugees vanish from our village each year. If a stranger assumes the identity of a missing person, they can seamlessly integrate into our community. If I recall correctly, there are not a few young men of your age who have gone missing outside. Is that truly the case? Indeed. I merely need to assign you the identity of a missing individual, and when the village chief returns, he can register you, thus making you a part of the Tianling Empire. During their conversation, Lu Fengyan had already devised a plan for Yang Wuwei, and all difficulties were swiftly resolved. Chapter 7. The arrival of the organization Yang Wuwei was on the verge of freeing himself from the shackles of being a foreigner, while Lu Fengyan would gain the support of a talented individual. Thus, both parties reached a harmonious agreement that on the 4th day of their arrival in Linqiao village, at the crack of dawn, Lu Fengyan returned with a spiritual talisman containing the details of a newly selected identity, Yang Dahu, who had lost both parents in his youth and had gone missing 10 years ago amidst a wolf tide, with no news since. Based on the timeline, if he were still alive, he would be 24 years old, not much different from Yang Wuwei's age. Upon carefully examining the identity recorded on the talisman, Yang Wuwei nodded. Although the time frame was a bit distant, both his age and surname aligned perfectly, and with no relatives. There was little risk of encountering someone who might recognize him. It was a fitting match. However, a twinge of curiosity lingered within Yang Wuwei. Despite Yang Dahu's seemingly tragic life, it bore a resemblance to the early experiences of protagonists in certain novels. Brother Lu, I must express my gratitude. With curiosity intertwined with appreciation, Yang Wuwei looked at Lu Fengyan and thanked him repeatedly. Since you call me brother, there is no need for such formality. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to reach out. I will assist in any way I can. Lu Fengyan regarded Yang Wuwei with the warmth of a true brother, and the once dreaded aura of a cultivator now exuded a sense of security. In the midst of their conversation, he suddenly produced a silver-blue spatial ring and pressed it into Yang Wuwei's hand without further ado. Brother Lu, what is this? Yang Wuwei was both surprised and delighted. Lu Fengyan was more generous than he had anticipated, and this marked his first encounter with a storage ring. Ahem, I remember you mentioning your special constitution yesterday. Inside, there are 10 spirit stones, not a vast number, but a token of goodwill, and it should assist you in reaching the 9th level of body refinement. Soon Liu Fengyan spoke while clearing his throat, seemingly embarrassed at the modesty of his gift. 10. Upon hearing this, Yang Wuwei could no longer contain himself, springing to his feet in excitement, his eyes aglow. A full 10 simulation opportunities. This was not merely a matter of reaching the 9th level of body refinement. It was a surefire path towards immortality. Brother Liu is brothers. Let us not speak further. Wherever you lead, I shall follow. Haha, splendid. Liu Fengyan had not anticipated that 10 spirit stones would hold such significance for Yang Wuwei. Yet witnessing his enthusiasm brought genuine satisfaction at the same time. He privately resolved to gather more spirit stones to support Yang Wuwei. Shortly thereafter, Yang Wuwei returned to his room to examine the spatial ring. Inside, alongside the 10 spirit stones, lay an entire vial of tiger strength pills, which when consumed, would greatly enhance his physical prowess. Among cultivators, tiger strength pills were hardly inexpensive, and for mortals, they were sought-after treasures that could scarcely be obtained. Should he fully absorb them and reach the 9th level of body refinement, coupled with the Thunder Fury Blade, Yang Wuwei would become invincible among mortals. While the spatial ring itself was of a low grade, it was still designed for cultivators, boasting a storage capacity of 5 cubic meters. This size was more than sufficient for Yang Wuwei's typical arsenal and resources, even allowing for ample surplus. This simulation would undoubtedly elevate him to heights far beyond his previous achievements. Bolstered by the confidence that resources and strength provide, Yang Wuwei unhesitatingly initiated the simulation once more. The simulation commenced. Day 1. You consumed a tiger strength pill and began practicing the Thunder Fury Blade. The temporary breakthrough to the 8th level of body refinement was not stable, so you chose to spend time solidifying your foundation. Day 4. After several days of arduous training, your proficiency with the Thunder Fury Blade advanced to an intermediate level, and your cultivation realm was thoroughly stabilized. Day 7. Xia Yang returned to Linxiao village alongside the village chief. Xia Yang's demeanor and actions mirrored those of his previous visit, yet he appeared even more astonished. You swiftly approached the village chief, asserting your identity as the missing Yang Dahu and requesting that he reinstate your household registration. Initially, the village chief was skeptical, believing that someone missing for so long must have perished, and showed reluctance to comply. However, upon witnessing your 8th level of body refinement and the presence of Liu Fengyan and Xia Yang, he relented. You acquired the identity of Yang Dahu and requested a name change. Reverting to Yang Wuwei. Aside from your identity, it seemed that nothing else had altered. Day 11. Shanin arrived as expected. You were no longer a foreigner, but rather a local who had returned from the dead, which prevented him from harboring any hostility or suspicion towards you. After Shanin departed, you had successfully evaded a perilous situation. Day 12. You finally reached the completion of the 8th level of body refinement. The gap between levels 8 and 9 was greater than the cumulative differences among all preceding minor realms. Yet thanks to the Tiger Strength pills, your strength continued to progress steadily. Day 13. Having exhausted all the Tiger Strength pills, you broke through to the 9th level of body refinement, and the Thunder Fury Blade advanced to a minor success, nearly reaching the pinnacle of mortal capability. That night, 7 days after Xia Yang reported back, the organization finally sent individuals to Linxiao village. You could not ascertain the precise strength of these organization's members, but you were confident that each one was a bona fide cultivator. Upon sensing your cultivation level, a leader among the organization confirmed your exceptional talent and invited you to join their ranks. Prepared for this moment, and with Xia Yang's support, you chose to become a member, successfully discovering that the organization was codenamed Dragon Slayer. Due to your extraordinary gifts, the Dragon Slayer organization placed significant emphasis on you. Upon your joining, they presented you with options. 1. To cultivate martial techniques, and 2. To learn combat secrets, considering your cultivation level and strength. You opted for martial techniques, selecting the attribute of lightning from 10 available options. The technique offered by the Dragon Slayer organization was a genuine second-tier martial art, potent enough to allow practitioners to reach the foundation establishment stage. You were initially thrilled, only to be overtaken by shock and concern that in the Tianling Empire, it was a grave offense for cultivators to impart techniques to mortals. Should one be caught, the consequences would be dire. You voiced your apprehensions, but the members of the Dragon Slayer organization merely laughed, and the leader shook his head, seemingly unconcerned by such matters. That it was then that Xia Yang formally recounted the origins of the organization. In the Tianling Empire, mortals were virtually regarded as mere appendages or slaves to cultivators. Those residing in impoverished, remote areas endured the ravages of war and plunder, sleepless nights filled with dread, while those in larger locales lost their rights. Reduced to mere pawns, the root cause of this predicament stemmed not only from the power wielded by cultivators, but also from the absolute tyranny of the empire's rulers to preserve his power indefinitely and prevent anyone from surpassing him. The ruler of the Tianling Empire, Long Fengtian, enacted various regulations aimed at restricting cultivators while simultaneously increasing the cost for mortals to train, though it might seem that finding the local magistrate in the city would pave the way to immortality. The reality was that whether one succeeded hinged on a mere word. With millions longing for a chance to rise, such opportunities were, indeed, as rare as gold. Chapter 8. The journey to immortality has just begun yet. Decades ago, the unparalleled powerhouse Qin Zhanlong emerged, founding the Dragon Slayer organization, becoming the sole entity capable of aiding ordinary people and resisting the Empire's tyranny. The purpose of the Dragon Slayer organization was twofold: to overthrow Long Fengtian's dictatorship and to provide ordinary individuals with a chance for liberation. The slaying in Dragon Slayer referred to the actual rulers of the Tianling Empire, the Long family. Day 14. Initially, your only desire was to grow stronger through the resources provided by the Dragon Slayer organization. However, upon learning of their foundational mission, a sense of belonging began to blossom within you. Xia Yang's demeanor, so different from other guards, stemmed from his membership in the Dragon Slayer organization, which instilled in him a respect for every mortal life. After successfully completing the task of integrating you into the organization, its members swiftly departed, as they were responsible for numerous villages and could not linger in any single location for too long. On the 17th day, the effects of the cultivation technique far surpassed that of mundane martial arts. After merely a few days of practice, you had achieved the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement, standing but a step away from transcending into the realm of immortals. However, unexpectedly, at noon on this day, the formidable bandit army from Xuanwu's stronghold reappeared. You had thought that the survival of Shun Yin would allow you to remain undetected. Yet it turned out that this was merely a delay of time. Led by Zhang Shui, 3 commanders once again led hundreds of bandits to launch an assault, forcing you to confront them head-on. The battle was fierce, leaving a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Liu Fengyan and Xia Yang joined forces to successfully fend off hundreds of bandits, while you not only wreaked havoc, slaying over 100 bandits, but also single-handedly subdued 3 foes. Initially, Zhang Shui had regarded the insignificant Lin Xiao village with disdain, but it was only upon facing you directly that he realized the gravity of the situation. However, his reaction came too late. Zhang Shui was swiftly dispatched by your hand, with the remaining 2 bandits also meeting their demise, causing the disorganized bandit army to scatter in panic. The elite guards from Baiyun village attempted a surprise attack once more. But this time you were far from being at your last breath and easily subdued them. In questioning the 2 elite guards about their motives for the ambush, they merely replied that it was all arranged by the 3rd chief. Before you could inquire further, a crimson light suddenly descended from the sky, severing the heads of the elite guards. You yearned to discern the identity of the assailant, but it was too late. The red light struck like a blade, and you perished on the spot. You had merely killed a few patrolling bandits, yet it had already alarmed the higher-ups of Xuanwu's stronghold. It felt as though the situation was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. This demise did not shock Yang Wuwei greatly. Rather, it piqued his curiosity. With 2,000 bandits in Xuanwu's stronghold, the loss of just a few bandits seemed an overreaction, an incongruity he could not ignore. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. The safety brought by evasion is but temporary. Only by knowing oneself and one's adversary can one achieve victory in every battle. Reward settlement. 1. Inherit all memories from this simulation. 2. Inherit the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. 3. Obtain detailed information on any individual from the simulation. 4. Second tier technique. 1. Junlei, Ju. 5. Inherit the minor mastery of Thunder Fury Blade. As your gaze swept over the rewards, this time Yang Wuwei did not hastily choose to enhance his cultivation, but instead turned his attention to the technique. Following the developments of the simulation, Even if he selected a realm, it would likely not yield significant changes for the next simulation. After all, based on this simulation's outcome, there was no prospect of victory without becoming a cultivator. Conversely, choosing the technique could double his efficiency in becoming stronger, potentially leading to a greater turning point. Moreover, during the selection phase of the organization, he could directly bypass the technique and incorporate the combat secret method into his arsenal. I choose for that after careful consideration. Yang Wuwei opted for the technique that as the choice was finalized. The contents of Wanjun Lei Ju surged into his mind, instantly granting him a new memory. Wanjun Lei Ju comprises 5 tiers. The first tier represents complete body refinement. The second tier marks the entry into Qi refinement. The third tier signifies complete Qi refinement. The fourth tier can lead to foundation establishment, and the fifth tier culminates in complete foundation establishment. With this technique, it appears that as long as time allows, entering foundation establishment is merely a matter of time. Upon grasping the formidable nature of Wanjun Lei Ju, Yang Wuwei felt a deep sense of satisfaction, quietly affirming that this choice was indeed worthwhile. Simultaneously, glancing at the remaining 9 spirit stones in his possession, he smiled faintly and promptly initiated another simulation that on the first day, you commenced your practice of Wanjun Lei Ju. Yielding remarkable results, by the third day, with the aid of Tiger Strength pills, you effortlessly broke through the 9th layer of body refinement, as if there were no bottleneck on the 4th day. With Tiger Strength pills still in supply, you had already achieved the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. Your terrifying rate of progress left Lu Fengyan utterly astonished, exclaiming that you were indeed a prodigy. Affirming the value of those spirit stones you had given him, the 5th day, you had faintly glimpsed the aura of immortality, already possessing the capability to achieve Qi refinement and embark on the path of immortality. However, an undeniable fact loomed before you. The Empire did not accept the existence of rogue cultivators. You had yet to join the Empire, and once discovered for secretly becoming a cultivator, you would instantly become a criminal. Hunted down. Recalling the cultivators from the Dragon Slaying organization, you believed it prudent to stabilize your situation and wait for Xia Yang's return before proceeding. On the 7th day, you continued to assume the identity of Yang Dahu and informed Xia Yang of your impending Qi refinement. Xia Yang was left dumbfounded, utterly convinced by your rapid advancement in cultivation over just a few days, gazing at you as if you were a monster. In contrast to your cultivation, he was not troubled by the need to conceal his own strength. For as long as he practiced the concealment secret method created by Qin Zhanlong, he could obscure and hide his own cultivation level. On the 8th day, Xia Yang imparted the concealment secret method to you. A 5-tier secret technique with 3 layers. The first layer can prevent probing from Golden Core and below. The second layer can stop inquiries from Nascent Soul and below. And the third layer can even obscure the scrutiny of divine transformation experts. You quickly grasped it, mastering the first layer, ensuring that even Golden Core cultivators could not perceive your true strength at the same time. You were struck with awe. How powerful must Qin Zhanlong be to create such a 5-tier secret technique? On the 9th day, for safety's sake, you decided to delve deeper into the concealment secret method, for who knew when a nascent soul elder might wander through the mortal realm and pass this way. By the 11th day, you had cultivated the concealment secret method to the 2nd layer, and when Shenin arrived, you concealed your strength to the 2nd layer of body refinement, seamlessly blending in among the villagers, who were entirely oblivious to your anomaly. The 12th day, you were free from worries, having entered the Dao through Wanjun Lei Ju, officially stepping onto the path of immortality and achieving the 1st layer of Qi refinement. As you entered the realm of Qi refinement, you could feel a profound transformation occurring within you. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth became distinctly perceivable, flowing and circulating within your body. An unceasing surge of power filling you. You felt as though you had truly entered an entirely different realm. The true path of immortality was only just beginning. Chapter 9. The Refining Corpse Sect. On the 13th day, the Dragon Slaying organization arrived, and you successfully joined once more. Now that you had become a cultivator, their regard for you increased significantly. This time, they not only bestowed upon you combat secret techniques, but also promised that once your cultivation progressed further, you would be made a core member and introduced to the local leader. You were overjoyed, but you informed them that before that, you needed to deal with the bandits from Xuanwu's stronghold in the Misty Rain Forest to ensure your survival. Upon learning that you had slain bandits and that they were likely to attack the village in a few days, the members of the dragon-slaying organization became serious. After deliberation, they decided to resolve the issue with Xuanwu's stronghold before departing, and thus began gathering intelligence overnight that on the 14th day, Lu Fengyan came to find you, and upon entering the room to see a house full of cultivators, he was momentarily taken aback. The organization members intended to capture him, but you intervened and explained the situation in detail to Lu Fengyan that he was a genuine cultivator of the empire. Yet he had long harbored dissatisfaction with the various restrictions placed upon cultivators. Upon learning that these were members of the dragon-slaying organization, he not only remained unperturbed, but felt exhilarated, expressing his desire to join the organization. As a token of allegiance, he provided crucial intelligence, stating that Baiyun village frequently colluded with bandits at night. If one were to investigate Xuanwu's stronghold, this would undoubtedly be the best starting point. You trusted him considerably and were well aware of Baiyun village's misdeeds. Thus you wholeheartedly agreed. The members of the dragon-slaying organization heeded your advice and commenced surveillance on Baiyun village that very night, that on the 15th day, in order to ensure the successful completion of the mission. Even the leaders of the organization participated in the surveillance that he himself was a practitioner at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, enhanced by various secret techniques, and his entourage of about 10 were all cultivators, ensuring nothing would escape their notice. However, after 2 consecutive nights of monitoring, he had not detected any anomalies, leaving him somewhat disheartened that on the 16th day, as night approached, an unsettling stillness enveloped the surroundings. Just as the group was on the verge of conceding defeat, a shadowy figure stealthily entered Baiyun village. Shortly after, this figure emerged from the village, leading 3 individuals directly towards the misty rainforest. Among these 3 was Shun Jin, the leader of Baiyun village's guards and Xin Yin's father, accompanied by the elite guards responsible for the previous 2 ambushes against you. Realizing this was the pivotal moment, the group hastily followed the shadowy figure and the 3 men. The 4 of them rushed onward, pausing only briefly upon reaching Lin Shao village. You could faintly overhear their discussion about whether any cultivators were stationed in the village, seemingly plotting an assault. This undoubtedly aligned with your previous encounters, further solidifying your resolve to pursue them. After passing through Lin Shao village, the 4 ventured into the misty rainforest, with you and the others closely trailing behind, navigating treacherous paths and encountering numerous traps. These traps were perilous. Even seasoned cultivators might not escape unscathed, as many required considerable strength to bypass. This realization startled you. Had you been tracking them alone, you would likely have fallen victim to a trap. Fortunately, the journey proved relatively safe, and you eventually arrived at the stronghold of Xuanwu village. Here, thousands of bandits were stationed, the defenses formidable, with patrolling minions scattered about. Thankfully, armed with the concealment secret technique, you remained undetected. Following Xin Jin and his companions, you arrived outside the Loyalty Hall, where you could vaguely hear Xin Jin conversing with a mysterious figure. They discussed plans to eradicate Lin Shao village the following day, intending to slaughter all villagers and leave no survivors, save for Lu Fengyan, an imperial cultivator. The mysterious figure mentioned that this was an arrangement by the Lian Kuei sect, insisting that it must proceed without error, and that he would dispatch 2 guardians to oversee the operation. Xin Jin affirmed that he would also send elite guards to ensure no villagers escaped as you eavesdropped on their conversation. Your earlier doubts dissipated, replaced by a surge of anger and frustration. The organization's leader had initially aimed to eliminate Xuanwu village directly, but upon hearing about the Lian Kuei sect, he deemed the situation too critical and resolved to seek reinforcements. If even a leader at the 9th level of Qi refinement dared not attack, you naturally planned to follow their lead. However, just as you turned away, you spotted a man clad in a purple robe and wearing a mask standing behind you. Having watched you for an unknown duration, that he let out a chilling, sinister laugh before instantly slaying you. You died at a total of over 10 cultivators, including a 9th level Qi refiner, were inexplicably annihilated in such a location. It was clear now how they had traced you. There was a formidable power behind them, and it had nothing to do with your presence in the village. Nevertheless, you had finally uncovered crucial intelligence. This death caught Yang Wuwei off guard, but the wealth of information gained revealed that a greater enemy lurked in the vicinity. The ability to eliminate a 9th level Qi refiner implied that a mere Xuanwu village could not harbor such strength. It must be a foundational cultivator from the Lien Kuei sect, but he made a mental note of the Lien Kuei sect's name, determined to pursue the matter to its conclusion. Simulation ended. Evaluation. The crisis persists. The host must strive harder. Reward settlement. 1. Inherit all memories from this simulation. Point 2. Inherit first-level Qi refinement cultivation. Point 3. Obtain detailed information on any individual from the simulation. Point 4. Inherit the second tier of the 5 transformations secret technique, concealment secret technique. 5. Second tier combat secret technique, beast blood boiling. I choose option 2. Glancing over the 5 options, Yang Wuwei chose without hesitation. Both secret techniques could be learned from the organization, and he temporarily lacked any memory deficits. Although the other options had their merits, for him, the most critical factor remained his cultivation level. Upon making his choice, a vast surge of power flowed into Yang Wuwei's body, seamlessly integrating with him. The spiritual energy of the world enveloped him in comfort, and his spiritual power began to generate within. Experiencing this transformative leap into the path of immortality filled him with uncontainable joy. Detecting the host's advancement to the first level of Qi refinement, the system noted the emergence of spiritual essence within the host. As he reached the first level of Qi refinement, Yang Wuwei suddenly received a prompt from the system. Spiritual essence? That sounds somewhat familiar. What does it mean? Spiritual essence represents a cultivator's aptitude, manifesting only upon entering the Qi refinement stage. It is categorized by color, ranging from white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, to black, with higher qualities ensuring faster cultivation speed. Lower breakthrough difficulties and enhanced combat prowess. This is excellent. I have long wished to know the nature of my aptitude. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yang Wuwei felt a surge of anticipation and excitement. Having witnessed his outstanding performances in previous simulations, he eagerly awaited the revelation of his spiritual essence's level. Chapter 10. A careless breakthrough detection complete. The host's current spiritual essence is identified as purple spiritual essence. After a brief search, the system presented the results before Yang Wuwei. Purple spiritual essence. It is only at the 4th tier, falling short of my expectations. However, it is still acceptable. Seeing this result, Yang Wuwei fell into contemplation, unable to determine whether to feel joy or disappointment. Purple spiritual essence is typically associated with the Yuaning stage. With a bit of effort, there is a chance to reach the transformation stage. With further potential for enhancement, the system kindly provided a prompt, and upon hearing this, Yang Wuwei's mood brightened considerably. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought this was the kind of aptitude that would require a considerable amount of foundation establishment pills. However, if purple spiritual essence is already so powerful, how extraordinary must the gold, red, and black tiers be? As he pondered this, Yang Wuwei activated his technique, attempting to convert external spiritual energy into his own spiritual power. Under the influence of his purple spiritual essence, he formed a miniature vortex, wildly drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. As the energy surged into his body, Yang Wuwei felt his spiritual power continuously generated. Flowing throughout his limbs and bones, his cultivation steadily increasing. Once he established a solid foundation, he summoned the spiritual power to condense in his palm, and indeed, he witnessed the emergence of his purple-golden spiritual energy. The purple-golden hue of the spiritual power indicated that his purple spiritual essence had reached its zenith, infinitely close to the gold spiritual essence. It seems I need not worry about my aptitude for the time being. With this definitive conclusion, Yang Wuwei felt a sense of satisfaction, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his heart brimming with joy. Yet before he could proceed with his next action, the system's prompt reappeared. Detection indicates that the host has reached the first level of Qi refinement and completed the spiritual essence assessment. The system has activated the talent function. Henceforth, before each simulation, the host will have a free opportunity to randomly draw a talent, or may opt to spend spirit stones to specify a particular tier of talent. After the simulation concludes, there is a significant probability that talents will be offered as rewards for the host to choose from. A new feature. The system is impressive. Upon seeing this prompt, Yang Wuwei was once again filled with excitement, showering praises upon the system. Having an extra talent before each simulation would undoubtedly enhance his performance significantly. By the way, what kinds of talents are available? They shouldn't be too lackluster, right? Amidst his joy, Yang Wuwei quietly inquired. Rest assured, the system guarantees quality. Each talent will have its practical applications. Excellent. That is the best outcome. Feeling satisfied, Yang Wuwei eagerly anticipated exploring the talent function, observing the 8 remaining spirit stones in his storage ring. He decisively chose to initiate another simulation. However, this time, an unexpected hurdle arose. The system issued a prompt indicating insufficient spirit stones, preventing the simulation from commencing. What is going on? Yang Wuwei was taken aback. Did the spirit stone consumption increase after stepping onto the path of immortality? The system explained. With each major breakthrough in the host's reality, the spirit stone consumption for simulations multiplies by 10. The host has now advanced to the Qi refinement stage, resulting in a consumption of 10 spirit stones for simulations. This revelation doused Yang Wuwei's enthusiasm, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless that I was careless this time. I must ensure to clarify before making decisions in the future. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he accepted the loss of several simulation opportunities, resolving to strengthen himself regardless. Spirit stones could always be earned again. Returning to the present, Yang Wuwei noted that there were still a few days before Shiyang's return, so he planned to settle down and focus on his cultivation. Although he had broken through to Qi refinement, he needed to deepen his understanding and solidify his foundation to truly rival other cultivators that on the 10th day of arriving at Lin Xiao village, Yang Wuwei had not stepped outside his door for days, dedicating himself entirely to his cultivation. Each day, he felt his strength rapidly increasing, and after nearly a week, he finally stabilized his realm, fully adapting to the body of a cultivator. During this time, Lu Fengyan had visited him, and upon confirming his entry into the realm of immortality, Lu Fengyan chose to keep it confidential, even setting up a small shielding array to conceal him, that if all went as expected, today would be the day of Shiyang's return. Opening his eyes and exhaling a breath of stale air, Yang Wuwei radiated an aura of authority. His demeanor had changed entirely after these days of cultivation. As he gazed at the sun hanging in the sky and heard the approaching footsteps. He promptly rose to greet his guest. Strangely, why was there a small formation in place? As soon as he stood up, the door to the room swung open, followed by the voice of Xia Yang resonating within. Wu Wei, your internal cultivation has progressed. Emerging from outside, Xia Yang had intended to inquire about Yang Wu Wei's advancement in realms, but upon closer inspection, his words were abruptly stifled, as if severed mid-sentence, his face contorting into an expression of disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Xia, my achievements are rather commendable, aren't they? Yang Wu Wei spoke slowly, a smile gracing his lips, exuding an ethereal aura that radiated confidence from within. You are? Xia Yang, taken aback by the unique aura of a cultivator emanating from him, found himself at a loss for words. If memory served him right, just about a week prior to his departure, Yang Wu Wei was merely at the 5th layer of body temporary. How could he have transformed so drastically in such a short span of time? And he had directly ascended to the realm of Qi cultivation. Ahem, I diligently practiced every day, and with Brother Lu's guidance, I inadvertently broke through to the Qi cultivation stage, Yang Wu Wei confessed. A hint of bashfulness tinting his cheeks, he had long awaited this moment. Yet when it finally arrived, he couldn't suppress his inner delight. Even he felt that his explanation was somewhat preposterous. Had it not been for Xia Yang's unwavering trust in him, he would have hesitated to make such a claim. Inadvertently, you dare to call this an accident? Xia Yang was evidently shocked, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Tio leap from the 5th layer of body tempering to the Qi cultivation stage in merely a week was an unprecedented feat. Hardly something one could attribute to mere chance. For mortals, achieving the Qi cultivation stage was tantamount to becoming a terrestrial deity. Reflecting on his own struggles years ago, where he remained stuck at the bottleneck of ascension for half a month, Xia Yang's heart tightened. He truly hadn't anticipated that this young man could be so extraordinarily gifted. It was enough to make anyone envious. Furthermore, the brother Lu you mentioned, he wouldn't be the village overseer. Would he? When did you two become so close? Before he could fully recover from his astonishment regarding Yang Wu Wei's cultivation, Xia Yang's keen perception caught onto the mention of Brother Lu. And his expression shifted once more. Did I in this remote village? Aside from Lu Fengyan, a practitioner at the 4th layer of Qi cultivation, who else could possibly mentor a cultivator? I'm not quite sure how it happened either. Just a few days after you left, Brother Lu suddenly came to me. claiming that I possess exceptional talent and wished to take me under his wing, that I thought he seemed like a good fellow. So I inadvertently agreed. Yang Wu-wei replied with a sheepish smile, facing Xia Yang's inquiry once again. Chapter 11. A new identity. After listening to Yang Wu-wei's explanation, Xia Yang remained in a state of shock for a long while, ultimately revealing a look of helpless resignation that, I must say, your talent for cultivation is indeed prodigious. Let me see, you should possess a purple spirit root, correct? As he was awed by Yang Wu-wei's realm. Xia Yang also requested him to showcase his spiritual root, that I possess a purple spirit root, albeit with a hint of golden essence. Yang Wu-wei replied, not shying away, and once again coalesced his purple golden spiritual essence for display. Ah! Xia Yang couldn't help but gasp, his gaze akin to that of one witnessing a rare creature. Historically, those with purple spirit roots who did not falter along the way invariably possessed the potential for nascent soul. Golden spirit roots were considered the pinnacle of genius among mortals, with perhaps only one emerging every decade from the million households of Shirhu City. Although the purple golden spirit root may not quite match the golden spirit root, it was, without a doubt, the most extraordinary talent Xia Yang had ever encountered. In contrast, his own blue spirit root seemed woefully inferior. Prodigious, truly prodigious, Xia Yang exclaimed, that a talent of your caliber must surely join our organization. I shall promptly notify the organization. Within 7 days, someone should come to accept you. Amidst his astonishment, Xia Yang did not neglect the matter at hand, decisively retrieving a mysterious token and transmitting information into it. Goodness, I had no idea my talent was so formidable, Yang Wu-wei remarked, now acutely aware of the weight of his own spiritual root. Yet it was only natural, given that in this region, even foundation-building practitioners were a rarity, let alone those who might one day become nascent soul experts. By the way, you must quickly learn a 5-turn concealment technique from me, lest prying eyes discover your cultivation. After relaying his information, Xia Yang hastily took Yang Wu-wei under his wing, imparting the concealment technique, fearful of anyone discovering the presence of an exceptional rogue cultivator. Without hesitation, Yang Wu-wei diligently studied the technique, seamlessly integrating it into his being, quickly mastering it to the first layer. This ability to conceal my strength at will is incredibly liberating, he declared, activating the technique, feeling his aura diminish dramatically, devoid of any celestial essence. And he truly felt as though he were a mere mortal. In addition, he sensed that his control over spiritual energy had become intricate and refined, using it with the ease of moving his limbs. Brother Xia, there is something else I must discuss with you. In his elation, Yang Wu-wei also shared the news of his newfound identity with Xia Yang, hoping to enlist his help in approaching the village chief. Of course, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have arranged this matter for you, Xia Yang replied without hesitation. However, how do you plan to convince him? I believe my considerable influence should suffice to persuade him. Yang Wu-wei replied, clenching his fist without a second thought. I am the realm of cultivation. The one with the might holds the sway. Why waste words when one can act? Ha! While your approach may be feasible, it risks leaving a trace for the village chief. Should he ever divulge your identity to others, your cover would be compromised. Best to employ my strategy instead. Over the years, I have gathered ample evidence of the village chief's misdeeds, all for the day when I could bring him to heel and transform Lin Shao village into the organization's stronghold. Xia Yang chuckled lightly, shaking his head, though he supported Yang Wu-wei's intentions. He recognized the multitude of formidable foes they could not contend with. Who would have thought you had such a card up your sleeve? Then so be it. The two quickly reached an agreement and sought out the village chief, addressing the matter directly. You brats? Are you jesting? The village chief's voice boomed with indignation that who has been missing for 10 years. After fleeing into the forest, he vanished without a trace. And you dare to declare yourself as him? And you, Xia, why are you colluding with him? The village chief showed no leniency, immediately raising his voice upon hearing their intentions. Chief, while I am currently suffering from amnesia, I genuinely remember being Yang Dehu. If you doubt me, Xia Yang has evidence. Yang Wu-wei chuckled, prompting Xia Yang, standing beside him, to produce a letter and present it to the village chief. Evidence? Oomph. With me here, no evidence holds any weight. The village chief scoffed, dismissing them, thinking that without some spirit stones, they could not expect him to assist them. With a disdainful air, he took the letter, eager to see what these two could conjure up. However, as he scanned the handwriting, his expression shifted dramatically, turning increasingly gloomy, until it finally fell into despair. The letter contained irrefutable evidence of his embezzlement of taxes and deceitful financial practices over the years. "Chief, if I were to submit this to the Empire, I wonder what the outcome would be." Yang Wu-wei inquired calmly, gazing at the village chief with a smile. Are you threatening me?" The village chief trembled with rage. Slamming his fist onto the table, his strength as a seventh-layer body tempering cultivators surging forth. Had this been before, Yang Wu-wei would surely have been daunted by his might. But now, he was no longer the same. "Chief, I trust you understand the choice you must make," Yang Wu-wei replied fearlessly, smiling as he clapped his hands. With a resounding sound, Lu Fengyan pushed the door open, exuding an undeniable aura of authority befitting a cultivator. Flanked by attendants, "Supervisor, I acknowledge my faults." With a loud thud, the village chief, who had been furious just moments ago, was instantly cowed, kneeling before them, desperately pleading for mercy, while he was not intimidated by Yang Wu-wei and Xia Yang. The village overseer wielded the power to apprehend and imprison him, and how could he afford to be unconcerned? The only path before you now is a choice between life and death. You know how to decide. Lu Fengyan huffed coldly, fixing his gaze on the village chief, his voice laced with icy determination. "Chief, at this juncture, do you have anything further to say?" Yang Wu-wei added, delivering a statement that extinguished any remaining resistance from the village chief. "That I believe you. I believe you are De Hu." The village chief ultimately found himself at an impasse, under the watchful eyes of the villagers. He confirmed Yang Wu-wei's identity as Yang Dao. The actual procedure proved to be far more convoluted than what was depicted in the simulation. By the time the alterations were complete, dusk had already settled. With the identity change finalized, a significant hurdle was overcome, and Yang Wu-wei felt an immense sense of relief. He was unconcerned about the village chief concocting any schemes against him. After all, the chief had a lever of control in his hands, and any mischief would be tantamount to self-destruction. Upon completing this task, he promptly resumed his studies of the concealment secret technique as laid out in the simulation. During this time, Yang Wu-wei also acted as a bridge between Xia Yang and Lu Fengyan, facilitating their growing camaraderie. That Lu Fengyan once again learned of their membership in the dragon-slaying organization and opted to join, becoming a provisional member of the group. After a span of 2 days and nights, on the 12th day since his arrival in the village, Yang Wu-wei successfully advanced the concealment secret technique to the second tier. At this juncture, a choice lay before him. The day after tomorrow marked the arrival of Shenin. Should he assassinate him to seize 10 spirit stones, or should he once again conceal his strength? Chapter 12. Ambush from all sides. Although the experiences in the simulation had confirmed that killing Shenin would provoke White Cloud Village, Yang Wu-wei remained somewhat conflicted. Even in the simulation, he gleaned little reward from Shun Yin's demise, but in reality, it represented a precious opportunity for him. 10 spirit stones were a rare find in this desolate village. Should he miss this chance, it could be a long time before another arose. Wait, an idea struck him. Was there a way to both eliminate Shenin and collect the spirit stones without alarming White Cloud Village? Indeed, the answer lay in the art of assassination. The reason the previous simulation had raised suspicions was primarily because Shenin had perished within the borders of Lin Shao Village. Aside from that, it was due to his foreigner status. Before finally locating the true culprits behind the banditry, Shenin would likely visit various villages, and if he could ambush him midway during his inquiries, the problem would be resolved. However, personally entering into such a trap still felt precarious. Perhaps he could gather 10 spirit stones and conduct a simulation first. With this thought, Yang Wu-wei immediately sought out Xia Yang and Lu Fengyan, successfully borrowing 2 spirit stones under the pretext of cultivation. "Leaders, I wish to simulate." Having gathered 10 spirit stones, Yang Wu-wei hurried home and eagerly initiated the simulation. "Simulation is about to begin. Please draw your talent first." This time, the system did not commence the simulation as before, but prompted him to draw a talent instead. Excellent, a random draw. Yang Wu-wei, seeing his depleted spirit stones, acted without hesitation and proceeded with the random draw. Randomly drawing, congratulations, the host has drawn a purple growth-type talent. Eye of the Void. Talent description. capable of perceiving the true cultivation level of practitioners below the Golden Core stage, and immune to mental illusion-type attacks from those below the Golden Core level. With effectiveness increasing alongside the host's own cultivation level, this initial talent draw was remarkable, a propitious start. If he could retain this ability after the simulation, the expenditure of 10 spirit stones would be exceedingly worthwhile. Upon seeing the result, Yang Wuwei was overwhelmed with elation, never anticipating such a stroke of fortune. The talent grades aligned with the spirit stones, ranging from white as the weakest to black as the highest. With purple talents already categorized as rare, especially one that could grow, with the talent drawn, the simulation commenced. Before Yang Wuwei could contemplate further, the system began displaying the simulation text. Without delay, he focused intently on the words. Day 1. You begin investigating Shun Yin's movements, confirming the villages he is set to visit next. Due to Shun Yin's overt manner of operation, he leaves no room for concealment. That be why night. You ascertain his itinerary for the following day. During this time, you overhear Shun Yin reveling with other guards, lamenting the cunning of the true culprits behind the banditry, while loudly proclaiming that he would tear the true culprit to shreds upon capture. You firmly believe he would follow through with such threats, prompting you to set an ambush that very night. That on the second day, you strategically lay traps along Shun Yin's anticipated route, biding your time. True to your plan, he arrives, and you swiftly dispatch him using both the traps and your overwhelming strength. After acquiring 10 spirit stones from his body, you pause, realizing that these stones hold little value for you in the simulation. However, it soon dawns on you that you are paving the way for your reality. After disposing of Shun Yin's remains, you return to Lin Xiao village, practicing your techniques while awaiting the outcome. On the 4th day, elite guards from White Cloud Village arrived at Lin Xiao village seeking Shun Yin's whereabouts. Utilizing the concealment secret technique, you blend seamlessly with the villagers, evading their scrutiny. That on the 5th day, you continue your training undisturbed. Tranquility reigns, and the elite guards from White Cloud Village seem to have entirely dismissed Lin Xiao village from suspicion. That on the 6th day, members of the organization return, and all proceeds as usual, allowing you to learn combat techniques once more. Aware of the presence of the puppet refining sect within Xuanwu Stronghold, you refrain from sending the organization members to investigate further. Instead, you inform them of the impending attack on the village, urging them to lie low and assist you from the shadows. Thanks to your exceptional talent, the leader accompanying the organization decides to heed your counsel. On the 9th day, the Tiger Power Pill is once again exhausted, and you attain completion at the first layer of Qi refinement, on the cusp of a breakthrough. Yet, several days have passed, and the anticipated assault from Xuanwu Stronghold has yet to materialize. Members of the dragon-slaying organization grow restless, eager to take the initiative. Calculating the timeline, you assure them that the attack will occur the following day, though they remain skeptical. On the 10th day, as anticipated. At midday, Zhang Shui and 2 other commanders lead a band of brigands in an assault. The organization members lie in wait, poised for your signal, while you charge into the fray alongside Shiyang and Lu Fengyan. Upon entering Qi refinement, your strength decimates their forces. Zhang Shui perishes in terror, and the bandits scatter in disarray once more. The elite guards fail to even seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. As you swiftly draw them out for interrogation, with the assault thoroughly dismantled, the ominous red light reappears. But this time you are well prepared, deftly evading the lethal strike. As you glance back, you finally discern the assailants. It is none other than the north and south protectors of Xuanwu Stronghold. Both protectors at the 5th layer of Qi refinement deride you, claiming that even with your progress, the 3 of you would only be able to contend with mere mortal brigands, unable to surpass their defenses. You laugh heartily and release a signal, summoning the organization leader and 10 other cultivators, encircling them in a deadly ambush, severing all avenues of escape. The protectors are taken aback. They never anticipated that a humble village like Lin Xiao would lay such an intricate web. Waiting for their arrival, the organization leader, showing no mercy, commands an assault, and the protectors' attacks are rendered feeble before the overwhelming number of cultivators, swiftly leading to their capture. Under your guidance, the group interrogates them. The protectors divulge that their intent to massacre the desolate village was merely in accordance with the orders of the 3rd master to supply corpses for the puppet refining sect. All along, Xuanwu Stronghold has relied on the protection of the puppet refining sect to wield power and influence, thus leaving them no choice but to comply for survival, that is, for the puppet refining sect's need for so many corpses. The protectors possess no insight. Only the three masters would know the intricacies involved. Afterward, you execute them, and the organization members, astounded by your foresight, grow ever more trusting and appreciative of your leadership, with the crisis successfully averted. The specifics of the situation grant you considerable relief. Simultaneously, you confirm that White Cloud Village's power is limited. Killing Shinin would not lead to your own demise once more. The pressing question now lies before you: how to entirely eradicate the parasites lurking within Xuanwu Stronghold and White Cloud Village. Chapter 13. The Truth of Collusion. Having slain the two guardians of Xuanwu Stronghold and the son of the commander of Baiyun Village's guards, the enmity between your faction and these two families has reached an irreparable state, leaving no room for retreat, that if you do not eradicate them today, you shall undoubtedly face endless retribution in the future. Yet, you are acutely aware that within Xuanwu Stronghold, there remain foundational cultivators from the puppet cult, who are far beyond your current capability to confront. Moreover, the casualties from this recent battle will surely draw their attention and vigilance that in contrast, Baiyun Village, whose depths remain unclear, may prove to be more manageable. After careful consideration, you resolve to take action against Baiyun Village first, intending to bring the captured elite guards before them to demand accountability. Your fellow organization members concur with your strategy, and thus, a grand procession heads toward Baiyun Village. Before long, you find yourselves at the village gates, startling the guards who immediately relay the news to Shinjin. Baiyun Village boasts an exceptionally robust defense. Even after sustaining losses, it still has 9 ordinary guards at the 7th layer of body refinement and 3 elite guards at the 9th layer. In addition to these guards, the village is also overseen by a village chief at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, while Shinjin himself possesses a formidable strength at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Initially, upon hearing the news, Shinjin is filled with rage and disdain that he promptly summons the village chief and all the guards, hurling threats as he storms toward you. However, upon witnessing the multitude of cultivators gathered, his expression abruptly stiffens, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and the swagger he once held dissipates, leaving only a quivering voice as he inquires about your intentions. Without mincing words, you reveal that the 2 elite guards had allied with the bandits from Xuanwu Stronghold to attack Linxiao Village, and you also disclose your prior knowledge of Shun Yin's collusion with the bandits. As the secrets spill forth, Shinjin appears struck, a mix of shock and fury washing over him as he points at you, demanding to know your ultimate goal. With a snort of disdain, you respond resolutely, declaring your intent to eradicate the parasites among them. At your words, both Shinjin and the village chief are ignited with fury, exclaiming that even a clay figurine has its spirit. Since you aim to annihilate them, they shall not hold back in their vengeance. In an instant, they unleash their full cultivation, rallying the guards to charge at you, determined to fight to the death. Even at the cost of their lives, the imminent clash reveals no suspense. The members of the Dragon Slayer organization hold a decisive advantage in both cultivation level and battle experience, bolstered by numerous secret techniques and second-tier skills that far exceed the capabilities of the guards from Baiyun Village. You stand at the forefront, single-handedly facing 10 foes, your thunderous blade cleaving through the ranks, rapidly defeating numerous guards, including the elite ones who now prove no match for your might. Xia Yang and Lu Fengyan flank the sides, ensuring no one escapes, while the organization members swarm in, unleashing a torrent of martial and spiritual techniques, the air filled with glimmering blades and crackling energies, leaving Shinjin and the village chief overwhelmed, ultimately leading to their grievous defeat. In mere moments, Baiyun Village finds itself devoid of any combatants, utterly vanquished. With your blade pointed at Shinjin, you prepare to deliver the final blow, intending to eliminate the greatest parasite of Baiyun Village. Yet, in his final moments, Shinjin reveals a shocking secret to threaten you. The puppet cult has long laid plans to eradicate all of Fengling Town and its surrounding villages in the coming year, intending to slaughter both cultivators and mortals alike, converting them into puppets. He claims that the puppet cult possesses immense power, far beyond his capacity to resist, and the only way to avoid becoming a puppet is to join their ranks. His collaboration with Xuanwu Stronghold was merely a means to this end. Shinjin warns that if you kill him, you will sever ties with the puppet cult completely, and even if you manage to evade immediate peril, you will inevitably fall victim to next year's massacre. Upon hearing his words, your expression shifts to one of astonishment and horror, not from fear of his threat, but from the shocking revelation that the puppet cult dares to orchestrate such a heinous plan. Consider the thousands of households in Fengling Town alone, not to mention the surrounding villages, which collectively comprise a staggering population. The audacity of the puppet cult to devise such a large-scale slaughter speaks volumes of their cruelty and their utter disregard for potential retribution from the Empire. In that moment, you realize that this force is far more formidable and terrifying than you had ever imagined. Seeing the shock in your eyes, Shinjin mistakenly believes he has frightened you. A triumphant smirk appearing on his face, he even dares to suggest that you kneel and beg for mercy, promising to spare your life. His provocative words momentarily stun the members of the Dragon Slayer organization. But upon hearing such insolence, their collective fury ignites. With a cold smile, you retort that Shinjin indeed lives up to his name, and without hesitation, you bring your blade down upon him, ending his life. With Shinjin's demise, the village chief cannot muster any further resistance and is captured to await interrogation. The crowd erupts in cheers, celebrating the completion of half their mission. However, just as you prepare to conclude your business, a terrifying pressure suddenly radiates from the center of Baiyun Village. All present, including the organization leader at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, are taken aback by this oppressive aura, their eyes betraying a palpable fear and apprehension. Though no one speaks, you know instinctively that this is the presence of a foundational cultivator. For those in the Qi refinement stage, foundational cultivators are undeniably unmatched, and even with a dozen of you present, you must proceed with utmost caution. Suddenly, a figure appears, a dignified middle-aged man with long hair, standing proudly in the air, surrounded by flames, a pill gourd at his waist, surveying the scene with an authoritative gaze. Behind him, 2 Qi refinement disciples wielding swords follow closely, each at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. This foundational cultivator is the village inspector of Baiyun Village. Upon his arrival, he surveys the injured guards, frowning as he inquires about the situation. Utilizing your piercing vision, you discern that this inspector is named Cheng Feng, and his cultivation level is indeed that of a genuine foundational cultivator. Even in the presence of such a powerful figure, your allegiance remains uncertain. Yet you choose not to conceal the truth and promptly recount the events that transpired. Upon hearing that he is the village inspector, the others assume he has come to seek retribution for his subordinates and prepare for battle. However, as you finish your account, Cheng Feng shows no inclination to engage. Instead, he appears utterly astonished and turns his gaze to Shinjin's lifeless body, that if your words ring true, then his death is indeed no loss. Under the vigilant watch of the crowd, Cheng Feng states this, causing trepidation to dissolve into intrigue among the onlookers. Chapter 14. The piercing gaze, the unfolding of events deviates entirely from your expectations. After grasping the truth, Cheng Feng not only refrains from attacking you, but also welcomes you into Baiyun Village, offering warm hospitality that he recounts his life devoted to the study of alchemy, explaining that he took on the role of village inspector solely due to the favorable feng shui of the area and its proximity to the forest, which facilitated his alchemical pursuits. When he first arrived, Baiyun Village was merely a small hamlet, managed by the village chief and Shinjie In, that the inspector. He had little to attend to, preferring a tranquil existence focused on alchemy. Eventually, as he began selling elixirs to cultivators for spiritual stones, the influx of visitors seeking his wares increased significantly. He saw no harm in this, but Shinjin and the village chief exploited this opportunity to draw in nearby citizens, fostering a thriving community and propelling the village's growth. That in no time, Baiyun Village blossomed into a large settlement, with its defenses steadily improving. While the village's prosperity was a positive development, Cheng Feng grew complacent, relinquishing all management to Shinjin and the village chief. Little did he anticipate that they would become enmeshed in power and greed, even resorting to collusion with bandits to secure their survival. In essence, Cheng Feng had remained aloof from the village's myriad afflictions, and in a certain light, he was merely a transient observer. After hearing his account, you and your organization members gain profound insight into Baiyun Village, and you are inspired to contemplate the pursuit of alchemical studies yourself. the ability to attract countless cultivators and invigorate the local economy merely through the sale of elixirs strikes you as an exceptional avenue for acquiring spiritual stones in the future. Subsequently, you inform Cheng Feng of the impending threat posed by the puppet cult and Xuanwu stronghold, to which he responds that he has little patience for such malevolent forces and vows to assist you wholeheartedly. With a powerful foundational cultivator backing you, a sense of relief washes over you, and you and your companions rest peacefully in Baiyun village for the night, then on the 11th day, before dawn had yet to break. The sounds of commotion emanated from outside Baiyun village. You hurriedly stepped outside to investigate and found two individuals confronting each other not far away, the third chief of Xuanwu's stronghold and a figure named Cheng Feng, who exuded an air of righteous indignation. Despite the third chief possessing the strength of the 8th layer of Qi training, he appeared exceedingly awkward in Cheng Feng's presence, straining to catch their dialogue. You heard the third chief utter a dismissive remark about not collaborating with a mere child, before storming away. Upon noticing your arrival, Cheng Feng recounted the events leading up to this confrontation. The third chief had sought to discuss plans with Shun Jin regarding the failed assault on Lin Shao village the previous day, only to discover upon arrival that Shun Jin was dead and the village chief imprisoned. Logically, one would expect the third chief to retreat upon learning of his ally's demise. Yet he remained undeterred, seeking out Cheng Feng, the village inspector, in hopes of persuading him to take Shun Jin's place and collaborate with Xuanwu stronghold. Naturally, Cheng Feng refused, leading to the escalating tension that resulted in the third chief's furious departure. Nodding in agreement with Cheng Feng's explanation, you realized that your thoughts aligned closely with his. You understood that since the third chief of Xuanwu stronghold had taken matters into his own hands, the final battle could not be far off that as you had anticipated. At noon, the forces of Xuanwu stronghold returned, leading thousands of bandits in a sweeping assault on Baiyun village. Cheng Feng stood resolute at the village's forefront, flanked by two acolytes. You rallied the members of your organization and the village's defenders, forming a formidable force to confront Xuanwu stronghold. As the two armies faced off, you surveyed the multitude of mortal bandits on the battlefield. And with the presence of numerous cultivators and Cheng Feng's leadership, a sense of invincibility surged within you. However, your expression shifted dramatically as your piercing gaze fell upon the chief and the second chief of Xuanwu stronghold. While the second chief was formidable, being merely at the 9th layer of Qi training, you noted that the leader of the dragon-slaying organization could contend with him. What truly shocked you was the realization that the chief of Xuanwu stronghold was at the initial stage of foundation establishment, matching Cheng Feng's level of power. You had previously believed that Xuanwu stronghold could only field a Qi training cultivator at most, never anticipating the presence of a foundation establishment cultivator, including the one from the puppet refining sect. This meant Xuanwu stronghold currently had two foundation establishment cultivators at their disposal. An unprecedented weight settled upon you, and you contemplated retreat, yet the impending battle loomed too closely to be halted. After a brief standoff, two figures emerged from the ranks of Xuanwu stronghold, the towering chief and a mysterious figure clad in a purple robe and mask, representing the puppet refining sect. As they stepped forward, both unleashed their foundation establishment powers, a terrifying aura instantly engulfing Baiyun village, causing the faces of all present to pale. Though Cheng Feng stood unyielding, facing two opponents, he ultimately succumbed. For sheer strength could not triumph over numbers. With the sole foundation establishment cultivator slain, your remaining Qi training cultivators could not hope to match their foes. Ultimately meeting a bitter end, you perished. It was an unexpected revelation that not only was the puppet refining sect's power beyond estimation, but Xuanwu stronghold had also concealed a powerful hand. Yet this experience provided clarity, even if Shinin were to be eliminated. Baiyun village could not contend with me. Thus, it would merely be a matter of days before I seized 10 spirit stones from him, allowing me to simulate once more. This simulation was longer than any prior. And although my realm did not elevate, the information and insights gained left Yang Wuwei thoroughly satisfied. Though the chief of Xuanwu stronghold and the cultivator from the puppet refining sect posed challenges, they were merely due to insufficient intelligence. Now, armed with foresight into numerous scenarios, all that remained was to recruit another foundation establishment cultivator and, with Cheng Feng's assistance, utterly dismantle Xuanwu stronghold. Simulation complete. Evaluation only a step away. The path to a new journey lies ahead. May the host endeavor diligently. Reward summary. 1. Inherit all memories from this simulation. Point 2. Acquire complete mastery of the first layer of Qi training. Point 3. Obtain detailed information on any individual from the simulation. 4. Inherit the second turn combat secret technique, Beast Blood Surge. Point 5. Inherit the purple growth type talent, Piercing Void Eyes. Haha, since I can retain Piercing Void Eyes, is there any need for further contemplation? Upon returning to the reward summary screen and seeing the option to inherit a talent, Yang Wuwei felt a surge of joy and unhesitatingly chose option 5 at the moment he made his selection. He felt a mysterious, unfathomable power envelop his gaze, and his mind became exceptionally clear. The prospect of everything hidden and disguised becoming transparent before him filled Yang Wuwei with heightened elation and excitement. Next, all that remained was to follow the trajectory outlined in the simulation to eliminate Shen Yin and seize the Spirit Stones. After the next simulation, Xuanwu's stronghold would cease to exist. Chapter 15. The True Death. Returning to reality, with the first-hand experience from the simulation, Yang Wuwei resolutely set off for Baiyun Village to investigate Shen Yin's movements that he began by probing from the periphery, gradually delving deeper until he quickly discerned Shen Yin's location. Bang, cough, cough, this strong liquor is quite potent. Damn it, that audacious rascal dared to act against the people of Xuanwu's stronghold right under my nose, killing 7 in succession. If I catch him, I will certainly flay him alive. At night, Yang Wuwei stealthily infiltrated Baiyun Village using his concealment technique. And indeed, he overheard Shen Yin smashing his cup against the table, his voice booming in drunken lament. Rest assured, our captain, we will surely help you drag this scoundrel out. Exactly, just a little thief. He can evade the initial pursuit, but not the final reckoning. Several ordinary guards surrounded Shen Yin, both flattering him while displaying expressions of ingratiation. Humph, if it weren't for the pressure from Xuanwu's stronghold, would I be in such a desperate state? When I go to Langer Village tomorrow, I better not find the true culprit. Otherwise, I shall see to it that he has no place to rest in death. Although Shen Yin's anger was somewhat alleviated by the flattery, the fire in his eyes blazed even fiercer. Originally, there had been no issues with the cooperation between Baiyun Village and Xuanwu's stronghold. But ever since those bandits perished, a rift had emerged, and the third chief of Xuanwu's stronghold even suspected them of being involved in the bandits' demise. That to prove his innocence, Shen Yin had no choice but to investigate the murderer daily. Becoming increasingly frantic at Langer Village. Very well, I shall remember that. Tomorrow, the true victor will reveal themselves. Hidden away, Yang Wuwei couldn't help but smirk, filled with confidence upon hearing that name. The cooperative relationship between Xuanwu's stronghold and Baiyun Village was even more fragile than he had anticipated. Shen Yin was wholly intent on eliminating Yang Wuwei, yet he remained blissfully unaware that he had already fallen into an inescapable net with no chance of turning the tide. Armed with precise intelligence, Yang Wuwei spent the night investigating the route from Baiyun Village to Langer Village, selecting a location suitable for ambush and assassination. By dawn, he was fully prepared, eagerly awaiting Shen Yin's arrival. Shen Yin, seemingly sleepless throughout the night, reeked of liquor as he staggered down the path, unaccompanied by guards, boldly striding forth with just a sword in hand. Perhaps his status and strength granted him sufficient confidence. Yet this also provided Yang Wuwei with an opportunity. Before long, Shen Yin unwittingly fell into Yang Wuwei's expertly laid trap, abruptly jolting awake only to succumb to regret. Farewell. Revealing himself, Yang Wuwei effortlessly delivered the final blow. Allowing blood to splash in all directions, his expression unperturbed. This time, Shen Yin was truly dead. Yang Wuwei quickly searched his body and soon uncovered a storage ring, containing not only 10 spirit stones, but also a bottle of spirit-gathering pills. Half a bottle of tiger strength pills, and a blood-red pill inscribed with peculiar patterns. The spirit-gathering pill's function was to rapidly attract and absorb spiritual energy for a body-refining cultivator. It could enhance the chances of a successful breakthrough into Qi training, while for a Qi training cultivator, it would expedite their cultivation speed. It seemed Shen Yin had intended to use it for his future breakthrough, only to have it fortuitously acquired by Yang Wuwei. The tiger strength pill was self-explanatory, but the blood-red pill intrigued him that he had never before encountered such a pill, yet it bore no resemblance to any ordinary substance. Since entering Linshao Village nearly 2 weeks ago, Yang Wuwei had gleaned some knowledge of various pills and their effects from Lu Fengyan and Xia Yang. However, this particular pill did not align with any of his prior knowledge. Considering Shun Yin's condition, it was likely something he had procured from the puppet refining sect. As he pondered this in his memory, Yang Wuwei suddenly recalled the conclusion of the fourth simulation. In that instance, although Shen Yin had been slain by him and Xia Yang, he had produced a pill at the point of death and consumed it, forcibly elevating his cultivation to the 8th layer of body refining. Could it be that this was a pill capable of forcibly raising one's cultivation? Stunned by this revelation, Yang Wuwei speculated that if this pill indeed possessed such effects, it might serve a unique purpose at a critical moment. However, he did not dwell on it for long. Regardless of its properties, he could ascertain its functionality during the next simulation. Initiate, commence the simulation. The simulation was about to begin. Please draw a talent first. Random selection. In a moment of randomness. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the green combat talent. Rock body. Talent description. The ability to render one's physique as unyielding as stone, granting immunity to most attacks from ordinary mortals in the body refinement stage. While this talent is commendable at the mortal stage, it appears somewhat superfluous now that I have reached the Qi refinement level. After all, I can easily shatter mountains and stones. Rock body merely serves to intimidate mortals. Though it is better than nothing, I shall proceed with the simulation. After a brief moment of disappointment, Yang Wuwei reminded himself that one cannot always rely on good fortune. Thus, he resolutely redirected his focus to the simulation itself. With the talent extraction complete, the simulation commenced that on the first day, you disposed of Shun Yin's corpse, erasing all traces, and promptly returned to Lin Xiao village. Without hesitation, you retrieved the spirit gathering pill, hoping to break through to a higher realm soon. As for the crimson pill, uncertain of its side effects, you decided to either entrust it to Cheng Feng for appraisal later or reserve it for a critical moment. On the fourth day, while consuming both the spirit gathering pill and the tiger strength pill, you harnessed their potent effects alongside the second-tier technique, Thunderbolt Decision. Your strength surged remarkably, allowing you to successfully advance to the second level of Qi refinement on that very day. By the 5th day, the organization members arrived, and you once again acquired a battle secret technique, informing them about the practitioners of the puppet refinement sect and the situation of the grand leader of Xuanwu village. Initially, the organization members were skeptical of you, and the leader held doubts as well, as they did not believe an ordinary practitioner could uncover such secrets and dare to share them with strangers. However, understanding their hatred for bandits, you chose to stake your life on the truth of your words. Your formidable strength and talent, combined with your sincere demeanor and Xia Yang's support, ultimately convinced the organization leader to place their trust in you. Yet, even with their belief in you, addressing the 2 Foundation establishment practitioners would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge, one not easily resolved. After much deliberation, the leader, at your request, dispatched 5 of the fastest members back to the organization to seek reinforcements from Foundation establishment practitioners. While he remained at Lin Xiao village with the remaining cultivators, they had sent out requests for reinforcements, though whether they could procure strong allies remained uncertain. The state of the Dragon Slayer organization was far from the seemingly carefree FAAD. Every Foundation establishment practitioner was not easily available to be summoned. Chapter 16. The Simulation-S Breaking Point. On the 8th day, both the Spirit Gathering Pill and the Tiger Strength Pill were nearly exhausted. Through diligent consumption of the pills and vigorous training, you once again achieved a breakthrough, ascending directly to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. The talent you displayed left the organization members in awe. They assured you that if the information you provided proved accurate, coupled with your exceptional talent, you would certainly be summoned for focused cultivation by the Grand Leader afterward. Their serious tone instilled in you a sense of anticipation for the days ahead. On the 9th day, the attack from Xuanwu village arrived punctually once more. You skillfully replicated your previous tactics, effortlessly neutralizing 2 protectors and 3 commanders. Once again, you captured the elite guards and brought them to Baiyun village to interrogate Xinjin. A battle erupted anew, and despite the absence of 5 cultivators, the organization still managed to overpower him in an instant. This time, you decisively executed Xinjin the moment he revealed the puppet refinement sect's plans, denying him any chance to threaten you. The village chief of Baiyun was also apprehended, and as expected, you seized control of Baiyun village. Cheng Feng then made a grand entrance, and after some discussions, you reached a consensus, uniting your front. Furthermore, upon learning that there were 2 Foundation establishment practitioners among the enemy ranks through your words, He promptly produced various pills he had been crafting, even his most prized concoctions, resources that had been absent in the previous simulation. That night, you seize a moment of privacy to consult Cheng Feng regarding the Crimson Pill. Cheng Feng, a recognized third-tier alchemist endorsed by the Empire, was among the finest in the entire Shirhu City region. However, even he could not ascertain the specific grade of the pill you possessed, estimating it to be at least a fourth-tier elixir under the worst conditions. Nevertheless, while he could not identify the exact nature of the pill, he could deduce from its properties and aura that it contained extremely aggressive blood and demonic energy, likely intended to forcibly enhance the user's strength or realm. But he gravely warned you that such an overpowering pill often causes irreversible damage to one's foundation and should only be consumed in dire circumstances. With Cheng Feng's guidance, you concluded that this was indeed the very pill that had once aided Shanin in forcibly breaking through his realm. However, you still could not determine its ultimate limit. After pondering for a moment, you decided that overthinking was futile and prepared for battle with a calm demeanor. That on the 10th day, Xuanwu Village's third commander clashed with Cheng Feng once again. This time, instead of remaining passive, you called upon the organization leader, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and the others to take action, overwhelming the third commander to subdue him. Today marked only the 6th day since you dispatched members to request reinforcements, and you feared that a conflict at noon might prevent the reinforcements from arriving in time. Therefore, you reasoned that capturing the third commander in advance might deter him from reporting back, indirectly slowing the offensive of Xuanwu Village. In a critical moment, you could also use the third commander as a hostage to delay the onset of battle. Cheng Feng, while feeling it unnecessary, had to concede that your approach was indeed more prudent. Xia Yang and the organization members expressed greater approval of your decisive actions, recognizing that such decisiveness was a vital asset for the organization. 18 noon. As you anticipated, the absence of the third commander prevented the attack from Xuanwu Village from occurring. On the 11th day, after 2 days and nights, you solidified your third level of Qi refinement, laying a robust foundation for your future cultivation. In the morning, the reinforcements from the Dragon Slayer organization had yet to arrive, which made you feel somewhat anxious. Before long, just as the reinforcements were about to arrive, the forces of Xuanwu Village advanced upon the village entrance. Although the delay in receiving timely intelligence affected their pace, it did not impair their judgment. The Grand Leader of Xuanwu Village and the practitioners of the Puppet Refinement Sect emerged once more, unleashing their foundation establishment prowess to intimidate all present, threatening to slaughter you all and turn you into puppets. Cheng Feng's fury ignited, and he charged forth to confront them, despite all pleas for restraint falling on deaf ears. The three Foundation establishment practitioners clashed again. But this time, the battle did not unfold in a one-sided manner. Thanks to your timely warning and thorough preparations, Cheng Feng consumed all his most prized pills, resulting in a significant increase in his combat prowess. The foundation of a third-tier alchemist was not something ordinary Foundation establishment practitioners could match. With full preparation and a willingness to fight to the death, he was indeed capable of contending with two practitioners of the same tier. As the battle reached a fever pitch, the practitioners of the Puppet Refinement Sect and the Grand Leader of Xuanwu Village were gradually being suppressed, showing signs of impending defeat. Just as everyone believed Cheng Feng was on the verge of victory, the practitioner of the Puppet Refinement Sect suddenly retreated 100 meters and summoned two Foundation establishment puppets from the mountains and forests. You felt a surge of tension. You had not anticipated that the practitioner of the Puppet Refinement Sect would possess such hidden cards. Faced with the onslaught of 4 Foundation establishment practitioners, even Cheng Feng, no matter how formidable, found it challenging to resist. He quickly fell into a disadvantageous position, losing his ability to continue fighting and collapsing to the ground. Severely injured, the Grand Leader of Xuanwu Village laughed heartily, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Cheng Feng. In that moment, you leveraged the life of the third commander as a bargaining chip to halt his advance. You had initially thought this move would yield little effect. Yet unexpectedly, both the Grand Leader and the practitioner of the Puppet Refinement Sect were momentarily subdued, refraining from further attacks. The Grand Leader was compelled by brotherly loyalty, while the practitioner of the Puppet Refinement Sect hesitated, not wishing to squander a future combat asset with Foundation establishment potential. However, this tactic could not last long. Within half an hour, the practitioner of the Puppet Refinement Sect grew increasingly restless. intent on executing Cheng Feng and turning him into a puppet, subsequently doing the same to you to at this critical juncture. With no other recourse left, you gripped your treasured blade tightly while clutching the crimson pill, preparing for a fierce battle to the death. The practitioner of the puppet refinement sect and the grand leader of Xuanwu village unleashed their full strength, intending to grant you a swift end. Yet, in the midst of this life and death predicament, a spear shot forth like a long rainbow, piercing the sun, blazing with fierce flames, and suddenly plunged into the fray, piercing the grand leader of Xuanwu village's chest in a single strike, reducing him to ashes scattered across the ground. The practitioner of the puppet refinement sect, along with you, the bandits scattered throughout the scene, and the cultivators of the village, were all profoundly shocked, their eyes filled with awe. The figure appeared indistinct, moving with incredible speed. After slaying the grand leader of Xuanwu village, the mysterious warrior retracted the divine weapon and entered the fray once more, aiming directly at the practitioner of the puppet refinement sect. Startled, the practitioner of the puppet refinement sect commanded the 2 Foundation establishment puppets to engage. Yet even when faced with 3 Foundation establishment practitioners, the newcomer appeared as a divine warrior descending from the heavens. Wielding the divine weapon as if it were a dragon soaring through the skies, in an instant, the practitioner of the puppet refinement sect and his puppets were annihilated, reduced to ashes. At that moment, someone in the crowd unexpectedly shouted, "The organization's reinforcements have arrived." Chapter 17. Stepping into Windbell Town upon hearing that reinforcements from the organization had arrived, you were filled with elation, grateful for your decisive call for assistance and the audacity to take hostages. If it had not been for the hostage of the third-in-command to buy time, coupled with the meticulous preparations made by Cheng Feng in advance, you would never have been able to endure for so long, let alone wait for the rescue. You were also astonished by the timeliness of the aid, as well as the utter defeat of the once mighty practitioners of the Lian Guizhong and the Grand Chief of the Xuanwu stronghold before the reinforcements of the dragon-slaying organization. However, the demise of these 2 malevolent Foundation establishment cultivators essentially signified your successful resolution of the crises in Lin Xiao village and Baiyun village. Amid your joy, your curiosity was piqued as you turned your gaze toward the formidable figure from the organization. Easily discerning his realm and title with your piercing gaze, he was known as Qi Yin, a late Foundation establishment cultivator, 2 whole realms above the practitioners of Lian Guizhong, which made it unsurprising that he could effortlessly dispatch the latter. Yet, the name Qi Yin seemed more like a code name than a true name, which stirred a hint of unease within you. After all, Cheng Feng had been able to discern true names directly, so why was this individual only identifiable by a title? At the same time, you could not help but inquire of the nearby Shiyang about the identity of this powerful figure and how many others of his caliber existed within the organization. Shiyang smiled faintly, explaining that Qi Yin was a man of mystery, and no one knew the true identity hidden beneath his codename. However, one thing was certain. He was ostensibly the second-in-command of the dragon-slaying organization's Windbell Town branch. Second only to the chief in strength, having achieved numerous military exploits and proven himself a trustworthy ally. Reflecting on this, you considered that Qi Yin had indeed saved your life with his intervention, warranting your trust. After slaying the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, Qi Yin exerted a slight pressure, and in light of his earlier display, all the bandits, thousands of them, unhesitatingly laid down their weapons and surrendered. You were once again astounded, contemplating how possessing such power would undoubtedly enhance your endeavors in life, further solidifying your resolve to grow stronger. Once it was ensured that no bandits remained capable of resistance. Qi Yin approached your group, first employing a secret technique to heal Cheng Feng, then checking the injuries of each of you. During his examination of your wounds, he regarded you with a lingering gaze, and you sensed a faint glimmer of familiarity in his eyes, as if you had crossed paths before. "Thank you for the intelligence you provided. The organization will not forget you," he stated, clearly expressing his gratitude and acknowledgement of your contributions. On the 12th day, in the aftermath, several members of the organization and Lu Fengyan stayed behind to clean up, clearing the remnants of the Xuanwu stronghold, while you, along with Shiyang and Cheng Feng, were taken away from Baiyun village by Qi Yin as key figures in this event. As you stepped out of the village, you glanced back at Baiyun village and Lin Xiao village, feeling a mix of complex emotions, but predominantly a sense of anticipation for the future that lay ahead. Along the way, the small leaders of the organization and the other members lavished you with praise. Each of them expressed admiration for your decision-making, repeatedly emphasizing that had it not been for your accurate intelligence and timely requests for support, not only would the villagers have suffered, but even they could have met their demise here. Qi Yin, in particular, displayed his recognition and friendliness toward you more than once, suggesting that your meeting with the organization's leader to become a core member was virtually a foregone conclusion. Throughout the day, you felt an immense sense of joy, yet you remained dedicated to your training that on the 13th day, after a day and a night of arduous travel, you still had not reached your destination. Inquiring with Qi Yin about how much farther you had to go, he replied that you would likely arrive by tomorrow night. You were curious about the organization's stronghold's location, given the considerable distance. At noon, Changfeng awoke. Although he had been saved from the brink of death by the secret technique, it had only restored his life, and now, after a day's recuperation, he was back to his former self. Upon waking, Changfeng first expressed his gratitude to Qi Yin before turning to you with thanks as well. Although your contribution in battle had been minimal, Changfeng was utterly convinced that without you, he would not have survived, and as a token of his gratitude, he decided to teach you the art of alchemy. You were overjoyed, having previously deliberated whether to embark on the path of alchemy. You now had a mentor to assist you, leaving no room for refusal. Thus, for the remainder of the afternoon, you dedicated yourself to discussing the principles of alchemy with Changfeng, gradually grasping the fundamental concepts. In the Tianling Empire, commoners held little status, born into lives akin to livestock, laboring daily merely to survive, let alone pursue education, resulting in a very low literacy rate. Most could barely recognize letters, and the notion of studying the intricate knowledge of various elixirs and herbs was far-fetched. Even writing their names was a challenge. Those who were wealthy or from scholarly families almost invariably had elders who were cultivators themselves. Therefore, given your humble village origins, Changfeng had prepared to start teaching you from the basics of writing and literature. However, to his surprise, due to the linguistic similarities between this world and your original one, coupled with your years of systematic education, you found it effortless to comprehend the meanings of various texts and terms. Additionally, with the broad perspective of a modern individual, the concepts he discussed that would be challenging for ordinary people were not beyond your understanding. Though intriguing and novel, the underlying principles remained unchanged. And with focus, you swiftly grasped them. In just one night, you had already gained a preliminary insight into the fundamentals of alchemy, leaving Changfeng both astonished and delighted, sensing that he had stumbled upon a gem of extraordinary potential. On the 14th day, you continued your diligent training and immersion in the study of alchemy. Observers noted your exceptional talent and intelligence, as well as your unwavering dedication to self-improvement, leading them to regard you with newfound respect and admiration. Changfeng, in particular, held you in high esteem, nurturing the desire to take you as his apprentice, to which you readily agreed. As night approached, Qi Yin finally spoke, indicating that the base was just ahead. Your heart swelled with anticipation and joy, contemplating the prospect of finally finding a place to call home. However, upon opening your eyes, you were met with an unprecedented shock and astonishment. Before you lay a vast, bustling town, surrounded by towering walls, with high buildings visible within, and the central area ablaze with lights, bustling with pedestrians and vehicles. At the entrance of the town, a wooden plaque bore the words Wind Bell Town in elegant calligraphy. Chapter 18. Qi Training Level 7. You were utterly perplexed. Wind Bell Town was governed by the Empire, so when had it become the stronghold of your organization? Qi Yin, upon hearing your question, remained silent, advancing boldly to your astonishment. The guards, upon seeing him, offered no resistance, even bowing their heads to clear a path. Following closely behind Qi Yin, you and your companions encountered no hindrance from the guards, and your group entered the town with remarkable ease. Once inside Wind Bell Town, passers-by regarded Qi Yin with respect, casting reverent glances at you as well, deepening your confusion. Logically, the dragon-slaying organization aimed to overthrow the Tianling Empire, and the two entities ought to be sworn enemies. Yet the reality before you was that Qi Yin, an important member of the dragon-slaying organization, was held in high esteem within Wind Bell Town. However, you suddenly noticed that, aside from yourself, the other members of the organization, including Xiang, seemed unfazed by this, almost as if it were commonplace. This perplexity lingered in your mind until you arrived at the grand camp of the Divine Martial Army. In the small villages of Baiyun and Lin Shao, the guards, while nominally members of the empire, were not taken seriously. They were merely reserve soldiers. However, in a populous town like Wind Bell, the situation was quite different. The guards were no longer mere sentinels, but formal members of the Divine Martial Army of the Tianling Empire. The Divine Martial Army was the empire's official military force, responsible for confronting external foes during times of war and addressing internal strife and repelling beast tides during peace. Serving as the true backbone of the empire, your confusion was resolved upon witnessing the soldiers of the Divine Martial Army salute Qi Yin with the title of General, a General of the Divine Martial Army stationed in Wind Bell Town. The respect Qi Yin received throughout your journey was now explicable. Yet the shock that accompanied this revelation left you momentarily speechless, grappling with the surreal nature of a scenario where the second-in-command of the dragon-slaying organization was also a general of the Empire's Divine Martial Army, an enigma that left you at a loss for words for quite some time. That night, Qi Yin arranged housing for your group, allowing you to rest and await further instructions that on the 15th day, you received a summons and finally encountered the legendary leader of the organization, known as Feng Zhizhan. His cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, and his identity was even more astonishing than that of Qi Yin. He was the inspector of Fengling Town, a position superior to both generals and city lords. After meeting with you, Feng Zhizhan meticulously enumerated your previous accomplishments, believing that you possessed both talent and capability, and that you had the potential to inherit the leader's position in the future. You could discern his appreciation for you. However, due to your low cultivation realm, merely at the third level of Qi refinement, and your insufficient experience, you were unable to bear such a heavy responsibility at this time. He decided to appoint you as an elite disciple and invited you to become his personal attendant for guidance and cultivation. You accepted his invitation, officially becoming an elite disciple of the dragon-slaying organization, while your public identity was that of the personal attendant to the inspector of Fengling Town. Subsequently, Feng Zhizhan inquired about the affairs concerning the Lianxiao sect, to which you provided truthful answers. He nodded, indicating that he would find a way to address the plans of the Lianxiao sect. From his words, you learned that although the influence of the Lianxiao sect spread across the entirety of Wanghaizu, they were ultimately mere local bullies, vastly inferior to your dragon-slaying organization. This revelation allowed you to relax, enabling you to focus on your cultivation that on the 16th day, with the issue of the Lianxiao sect temporarily resolved. Cheng Feng and Shiyang returned to Linshao Village and Baiyun Village, while the other cultivators from the organization who had accompanied you also departed, leaving you alone in Fengling Town. Although the absence of your previous companions brought about a sense of solitude, the opportunity to cultivate daily alongside Feng Zhizhan and to explore a broader perspective was not without its merits. By the 30th day, 2 weeks had swiftly passed, and you had stabilized your breakthrough to the 4th level of Qi refinement. The days were tranquil, with no significant events occurring. You moved back and forth between Qi Yin and Feng Zhizhan, occasionally assisting Qi Yin with organizational tasks to increase your contributions and combat experience, while at other times, you diligently followed Feng Zhizhan in your cultivation, striving to establish your foundation as soon as possible. On the 60th day, after a month had elapsed, you achieved another breakthrough, reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement. You had nearly acclimated to your life here and had gained a deeper understanding of Feng Zhizhan's character. On the surface, as the town's inspector, he acted with decisiveness and adhered strictly to regulations, never raising any suspicions. Yet in reality, he frequently leveraged his position to subtly weaken the Empire's power while privately cultivating cultivators to join the dragon-slaying organization. As the leader of the dragon-slaying organization, he was undoubtedly extremely qualified. Moreover, he was not only friendly to the members of the organization, but had never forgotten the organization's fundamental mission. Countless mortals lived because of him, and many lives were transformed by his influence. Including yourself, you received his resource assistance and careful guidance daily, which deepened your gratitude towards him and strengthened your sense of belonging to this organization. On the 79th day, you broke through once more, reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement. You vaguely sensed the presence of a bottleneck, and you were acutely aware that the next 2 breakthroughs would be arduous. Thus, you resolved to consolidate your realm first. On the 80th day, you went as usual to assist Qi Yin, who, upon noticing your rapid cultivation progress, indicated that you were now capable of handling more challenging tasks. According to his account, recently, an organizational member had gone missing in a forested area and had not been heard from for several days. He hoped you could investigate the situation. The task did not seem overly difficult, so you promptly agreed and set off that same day to search for the missing member based on the clues and intelligence gathered. However, as you executed the mission, you soon discovered that it was far more perilous than you had anticipated. Within the forest, a Foundation establishment stage beast had emerged, exhibiting remarkable intelligence that IT ambushed and killed many Chi refinement practitioners through cunning tactics and summoned beasts to encircle them. Unfortunately, you became its prey, grievously wounded in an ambush and overwhelmed by the beast pack, ultimately meeting your demise. You died. Following the developments in this simulation, it seemed that resolving the Lianxiao sect and the Xuanwu stronghold would no longer pose a problem. Moreover, not only had you gained the organization's attention and rapidly increased your cultivation to the 7th level of Qi refinement, but you had also paved the way for Cheng Feng to become an alchemist, which would undoubtedly allow you to exchange for spirit stones in the future. Although your demise was somewhat abrupt, it did not overshadow the value of this experience. It was worth it. Chapter 19. He broke through again as the simulation text ceased. Yang Wuwei could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips, his heart swelling with elation. Reflecting on the numerous simulations, there was no doubt that this time, breaking free from Baiyun Village had been the most exhilarating and far-reaching experience. With this experience as a foundation, at this very moment, the farcical events of Baiyun Village were no longer a concern. Simulation complete evaluation. You have earned the trust of many and become a core member of the dragon-slaying organization. This will serve as a pillar for you to ascend to greater heights while remaining vigilant. Reward settlement. 1. Inherit all memories from this simulation. 2. Inherit the 7th level of Qi Refinement 3. Obtain detailed information about any one person from the simulation. 4. Inherit a first-tier alchemical technique. Thunderstorm Fire Control Technique 5. Inherit the green talent. Stone Body once again in the reward segment. Yang Wuwei merely glanced at the options before decisively selecting the 7th level of Qi refinement. Although the memories, talents, and the alchemical technique imparted by Cheng Feng held some value, they paled in comparison to the pure and direct enhancement of his cultivation realm. I choose to, at the moment the choice was made, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into Yang Wuwei's body, instantly opening up the meridians within him. The terrifying power exceeded his wildest imagination, his physical and spiritual essence significantly enhanced. Yang Wuwei's cultivation soared at that moment, an indescribable sense of euphoria radiating throughout his being. After a complete transformation, as he erupted with newfound power, Yang Wuwei could distinctly feel that he had shattered 6 minor realms, reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement. At this point, he could effortlessly condense a sphere of spiritual energy in his palm, illuminating the entire room. Even the residual waves caused the house to tremble slightly. To think that the gap between merely a few minor realms in Qi refinement could be so vast. Experiencing the 7th level of Qi refinement, Yang Wuwei felt an overwhelming sense of joy, far exceeding his expectations. With his current strength, he could even contend against individuals such as Shun Jin from Baiyun Village, even if he were alone. However, having gained experience from the simulation, Yang Wuwei did not intend to act recklessly. Engaging Shun Jin and the others at this point might raise alarms, potentially attracting Lianxiao sect cultivators. It would be wiser to wait for the organization to arrive, following the normal course of action. Returning to reality, he glanced at the entire bottle of Gathering Spirit pills and half a bottle of Tiger Strength pills within his storage ring, a smirk forming on his lips that he initially planned to consume them directly for cultivation. But after careful consideration, he conceived another idea. In this remote area, alchemists were few and far between, and even healing elixirs were hard to come by. Potions that could assist in cultivation were even more precious. If he could sell this bottle of Gathering Spirit pills, it would undoubtedly fetch a high price. Without a doubt, gathering 10 spirit stones would be more than sufficient, granting him yet another opportunity for simulation. Although his current identity as a mere commoner did not allow him to openly sell elixirs, he was well aware that the members of the dragon-slaying organization would be more than willing to purchase such scarce resources. Thus, following the normal course of events, he merely needed to wait for a few more days until the organization members arrived. He could learn combat secrets while also securing another simulation opportunity. However, Correspondingly, without utilizing elixirs to assist in cultivation, his progress over the past few days had been minimal. Recognizing this, he resolved to focus on honing his swordsmanship, specifically to address the shortcomings of the Thunderstorm Fury Blade. In comparison to the enhancement of his cultivation, the speed at which he could refine the Thunderstorm Fury Blade was significantly quicker. The primary challenges in mastering sword techniques lay in physical prowess. And with his current cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, practicing the Thunderstorm Fury Blade was no longer an issue. With this thought in mind, on the same day, after disposing of Shun Yin's remains, he swiftly returned to Linqiao village and diligently practiced his sword techniques in the courtyard. Employing the 2nd level of the concealment technique, Yang Wuwei managed to keep his cultivation concealed. Neither Shiyang nor Lu Fengyin sensed anything amiss. Merely noting a subtle change in his demeanor as time passed, 2 days later, Yang Wuwei's Thunderstorm Fury Blade had silently advanced to a new level, causing Shiyang to sense something was not quite right. Curious, he pondered how Yang Wuwei, who had merely been at the 1st level of Qi refinement and was still a novice, could display such composure while executing the Thunderstorm Fury Blade, seemingly unaffected by any pressure. Upon observing Yang Wuwei's swordplay closely, he suddenly realized that Yang Wuwei's movements were incredibly steady, as if wielding the enormous blade with no weight whatsoever. While the aura of his cultivation could be concealed, the sheer physical strength could reveal subtle clues through details. Xiang, confident in his own strength at the 4th level of Qi refinement and his proficiency in the Thunderstorm Fury Blade, found it hard to believe that he could achieve such a level of mastery as Yang Wuwei. Could it be that he had broken through once more in these past few days? In an instant, an incredible yet plausible thought flashed through Shiyang's mind. Only by elevating one's realm can an individual experience such a dramatic transformation in strength within a short span of time. Without fear, I have observed your considerable progress in power over the past few days, and I propose that we engage in a friendly sparring session. That a fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting Xiang to approach Yang Wuwei and suggest a duel to refine their swordsmanship. This sudden proposition caught Yang Wuwei, who had been diligently practicing his sword techniques, off guard, leaving him momentarily astonished. Brother Xia, my thunderous fury blade is merely at the entry level. Engaging in a duel with your advanced skill might be a considerable mismatch, wouldn't it? Yang Wuwei had only recently begun his advancement in swordsmanship, initially intending to conceal his true capabilities until a moment of revelation in future battles that he had not anticipated being challenged by Xiang so soon. Setting aside the stark difference in their swordsmanship proficiency, the fact that Xiang was not typically a combative individual made Yang Wuwei wonder what had prompted him to seek this duel. It has been over a week since I first taught you the Thunderous Fury Blade. It is the perfect opportunity to assess your progress during this time. Although Yang Wuwei attempted to remain humble and reserved, Xiang's curiosity only intensified, compelling him to insist on the sparring session. Ultimately unable to resist, Yang Wuwei had no choice but to acquiesce, shaking his head in resignation as he prepared for combat. The rules were exceedingly straightforward. Both would wield the Thunderous Fury Blade with all their might, and the duel would conclude once one sustained an injury. Should you manage to best me, I shall impart a second-tier spiritual technique to you. Upon entering the courtyard, which was shielded by a barrier to mask their energies, Xiang recited the rules while revealing a rare glimmer of battle intent. He was deeply intrigued by the untapped potential that this extraordinary individual might possess. That it is settled then. Yang Wuwei had initially agreed to the duel almost reluctantly, but upon hearing the mention of the second-tier spiritual technique, he stood tall with renewed determination. In the realm of cultivation, there are 5 primary techniques: martial arts, spiritual techniques, body movements, divine abilities, and secret arts. For Yang Wuwei, aside from martial arts, he had significant gaps in the others. Acquiring a second-tier spiritual technique would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess immensely. Though he had not intended to take the duel seriously, the allure of what Xiang offered was simply too compelling. Chapter 20. The true prodigy, Yang Wuwei harbored a persistent drive to grow stronger, and with such ambition, he was destined to become a formidable force in the future. Seeing Yang Wuwei's newfound enthusiasm for spiritual techniques, Xiang couldn't help but express his admiration. Thus, the two swiftly prepared for their duel. Brother Xia, brace yourself. Yang Wuwei, unable to contain his excitement, launched the first attack, his blade dancing through the air with ferocious elegance and undeniable power. Simultaneously, he deliberately suppressed his concealed cultivation to the second level of qi refinement, his aura instantly surprising Xiang. Previously, Xiang had merely suspected that Yang Wuwei had experienced a breakthrough. Now, the evidence stood plainly before him. Despite his prior preparations, Xiang found himself astonished. To elevate one's cultivation by an entire level in just a few days could not simply be attributed to the influence of purple gold spiritual essence. Could it? As their blades clashed, the sound of steel rang out, and the residual force of their battle shattered the surrounding rocks, carving deep fissures into the ground. It seems I must take this seriously. Xiang sensed an elusive pressure enveloping him. Consequently, in a bid to enhance his chances of victory, he unleashed his full cultivation, revealing his strength at the fourth level of qi refinement at the moment their weapons intertwined. The gap between the fourth and second levels of qi refinement may appear minor, yet it is, in truth, vast. Not to mention Xiang's advantage of having mastered the Thunderous Fury blade to a significant degree. The intensity of their battle escalated further as Xiang exerted all his efforts to swiftly defeat Yang Wuwei, only to realize something was amiss. Though it seemed he held the upper hand, Yang Wuwei exhibited no signs of defeat. Rather, he appeared to grow increasingly emboldened. The astonishment Xiang had felt regarding Yang Wuwei's improvement now deepened into alarm, and a thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that Yang Wuwei was concealing even greater strength? On the other hand, Yang Wuwei had initially intended to rely solely on his physical prowess to achieve victory, but he soon discovered that without leveraging his cultivation level, defeating Xiang would prove exceedingly challenging, potentially leading to a mutual downfall. To turn the tide, there was no choice but to engage with everything he had. In an instant, a fierce battle spirit surged within him, and Yang Wuwei assumed a stance of total commitment. His cultivation rising rapidly. At that critical moment, not far from the battleground, two figures approached slowly. How did Wuwei end up fighting with Xiang? One of the newcomers, Lu Fengyan, exclaimed in surprise at Lu. Is this the new prodigy you spoke of? His cultivation at merely the second level of qi refinement pales in comparison to ours. Beside Lu Fengyan stood a cultivator named Li Yuni, who spoke up, having sensed the disparity in their energies. With the distance between them being minimal, he could clearly perceive the cultivation auras of both Xiang and Yang Wuwei. Despite being at the first level of qi refinement himself, he had recently... Wait, what did you just say his cultivation level is? Upon hearing Li Yuni's dismissive tone towards Yang Wuwei, Lu Fengyan instinctively sought to defend him. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he suddenly noticed Yang Wuwei's current cultivation level. His expression shifting dramatically as his eyes widened in disbelief that I said he's at the second level of qi refinement. Why are you so surprised? Li Yuni, perplexed by Lu Fengyan's reaction, regarded him with confusion. He thought to himself that a cultivator of this age, having trained for a few years to reach the second level of qi refinement, might be considered somewhat talented, but hardly remarkable. Friendly, the second level of qi refinement is indeed not remarkable, but the issue lies here. This young man only recently broke through to the first level of qi refinement just days ago. Not to mention that just a few weeks prior, he was merely a mortal. Lu Fengyan's heart trembled as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Others may not comprehend, but he understood all too well. Yang Wuwei had only recently achieved the first level of qi refinement, and a mere few weeks before that, he had been an ordinary mortal. To ascend to such heights in such a brief time is nothing short of monstrous. And so what it's merely, wait, what did you say? Li Yuni, proud and arrogant by nature, instinctively sought to retort, but found himself stifled, his expression morphing into one of shock and horror. Lu Fengyan attempted to reiterate. But just then, an overwhelming aura erupted, causing both of them to shudder in disbelief. This aura, it can't be. The seventh level of qi refinement. As they turned to the source of the overwhelming energy, Li Yuni's body trembled uncontrollably, his heart racing with astonishment. The powerful aura originated from none other than Yang Wuwei, the very individual he had previously looked down upon. Yang Wuwei had reached the seventh level of qi refinement. How is this even possible? Beside him, Lu Fengyan was equally astonished, struggling to comprehend how just a short while ago, Yang Wuwei had embarked upon the path of cultivation, only to now stand at the seventh level of qi refinement. If this continued, the outcome would only be futile. It seemed that he could no longer afford to suppress his cultivation. Meanwhile, the battle had reached a pivotal moment for Yang Wuwei. His cultivation burst forth in full display, revealing the seventh level of qi refinement as the final veil of his hidden strength was lifted. The terrifying pressure left Shi Yang in utter shock. Yang Wuwei unleashed the thunderous fury blade once more, striking with the force of a mountain, sending Shi Yang's weapon flying and his entire body reeling back several meters. This is your true strength. To ascend so drastically within mere days. Wuwei, you have truly astonished me. In this battle, I have no regrets in my defeat. Caught off guard by Yang Wuwei's full-throttle strike, Shi Yang found himself immersed in an unparalleled state of shock, quickly followed by profound admiration and anticipation for Yang Wuwei's future endeavors. Brother Xia, I did not intend to advance so rapidly. It was merely a series of fortunate encounters with spiritual stones that led to these breakthroughs. You wouldn't mind, would you? Yang Wuwei waved his hand in a gesture of humility. Having initially wished to conceal his true capabilities to avoid complications and explanation. However, considering that such situations would arise frequently in the future, he decided it was of little consequence. You little rascal. You are truly a prodigy. Hearing Yang Wuwei attribute his rapid advancements to mere happenstance, Shi Yang was left speechless, his astonishment reaching an apex beyond expression. Very well, you have indeed won this contest, that I promised. I will honor our agreement and teach you the second-tier spiritual technique. Thank you, Brother Xia. Yang Wuwei felt a rush of elation, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Shi Yang, while he reveled in the joy of acquiring a second-tier spiritual technique. He remained oblivious to the even greater joy that lay ahead. Not far away, Li Yuni regarded Yang Wuwei with eyes akin to those of a predator observing a slumbering beast. Chapter 21. I have abundant resources in just a few weeks. One could ascend from being an ordinary mortal to a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement. Does such an extraordinary prodigy truly exist in this world? Li Yuni had witnessed the entirety of the battle, and now his astonishment reached unprecedented heights. Reflecting on how he had previously dismissed Yang Wuwei, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Moreover, not only does he possess formidable cultivation, but his foundation is also remarkably solid, not in the slightest inferior to other cultivators of the same tier who have trained for several years. Even though I hail from a prestigious lineage and have encountered countless prodigies, I have never before witnessed such a monstrous talent. Which prominent clan or family does this individual belong to? In the midst of shock, Li Yuni turned his gaze towards Lu Fengyan, hoping for a reasonable explanation. However, Lu Fengyan merely smiled faintly and remained unperturbed. How could a mere commoner have any connection to a great clan? Such strength is solely attributed to his own innate talent and abilities. From Lu Fengyan's perspective, Yang Wuwei was akin to an existence with a sacred body of innate cultivation. Without any foundation, he reached the 7th level of body refinement in 3 days, embarked on the path of immortality within 7 days, and approximately 14 days later became a practitioner at the 7th level of qi refinement. In comparison, the seniors among them, who had maintained their qi refinement for several years, were merely wasting time. How could this be possible? If true, this child would be intolerable by the heavens. Upon hearing this, Li Yuni's heart was filled with confusion and concern, not only undiminished but further compounded by astonishment. His words dripping with disbelief. Lu Fengyan and the others, having grown up in Fengling Town and being lowly cultivators, had never even left Wang Haizu, with their greatest experience being merely a visit to Shihuqing. Yet Li Yuni was different. He came from a prestigious family. Although his cultivation was low due to insufficient talent, he had ultimately seen much of the world. He dared to guarantee, based on his experiences, that throughout Wang Haizu, or even the entire outer 36 continents, one would absolutely struggle to find a prodigy like this. Lu Fengyan was momentarily speechless. He genuinely did not know Yang Wuwei's talent was so exaggerated. After all, among the cultivators he had encountered, apart from Yang Wuwei's purple gold spiritual essence, even the purple spiritual essence was already at its peak. Brother Lu, why did you arrive without a word? I hardly had the chance to welcome you. Just as the two locked eyes, Yang Wuwei, unbeknownst to them, had already disengaged from combat and approached their side. And who might this friend be? Yang Wuwei's gaze turned towards Li Yuni, a hint of curiosity involuntarily surfacing in his eyes. The aura of this cultivator felt quite different from Lu Fengyan's, exuding a sense of nobility, I am Li Yuni, that I heard from Brother Lu that you possess extraordinary talent and rapid cultivation. Which is why I came to pay my respects. Upon seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. It is indeed an eye-opener. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing Yang Wuwei, Li Yuni was initially taken aback. But he quickly bowed respectfully, his demeanor and words brimming with reverence, a stark contrast to the prideful impression he had when he first laid eyes on Yang Wuwei. Ha! You flatter me that I merely possess some talent. In comparison to true prodigies, I am nothing. Yang Wuwei assumed Li Yuni was simply offering polite compliments upon their first meeting and responded with feigned modesty. However, he failed to notice that as his words fell, both Li Yuni and Lu Fengyin's lips involuntarily twitched. If this is merely described as possessing some talent, then have they spent these years living like pigs and dogs? Wu Wei, it is rather amusing. My friend Li here also possesses considerable family wealth. You two, one with talent and the other with wealth, seem to have a fateful connection. Lu Fengyin took a moment to steady his emotions and decided to address the main topic. His purpose for coming was not to loiter, but primarily to introduce Li Yuni to Yang Wuwei. Considerable wealth, you say? If that is the case, our collaboration is certainly worth discussing. Upon hearing this, Yang Wuwei was initially taken aback, but his expression quickly transformed into one of surprise. Logically, such an important matter should have been mentioned in the simulations, yet he had seen no mention of it. Clearly, there was some variable at play. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the opportunity to acquire abundant cultivation resources lay before him, and he would naturally cherish it. Friend Yang, I am not particularly eloquent, so I shall not say much. I will simply state that I possess considerable wealth, that if you are willing to accept my offer and stand by my side, I shall provide you with 100 spirit stones each month. Upon hearing Yang Wuwei's willingness to discuss collaboration, Li Yuni immediately spoke without hesitation. However, he did not expect Yang Wuwei's expression to change dramatically upon hearing the figure he proposed. 100 spirit stones? In an instant, Yang Wuwei was overwhelmed with excitement, his heart racing in disbelief. It is important to note that since his arrival in this world, he had never encountered such a vast quantity of spirit stones. For the common folk in this realm, the value of a single spirit stone is sufficient to sustain a month's livelihood. Receiving 100 spirit stones each month is equivalent to a salary of 1 million a year. Please do not be angry, friend Yang. I was merely jesting. How could I possibly deceive you with such a meager number of spirit stones? Unexpectedly, upon witnessing Yang Wuwei's intense emotional reaction, even his face reddening, Li Yuni thought he was dissatisfied with the amount and hastily offered an apology that he privately mused that he initially believed this prodigy from a humble background would be easier to deceive. But he had not anticipated such astuteness. It was impossible to swindle him with a mere handful of spirit stones. In that case, I shall provide you with 300 spirit stones each month, along with an additional cultivation cave. What do you think, my friend? Before Yang Wuwei could respond, Li Yuni gritted his teeth, recalling his two older brothers who overshadowed him in every aspect, and boldly declared a staggering price of 300 spirit stones. This time, even Lu Fengyin was left agape, his eyes blinking uncontrollably. This was not at all what he had envisioned regarding considerable wealth. 300 spirit stones? Yang Wuwei, as the party in question, was utterly stunned, his eyes reddening, and even his fingers trembled uncontrollably in excitement and surprise that if he were to utilize all these spirit stones for simulations, would he not instantaneously establish a foundation, possibly stepping onto the golden core path within a few months? Such a monumental opportunity had not been mentioned at all in the simulations. Friend Yang, it is not that I cannot offer a higher price, but you are currently not at the foundation stage. You are merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, that if I were to raise the offer further. Li Yuni assumed Yang Wuwei was expressing further displeasure and anger, feeling a wave of bitterness and regret, even faintly contemplating withdrawal. Friend Li, you misunderstand. I was merely recalling something joyful, hence my excitement. That moment, Yang Wuwei finally regained his composure, his eyes filled with joy and excitement as he stepped forward to grasp Li Yuni's hand, unhesitatingly agreeing to the proposal. Wait, did you just agree to me? Li Yuni was somewhat taken aback. Just a moment ago, he had been contemplating whether to withdraw, yet now Yang Wuwei was eagerly accepting his offer. Indeed, I have agreed. Yang Wuwei responded even more earnestly that of course, With such a substantial sum of 300 spirit stones, what reason would I have to refuse? Friendly, I, too, have suddenly found myself wanting to join your ranks. I require no more than 20 spirit stones a month. Just then, Lu Fengyan could no longer hold back and interjected from the side. All right, then it is settled. A double blessing, Li Yuni agreed without a second thought. His smile nearly overwhelming, his excitement matching that of the two men he had just recruited. However, he was entirely oblivious to the fact that, unwittingly, he had inflated the price of spirit stones by several hundred. Friendly, when shall we receive these spirit stones? Yang Wuwei eagerly inquired, his anticipation palpable. Not to worry, in a few days, you can accompany me to Fengling Town to handle some formalities. Once you officially join my ranks, the spirit stones will be at your disposal. Li Yuni was generous, still reveling in the joy of having recruited an unparalleled prodigy and cared little for the implications of the spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Yang Wuwei was even more elated, yet he could not help but remember that this matter had been entirely absent from the simulations, leaving him puzzled. Such a colossal endeavor involving 300 spirit stones ought to have been mentioned somehow. Right? Lost in thought, Yang Wuwei suddenly recalled something. Friendly, if I were only at the first level of qi refinement, would you still be willing to recruit me? He inquired of Li Yuni. The first level? In that case, I would not perceive your potential and likely would not seek to recruit you, nor would I have much desire to engage with you. However, you are indeed a solid 7th level of qi refinement. Li Yuni paused for a moment before instinctively responding without a second thought. Upon hearing this, Yang Wuwei instantly comprehended the situation that it appeared that in the simulations, due to his current low realm, he had no opportunity to meet Li Yuni, rendering any talk of recruitment unnecessary. I understand now. It seems that without sufficient strength, even if fortune smiles upon you, it is still difficult to seize the opportunity. In that moment, Yang Wuwei became acutely aware of the importance of power. While the trajectories of the simulations and reality may appear similar, they are ultimately impossible to be identical. After all, his repeated simulations were only intended to grow stronger in reality. Right? If everything were to proceed according to the simulations, would he not have changed nothing? Friendly, thank you. However, regarding the trip to Fengling Town, you may need to wait a bit longer, as I still have matters to attend to. After a more profound contemplation, Yang Wuwei addressed Li Yuni once more, acknowledging that while the acquisition of a substantial quantity of spirit stones for rapid simulation was indeed crucial, the matter of joining the organization could not be overlooked. No problem. I shall await good news in Wolf Village. Li Yuni replied with a smile, showing no signs of concern. Subsequently, the three parted ways, and Yang Wuwei sought out Shiyang again. Earlier, in anticipation of the two visitors, he had not found the opportunity to study spirit techniques, but now was the time for him to learn. This second-stage spirit technique is called Heavenly Punishment Thunder, specifically designed for thunder cultivators. It wields immense power, capable of easily shattering mountains and demolishing buildings, as well as exterminating hundreds of foes from several miles away. The only caveat is that each use consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy, and after employing it, one may easily fall into a state of spiritual depletion. Therefore, it should only be used in times of dire crisis. As Shiyang meticulously conveyed various details about this spirit technique to Yang Wuwei. He earnestly imparted the method of its application. Yang Wuwei became increasingly engrossed in his studies, feeling a spark of excitement within. Previously, with the Thunder Fury Blade, his close combat prowess was formidable, yet he found himself at a disadvantage against distant adversaries. Undoubtedly, Heavenly Punishment Thunder perfectly compensated for this shortcoming, enabling him to obliterate foes even from several thousand meters away. Furthermore, its high lethality and extensive area of effect would allow him to disregard the enemy's tactics of overwhelming numbers. This technique is indeed powerful, but as it corresponds to the Foundation Establishment realm, I am still far from mastering it with my current cultivation level. Nevertheless, even if I only manage to grasp the basics or an advanced level, Heavenly Punishment Thunder will undoubtedly grant me a significant advantage in battles of the same tier. Resolute in his decision, Yang Wuwei immersed himself in the study of Heavenly Punishment Thunder. Although an entire afternoon and night passed without him achieving even a rudimentary understanding, he remained undeterred and continued to delve into it for yet another day and night. By the third morning, Yang Wuwei finally succeeded in independently practicing Heavenly Punishment Thunder. With one strike, its tremendous force shattered a small hill. At last, I have mastered it. Though my cultivation remains at the 7th level of qi refinement, I believe I can contend with even the pinnacle of the 9th level. Exhaling deeply, Yang Wuwei felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth, fully savoring the joy of newfound strength. Simultaneously, he calculated that today was likely the day the organization members were to arrive. Wuwei, are you awake? At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, accompanied by Shi Yang's voice. Brother Xia, it must be the organization members arriving, correct? Yang Wuwei immediately stood, smiling as he opened the door. Da, you are so dedicated to your cultivation that you remember the dates so clearly, Shi Yang remarked in surprise, realizing that indeed, the organization members had arrived, though he had not expected Yang Wuwei to keep track of the date amidst his day and night training. How could I forget such an important matter regarding the organization? Yang Wuwei replied nonchalantly. Having experienced the simulated days multiple times, he thought to himself that if he were to forget this, he would hardly be worthy of being called a cultivator. Tio, think you were so attentive to the organization. Then come with me, Shi Yang said, nodding in appreciation as he led Yang Wuwei away from the house. After walking several hundred meters through winding paths, they soon arrived at the entrance of a cave. This cave was designated by the organization for secret meetings, primarily due to its excellent concealment. Nearly every significant stronghold in the villages would possess such a cave. The organization members are inside. Understood. As they slowly entered the cave, Yang Wuwei felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. The organization, which had aided him countless times in simulations, was finally about to welcome him for real. With each step forward, a faint light gradually emerged before them. The closer they approached, the more pronounced the light became, ultimately revealing a spacious hall. Several stone benches were deeply embedded in the ground, arranged on either side. With 10 organization members seated scattered about, at the center of the hall stood a rock throne, upon which sat a middle-aged man shrouded in a black hood, obscuring his features as soon as Yang Wuwei stepped into the hall. The man raised his head slightly and spoke in a deep voice. Kid, you are quite formidable. Chapter 23. Baseless accusations. The man's voice was not loud, yet it resonated effortlessly throughout the hall. His tone carried both praise and a hint of wariness. Strangely, why did I sense a trace of distrust, even hostility, in his tone? Yang Wuwei felt an unaccountable wave of anxiety wash over him. Through his piercing gaze, he could confirm that this man was named Wu Langyan, a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement. Based on his experiences in simulations, Yang Wuwei could ascertain that this was the organization's small leader. Leader Wu, may I inquire why you are so vigilant? Just then, Shi Yang followed in, asking with confusion. I want to ask you the same thing. Your intel stated he was at the 1st level of qi refinement. Yet why is he now at the 7th level? Wu Langyan's demeanor grew colder, his voice laced with suspicion. Are you trying to deceive us for some nefarious purpose? Yang Wuwei, listening nearby, felt perplexed. The reason for Wu Langyan's ire was because his cultivation level deviated significantly from the information provided. Leader Wu, you misunderstand that my loyalty to the organization has always been unwavering, and I would never harm my comrades. The disparity in his cultivation level from the provided information was solely due to his intensive training over the past week, resulting in a rapid increase in strength and cultivation. Shi Yang quickly grasped the situation and hurriedly explained, a rapid increase in cultivation. You mean to say he has progressed from the 1st level to the 7th level in just 1 week? Wu Langyan's tone shifted gradually, though his brow furrowed deeper, even displaying a hint of mockery. Moreover, not only he, but the organization members seated on either side also turned their gazes toward Yang Wuwei and Shi Yang, their eyes filled with skepticism and coldness. How could anyone possibly advance a level each day for 7 consecutive days? Shi Yang, your excuse is rather poorly concocted. Do you take me for a fool? In an instant, Wu Langyan stood up, his voice tinged with anger as he questioned them. Faced with Wu Langyan's fury and the questioning gazes of others, Shi Yang felt embarrassed and at a loss for words. Though he spoke the truth, the reality was so astonishing that no one was willing to believe it. Is there any reason for such a commotion over this trivial matter? Just as Shi Yang was about to find himself in a predicament, Yang Wuwei took a step forward, boldly drawing everyone's attention to himself. What else do you need to explain? Wu Langyan fixed his gaze upon Yang Wuwei, the pressure in his piercing eyes instilling fear that would deter ordinary individuals from meeting his gaze. Yet, in the face of such scrutiny, Yang Wuwei exhibited no trace of trepidation. Instead, he locked eyes with Wu Lengyan with unwavering determination and a hint of dominance. Explain. What is there to explain? The honest remain clear. While the corrupt reveal their own filth, Brother Shiyang has already disclosed the truth to you, and all I can affirm is that what he said is indeed a fact. With a firm tone and a voice that resonated like thunder, Yang Wuwei's words carried no hint of fear, instead brimming with conviction. His declarations astonished everyone present, leaving the organization members in a state of bewilderment. Do you truly believe your own words? 7 levels in 7 days. Can you accomplish that? In that moment, Wu Lengyan found himself somewhat swayed by Yang Wuwei's assertive tone, and his anger subsided slightly, though suspicion and caution still lingered. That I can confidently assure you not only that I can accomplish it, but I have already done so. If you wish to challenge me, then present your evidence. Without any evidence, do you plan to accuse me of baseless crimes based solely on your unfounded suspicions? In the face of repeated inquiries, Yang Wuwei, as a modern-day transmigrator, felt no hint of anxiety. Rather, he began to counter the accusations with increasing clarity. That in just 3 sentences, he rendered Wu Lengyan momentarily speechless. The other organization members exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by Yang Wuwei's remarkable composure and formidable rhetorical prowess. Wuwei, it appears you possess such remarkable abilities. Shiyang stood beside him, utterly astounded and filled with admiration. Common folk, especially those of humble origins, often struggled to articulate their thoughts, let alone engage in reasoned debate. Yet, the Yang Wuwei before them exuded confidence and clarity in his speech, resembling not a mere commoner, but rather a renowned orator of the entire empire. Your reasoning is indeed sound. I had no prior preparation and was merely on guard due to your unusual cultivation level. That if there has been a misunderstanding, then I apologize. After a considerable pause, Wu Lengyan found himself at a loss for words to counter Yang Wuwei's assertions. Although he could have continued the argument if he wished, that was not his intention. The primary purpose of his visit was to recruit new members for the organization, not to engage in disputes. Leader Wu, we shall be colleagues henceforth. There is no need for such formalities. That I merely wish to convey that I harbor no ill intentions. During their conversation, Yang Wuwei gradually displayed a friendly demeanor, and both parties seemed to have taken a step back, exhibiting a harmonious exchange. The poise and composure of this young man were nothing short of extraordinary. Initially, Wu Lengyan had anticipated that the new recruit would be merely a moderately gifted individual. However, upon meeting him, he realized he was indeed a prodigy. If his claims were to be believed, he could very well be the most outstanding talent in the world. The members of the organization, scattered across the hall, harbored a myriad of thoughts. Yet one sentiment was unanimously shared. They were all deeply impressed and even awestruck by Yang Wuwei's performance. After this exchange, disregarding other factors, it was evident that he had garnered the utmost respect from everyone present in terms of capability and mental fortitude. However, to confront a peak practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, along with a cadre of 10 other cultivators, required a level of courage few could claim. Undoubtedly, this would afford him a degree of influence in future discussions, distinguishing him from an ordinary newcomer lacking credentials or accomplishments. Since you have expressed such sentiments, I shall grant you my trust for the time being. That I will disclose matters pertaining to the organization, after which you may decide whether to join us at this juncture. Although Wu Lengyan still harbored doubts, he had managed to alleviate a considerable portion of them and resolved to delve into the matter at hand. I am eager to hear more. Yang Wuwei had a general idea of what was to come, having gleaned information from numerous simulations, yet he did not exhibit any reluctance. The discourse unfolded much as he had anticipated, detailing the founding of the organization by Qin Zhanlong and the purpose and significance of the dragon-slaying organization. Before long, Wu Lengyan concluded his remarks and fixed a serious gaze upon him. Now, tell me, are you willing to join the dragon-slaying organization? Having relayed the fundamental information regarding the organization, Wu Lengyan posed the pivotal question. The members of the organization held their breath, none daring to utter a word, all awaiting Yang Wuwei's response. The intentions of such an exceptional talent were of utmost importance to them. That, of course, I remain willing to join. Under their watchful gaze, Yang Wuwei smiled slightly and spoke slowly. At this moment, he had been waiting for quite some time. Excellent. Then congratulations, you are now a member of the Dragon Slaying Organization. Upon receiving Yang Wuwei's affirmative response, Wu Langyan felt a wave of relief wash over him and promptly confirmed his identity. Typically, new members were classified as ordinary members. However, considering your youth and the fact that you have already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, coupled with your prodigious talents, I have decided to make an exception and appoint you directly as an elite member. Moreover, if your talents are indeed as remarkable as claimed, it is only a matter of time before you ascend to the status of a core member. As he spoke, Wu Langyan had already appointed the newly arrived Yang Wuwei as an elite member. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare within the organization, yet none of the members present voiced any objections. Such kindness is not to be taken lightly. To be valued by Leader Wu is indeed a stroke of fortune. Yang Wuwei expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow, but he vividly recalled that, in the simulations, he had only been appointed as an elite member after personally meeting the great leader Feng Zhizhan upon arriving at Windbell Town. Now, having just joined the organization, he had already attained the status of an elite member, an unprecedentedly high starting point. This was the treatment befitting a prodigy. It was hard to fathom what heights Yang Wuwei might reach in the future. Xia Yang, listening nearby, felt a mixture of astonishment and joy, both pleased for Yang Wuwei and somewhat resigned for himself, but he had spent several years within the organization before achieving elite status, while Yang Wuwei had attained it on his very first day. The disparity between individuals was almost unimaginable, that I will ensure you are acquainted with the specific privileges granted to elite members later. For now, I wish to offer you an opportunity to select a means of enhancing your strength. Yang Wuwei's bow had greatly pleased Wu Langyan, and in a buoyant mood, he conjured 2 bamboo slips. Handing them directly to Yang Wuwei, one of these slips contained records of most of the second-tier techniques within the organization, while the other documented second-tier secret arts. You may now select 1 secret art or 1 technique free of charge. Should you wish to make further selections in the future, you will need to exchange them for contributions to the organization. As Wu Langyan spoke, Yang Wuwei felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of finally choosing a secret art that I already possess, the Wan Jun Thunder Decision for techniques, so I will focus on the secret arts. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Wuwei decisively chose to examine the slip containing the secret arts. Upon inspection, he could hardly contain his delight. The number of second-tier secret arts recorded within the organization far exceeded his expectations. Just on this one slip, there were already over a dozen varieties. These secret arts were diverse in nature, encompassing various categories and purposes, such as enhancing speed, fortifying the body, elevating cultivation levels, and enabling invisibility. The organization's depth of resources was indeed remarkable. Even a mere branch in Windbell Town could offer such a wealth of second-tier foundational techniques. What kind of prosperous scene might await him should he venture to the cities and ascend to the higher echelons of the organization? Perhaps even meeting Qin Zhanlong? With eager anticipation, Yang Wuwei meticulously sifted through the secret arts. The one that captivated him most was undoubtedly beast blood boiling, that in the simulations. He had chosen this secret art due to his trust in himself, and he immediately sought it out to compare it with other secret arts. Beast blood boiling is a quintessential combat-oriented secret art, its effect being a comprehensive and substantial enhancement of one's physical strength and martial prowess. During its activation, it also grants immunity to pain and exerts a formidable pressure on demon beasts. For pure spiritual cultivators, this secret art might be seen as somewhat lacking. However, for someone like Yang Wuwei, who specialized in blade techniques, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Initially, he had pondered whether he could discover a secret art more powerful than beast blood boiling, but after reviewing the options, he concluded that this particular art suited him best. Leader Wu, I have decided to select beast blood boiling. After a brief selection period, he finally addressed Wu Langyan. Excellent choice. This secret art is highly beneficial for both body cultivators and beast tamers. I will impart it to you. Wu Langyan nodded in approval. Typically, new members selecting secret arts would require the older members to meticulously guide them in their choice, as many new recruits, lacking experience, often found themselves overwhelmed and ended up making random, ultimately wasteful selections. However, Wu Langyan chose not to impose such restrictions and fully entrusted the selection process to Yang Wuwei. His intention was to test Yang Wuwei's discernment. The outcome proved that Yang Wuwei indeed possessed remarkable insight, further deepening Wu Langyan's admiration for this prodigious talent. Generally, Mastering beast blood boiling to the entry level could take anywhere from 10 days to half a month. However, today, I will personally guide you for a day, after which it will be up to you to devote yourself to further study. Before the instruction commenced, Wu Lengyan spoke earnestly. Yet, Yang Wuwei merely smiled in response. Remaining silent, fully aware that he would require no more than 5 days, the two became engrossed in the transmission of the secret art, and before they knew it, night had fallen. Remarkably, within the span of just 5 or 6 hours. I have already grasped beast blood boiling. Yang Wuwei's lips curled into a smile, and he felt an uncontainable joy, for he had indeed mastered the secret art. As he activated the art, he sensed his aura surging, and his muscles expanded to a staggering degree, as if he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Wu Lengyan, witnessing this, was utterly astounded, rendered speechless as he beheld the overwhelming power radiating from Yang Wuwei. He couldn't help but wish to give himself a slap. This moment, I seemed to suddenly believe this young man could break through a level in a single day, reflecting on his earlier statement that it would take Yang Wuwei at least 10 days to master the art. Wu Lengyan felt an indescribable embarrassment that he had finally come to understand the nature of the formidable presence he was dealing with. Leader Wu, there is no need for such astonishment. The difficulty of mastering the secret art pales in comparison to the challenges of cultivation breakthroughs. Yang Wuwei remarked, feeling the boundless power within him as he smiled. This was merely something he could achieve through his innate purple-gold spiritual essence, without even engaging the simulator. What would truly leave him in awe was yet to come. I must concede, your talents are indeed the most exceptional I have ever encountered. After gradually coming out of his state of shock, Wu Lengyan suddenly recalled something and added, "Why not accompany me tomorrow to Windbell Town to meet the great leader? I believe he would be most eager to see you." The great leader, you say? I will certainly meet him, but not at this moment at Wu Tuding. To be honest, there is an urgent matter I need your assistance with before that. Yang Wuwei's expression became somewhat grave upon uttering these words. The matter he was about to discuss pertained to the Lian Gui sect and seeking aid from the organization that I in just a few words. He relayed the general situation to Wu Lengyan. The chief of Xuanwu village and the Lian Gui sect are planning to massacre the village in a few days. Moreover, the upper echelons of the Lian Gui sect are preparing to purge Fengling Town a year from now. Are you speaking the truth? Wu Lengyan was utterly astonished upon hearing this. Although he had long been aware of the notorious name of the Lian Gui sect, he never imagined they could be so deranged. I would never jest about matters concerning human lives. Every word I speak is the absolute truth, without a shadow of a doubt. The only way to prevent their massacre is to request another Foundation establishment cultivator from the organization. Thus, I need some colleagues to return for assistance. Yang Wuwei spoke with utmost seriousness. Although Xiang has methods for remote communication, such significant matters are difficult to discuss without a meeting. It is far more prudent to send someone in person to make the request. I understand. I will notify the others that if what you say is true, this will be a monumental achievement, and with your strength and talent, you may very well be promoted to a core member. However, should the information you provide prove false, you may very well incur the wrath of the entire organization. That Wu Lengyan gritted his teeth, his tone exceedingly grave. Logically speaking, it is hard to trust such words from a newcomer. It is only due to Yang Wuwei's previous outstanding performances that he was able to agree so swiftly. I am completely confident that my intelligence is accurate, that I in the face of the last sentence, which bore a hint of skepticism. Yang Wuwei remained calm and collected. After simulating multiple times, he had already come to understand who his adversary was. By the way, there is one more thing, that I have a bottle of spirit gathering pills for sale. Do you require one? Wu Tuding, before parting ways, Yang Wuwei suddenly summoned a bottle of spirit gathering pills from his storage ring. That a bottle of ordinary spirit gathering pills can fetch at least 15 spirit stones. If sold, he could immediately proceed to the next simulation. Spirit gathering pills, such a scarce resource. Let me see the quality. Upon hearing the phrase spirit gathering pills, Wu Lengyan, who had already made to leave, couldn't help but stop and turn back, accepting the bottle. Shortly thereafter, a look of surprise appeared on his face, but it was quickly followed by a hint of embarrassment. This bottle of spirit gathering pills is of superior quality, likely the product of meticulous refinement by a skilled alchemist. According to market price, this bottle could be worth 30 spirit stones. However, I have only brought 20 spirit stones on this journey. Wu Longyin's gaze towards the spirit gathering pills was evidently filled with affection. Yet the spirit stones posed a dilemma for him. As he had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi cultivation, if he were to consume the entire bottle of spirit gathering pills, coupled with foundation establishment pills and rare materials later on, stepping into foundation establishment would be almost a certainty. Wu Tuding, this is quite manageable. I will sell you this bottle of spirit gathering pills for 20 spirit stones. And consider the remaining 10 spirit stones as a favor owed to me. Hearing Wu Longyin's concerns, Yang Wuwei almost instantly replied with cheerful assurance that, "Oh, thank you very much. I will remember this favor." Wu Longyin's earlier embarrassment was instantly dispelled by these 2 sentences, transforming into joy, and he promptly agreed. This pleased not only him, but also brought a sense of hidden delight to Yang Wuwei. The value of this bottle of spirit gathering pills exceeded his expectations. 20 spirit stones meant 2 opportunities for simulation. Furthermore, a cultivator who might soon step into foundation establishment would be a rare favor indeed. The 2 exchanged smiles, and the transaction concluded, with Yang Wuwei's storage ring now containing 20 spirit stones. Following this, they gathered 10 members of the organization, informing them of the imminent massacre planned by Xuanwu village, and quickly selected 5 swift cultivators to seek aid. Given that Yang Wuwei now held a degree of authority among the group, this process was even smoother than in the simulations, practically effortless. Although the rescuers have departed, I cannot guarantee that the organization's foundation establishment cultivators will arrive in time. You must also be prepared mentally. After arranging the personnel, Wu Langyin earnestly addressed Yang Wuwei. Yang Wuwei remained silent, simply smiling. The vivid description of the arrival of Qi Yan's assistants from the simulations lingered in his mind. As night fell, Yang Wuwei returned to his quarters, resting for the night. When dawn broke, he awoke and immediately took a deep breath, summoning 10 spirit stones that, if this simulation proceeds normally, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi cultivation should be feasible. By the time of the second simulation, stepping into foundation establishment may not be out of reach. Should I reach foundation establishment, I would certainly stand out in this world of cultivation. After a brief mental preparation, Yang Wuwei was ready, thus commencing the simulation. The simulation is about to begin. Please draw your talent first. Although I still possess 10 spirit stones, investing them in this would be too risky. System, proceed with the random draw. Random drawing in progress. Congratulations. The host has drawn a purple auxiliary talent. Spirit Energy Storm. Talent description. Able to endlessly absorb the spirit energy contained within spirit stones, converting it into personal spiritual power without any loss. And capable of absorbing up to 100 stones at once. Once again, I have drawn a purple talent. The description of this talent, does it not imply that as long as I have sufficient spirit stones, I can rapidly become stronger in a short period during the simulation? Yang Wuwei gazed at the talent he had drawn, an uncontrollable joy swelling within him. That I end this world, while everyone can extract spiritual energy from spirit stones. There is always some degree of loss in the process. Typically, one can only absorb about 10% of the energy. Moreover, the speed of absorption is quite slow, with an ordinary Qi cultivator requiring several hours to absorb just 1 stone. Thus, most cultivators do not utilize spirit stones for cultivation, but rather treat them as currency for trade, exchanging them for elixirs and other more practical cultivation resources. In this context, possessing a powerful talent like Spirit Energy Storm changes everything. Yang Wuwei couldn't help but recall how he had previously told Lu Fengyan about his ability to absorb spirit stones to grow stronger. This time, his words had proven prophetic. Chapter 26. Spirit Energy Storm, although in reality, spirit stones are more valuable for me to use in simulations. In the simulation, this is indeed a bona fide divine skill. If this talent can be retained, I believe every subsequent simulation will yield significantly better results. With a surge of excitement and anticipation in his heart, Yang Wuwei began the simulation with a beaming expression. Talent drawn, simulation commencing. On the first day, you activate Spirit Energy Storm, instantly absorbing the remaining 10 spirit stones, resulting in a significant increase in your cultivation level, reaching the pinnacle of the 7th level of Qi cultivation. Having witnessed the power of the Spirit Energy Storm talent, you no longer intend to waste time on cultivation. Instead, you decide to dedicate your time to studying martial techniques, spiritual skills, and secret methods. Thus, for the entire following day, you focus intently on practicing the Thunder Fury Blade. On the fourth day, the two protectors of Xuanwu village once again led their band of thieves to advance. But you, now transformed, effortlessly defeated their forces. Following this, you returned to Baiyun village, slaying Shinjin, detaining the village chief, and befriending Cheng Feng. Under your repeated reminders and suggestions, Cheng Feng prepared elixirs with even greater caution, including those specifically designed for battles against puppets. On the fifth day, after extensive practice, you successfully elevated the Thunder Fury Blade to a minor completion level. The third elder of Xuanwu village arrived that day, and you decisively captured him as a hostage, earning Cheng Feng's slight astonishment and admiration at your decisiveness and proficiency. On the sixth day, Cheng Feng observed that your cultivation was merely a step away from reaching the 8th level of Qi refining. Out of admiration for your potential, he gifted you a breakthrough elixir and offered guidance to At Dawn. With Cheng Feng's assistance, you successfully advanced to the 8th level of Qi refining. Approaching noon, the leader of Xuanwu village, accompanied by foundational cultivators from the Lian Gui sect and a band of 2,000 thieves, launched an assault, reigniting hostilities between both factions. Cheng Feng, in a frenzy, consumed elixirs, unleashing his full prowess in a fierce battle against the two adversaries. With the outcome hanging in the balance in previous encounters, you had been relegated to a spectator, but this time, with your newfound 8th level cultivation and an arsenal of formidable techniques, you were empowered to join the fray. You rallied the peak 9th level warrior, Wu Langyan, to fight alongside you, and in gratitude he readily agreed. Together, you charged into the battlefield, aiming for the leader of Xuanwu village. Although your strength was insufficient to defeat him outright, you managed to stall him, granting Cheng Feng the opportunity to confront the Lian Gui sect cultivator one-on-one. The second-in-command of Xuanwu village intended to assist, but Lu Fengyin and Shiyang, following your directives, used the life of the third-in-command to thwart his intervention. Before long, the foundational cultivator from the Lian Gui sect found himself at a disadvantage in his duel, summoning two puppets. He believed this would turn the tide in his favor. Yet Cheng Feng, having prepared as per your counsel, consumed an elixir that countered the puppets, holding his own against three foes. In a critical moment, you unleashed a secret technique, entering a state of fervent beast blood, and fiercely battled the leader of Xuanwu village alongside Wu Langyan. The onlookers were astounded. They could scarcely believe that two Qi refining cultivators could contend with a foundational practitioner to such an extent. The clash raged for a full half hour, culminating in a temporary retreat of the Xuanwu village leader due to your combined execution of Heavenly Punishment Thunder, resulting in mutual injuries. When Shi Yin arrived, he found both parties gravely wounded at their limits. Nevertheless, he was deeply impressed, for it was exceedingly rare for two Qi refining cultivators to jointly inflict such significant harm on a foundational practitioner. Following the battle, he cleared the area, slaying both foundational cultivators, suppressing the bandit horde, and employing secret methods to heal your wounds. While treating you, Qi Yin could not help but commend your strength and express gratitude for your intelligence. He assured you that once you met Feng Zhizhan, you would undoubtedly become a core member of the organization. On the 7th day, Li Yuni received news of the battle in Baiyun village and sought you out. Upon noticing your recent breakthrough, he felt increasingly confident in his decision that he promised that once you reach Fengling town, he would promptly provide you with 300 spirit stones each month. Meanwhile, the members of the organization cheered for you, once again expressing gratitude for your intelligence and decisions. Qi Yin continued to escort you to Fengling town, while Cheng Feng, in his pursuit of gratitude, taught you the art of alchemy, with Lu Fengyin accompanying Li Yuni on this journey. On the 10th day, you arrived once more in Fengling town and had a subsequent meeting with Feng Zhizhan, now at the 8th level of Qi refining and boasting notable achievements. He expressed high regard for you, directly appointing you as a core member of the organization. As a core member, you would receive a monthly stipend of 20 spirit stones, along with absolute command authority, allowing you to directly issue orders to ordinary members and recruit new ones. Feng Zhizhan further indicated that upon your breakthrough to foundational cultivation, you would be eligible to become one of the 3 heads of the organization. You expressed your gratitude, but at that moment, your thoughts were centered on Li Yuni. Compared to the 20 spirit stones, you were far more intrigued by the promise of 300. On the 11th day, you collaborated with Feng Zhizhan to resolve matters concerning the Lian Gui sect. then sought out Li Yuni to discuss joining his ranks that Li Yuni brought you to a money house, proudly stating that it was established by the Li family. Before producing 300 spirit stones, their radiant glow nearly blinding you. Trembling, you accepted the 300 spirit stones, feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy within. And a wave of elation surged through you. Just then, a richly dressed young man abruptly appeared, his face twisted with derision as he mocked Li Yuni, branding him the useless third son of the Li family, and then insulted him further for squandering 300 spirit stones on a mere 8th level chi refining weakling. Li Yuni scoffed, disregarding him entirely, and turned to leave. However, the young man, emboldened, called over his subordinates with a grim expression, loudly declaring his intent to teach Li Yuni a lesson. The young man's followers boasted cultivation at the peak of the 9th level, clearly relying on their strength to intimidate you. Through your breaking illusion's eye, you discerned the young man's name, Zhu Yingkai. You committed this name to memory and warned him that he would soon regret offending you and Li Yuni. Without hesitation, you unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. Drawing upon 100 of the newly acquired spirit stones, your cultivation skyrocketed from the 8th level to the pinnacle of the 9th level. Zhu Yingkai was utterly astonished by your sudden ascent. While his subordinate was easily defeated, crashing to the ground in a wounded heap, Li Yuni had been prepared to flee, but witnessing your rapid breakthrough and the swift defeat of the enemy filled him with incredulous delight, elevating his respect and admiration for you to unprecedented heights. Chapter 27. Renown in Fengling Town. In an instant, you ascended from the 8th level of Qi refining to the pinnacle of the 9th level. A feat that not only astonished Li Yuni, but would also send ripples through the entire Tianling Empire. Your motive was simple: to swiftly showcase your overwhelming talent and strength, compelling your adversaries to surrender in complete submission. Yet, to your astonishment, Zhu Yingkai, undeterred by the evidence before him, accused you of concealing your true cultivation and threatened to leverage his connections in the divine military to compel you to kneel and surrender, or else face arrest for public violence. Li Yuni was taken aback, suggesting that Zhu Yingkai had ties to the deputy commander of the divine military, implying that you both were in grave danger. However, upon hearing their exchange, you merely smiled calmly, urging him to call whoever he wished while you signaled Qi Yin with the organization's token. Enraged by your demeanor, Zhu Yingkai immediately contacted the deputy commander of the divine military. You remained composed, and Li Yuni, initially anxious, seemed reassured by your unflappable demeanor. Shortly thereafter, the deputy commander, Ji Quanglong, arrived on the scene, flanked by several soldiers from the divine military. Exuding an intimidating presence, the Ji Quanglong, a foundational practitioner in the early stages, commanded an aura that made onlookers instinctively retreat in fear. Upon his arrival, Zhu Yingkai hurriedly approached, embellishing the tale of your victory over his subordinate. Ji Quanglong's expression darkened upon hearing his account, and he coldly questioned if you had any defense to offer, while his soldiers appeared ready to act. You maintained your composure, explaining that your actions were merely a matter of self-defense. Clearly, Ji Quanglong was not inclined to accept your explanation. He scoffed and waved his hand, ordering the soldiers to apprehend you. The soldiers surged forward, surrounding you with palpable intent to kill, as if they truly believed you to be a criminal. That moment. However, a slight smile graced your lips as you cast your gaze toward the distance. Suddenly, a voice boomed. I challenge anyone who dares to act. Both Ji Quanglong and Zhu Yingkai turned, their faces contorted with rage, seeking the source of such audacity. Yet upon seeing who it was, Ji Quanglong's heart seized with fear, cold sweat pouring down his brow, while Zhu Yingkai immediately fell to his knees, begging for mercy. The newcomer was none other than Qi Yin, the leader of the divine military and the second-in-command of the dragon-slaying organization. His mid-foundational cultivation radiated an aura that left everyone gasping for breath, causing the soldiers encircling you to kneel in respect. Li Yuni was left in stunned silence, having seen Qi Yin before, yet never realizing the depth of your connection to him, astonished that he could be summoned at will. Only you understood that as a core member of the dragon-slaying organization, you were under the protection and favor of both leaders, your status now incomparable to your former self. Upon his arrival, Qi Yin immediately inquired about your well-being, then turned his ire on Zhu Yingkai, taking him into custody for disturbing the peace, while Ji Quanglong was unceremoniously dismissed back to the divine military. Throughout this ordeal, Li Yuni was overwhelmed by shock, finally recognizing that you were no longer the simple villager from a small hamlet, but rather a figure of significance in Fengling Town. On the 12th day, news of your rapid absorption of spiritual stones, propelling you to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, spread like wildfire. This extraordinary aptitude, akin to that of a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy, caused your prestige to soar remarkably within a brief period. Concurrently, the tidings of your protection by the commander of the Divine Martial Army, Qi Yin, echoed throughout the town. Those who once coveted your innate talent now harbored reservations, hesitant to entertain any nefarious thoughts. Following the incident involving Zhu Yingkai, you gained deeper insights into Li Yuni's lineage. The cities of the Tianling Empire are categorized into 3 tiers, the highest being Celestial, followed by Earth, and finally, Human Tier. Human Tier represents the most commonplace cities, such as Lion Tiger City, with numerous examples in every province. Earth Tier cities emerge from the ranks of various cities, gathering elite cultivators. Each continent possesses only 3 or 4 of these. Celestial Tier cities stand as the apex, with only 1 per province. Serving as the heart of that region, Li Yuni's background is remarkably distinguished, hailing from one of the 3 Earth-tier cities in Wanhai Prefecture, specifically from the largest cultivation family in Yunma City, the Li family. The current head of the Li family, serving as the town inspector of Yunma City, is not only unfathomably powerful, but also exceptionally talented and wise. The eldest and second sons of the Li family are equally gifted. Already foundational cultivators at a tender age, the third son, Li Yuni was promised protection even before his birth and received careful nurturing throughout his early years. However, upon his arrival into the world, it was discovered that his aptitude was merely that of the lowest grade, white spirit origin, a revelation that shocked the entire family. Despite various attempts to elevate his talents, they remained stagnant, leading to his eventual reputation as the wasteful third son of the family. Nevertheless, despite his lack of innate ability, his status as the third son ensured he could still access a portion of the family's resources. Moreover, he was never disheartened by his limitations. Possessing wealth allowed him to cultivate subordinates using spiritual stones, thus maintaining a position within the family. As for Zhu Yingkai, he belonged to another Earth-tier city in Wanhai Prefecture, the Zhu family of Mingguang City. The Zhu and Li families, being the dominant forces in their respective cities, have perpetually harbored ambitions to annex one another, fostering a deep-seated rivalry. Although Zhu Yingkai was merely an ordinary young talent within the Zhu family, he looked down upon the infamous wasteful third son, which led to his earlier mockery of Li Yuni. Upon comprehensively understanding Li Yuni's situation, your decision to ally with him filled you with elation. You recognized that assisting Li Yuni in his ascent would secure the backing of a formidable cultivation family. Consequently, whether in business dealings to acquire spiritual stones or in the pursuit of personal cultivation, the benefits would be immeasurable. On the 13th day, Feng Zhizhan summoned you once more, having learned of your advancement to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He resolved to assist you in establishing your foundation. Ordinarily, this process would be a personal endeavor, but given your prodigious talent, he was reluctant to squander a gem through negligence, thus opting to lend his guidance. You remained non-committal, aware that his mentorship would undoubtedly expedite your foundation building compared to solitary efforts. Before you lay 3 choices. The first option was to pursue human-tier foundation establishment, the simplest method, which involved absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy to effect a qualitative transformation. Should you choose this approach, you could successfully establish your foundation today. Yet the cost would be evident. Your foundation would be relatively weak, rendering your combat prowess unremarkable among foundational cultivators. A prime example of this would be the chief of Xuanwu village, a typical human-tier foundational cultivator. The second option was Earth-tier foundation establishment, requiring top-tier foundation pills and substantial spiritual stones, supplemented by 3 types of heavenly materials. Selecting this route would ensure a solid foundation and elevate your combat strength among foundational cultivators. Feng Zhizhan himself exemplified this method, capable of contending against 3 or 4 peers under extreme conditions. The third option was to undertake Celestial Tier Foundation establishment, the most challenging yet rewarding method. This approach necessitated premium foundation pills, a bounty of spiritual stones, 5 types of heavenly materials, and a pure single-attribute celestial spiritual energy. Currently, you are on the path of Thunderblade cultivation, and to seek celestial spiritual energy, you would need to pursue Thunder's spiritual energy, which could only be found in perilous locales. Furthermore, the 5 types of heavenly materials were exceedingly rare, often considered treasures even at auctions. However, should you succeed in Celestial Tier Foundation establishment, you would maintain a formidable standing among foundational cultivators. With few rivals of your caliber, a practitioner like Qi Yin, who could effortlessly dispatch 4 foundational cultivators, is an example of a Celestial Tier cultivator. Had it not been for the brevity of his training time, he might very well have become a leader by now. Without much deliberation, you decisively opted for the third option. After all, as a transmigrator, if you settled for human or earth tier foundation establishment, encountering a celestial tier counterpart could lead to an embarrassing defeat. Feng Zhizhan deemed the risks of celestial tier foundation establishment too high, yet he chose to support you, given the precedent set by Qi Yan's success. Once you made your choice, he presented you with a premium foundation pill he had prepared in advance and assured you that he would dispatch individuals to locate the heavenly materials. As for the pure thunder spiritual energy, due to its perilous location, you would need to venture with Qi Yin to explore it yourself. You accepted the premium foundation pill with immense gratitude. Refraining from making further requests, on the 24th day, your Thunder Fury Blade reached the level of mastery, while Beast Blood Frenzy and Heavenly Punishment Thunder also advanced to the next tier, and you became more adept with the Wanjun Thunder Decision. During this time, upon learning of your imminent Celestial Tier Foundation establishment, Li Yuni immediately mobilized personnel and resources, gathering spiritual stones while searching for the secret realm harboring pure thunder spiritual energy. Although the thunder spiritual energy had yet to materialize, his commercial acumen facilitated a rapid collection of spiritual stones, which greatly pleased you. Meanwhile, the dragon-slaying organization had already located 2 types of heavenly materials, marking some progress. Your Celestial Tier Foundation establishment appeared increasingly promising. On the 74th day, after over 2 months of preparation, you and Li Yuni gathered all the spiritual stones necessary for Celestial Tier Foundation establishment. The locations of the heavenly materials had also been identified, with 4 already in your possession. However, the 5th type was guarded by a foundational stage burning soul ice flame python, a beast notorious for its viciousness and ambush tactics against cultivators, capable of summoning a horde of pythons. Several Qi refinement practitioners within the organization had perished at the hands of this beast, and the intel regarding the heavenly materials had been hard-won. Recalling your previous simulated encounters with this creature, you realized it was indeed the very beast that had claimed your life. Thus, you understood that whether for vengeance or to acquire the breakthrough materials, you must confront this beast personally. That day, accompanied by Qi Yin and Wu Langyan, who had achieved Human Tier Foundation establishment, you set forth to the lair of the burning soul ice flame python. Aware of the creature's cunning nature, you all employed stealth techniques to conceal your true cultivation levels. Masquerading as 3 ordinary Qi refinement practitioners, true to your expectations, the burning soul ice flame python did not perceive your actual power and launched a brazen ambush, which you adeptly evaded as anticipated. Upon sighting the burning soul ice flame python, a surge of vengeful emotion welled within you, prompting you to unleash your full strength and engage it with your Thunder Fury Blade. Qi Yin and Wu Langyan spared no mercy, joining forces in the assault. The burning soul ice flame python possessed characteristics akin to its name, embodying both soul burning and ice flame abilities. The former enabled it to incinerate the souls of its adversaries with mental prowess, while the latter allowed it to unleash icy flames, inflicting excruciating dual torment. Upon witnessing your united front, it unhesitatingly employed its soul-burning ability, immediately subjecting you to agonizing torment that felt as though it originated from your very soul. Both Qi Yin and Wu Langyan, as foundational cultivators, struggled to withstand this pain, and you, being merely at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, fared no better. Yet in the face of dire circumstances, you activated the advanced Beast Blood Frenzy, immunizing yourself against a significant portion of the pain while forcing your willpower to coalesce your spiritual technique. The Heavenly Punishment Thunder struck the burning soul ice flame python with devastating effect. Severely injured, the burning soul ice flame python could no longer utilize its soul-burning ability and resorted to summoning its serpent kin, intent on engulfing you. However, by then, Qi Yin and Wu Langyan had regained their composure. Unleashing their full prowess in a relentless onslaught, Point One wielded a fire gun to slay the myriad beasts, while the other brandished a sharp sword to vanquish the demon horde in a matter of moments. The serpent swarm was decimated, leaving the burning soul ice flame python with no escape. Ultimately, it fell beneath your blades. With its demise, not only did you avenge yourself, but you also seized the fifth heavenly material, filling your heart with unbridled joy. Now, the only requirement remaining for your Celestial Tier Foundation establishment was the acquisition of pure thunder spiritual energy, that on the 90th day, you found yourself still lacking any information regarding the pure thunder spirit chi. Momentarily ensnared in a bottleneck, in search of solace, you returned to the places you had traversed at the onset of your journey. Meandering between Baiyun Village and Linxiao Village, you entered the fog-laden rainforest. A location that had once disoriented you. The familiar scenery evoked a subtle, profound realization within you. Unbeknownst to you, you wandered into an expansive clearing, where a colossal light portal emerged before your eyes, radiating an essence of exceptionally pure and potent thunder spirit chi. Upon stepping into the portal, you discovered a hidden realm. Within this mystical sanctuary, the air crackled with tumultuous thunder spirit chi, arrogant and untamed, launching frenzied assaults upon any intruders. The terrifying might of the thunder made it challenging for you to withstand. Yet in a critical moment, you activated the Wan Jun Thunder technique, unleashing your purple-gold spiritual essence to absorb all this pure thunder spirit chi, transforming it for your own use. The last remnants of the thunder spirit chi infuse your being. You felt these formidable energies cleansing your entire body, allowing you to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. In this fleeting moment, you achieved the pinnacle of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. On the 93rd day, with all conditions met, you spent 3 days and nights in seclusion within the hidden realm, ultimately completing the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, becoming an illustrious foundational cultivator. The tempestuous thunder spirit chi melded with your essence, enabling you to unleash autonomous attacks upon adversaries, even in a state of complete stillness. Upon exiting the hidden realm, you found yourself beset by numerous beasts, drawn by the extraordinary phenomenon of your foundation establishment, their predatory gazes fixed upon you, eager to devour this fledgling prodigy. However, with but a thought, you summoned the Wan Jun Thunder to obliterate them, hundreds of beasts perishing in an instant, including formidable foes of similar cultivation. The perimeter of the rainforest was devoid of any beast daring to approach you. And as you reveled in your newfound strength, you believed that henceforth, your ascent would be unimpeded. Prepared to return to report your findings to your organization, you anticipated a smooth passage, bolstered by your formidable cultivation. Yet, just as you were about to cross the threshold, a golden core-level extreme cold water dragon descended from the heavens, shattering the trees and roaring menacingly as it charged towards you in an instant. You summoned all your strength to defend, but the disparity in cultivation levels rendered you gravely injured, leaving you in a state of shock. Logically, such an oceanic beast as the extreme cold water dragon should not have appeared within the forest, let alone a golden core level creature. Almost immediately, a golden core cultivator materialized behind you, launching a surprise attack with a divine water spear that pierced through your skull. You barely had time to identify your assailant before succumbing to a vengeful demise. In your final moments, you heard him coldly declare, "The Empire does not permit the existence of rogue cultivators." You perished at a golden core cultivator, an extreme cold water dragon. You were merely experimenting with the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Yet it drew the attention of a golden core level entity, truly a dire predicament. Nevertheless, compared to the spirit energy storm, these matters seemed trivial. Yang Wuwei was fully engrossed in the simulated narrative, and when he finally emerged from the simulation, he found himself momentarily disoriented. Witnessing the Foundation establishment segment, he had initially expected to fail on his first attempt, but was pleasantly surprised by a singular success. Undoubtedly, the Foundation establishment was no longer a formidable challenge for him. The key lay in whether he could retain the Spirit Energy Storm talent. That if he could preserve the Spirit Energy Storm, the simulated version of himself could maintain an accelerated cultivation pace. Quietly, Yang Wuwei resolved that if the rewards included the Spirit Energy Storm, it would be his unequivocal choice that if not, he would prioritize completing the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. As the simulation concluded, the evaluation stated, "The Empire will never accept the existence of common rogue cultivators. To ascend to higher tiers, one must venture to the cities and undergo the Empire's trials. Reward settlement. One that inherit all memories from this simulation. Point 2. That inherit the cultivation realm of Thunder Spirit Chi Foundation establishment. 3. That acquire detailed information about any individual from the simulation. Point 4. That inherit the advanced skill, Beast Blood Boiling, and Heavenly Punishment Thunder. Point 5. That inherit the purple auxiliary talent, Spirit Energy Storm. That as the reward list materialized, Yang Wuwei immediately directed his gaze downward. And when he reached the final option, he was overwhelmed with excitement. While each reward had its merits, it did not sway his judgment. I choose 5. Having made a selection, the reward screen dissipated into particles of light, replaced by a vortex-like massive energy that in an instant, the enigmatic energy surged into Yang Wuwei's body, enveloping him in an ethereal sensation akin to soaring through the skies, prompting him to involuntarily close his eyes. Was this the sensation of possessing the Spirit Energy Storm talent? Moments later, upon reopening his eyes, he distinctly felt an unprecedented power residing within him. Not only could he absorb spirit stones flawlessly, but his allure to external spiritual energy had also intensified significantly. With such a talent, coupled with his purple gold spiritual essence, from this day forth, whether in reality or simulation, his cultivation speed would be nothing short of extraordinary. In a state of elation, Yang Wuwei couldn't help but glance at the last 10 spirit stones remaining in his storage ring. Based on the simulation's performance, absorbing these 10 spirit stones would undoubtedly allow him to reach the 7th layer of Chi refinement in an instant. Of course, while this ability was formidable, it paled in comparison to the simulation. Let me ponder this carefully. I must decide how to utilize this simulation opportunity. Once his excitement subsided, Yang Wuwei focused diligently on his thoughts. Given the previous simulation results, it was evident that recklessly attempting to break through the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment within the simulation would not yield favorable outcomes, although he could conceal his cultivation with the concealment secret technique. The extraordinary phenomena accompanying a breakthrough would be difficult to mask, likely attracting powerful foes that if he were to use another simulation opportunity solely to expedite his Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, it would not be a prudent choice. After all, he had an imminent assault from the Xuanwu stronghold to address. Once he eliminated those leaders and protectors, he could certainly reap a substantial number of spirit stones, based on their strength. He could expect a minimum of 20 to 30 stones. Moreover, once he established his Heavenly Tao Foundation, the cost of simulating would rise to 100 spirit stones, rendering those dozens of stones virtually a waste. Additionally, the cost for simulating to learn alchemy, formation techniques, and other skills would escalate rapidly. In conclusion, whether in reality or simulation, there was currently no need to prioritize completing the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. The most prudent course of action was to join the Empire first. While I am now considered a citizen of the Empire, I am merely a commoner and have yet to become a legitimate cultivator of the Empire. Were it not for the protection of the Dragon Slaying Organization, coupled with the concealment secret technique, I would likely have been apprehended or executed for the crime of unauthorized cultivation long ago. Yang Wuwei contemplated seriously, and as his thoughts progressed, he turned his gaze towards Yunma City and Xiuqing. To become a legitimate cultivator of the Empire, one must undergo a personal examination by the city's inspector. The inspector of Yunma City is Li Yuni's father. If he could assist Li Yuni in gaining familial recognition, passing the examination in Yunma City should pose no issue. However, the distance between Yunma City and Xiaoqing is divided by the Shurha mountain range, rife with foundational beasts and even golden core demon kings, making the journey perilous. The inspector of Xiaoqing, named Zhu Hailong, had previously aided Lu Fengyan and Xia Yang in completing their examinations. Although he did not personally know Zhu Hailong, he had heard that Zhu Hailong was quite lenient, with a high success rate for passing. Thus, if he were to head to Xiaoqing, not only would the journey be shorter, but the probability of success would also be considerable. Therefore, for this simulation, I shall first proceed to Xiaoqing to participate in the examination, that if those with white spirit essence and green spirit essence can easily pass, with my purple gold spirit essence coupled with the Spirit Energy Storm talent. What reason do I have to fail? Having concluded his thoughts, Yang Wuwei smiled faintly, feeling assured. He then directed his gaze once more to the 10 spirit stones system. Initiate the simulation. Chapter 30. Stepping into Xiaoqing as the simulation was about to commence. The host was instructed to draw talents first, randomly drawing talent extraction in progress. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the green talent, everlasting youth. Talent description. Your aging process slows down, allowing you to remain youthful even at 100 years of age. This might be beneficial for mortals, but for cultivators like us, who can live for 200 years upon establishing a foundation, is this truly necessary? Yang Wei gazed at the drawn talent with a mix of amusement and dismay. While everlasting youth appeared useful, it held little significance for him. After all, cultivators inherently age slowly, and beauty-enhancing pills and disguises are quite common that are, well, better than nothing. Let us proceed with the simulation as usual. With the talent extraction complete, the simulation commenced out on the first day. Devoid of spirit stones, you dedicated your time to studying martial techniques and spiritual skills. By the fourth day, you effortlessly defeated the bandits attacking Linshao Village and resolved the pest issue in Baiyun Village. On the 10th day, everything proceeded as usual, almost mirroring the previous simulation. You adeptly resolved the village incident, and, upon arriving at Fengling Town, promptly accompanied Li Yuni to the bank to collect spirit stones. Elevating your cultivation to the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, the 9th layer done on the same day, you were invited to meet Feng Zhizhan, successfully becoming a core member of the Dragon Slayer organization. Due to your rapid advancement in cultivation, you garnered considerable attention, prompting the organization to mobilize once more to gather materials for your foundation establishment. Yet, you did not hasten to prepare for this foundational stage. Instead, you sought Feng Zhizhan's counsel on how to become an imperial cultivator in Shihuqing Dehe, having frequently trained new members to infiltrate the empire, possessed ample experience, and immediately imparted a wealth of crucial points. The essence of the examination could be distilled into 3 key aspects: strength, background, and potential. The first aspect, strength, indicated that while organization members could not reveal their identities as loose cultivators during the examination, they could conceal their cultivation to the level of an ordinary person at the 9th layer of body refinement. Most common martial artists typically only achieve the 2nd or 3rd layer of body refinement. Those at the acquired level are already rare, while innate experts who reach the 7th layer among mortals are exceedingly uncommon. Hence, in terms of strength, they undoubtedly outclassed other competitors. The second aspect, background, was crucial as the Empire placed great emphasis on lineage to prevent treachery. Those without any backing faced insurmountable challenges in aspiring to become cultivators, with countless mortals remaining stuck at this juncture for their entire lives. Most competitors merely had a common qi refining cultivator recommending them, rendering them scarcely noteworthy. However, you, Yang Wuwei, were different. As a core member of the organization, you naturally received recommendations from both Feng Zhizhan and Qi Yin. On the surface, Feng Zhizhan served as the town inspector of Fengling, while Qi Yin held the title of general in the Divine Martial Army. Both were foundation-established cultivators of exceptional standing, and their endorsements were indeed invaluable. The third aspect, potential, referred to what is commonly known as innate talent, a summation of spiritual essence, physique, and willpower. Logically, potential is undoubtedly the most critical factor, as the higher the potential, the greater the strength one can ultimately achieve. Yet, it seemed that Zhu Hailong, the town inspector of Shihuqing, was somewhat indifferent to innate talent. Every year, many white and green spirit essences were casually approved by him, including those of Lu Fengyin. Given your status as a prodigy of purple gold spirit essence, it appeared you had little reason to be concerned. After a comprehensive analysis, it was concluded that as long as you did not expose your identity as a loose cultivator, your endeavor to join the Empire was virtually assured. Having received Feng Zhizhan's guidance, you felt a profound sense of confidence, promptly beginning to pack your belongings for your imminent journey to Shihuqing the following day. On the 11th day, at dawn, you were thoroughly prepared. And upon learning of your intention to travel to Shihuqing, Qi Yin voluntarily offered to escort you there and back. You were somewhat surprised and intrigued by Qian's unusual attention and friendliness, yet you gave it little thought and followed him toward Shihuqing. The journey to Shihuqing was not brief, and due to the necessity of concealing your cultivation, you had to progress at the pace of an ordinary person. Along the way, Qi Yin suddenly broached the topic of Linshao Village, inquiring whether you held any fondness for the place. Uncertain of his motives, you nodded, for that location had indeed aided your survival in dire straits. After hearing your response, Qi Yin fell silent, seemingly lost in contemplation and reminiscence. You sensed that there might be some connection between Qi Yin and Linshao Village, though he did not divulge the specifics. On the 14th day, bolstered by Qian's formidable reputation and his foundation-level cultivation. The journey was devoid of peril. Even the most audacious of bandits were swiftly dealt with by Qi Yin, reduced to lifeless corpses. After several days of arduous travel, you finally arrived at Shihuqing. This city starkly contrasted with Fengling Town. Not only was it fortified by an impenetrable city defense array, but its bustling streets were filled with towering buildings, exuding both grandeur and subtle elegance. Most notably, a multitude of cultivators soared through the skies, their ethereal presence and striking demeanor evoking admiration. Nevertheless, foundation-level cultivators remain a rarity here, still regarded as high-level combatants that are in stark contrast to the resplendent cultivators. You observe that before entering the city, ordinary mortals were frequently halted and scrutinized by the guards. These sentinels, though ostensibly serious and claiming to ensure the city's safety, were merely collecting unofficial entry fees. Those who could afford the fee were permitted entry, while those who could not were turned away, their pleas falling on deaf ears. The diverse array of cultivators and patrollers did nothing to challenge this practice, as it appeared entirely normal in that moment. You acutely felt the myriad challenges faced by mortals in their pursuit of the immortal path. Upon reaching the city gate, you intended to enter, but, as expected, the guards misidentified you as an ordinary person due to your concealed cultivation. They immediately demanded 10 spirit stones from you, causing your eyes to narrow in displeasure. Qi Yin stepped forward with resolute authority, unleashing his mid-foundation cultivation, which sent the guard who had just demanded spirit stones quaking in fear. Yet, even in the face of a foundation-level cultivator, they still audaciously insisted on summoning the divine martial army to apprehend you. A subtle smile graced your lips as you anticipated the ensuing events. Qi Yin promptly produced the identification of a general from the divine martial army, stunning the onlookers and inciting a palpable sense of awe. The guards, now trembling with terror, proclaimed their ignorance of the general's arrival, offering their apologies for any offense caused, and hastily cleared a path for you both. Without hesitation, you and Qi Yin proceeded forward, basking in the admiration of the crowd. A moment of unparalleled glory. After successfully navigating through, the scene replayed in your mind, allowing you to truly grasp the significance of power and status. Chapter 31. The examination for Imperial cultivators on the 15th day. The assessment for aspiring cultivators was held monthly, and since you had arrived a few days early, you did not participate immediately. However, you did not remain idle. Under Qian's guidance, you explored the cultivation market, absorbing the essence of this grand city. Alchemical pills, spirit tools, formations, talismans, scrolls, mounts, spirit beasts, almost every conceivable artifact related to cultivation could be found here. Although the quality was generally modest, the sheer variety was overwhelming. What surprised you most was the open sale of corpses and puppets. Typically considered taboo, you had previously assumed that the practice of refining living beings into puppets was beneath dignity, given its inherent cruelty. Yet the cultivators here seemed unfazed, with no regulations prohibiting such transactions. In other words, as long as one was a cultivator of the empire, purchasing puppets was entirely lawful. The same applied to corpses, which were predominantly the remains of souls that had been destroyed. These could be bought at remarkably low prices. In the course of your explorations, not only did you broaden your horizons, but you also began to formulate certain ideas. While the empire's practices leaned towards the demonic path, you did not consider yourself a paragon of virtue. The empire's allowance of such items for public sale could, in fact, aid you in equipping yourself for the future. Additionally, observing the skilled weaponsmiths and formation masters engaging in transactions worth dozens or even hundreds of spirit stones inspired you, prompting a resolve to adopt such methods as your primary means of generating spirit stones in the future. That on the 18th day, the assessment commenced. You, like many other mortals yearning to embark on the path of immortality and become cultivators, found yourself amidst a throng of thousands, slowly making your way towards the office of the reconnaissance envoy. The sole distinction between you and the multitude of ordinary individuals was the profound cultivation of qi at the 9th layer of perfection concealed within you. Alongside the vigilant crimson flame that perpetually guarded your back, the assessment was divided into 2 phases: the preliminary selection and the formal evaluation. What you were currently engaged in was merely the former. Overseeing the preliminary selection were 5 foundational cultivators of varying strengths, accompanied by 100 qi practitioners. Upon their appearance, they soared through the skies, accompanied by spirit beasts, presenting themselves in a manner that commanded the admiration of the masses below. For many, it was the first time witnessing such a multitude of immortal cultivators, igniting excitement and even anxiety, which resulted in an unstable mindset that adversely affected their performance. However, you remained unfazed, prepared for this moment, and did not even bother to glance upward. Instead, you maintained a calm gaze ahead, your eyes as tranquil as a still ancient pond. The specifics of the assessment unfolded as you had anticipated, focusing on three aspects: background, strength, and potential. Once the preliminary selection began, you exuded confidence. When you chose to make your mark, it was nothing short of astonishing, leveraging your concealed yet unparalleled prowess among mortals. Bolstered by the esteemed lineage of the general and the reconnaissance envoy from Fengling Town, along with your exceptional aptitude in purple-gold spirit essence, you emerged as a near-royal figure in the selection. You charged forward with unstoppable momentum, effortlessly overcoming each challenge. Witnessing your extraordinary talents, even the 5 foundational cultivators, who had previously looked down upon mortals, cast their eyes upon you with respect and awe. They were acutely aware that, given your performance, should you continue to develop unhindered, you would undoubtedly have the potential to solidify a golden core, with even second or third grade golden cores within reach. Moreover, the formidable forces of your guardian, the sealed battle, and the Crimson Flame were not entities they could provoke lightly. To in other words, in their eyes, you were a prodigy destined to surpass them in the future. Many cultivators marveled, declaring that your presence had elevated the value of this year's assessments beyond compare. Soon, the preliminary selection concluded, and 100 exceptional candidates were chosen to progress to the formal evaluation. With you unsurprisingly standing out among the myriad of competitors, many mortals began to celebrate and express their excitement upon reaching this stage. You recognized that this was merely the beginning. The formal assessment would ultimately determine the top 20 victors who would become cultivators of the empire. The top 100 merely received an invitation to the examination, granting them the opportunity to meet with the envoy of Lion Tiger City. Among those who also made it into the top 100 were individuals of remarkable talent, resilient will, and tenacious commoners, as well as scions of noble families who had been laden with expectations since childhood. Each participant who arrived here was far from ordinary, signaling that you were not yet in a position to relax. On the 19th day, following the conclusion of the preliminary selection, you were granted the privilege of residing for a day within the envoy's office. Although nominally not yet a cultivator of the empire, you began to enjoy treatments comparable to those of the imperial cultivators. Countless mortals rushed to serve you, offering assistance with dressing, washing, cooking, and boiling water. This experience was akin to that of nobility. Moreover, due to your dazzling performance in the preliminary selection, showcasing your purple-gold spirit essence, your reputation as a prodigy had begun to circulate within the town. Numerous chi practitioners approached you, some flattering and fawning over you, presenting pills and gifts, hoping that you would one day rise to prominence and extend your favor upon them. Conversely, some older cultivators, boasting higher cultivation levels, adopted an arrogant demeanor, employing various tactics to entice you into aligning with them. You were well aware of their true natures and chose not to engage further, though your thoughts inevitably wandered to the aloof and enigmatic envoy of Lion Tiger City. Zhu Hailong. If the lower-tier cultivators exhibited such behavior, what depths of power and indulgence must a golden core master like him experience? On the 20th day, the 100 exceptional individuals who had excelled in the preliminary selection were summoned to meet with the envoy Zhu Hailong for the formal assessment. As part of this group, you were naturally among them. It was your first encounter with the Golden Core powerhouse, which filled you with anticipation and curiosity. However, upon finally laying eyes on Zhu Hailong, your enthusiasm seemed to extinguish in an instant, and your heartbeat nearly ceased. The cause was none other than the imposing, fearsome, frost-coated extreme cold water dragon that loomed beside him. Each city typically possessed a guardian beast of at least Golden Core level, and this beast often served as the envoy's contracted spirit beast. You had anticipated that Zhu Hailong's spirit beast would be formidable, but you never expected it to be the very extreme cold water dragon that had previously gravely wounded you in a simulation, leading to your demise. You could hardly believe the scene before you, yet every aspect, from its strength to its appearance, perfectly matched the descriptions from the prior simulation, with not a single detail amiss. With the extreme cold water dragon present, It was all but certain that the Golden Core cultivator responsible for your judgment and death would also be none other than Zhu Hailong himself. A sense of crisis surged within you. Regardless of his motives, the willingness to kill a newly ascended foundational cultivator without hesitation spoke volumes about Zhu Hailong's ruthlessness that a typical cultivator, upon encountering a newly ascended rogue, would at least attempt to apprehend him and ascertain the situation before making a decision. Even someone like Shen Yin would know to wait until the individual regained consciousness for clarification before taking action. Zhu Hailong, however, struck with lethal intent, claiming a life with no remorse. The Tio put it mildly. One could say he acted within the bounds of the law, but with a penchant for bloodshed. To put it more severely, he was a demon cultivator who regarded mortal lives as mere grass. As you regarded Zhu Hailong before you. Fear, anger, and a chill coursed through you. This seemingly unremarkable, white-bearded elder, rumored to be capricious, appeared even more ruthless than you had anticipated. Your emotions were tumultuous, yet on the surface, you managed to suppress them, aware that in the presence of such a formidable figure, you could only bide your time. The formal assessment's content was more direct compared to the preliminary selection. It was a test of temperament, courage, and practical combat ability. The task was to venture to the periphery of the Lion-Tiger Mountain range to hunt beasts that had not yet transformed into true demon beasts but exhibited initial signs of danger. Throughout the process, Chi practitioners would accompany and document the events. Depending on the strength of the beast slain, hunters would receive varying degrees of contribution points. Participants were prohibited from aiding one another or seizing another's quarry. Any violations would result in the forfeiture of contribution points and disqualification from the assessment. At the conclusion, the top 20 with the highest contributions would be deemed successful. For someone like you, who wielded the Thunder Fury blade and had experienced bloodshed in numerous battles, this assessment was not particularly challenging. It could even be deemed simple. Yet, your unease did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified. This examination format implied that once the formal assessment commenced, everyone would be scattered and isolated, vulnerable to ambush. If an opportunistic individual seized this moment to conduct a surprise attack, the likelihood of success would drastically increase. That would not be an exaggeration to say that after eliminating a target, one could easily shift the blame to the beasts, evading any repercussions. Contemplating this, you could not help but glance once more at Zhu Hailong. On the surface, he appeared calm, casually announcing the details and regulations of the assessment. Yet, from the corner of your eye, you sensed a fleeting glimmer of malice and hostility directed at you. Although you had followed the proper protocol to become an imperial cultivator in this simulation, it seemed to have drawn his unusual attention. The assessment was set for the following day at noon. After leaving Zhu Hailong's line of sight, you were gripped by trepidation. Out of caution, that night, you confided your concerns to the Crimson Flame. After listening to your fears, he promptly assured you that he would secretly protect you during the assessment, as he had accompanied you precisely to prevent such unforeseen circumstances. Though the formidable power of the Crimson Flame provided a sense of security, you could not ignore the fact that Zhu Hailong was a Golden Core master. If he truly chose to confront you personally, even the Crimson Flame would be of little help. This line of thought led you to consider the distant Yunma city beyond the Lion-Tiger Mountain range. Should Zhu Hailong resort to the same tactics as in the previous simulation, your only hope for safety would be the Leaf family in Yunma city. In other words, if an emergency arose, your best course of action would be to flee to Yunma city at the earliest opportunity. Resolving this in your mind, you proactively reached out to Li Yuni using the means he had provided, relaying the relevant details. After receiving his clear assurances and arrangements, you finally settled into a peaceful slumber. On the 21st day, in order to avoid alarming the enemy, you participated in the assessment with an unassuming demeanor. 5 Foundation Establishment Masters, along with 100 Chi refinement practitioners, escorted you to the outskirts of the Lion and Tiger Mountain range. After briefly reiterating the rules, they allowed you to hunt beasts at your leisure. Initially, uncertain whether Qian was present, you refrained from drawing attention to yourself, choosing instead to conceal your movements as you remained vigilant against the potential appearance of foes. Consequently, you spent a considerable amount of time without hunting any beasts, resulting in your ranking plummeting to the lowest position. However, once you located Qian and established contact, the burden in your heart lifted, and you immediately entered a state of optimal combat readiness. Despite concealing your cultivation level, your swordsmanship remained sharp and your courage undiminished. while other ordinary practitioners selectively targeted solitary beasts to minimize noise. Retreating at the sight of multiple beasts, you, determined to rise through the ranks, not only dashed forward with great fanfare to attract beasts, but also boldly attacked beast packs and dens that in a short span of time. You elevated your ranking from last place to 50th, achieving this in under 10 minutes. The acceleration from 50th to 20th place, and then from 20th to the top 10, saw your contribution skyrocket as if propelled by a rocket. By the time the assessment was just past the halfway mark, you had already secured a position in the top 5, leading by a considerable margin. The frontrunners began to tire, and their efficiency waned. You, bolstered by your perfected 9th layer of chi refinement and a physique honed by the lightning decision and tiger power pills, maintained an exceptionally high combat prowess. After half an hour, rather than showing signs of fatigue, you became increasingly valiant, decapitating hundreds and wreaking havoc. Before long, you had broken into the top 3, and if the assessment continued in this manner, you were certain to emerge victorious when time ran out. However, this favorable trend did not last long. Contrary to your wishes, the very situation you feared came to pass. Just as you were engaged in battle with a horde of beasts, a powerful aura emerged. Turning your head, you saw one of the 5 assessment officials, a Foundation Establishment Earth cultivator. Upon appearing, this cultivator immediately conjured an earthen barrier that sealed off all your escape routes. Simultaneously, he commanded 100 boulders, which swiftly crushed the horde of beasts you had yet to finish off, leaving no trace behind. After annihilating the beasts, he cast a murderous gaze upon you, his expression dark and foreboding, as if he were about to end your life in the next moment. Although you felt no panic within, you maintained a facade of fear, aware that as merely immortal, your impending death loomed large. You sought to ascertain the reason for your demise by probing this Foundation Establishment cultivator for information. He, with an air of self-importance, revealed the rationale behind your execution with chilling clarity. That it was quite simple. Your extraordinary talent in purple gold spirit essence posed a significant threat, especially given your connections with the Leaf family of Yunma City. Zhu Hailong, not only the inspector of Lion and Tiger City, but also a family elder of the Zhu clan in Mingguang City, viewed your existence as a potential hazard to his standing in Lion and Tiger City and a risk to the balance of power between the Li and Zhu families. Thus, under Zhu Hailong's orders, he was compelled to eliminate you today. Upon learning this truth from the Foundation Establishment Earth cultivator, you fully confirmed your suspicions. Zhu Hailong's ruthlessness was not a product of a fleeting moment, but rather a trait honed by his identity and position over time. Ordinary cultivators were nothing more than ants in his eyes, unworthy of his concern. However, you were different. You bore the mantle of a prodigy and possessed the exceptional purple gold spirit essence wherever you went. Your talent stood out, particularly in the unremarkable human-level city of Lion and Tiger City. This fate ensured that any appearance before Zhu Hailong would only lead to your demise. Thus, a singular thought flashed through your mind: to flee, to escape the Lion and Tiger mountain range, to seek refuge in Yunma City. You turned to make your escape, while the Foundation Establishment Earth cultivator merely watched you mockingly, opting not to intervene. To him, you were simply a mortal of the refinement stage, incapable of breaching his Foundation Establishment defenses, even at the pinnacle of the refinement stage. Yet this arrogant assumption was shattered almost instantaneously in the face of life and death. You ceased to conceal your cultivation level, unleashing the full power of your 9th layer of chi refinement, igniting the beast blood frenzy. You unleashed the Thunder Fury blade with ferocity, the terrifying blade aura cleaving through the earthen barrier, creating an opening large enough for a single person to pass through, and without hesitation, you leaped through it. The Foundation Establishment Earth cultivator had just begun to react when he realized you had slipped from his grasp. Initially stunned with disbelief, he was soon overwhelmed by a wave of humiliation at having been so thoroughly deceived, igniting a furious rage within him that in an instant, he pursued you with fierce anger. Intent on employing his spiritual techniques to ensnare you once more, the ASA Foundation Establishment cultivator. His speed naturally surpassed yours, and with the aid of a flying vessel, he quickly closed the distance between you. As he drew near, his face twisted with murderous intent, he unleashed an attack that was nearly upon your back. However, at that moment, a spear imbued with blazing fire and fierce battle intent hurtled through the air, shattering the Earth cultivator's assault with overwhelming force. and continued unabated towards his heart. The Foundation Establishment Earth Cultivator, barely able to react, hastily conjured an earthen wall for protection, but its efficacy was minimal. He was still grievously wounded and fell from his flying vessel. You turned with surprise towards the source of the attack, and to your amazement, it was Qi Yin. After effortlessly dispatching the enemy, Qi Yin swiftly retrieved the spear and, without hesitation, pulled you up, summoning a flying cloud with his storage ring to facilitate your rapid retreat. This Foundation Establishment Earth Cultivator was merely at the initial stage of Foundation Establishment and was the weakest among the five. Qi Yin could certainly ensure his swift defeat, but could not guarantee the same against the others. Moreover, although the Earth Cultivator had initiated the attack, putting you in the right, this was ultimately Zhu Hailong's territory, and he had every intention of seeing you dead. Even the most innocent of justifications could be turned against you to survive. Retreat was your only option that on the 22nd day, despite your rapid response. Zhu Hailong had already made preparations for a counterattack. You were relentlessly pursued by the other four Foundation Establishment cultivators, along with numerous Qi refinement practitioners, forcing you to flee from the outskirts to the inner regions of the Lion and Tiger Mountain Range. Traversing treacherous terrain and exhausting yourselves, it took a full day and night before you managed to escape. Utilizing the advantages of stealth techniques, the Lion and Tiger Mountain Range is fraught with peril. Yet fortune smiled upon you as you encountered no Foundation Establishment beasts. Anticipating such a scenario, you swiftly made your way towards Yunma City with Qi Yin, adhering to the retreat plan you had previously discussed with Li Yuni. By the 24th day, you and Qi Yin had encountered no further obstacles and arrived at Yunma City. This was the stronghold of the Li family, and Li Yuni had already made arrangements for your arrival, allowing you to enter the city without hindrance. Furthermore, Li family servants proactively welcomed you, arranging accommodations and permitting you to rest for the night. Both the lodging and meals were exceptionally well organized, and the servants' attitudes were equally commendable, leaving you with a splendid first impression of the Li family. That on the 25th day, the following day, you receive an invitation from an elder of the Li family to visit the inspector's residence. This elder, named Yu Xiong, was a senior member of the Li family's Internal Affairs Hall and also the sole mentor of Li Yuni. He was not only highly respected but also possessed formidable strength. Since reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement, the effects of your void-clearing eyes had improved. Yet, even so, upon witnessing him in person, you could only discern that Yu Xiong was a golden core powerhouse. While you could not ascertain the exact stage of his golden core, it was conservatively estimated that he was at least stronger than Zhu Hailong, who was at the initial stage of golden core. Yu Xiong's reason for inviting you was naturally connected to Li Yuni. Although Li Yuni's cultivation talent was lacking, he was quite astute. Yu Xiong, well aware of this, did not dismiss him as others did. Instead, striving to assist him in realizing his potential, that a few days prior, while arranging your escape routes, Li Yuni had also informed Yu Xiong of your situation, embellishing your talents to great lengths. Previously, Li Yuni had attempted to recruit subordinates to aid him, but those individuals were largely deemed mediocre by Yu Xiong and relegated to being ordinary Li family enforcers. This time, however, Yu Xiong's curiosity was piqued, and he wished to personally evaluate whether you truly were a prodigy worthy of becoming a key figure under Li Yuni's command. Understanding the elder's intentions, you smiled and set out to demonstrate your talents through action. First, you coalesced your purple gold spirit essence, then executed the Thunder Fury Blade, and finally showcased your ability to rapidly elevate your cultivation by absorbing spiritual stones, having already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. You demonstrated your prowess by absorbing spiritual stones, elevating your cultivation to the brink of Foundation Establishment, nearly breaking through. Upon witnessing your purple gold spirit essence, Yu Xiong's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing. He had initially thought Li Yuni was exaggerating, but it turned out to be true. He himself had only just reached purple spirit essence, and in terms of talent in this aspect, you had already surpassed him. Moreover, your subsequent display of the Thunder Fury Blade and your method of absorbing spiritual stones left him utterly awestruck. He was able to discern that the Thunder Fury Blade you wielded was merely a fragment and not its complete form. If it were indeed the genuine version, it would likely have been crafted by an ancient nascent soul expert, a true legacy of extraordinary power, capable of transforming spirit stones into one's own cultivation. Such an ability was entirely new to him. Yet if wielded properly, it could undoubtedly elevate you to the status of a formidable being in the future. After witnessing your prowess, Yu Xiong expressed profound admiration for your capabilities. Acknowledging your potential and pledging his unwavering support in assisting Li Yunyi at AS for Qi Yin, he was already on the path of foundational cultivation, with a bright future ahead that a mere display of his cultivation was sufficient to earn Yu Xiong's recognition. In Chapter 34, The Most Dazzling Existence, after gaining acknowledgement, you recounted your experiences in Shiru City to Yu Xiong and expressed your desire to participate in the assessment to become a legitimate imperial cultivator. Initially, upon learning that you had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, but had yet to become an imperial cultivator, Yu Xiong was taken aback. However, this surprise quickly dissipated, and with a smile, he calmly replied, "Since you have decided to align yourself with the Li family, this so-called assessment shall pose no obstacle. Ultimately, it rests upon the words of the family head." His words brimmed with confidence, instilling in you an unprecedented sense of security. With this assurance, you felt an overwhelming exhilaration and repeatedly expressed your gratitude. From that moment on, you were considered a member of the Li family. That very night, Yu Xiong reported your situation to the head of the Li family in his capacity as a family elder. Although the family head was not particularly optimistic about Li Yunyi, he recognized him as his own son and deemed it necessary to grant him some opportunity. Thus, he swiftly consented to your inclusion that on the 30th day, under the family head's arrangements, no one dared to hinder or make things difficult for you during the assessment. You were afforded the opportunity to showcase your abilities fully, ultimately emerging victorious and becoming the most distinguished participant in this session of the assessment. Simultaneously, on this day, you officially became a true imperial cultivator. Your complete identity information was transferred from the Mortal Household Department of the Betrayal Pavilion to the Cultivator Information Department of the Heavenly Tribunal, ensuring that wherever you went, you would be recognized as a cultivator. A celestial being in the eyes of mortals, you gained the right to cultivate freely throughout the entire Heavenly Spirit Empire, the qualification to choose any profession related to cultivation, and the eligibility to enter the Imperial Cultivation Department for systematic training. On the 31st day, the following day, Li Yunyi returned to Yunma City. Upon learning of your status as an Imperial cultivator, he was overjoyed and shared with you the current situation regarding Zhu Hailong. After failing to assassinate you, Zhu Hailong was taken aback and did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he feared retaliation from the Li family and retreated to Mingguang City overnight to discuss strategies with his clan. Initially, you were somewhat puzzled by this, but soon grasped the implications that a cultivator of the purple gold spirit root had the potential to become a nascent soul expert in the future, capable of elevating an entire regional city to a heavenly level. It was entirely reasonable for Zhu Hailong to believe that the Li family held you in high regard. Mingguang City is located in the far west of Wanghai Prefecture, while Yunma City lies in the southeast. A distance of approximately 3,000 miles apart, Zhu Hailong's retreat signified that you would not face his attack in the near future. However, this change in circumstances meant that the adversaries you would face would now be the entire Zhu family, rather than just Zhu Hailong alone. Amidst this mix of joy and concern, you resolved to cease wasting time pondering these matters and instead focus your energy and time on making breakthroughs, striving to achieve foundational cultivation as soon as possible. Due to the fact that you only showcased the 9th level of body refinement during the assessment, the Information Department currently recorded your cultivation level as such, leaving the ordinary disciples of the Li family and outsiders unaware of your true strength. That on the 38th day, as your recorded strength remained at the 9th level of body refinement, and you conducted yourself discreetly while serving under the so-called wasteful third young master Li Yunyi. You frequently found yourself looked down upon during your first week in the Li family. Many within the family believed that even though you were the champion of the assessment, you were ultimately just a mortal at the body refinement stage. Consequently, they dismissed you and sought to provoke you, even questioning the authenticity of your purple gold spirit root. Some impudent young cultivators directly challenged you publicly or attempted to bully you, with the fiery blood of your homeland coursing through your veins. You naturally could not tolerate such injustices and decisively dealt with all who dared to provoke or oppress you while leveraging your foundational martial skills and secret techniques, combined with your peak 9th level of Qi refinement physique. You could effortlessly crush those who dared to flaunt their strength despite only being at the 2nd or 3rd level of Qi refinement. Thus, your reputation for overpowering your opponents rapidly spread. and discussions about you proliferated within the Leaf family that on the 40th day, as your fame spread, more and more skeptics emerged, with many young cultivators eager to seek your guidance. Although defeating them posed no challenge for you, you found little interest in battling cultivators below the 5th level of Qi refinement, that in most instances, you would simply raise your cultivation to the 6th level of Qi refinement, causing your opponents to withdraw without a fight. However, after their retreat, when they informed others that you had reached the 6th level, none believed them, as everyone trusted the records of the information department. Feeling helpless, you realized that this nation conducted regular cultivation level registrations for all cultivators. Except for a few high-ranking officials permitted to conceal their levels, most legitimate imperial cultivators' levels were transparent, leading the public to place great faith in the provided data. Thus, to facilitate your activities and reduce unnecessary challenges, you submitted a request to the family to amend your cultivation information, elevating your recorded level to the 7th level of Qi refinement. This request for information alteration instantly caused an uproar within the family, as no one expected that just 10 days after passing the assessment, you had already reached the respectable 7th level of Qi refinement. Consequently, few young cultivators dared to provoke you, and both your and Li Yunyi's prestige soared, leading to a more peaceful existence. You were immensely satisfied with this outcome that on the 54th day, after 2 weeks had passed, you continued to actively gather the materials necessary for foundational cultivation. Following Yu Xiong's endorsement, he proactively helped you mobilize family resources to acquire breakthrough materials. Not only had you secured 2 rare materials, but you had also gathered sufficient spirit stones. Progress with Feng Zhizhan was also steady, as he had prepared 2 rare materials and a top-grade foundational pill for you. Now, you were only a step away from achieving foundational cultivation, needing only pure Thunder Spirit Qi and the final rare material. Based on previous simulations, you understood it was time to return to Fengling Town and Lin Xiao Village. For your own safety, you requested the company of a mid-stage Golden Core Elder from your family, and once again brought Qi Yin along. You had resided in Yunma City for nearly a month. Although Qi Yin initially planned to return to Fengling Town, considering the Zhu family's potential retaliation, you were reluctant to let him leave alone, thus having him stay with you. During this month, he diligently practiced and, with the support of the family, had reached the pinnacle of mid-stage foundational cultivation. With the 3 of you traveling together, you felt confident that even if Zhu Hailong attempted a sneak attack after your foundational cultivation, you would be able to handle it or even counterattack. In Chapter 35, Inheriting Memories, on the 61st day, you journeyed back to Fengling Town from Yunma City, where you vanquished the Burning Soul Ice Flame Python, guarding the last rare material. Successfully collecting all 5, that without pause, you took the Elder and Qi Yin toward Lin Xiao Village, heading into the nearby Misty Rainforest in search of Thunder Spirit Qi. Upon hearing your intention to seek pure Thunder Spirit Qi in the Misty Rainforest, both of them expressed doubts and skepticism. Firstly, the Misty Rainforest is remote, where typically weak demon beasts roam, and secret realms seldom manifest. Secondly, your information lacked any basis, making it difficult for them to believe. The Elder even suggested searching in the Shahushan mountain range, believing that such perilous areas were more likely to harbor secret realms. You firmly rejected this suggestion, resolutely insisting on heading to the Misty Rainforest. The Elder's expression immediately darkened with displeasure, questioning your certainty in finding Thunder Spirit Qi. Then on the 62nd day, as you entered the Misty Rainforest, wandering leisurely, a secret realm suffused with Thunder Spirit Qi appeared once again. Initially expecting to return empty-handed, both were utterly astonished at the sight before them. They had not anticipated that such pure and abundant Thunder Spirit Qi would exist in this desolate land. You smiled calmly, reflecting that this was all based on previous experiences, while the 2 looked at you with a mix of admiration and embarrassment, undoubtedly feeling the sting of their earlier skepticism. Since neither of them were thunder cultivators, entering the realm recklessly could lead to injury. Thus, you entered alone, as before, you entered the secret realm, absorbing the raging Thunder Spirit Qi, combining it with the top-grade foundational pill, a wealth of spirit stones, and the 5 rare materials to achieve a breakthrough in foundational cultivation. That on the 65th day, you broke through the confines of your trials, only to find the secret realm deserted. Littered instead with the carcasses of monstrous beasts, as you pondered this eerie silence, you suddenly witnessed a figure plummeting from the sky, crashing into the ground with tremendous force, creating a vast crater. Upon closer inspection, you recognize the fallen individual as Qi who had accompanied you on this journey. At this moment, Qi was battered and bruised, unconscious, and evidently gravely injured, that an unsettling feeling surged within you. And in the next instant, a terrifying aura enveloped you like a storm. Looking up, you saw that the one approaching was none other than the elder from your family who had previously escorted you. He now strode through the air, his eyes filled with an extreme murderous intent. Behind him, the ground was strewn with 9 foundational beasts and over 100 creatures at the 8th level of Qi training. You were filled with shock and fury, utterly astonished that the one orchestrating this chaos was not Zhu Hailong, but rather the elder who was meant to protect you. In your despair, you desperately attempted to extract useful information from him. However, this elder was evidently cunning and shrewd, offering you no opportunity. With a mere wave of his hand, he commanded the beasts to engulf you. 9 foundational beasts and 100 8th level Qi beasts, though you were a foundational cultivator of the heavenly path. Resisting such a tide was nearly impossible, especially with a golden core cultivator at the helm. Initially, you held no particular interest in the elder's name, but this time, you had no choice but to remember it. Bai Tsangshan. In your final moments, you swallowed a blood-red pill. Instantly, a surge of domineering blood energy and demonic aura erupted within you. You felt your body temperature soar, and unbearable pain coursed through your being. Yet simultaneously, your cultivation soared, forcibly advancing from the early to the mid-foundational stage. You had anticipated that the blood-red pill would merely enhance your combat prowess slightly. Never did you expect it to elevate you a full small realm within the foundational stage, igniting a wave of excitement and joy within you. Harnessing this newfound power, you unleashed unprecedented combat strength, slaying 3 foundational beasts and dozens of Qi beasts in succession. Ultimately, however, Bai Tsangshan could no longer tolerate your defiance and unleashed his golden core power to end your life. Yet even he could not dispatch you in a single strike. It took several exchanges before he finally subdued you. I end this battle. Although you remained oblivious to his true identity, you felt the chilling aura of demonic energy surrounding him. Undoubtedly, he was a ruthlessly decisive demon cultivator. You perished. Simulation concluded. Evaluation. Your wings have yet to unfurl. The time for your bloom has not yet arrived. Who would have thought that danger lurked everywhere? You entered Yunma City expecting to extend your days, yet time slipped away just as swiftly as before. Nevertheless, at least you have eliminated erroneous choices. If you wish to become a cultivator of the Empire, you could simply accompany Li Yuni to Yunma City. As for Zhu Hailong, who has repeatedly sought to end your life, he has already sealed his own fate. Returning to reality from the simulation, Yang Wuwei took a deep breath. This simulation marked his first foray into a grand city, representing a significant breakthrough compared to previous experiences, yielding substantial gains, though the manner of his demise was somewhat humiliating. Exposing a traitor among the elders of the Li family was not without merit. Reward summary. 1. Inherit all memories from this simulation. 2. Inherit the cultivation level of the mid-foundational stage post-demonic invasion. 3. Acquire detailed information on any individual from the simulation. 4. Inherit the advanced broken void eyes. 5. Inherit the green talent skill, eternal youth. This time, the decision proved to be quite challenging, as the reward options appeared. Yang Wuwei scanned them, hesitating momentarily. The mid-foundational cultivation level was undoubtedly desirable. However, the torment experienced during the demonic invasion lingered in his mind. Moreover, after reaching the foundational stage, the consumption for each simulation would escalate to 100 spirit stones. Upon careful consideration, despite his yearning for it, he resolved not to choose the cultivation level. The third option, obtaining detailed information about a person, also piqued his interest. Bai Tsangshan, the enigmatic figure who had suddenly turned against him, ignited a profound curiosity within him. Hidden within a prominent family, mastering the path of beast control, and embodying the ruthlessness of a demon cultivator, such a character could hardly be ordinary. However, while this option was appealing, Bai Tsangshan was a golden core cultivator, residing far away in Yunma City. Even if Yang Wuwei gained insight into his information, it would not alter the current situation. It would be wiser to reserve it for future simulations. Options 4 and 5, while somewhat useful, seemed comparatively less significant. It appeared that he must choose the memory option this time. After much deliberation, Yang Wuwei made his decision. Usually, he would overlook the memory option. But on this occasion, it was imperative to acknowledge it. Although the previous simulation was brief, it had provided him glimpses of the city, entry into the Leaf family, participation in assessments, and knowledge of the locations of Thunder's spiritual energy and heavenly materials. He could ascertain that inheriting these memories would not only grant him nearly 3 months of combat experience and insights into breakthroughs in the foundational stage, but also help him expand his understanding of details that might not be apparent in future simulations. System. I choose option 1, Chapter 36. A sudden rebirth. The system detected the host's first selection to inherit memories and began preparations. 3, 2, 1. As the choice was finalized, the system's prompt appeared once more. Yang Wuwei was momentarily taken aback, assuming that inheriting memories would be akin to the seamless transfer of a light orb into his body. However, it seemed the system required additional preparation before he could fully contemplate this. A dazzling light suddenly flickered before his eyes, rendering him unable to see, and then his consciousness appeared to be drawn away. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings remained unchanged, yet he swiftly realized with astonishment that he could no longer control his body or limbs. Not only that, but his body was acting autonomously. System. What is happening? This unexpected and miraculous turn of events startled Yang Wuwei, prompting him to urgently inquire of the system. Memory inheritance has commenced. The host is currently experiencing the entirety of the memories from a first-person perspective. During the memory inheritance period, the host cannot intervene in the memory content, but the 5 senses and emotions remain intact, allowing you to fully experience every thought and action within the simulated memories. Reality will pause until the memory inheritance is complete and the host's consciousness returns to the present. The system's notification appeared in rapid succession, summarizing that his consciousness had been directly immersed into the simulation to undergo a thorough experience. During this period, whether it be the emotional highs and lows or the physical sensations of comfort and pain, he would experience them in their entirety. Wait, is this what you call inheriting memories? Fully grasping the rules, Yang Wuwei was utterly bewildered. This so-called memory inheritance was far more exhilarating than he had anticipated. Simply acquiring memories would allow many tangible details and sensations to fade into obscurity over time. However, if he were to wholly experience the memories, even if he might forget them afterward, the feelings of those moments would be indelibly etched in his mind. Yang Wuwei was still adjusting to this first-person observational sensation. Yet the version of him within the simulation remained oblivious to these nuances, simply following the simulated trajectory and acting accordingly. I end the simulation. He diligently practiced the Thunder Fury Blade in the morning and the Heavenly Punishment Thunder in the afternoon. Though devoid of spirit stones and lacking the aid of a simulator, he still exerted every ounce of effort to strengthen himself. For several consecutive days, he remained utterly dedicated to his training. Yang Wuwei could even hear his own thoughts within the simulation, that he felt every drop of sweat that fell, every moment of gritting his teeth in persistence during training. Observing his own efforts, he realized, so this is what it feels like. Yang Wuwei observed all that transpired before him, unable to suppress the tumultuous emotions within his heart, an amalgamation of admiration and a touch of solace. Although he experienced everything from a first-person perspective, feeling it deeply, he was nonetheless acutely aware that he was not the one controlling the body, allowing him the capacity to contemplate. Typically, he immersed himself in solitary training, pushing through challenges in fleeting moments. Yet as he watched from the sidelines, he was struck by the unwavering resolve displayed. Beyond training, the mundane aspects of daily life, eating, sleeping, and socializing, were also palpable to him through this first-person lens. The flow of memories over the span of 24 hours felt identical to that of reality. After reliving 3 days' worth of memories, it was as though he had genuinely lived those days. Everything around him seemed as real as life itself. Had it not been for his inability to control the body, he might have doubted whether he was not, in fact, the simulated version of himself. Days passed one after another. Guardian of Xuanwu Village, Shunjin of Baiyun Village, the practitioners of the puppet cult, the fierce Zhu Hailong of the Lion Tiger sect, the escape from Yunma City, the glory of victory. The hunt for monstrous beasts, the foundation of the heavenly path. Each event he had previously encountered only through the written word was now vividly experienced by Yang Wuwei. He could feel the fervor and rebellious spirit as he partnered with Wu Langyan to challenge the formidable leader of Xuanwu village. He also sensed the unparalleled bravado that surged within him upon achieving the foundation of the heavenly path, a determination that was all or nothing, a reckless resolve to fight to the bitter end. In moments when he merely read the text, he often found it a waste of time to expend energy fighting against an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. Yet in truly experiencing such dire moments, he realized that the simulated version of himself was imbued with the spirit of fighting against all odds and an unyielding will to survive. He could hear the voice of his simulated self. Even when faced with despair, that version of him still believed that a fierce battle could yield the possibility of victory, though he saw the simulation as mere text and the outcome predetermined. To the simulated self, it constituted the entirety of his existence. That it was akin to the heroes chronicled in history, whose lives were encapsulated in sparse records. Yet the emotions contained within were profoundly intense. Known only to themselves, the memory inheritance concluded and rewards were dispensed. Yang Wuwei watched helplessly as he was slain by Bai Tsangshan, marking the end of this brief yet protracted experience of memory succession. In the blink of an eye, he had lived over 60 days within the confines of the simulation, while in reality, not even a second had passed in Lin Shao village, the familiar place he knew so well. This surreal sensation felt akin to being reborn after death, that if one day he possessed an abundance of spirit stones, could he not, through the inheritance of memories, experience lifetimes spanning tens of thousands or even millions of years? Returning to reality and gazing at the familiar surroundings, Yang Wuwei could not help but feel a surge of emotions. Though he mused about the future, it still felt distant. For now, his priority remained the pursuit of greater strength. The simulated version of him effortlessly absorbed the thunder spirit energy at the pinnacle of qi refinement, while the reality of his being only reached the 7th level of qi refinement. However, if he persevered and committed himself fully, early absorption should not pose a significant challenge. Yet a better idea struck him that as long as he refrained from absorption in reality, he could absorb the thunder spirit energy each time he engaged in a simulation. As he contemplated this, a wave of excitement coursed through him. Having witnessed the sheer power of the pure thunder spirit energy, he became entranced by its terrifying might that if the power of an ordinary lightning cultivator's move was rated at 10 points. Then having absorbed the pure thunder spirit energy, his typical move could reach 20 points. Should he manage to repeatedly absorb this pure thunder spirit energy for his own use, he, Yang Wuwei, would undoubtedly become an unparalleled lightning cultivator. With resolve, Yang Wuwei suppressed his desire to absorb the thunder spirit energy and redirected his focus to studying martial techniques and spiritual skills. According to the timeline of the simulation, 3 days hence would see the arrival of the 2 guardians of Xuanwu village, along with Zhang Xuwei and other leaders, as they led the band of thieves into their midst. That would be his golden opportunity to harvest spirit stones through a campaign of slaughter. Chapter 37. Honorably armed with the memories and insights gleaned from the simulation, Yang Wuwei's efficiency in studying martial techniques and spiritual skills surged significantly. Whereas before he had navigated through obscurity, now, with the benefit of first-hand experience, he was retracing a well-trodden path that in the blink of an eye. 3 days had flown by, and his strength had soared during this period. The Thunder Fury Blade had leaped to the realm of great perfection. Mere steps away from completion, the Heavenly Punishment Thunder and Beast Blood Frenzy had also reached a minor success level. The accumulation from the simulation had indeed borne fruit. Now, I am the hunter. After concluding his training, Yang Wuwei gripped his treasured blade tightly, feeling a surge of adrenaline. Previously, he had often relied on evasion and cleverness to escape perilous situations, even resorting to traps to deal with a single Shinin. But now, after multiple simulations, he stood prepared, facing the impending onslaught of the bandit army, with unwavering resolve and a heart ablaze with battle fervor. This time, I shall confront the invading bandits with honor and eradicate them entirely. With unwavering determination in his gaze, Yang Wuwei strode boldly out of his dwelling. The villagers had already been evacuated and were in hiding. Awaiting him outside was a cadre of allied cultivators. Led by Wu Langyan, 5 members of the dragon-slaying organization stood alongside him, including Li Yuni, Xia Yang, and Lu Fengyan, 9 qi refinement cultivators in total. In stark contrast, The bandit forces were led by only 2 guardians at the 4th level of Qi refinement, while the rest, whether leaders or minions, were mere mortals of the body refinement realm. From the disparity in their formations, it seemed evident that Yang Wuwei alone could annihilate the entire band of thieves. Everyone, this bandit raid is merely a trial run, lacking in strength and quality, yet overwhelming in numbers. Your task is to seal off all their escape routes, leaving them no chance to flee or send word. Remember, these bandits are ruthless and bloodthirsty. Do not grant them a single opportunity to harm. Every foe in sight must be slain as for the frontal assault. I and Captain Wu shall take charge, leaving them no chance of success. Yang Wuwei commanded before the assembled group, his tone elevated, resonant, and brimming with fighting spirit that in just a few sentences, he had expressed the fiery battle intent surging within him. If, as you predict, the bandit army strikes at noon, our intervention will be a significant contribution to the organization. Wu Langyan responded, already prepared. Over the past few days, he had contemplated Yang Wuwei's assertions regarding the village massacre and the authenticity of the puppet cult's actions in Fengling town. Now, the opportunity to witness the truth was at hand, and he resolved to see it with his own eyes that I have always harbored deep disdain for bandits, especially those who harm innocent civilians. I shall join the fray. Though I come from humble beginnings and have little influence, I understand the value of chivalry. I too shall participate. We, the sword cultivators, live to stand out, with sword in hand. We shall slay all bandits. I shall join as well. The fervor ignited by Yang Wuwei was further fueled by Wu Longyan's rallying cry, causing the assembled members to respond with righteous indignation, their spirits soaring as they echoed their agreement. With merely a handful of individuals, such fervent momentum was astonishing that I, Li Yuni, have come today to fight, yet I never anticipated to witness such a scene. Truly, it is worth the effort, he thought to himself, filled with delight. The individuals gathered around Yang Wuwei were more heroic than he had imagined. He could have remained in Wolf Sun Village, awaiting news. Yet he chose to come and assist, eager to witness Yang Wuwei's performance in the heat of battle. This unexpected camaraderie deepened his admiration and curiosity for Yang Wuwei Lu Jinsha. It seems this marks our first joint battle. Does it not? Indeed, from this day forth, we are not merely colleagues or friends, but comrades who share in trials and tribulations. Haha, splendid. Xia Yang and Lu Fengyan exchanged knowing smiles, their bond solidifying into a brotherly camaraderie. As Yang Wuwei surveyed the scene before him, he felt not only exhilaration, but also an unparalleled confidence. With these comrades fighting by his side, he understood he was not alone in facing adversity. Boom, boom! The earth trembled from the cacophony of countless feet, and the wild wolves howled skyward, as if sounding the clarion call for battle. Zhang Xui's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty excitement, a grin spreading across his face. And his long sword shimmered ominously under the blazing sun, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Riding his wild wolf, he was flanked by 2 commanders, one bearing a scarred visage, the other radiating a murderous aura. Both far from ordinary folk. Once we burn this village to the ground, slaughter the old and young within, and plunder the women, our mission will be complete. Ha ha! The bloodthirsty commander gazed from afar and observed that the defenses of Lin Shao village were lax. Its structures dilapidated, lacking any semblance of combat readiness. He couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh, his excitement palpable, as if he longed to obliterate the entire village. The chief had proclaimed that they were aiding in a grand endeavor. Should they succeed, everyone, regardless of their origins, would have the opportunity to attain immortality. Ha! The scarred man beside him echoed this sentiment, his face alight with uncontainable exhilaration. For these ruthless brigands, accustomed to countless souls perishing beneath their blades. The slaughter of this desolate village was merely a fortuitous task, devoid of any burdens. Have you all heard? Listen closely, lads. Work hard today, hack away with all your might, and the reward shall be plentiful. Upon hearing their words, Zhang Shui revealed a cruel smile and then roared at the top of his lungs, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" His voice resonated, inciting a chorus of fervent shouts from the bandits, who bellowed and brandished their weapons, creating a cacophony that could send any ordinary village fleeing in terror. In an instant, the bandit horde marched forward, kicking up clouds of dust like a swarm of locusts, advancing towards the entrance of Lin Shao village. As they reached a narrow path, suddenly, A figure stepped forward, brandishing a sword, standing with an indomitable spirit, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a single word. His eyes blazed fiercely, standing tall like a steadfast pine tree, instilling a sense of awe that caused the bandit army, including the three commanders, to halt in their tracks. Zhang Shui, a man known for his bloodlust, typically dealt ruthlessly with any who dared obstruct his path, tossing the women to his minions and slaughtering the men without hesitation. Yet upon encountering this individual, he felt an instinctual trepidation, furrowing his brow and exchanging a glance with the scarred man. Chapter 38. One strike to slay the blade, demon good dogs do not block the way. Who dares impede our affairs here at Xuanwu Stronghold? The scarred man immediately grasped the intent, raising his voice in a thunderous demand, causing the hundreds of henchmen behind him to flinch. However, such bravado did not intimidate the figure before them. That my surname is Yang S for my name. You may consider it once you leave my blade alive. The low, resonant voice echoed, not loud, yet suffused with an air of lethal intent, akin to that of the Grim Reaper. Thunder rumbled, and the scent of beastly blood ignited. The newcomer was none other than Yang Wuwei. What a lunatic so arrogant! We have 500 brothers. Do you truly believe you can stand against us alone? The scarred man scoffed, pointing at Yang Wuwei while boasting about the formidable 500 bandits at his back. You must have lost your mind, failing to recognize your own insignificance. The bloodthirsty commander also wore a look of disdain, brandishing his weapon with a fierce glare, as though poised to slay Yang Wuwei with a single strike. Against you lot, I am more than sufficient. Yang Wuwei remained unfazed by the barrage of skepticism. His immense power provided him with unwavering confidence. Even standing alone, he felt no fear amidst the throngs of bandits surrounding him. While they appeared somewhat formidable, what would happen in actual combat? Though Zhang Shui felt a flicker of apprehension, witnessing Yang Wuwei's audacity compelled him to abandon restraint. Ghost Blade, kill him! In the next moment, he signaled to the third-ranked commander among the 8, Ghost Blade, that I had already planned for this. Ghost Blade, receiving the order, instantly unleashed his full strength, revealing the aura of a 9th-layer body cultivator, igniting fervor among the bandits. With a swift motion, he leaped upon his war wolf, charging forth like a tempest, his long knife gripped tightly, aiming to slay Yang Wuwei. Come on! Yang Wuwei was prepared, raising the treasured blade bestowed upon him by an immortal, displaying an aura of lethal intent as his gaze locked onto his target. Against such mortals, he found no need to reveal his true prowess. Relying solely on his physical strength was akin to a divine being facing mere mortals. In the distance, 2 4th-layer Qi practitioners observed the unfolding scene from a vantage point. They were the southern and northern guardians of Xuanwu Stronghold, present to ensure the mission's success. This young man's presence is most peculiar. Even I cannot discern his true strength. Do you think he would be foolish enough to come here alone, seeking death? The northern guardian, having witnessed the standoff in its entirety, keenly sensed that Yang Wuwei's strength was likely more profound than it appeared. Ghost Blade is known for his ruthlessness, second only to Zhang Shui. This young man cannot possibly defeat him. Rest assured. The Southern Guardian simply smiled, dismissing Yang Wuwei entirely to him. Yang Wuwei's inability to reveal his strength was merely an indication of his lack thereof. Indeed, in this desolate wilderness, a remote village, perhaps he is merely the fool of some villager. The Northern Guardian felt some of his concerns dissipate, even internally chiding himself for overthinking. After a moment's thought, he redirected his gaze to the battlefield, eager to witness Yang Wuwei's impending folly. The Southern Guardian mirrored his actions, bracing himself to mock Yang Wuwei. However, as both turned to assess the current situation, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Both Guardians found themselves engulfed in sheer disbelief. The Ghost Blade, once lauded for his ruthlessness, now lay decapitated, his body sprawled in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, unable to close even in death. Those eyes were filled with terror and confusion, as if he could not comprehend how he had met his demise. That on the opposite side, the man they had previously dismissed as a mere mortal, Yang Wuwei, stood before Ghost Blade's corpse, bloodied blade in hand, completely unscathed. His eyes radiated a chilling, murderous intent, devoid of fear, only resolute determination. Not even the formidable Ghost Blade could withstand his assault, and the wild wolf had no chance either. As Yang Wuwei effortlessly snapped its neck, as one would a mere chick, How is this possible? What just transpired? The scarred commander, facing Yang Wuwei, was now utterly dumbfounded. He could never have dreamed that Ghost Blade, who outmatched him, would be slain in an instant. You brat, what trickery did you employ? How could you slay my brother? Zhang Xue's emotions spiraled out of control after a brief shock, filled with astonishment and fury as he pointed accusingly at Yang Wuwei. Although Ghost Blade's strength was not unparalleled, it was not significantly weaker than Zhang Xue's own. He had always prided himself on being able to best Ghost Blade, but it would undoubtedly take time. Therefore, he could not fathom how Yang Wuwei possessed the ability to kill Ghost Blade in an instant. In his mind, Yang Wuwei must have set a trap or concocted some scheme. I have already stated. Against you lot, I am more than sufficient. There is no need for any conspiracy. Dealing with you does not require such tactics. Yang Wuwei discarded the wild wolf's corpse, kicking Ghost Blade's body aside. Then leisurely strode forward, finally aiming his treasured blade at the bandits. Now, will you come forth one by one to meet your demise, or shall I take the initiative to eliminate you? The atmosphere, thick with tension, reached a zenith, as fear began to manifest in the gazes of countless bandits. Ghost Blade had been an insurmountable presence in their eyes, yet this man before them had just effortlessly dispatched him. They questioned whether they could truly contend with such a terrifying foe. Very well. You think you can take on 500 brothers alone? Zhang Xue, utterly enraged, turned to the bandits, bellowing, "Do not fear, no matter how strong he may be. He is but a mortal, not an immortal. With 500 of us, if we each throw a knife, we will surely slay him." His fervent proclamation, coupled with the authority he had built as a commander, quickly instilled a semblance of courage in the bandits. Alleviating their fear, we will follow the commander's lead. Kill. Several minor leaders were the first to respond to Zhang Xue's rallying cry, spurring countless small-time thieves to join in, all roaring to bring about Yang Wuwei's demise. It seems you all are unwilling to surrender. I suppose I would feel the same. Yang Wuwei regarded their bravery with a hint of approval, and simultaneously, a surge of battle intent erupted from within him. Chapter 39. Harvesting the bandits. Whoever slays this boy shall be rewarded with spirit stones and appointed as a commander, Zhang Xue shouted. A single phrase igniting the already fervent bandit army into a frenzy. With ample rewards promised, the bandits wielded their knives and guns, driven by the allure of wealth, charging towards Yang Wuwei with bloodshot eyes. The oppressive atmosphere conjured by the hundreds of bandits was such that even the most proficient masters of the mortal realm found it difficult to withstand. Yet upon witnessing this dire situation, Yang Wuwei merely raised his treasured blade with deliberate calm, assuming the initial stance of the Thunder Fury blade, directing its edge towards the throng of thieves. His spiritual energy surged into the blade, and arcs of electricity flickered around him, altering his aura dramatically, exuding the demeanor of an unparalleled master. Thunder Fury Blade. First form. Thunder shakes the 1,000 armies. With a thunderous shout, Yang Wuwei unleashed a formidable strike, the might of thunder accompanying it, as a 10-meter-long blade of energy, akin to a raging dragon, roared forth to annihilate. In that fleeting moment, due to his own explosive power, his cultivation finally shed the veil of secrecy, and the essence of a cultivator erupted, sweeping across a radius of a mile. The external manifestation of his inner strength coalesced into a tangible force. How could this be possible? He is not a mere mortal, a celestial being. He is a celestial being. As Yang Wuwei condensed the blade energy, countless bandits turned pale, their eyes filled with terror, their bodies trembling with excitement and disbelief. Even the usually arrogant Zhang Xue's countenance changed dramatically. He never imagined that the young man confronting him would be a formidable cultivator. The scarred captain was so terrified that he urinated in fear, never anticipating an opponent so terrifying. He immediately urged his wild wolf to turn and flee. With their leader in full retreat, the remaining ordinary bandits followed suit without hesitation. Even the promise of a substantial reward could not compel them to continue the fight to TO them. This 10-meter blade of energy, akin to a cannonball before mortals, was utterly insurmountable. Their only recourse was flight. No, this is not a battle we can win. The scarred captain has fled. He has fled. We cannot win. Everyone run. Get out of my way. Do not obstruct me. Ouch, who stepped on me? Before Yang Wuwei's blade could descend, the bandit army was already in a state of panic, desperately seeking to escape, their cries of despair reverberating in the air. However, the path to Linxiao village was already narrow, and with hundreds of bandits clogging the way, their sudden desire to flee was anything but easy. Thus, in the next moment, the blade Yang Wuwei regarded the approaching Zhang Shui with an air of tranquility, his tone imbued with calmness, devoid of any trace of fear. Just as his words fell, Wu Lingyan emerged from behind him, raising his hand to conjure a sphere of lightning, casually flinging it towards the rushing Zhang Shui. The lightning enveloped him, charring his body to a deep black, resembling a massive piece of charcoal. Following a heart-wrenching, fleeting wail, Zhang Shui instantly lost all vitality. Perishing on the spot, he is but a mere mortal. I can handle him with ease. With these words, Wu Longyan's aura gradually receded, yet the sharpness in his gaze remained unyielding. Yang Wuwei nodded in satisfaction, then turned his attention to the remnants of the defeated bandits on the battlefield. The numerous brigands had all met their demise. Even those who had previously survived the onslaught of blades perished under the relentless assault of the other cultivators. The two protective guardians, having sustained grave injuries, fainted on the spot, only to be finished off swiftly thereafter, and the three leaders suffered the same fate. Thus, apart from a few minor leaders of the bandits and two elite guards from Baiyun village who were captured, not a single foe remained alive. My friends, we have emerged victorious in this battle. Yang Wuwei proclaimed, I shall take but half of the spoils from the bandits. The rest you may divide among yourselves. In the wake of their victory, Yang Wuwei promptly arranged for the distribution of the spoils, believing that everyone had contributed significantly to the battle and thus deserved their share. Without your efforts, our triumph would have been impossible, he added. What we currently lack the most are weapons and equipment. Let us claim only the weapons and gear from these spoils, while you may keep all the spirit stones. What do you think? To his surprise, Wu Lingyan, with his forthright nature, felt that their contributions had been insufficient upon hearing Yang Wuwei's suggestion, and thus proposed anew, Leader Wu, everyone has played a vital role in this battle. Although I have slain many foes, it is by no means solely my achievement. Had any of you been absent, this battle would not have unfolded so smoothly. Therefore, it would be inappropriate for me to take all the spirit stones. Yang Wuwei, though in need of spirit stones, valued the camaraderie with his companions just as highly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Daoist Yang, I believe Wu's suggestion is commendable. Our organization currently requires military supplies more than spirit stones. In contrast, your cultivation evidently demands spirit stones. Thus, if we follow Wu's plan, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. At this moment, Lu Fengyan unexpectedly chimed in, aware of Yang Wuwei's unique talent for absorbing spirit stones and remembering his earlier promise to support him. I too endorse this suggestion. What do you all think? He inquired, seeking the opinions of the other cultivators. That I concur. Without Daoist Yang, how could we have discerned the brigands' formations or devised such intricate strategies? Another joined in. Indeed, while we sword cultivators are in dire need of spirit stones, I must confess that Daoist Yang deserves them far more than I. The members of the dragon-slaying organization were stirred, as if each word served as the final straw for a camel already laden. Yes, they extolled Yang Wuwei's merits. His remaining reservations crumbled entirely. I am deeply honored, since you all have spoken so highly. I shall graciously accept the spirit stones in accordance with Leader Wu's suggestion. Rest assured, when I one day ascend to great heights, I shall never forget your kindness. With the atmosphere reaching a peak of camaraderie, Yang Wuwei felt no further inclination to decline. Following the consensus, he began to clear the battlefield, restoring order, and subsequently gathered the spoils, meticulously counting them. A quarter of an hour later, the distribution of the spoils was complete. As he gazed upon the pile of spirit stones within his storage ring, resembling a small mountain, a surge of excitement and joy surged within him, nearly reaching its zenith. Chapter 41. 20 Opportunities for Simulation After Counting. Yang Wuwei found himself even more exhilarated. Before him lay over 200 spirit stones. 20 opportunities for simulation, a full 20. He exclaimed, as long as I refrain from entering the Foundation establishment stage for the time being and utilize all 200 in simulations, I shall undoubtedly master any skill to perfection, perhaps even reach its pinnacle. Amidst his active thoughts, Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, and Yang Wuwei felt his heart racing uncontrollably, unable to contain his laughter. Based on his previous experiences in simulations, he firmly believed that with just a few more attempts, he could survive in the simulations for half a year or even several years that if fortune smiled upon him each time. The 20 opportunities for simulation contained the equivalent of decades, if not centuries, of experience. Previously, limited by the scant opportunities for simulation, he had to focus solely on life and death matters. But this time, he resolved to prepare for future ascendance in power and status. Amassing spirit stones for cultivation. With determination set in his heart, Yang Wuwei swiftly compared various skills from memory, including formations, beast taming, weapon forging, alchemy, and commerce. For this first opportunity, he aimed to acquire a skill that could be learned quickly, yielding immediate results, and that was also versatile. Alchemy fit this description perfectly. Firstly, there was the line to Master Qingfeng, which would allow him to learn the trade swiftly. Secondly, alchemy's widespread application and the undeniable speed at which spirit stones could be earned from selling pills made it an optimal choice. Moreover, alchemists held a prestigious status within the cultivation world, which would bolster his own standing. Thus, he decided to embark on the path of alchemy, recalling Master Qingfeng and the esteemed alchemists he had encountered in Shihuqing and Yunmosing, who had thrived and garnered respect. Yang Wuwei swiftly retrieved 10 spirit stones. Feeling the weight of these stones, he reflected on the gravity of the moment and turned his gaze towards his companions, who were currently resting and preparing for their impending assault on Baiyun village, blissfully unaware of the great transformation about to unfold for Yang Wuwei. The next time we meet, it will be after 20 simulations. My friends, upon my return, we shall be unstoppable. Casting aside his final traces of reluctance, Yang Wuwei took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely firm, and decisively chose to initiate the simulation that as the simulation commenced. Time and reality once more came to a standstill, and the text of the simulation gradually emerged, filling Yang Wuwei's vision. The simulation is about to begin. Please proceed to select a talent. The familiar prompt appeared. Yet this time, Yang Wuwei did not hastily opt for a random selection. The ample spirit stones at his disposal finally granted him the courage to inquire about the price of designating a specific talent. System, how many spirit stones are required to designate a purple talent in alchemy? The current host may expend 100 spirit stones to designate a purple talent in alchemy. This price will remain fixed, irrespective of the host cultivation level point 100. Though the price would not escalate, it equated to a full 10 opportunities for simulation at his current stage. Upon hearing such a steep cost, Yang Wuwei could not help but gasp in shock, instantly quelling his desire to specify a talent and entirely abandoning the notion. Given the circumstances, it seemed he would have to wait until he achieved proficiency in alchemy and amassed significant wealth before being able to freely designate talents. System, I will proceed with a random selection instead. With no other choice, Yang Wuwei silently prayed that, although he could not specify, it would be best if luck favored him with a powerful talent. Talent selection in progress. Congratulations, the host has drawn a blue auxiliary talent. Text imprint. Talent description. You possess an extraordinary memory for all written content you encounter. It will be imprinted in your mind, allowing you to retrieve and review it at will when needed. Yang Wuwei was taken aback by the impressive description of this talent, which was merely classified as blue. Isn't this just photographic memory? Why is it called text imprint? As he quickly scanned the details of the drawn talent, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he repeatedly read through the information, his heart swelling with both surprise and joy. He felt an overwhelming curiosity as to why such a practical talent was only rated as blue. This talent merely allows the host to retain written content, thus having no impact on everyday life. For instance, the host will still frequently forget where they place their belongings. Therefore, the system has determined it is not true photographic memory, categorizing it as blue and naming it text imprint.ic. But even if it only pertains to written content, it is still exceptionally beneficial for alchemy. After listening to the system's explanation, Yang Wuwei nodded thoughtfully at first, and then, upon further contemplation, felt an increasing excitement within him. He possessed memories from the previous round of simulation and had experience interacting with Qingfeng and the alchemists from the Li family. Thus he was aware of some fundamental aspects of alchemy. Yang Wuwei understood very well that to become an alchemist, one must be well versed in a plethora of texts. Alchemy is essentially about skillfully combining various spiritual herbs and materials, and then synthesizing them based on the alchemist's own level of expertise. The pathways involved in alchemy are vast, encompassing several disciplines such as herbalism, spiritual herb studies, material science, fire control, pill condensation, spiritual power studies, the five elements, and many more, all of which require a substantial foundation of theoretical knowledge. If it takes an ordinary person a tremendous amount of time and energy to learn these theoretical concepts, then for Yang Wuwei, who possessed the talent of textual imprinting, it would merely be a matter of days. With this gift, as long as he did not fall too swiftly in this round of simulation, he was destined to achieve remarkable mastery in alchemy. System. Let us commence the simulation normally, with the talent extraction complete. The simulation began that on the first day, gazing at the mountain of spiritual stones before him, he decisively absorbed them, rapidly elevating his cultivation to half-step foundation establishment that he then led his companions to effortlessly eradicate the pest. Shen Jin, from Baiyun village, and once again became acquainted with Cheng Feng. By the seventh day, he had once more dismantled the conspiracy of the Xuanwu stronghold, traveled to Fengling town, received a stipend of 300 spiritual stones from Li Yuni, and became a core member of the Dragon Slaying organization. During this time, he had particularly safeguarded Cheng Feng during the decisive battle with the Xuanwu stronghold, and on the way to Fengling town, demonstrated considerable talent in alchemy, earning Cheng Feng's admiration, leading them to become sworn brothers. That he learned that although Cheng Feng was a third-tier alchemist, he lacked background and connections, and was passionate about alchemy, often preferring solitude, which left him frequently short of spiritual stones for alchemical endeavors. Upon reflection, he resolved to introduce Cheng Feng to the Leaf family in the future, integrating him into their ranks. On the eighth day, he planned to invite Li Yuni to accompany him to Yunma City to become formal imperial cultivators, and Qi Yin voluntarily offered to escort them. Cheng Feng had originally intended to return to Baiyun village that day to take up a leisurely post as a town inspector. But Yang Wuwei stopped him, hoping he would join them on their journey to Yunma City. After some hesitation, Cheng Feng made a request. He would accompany them if Yang Wuwei agreed to become his disciple. Having awaited this opportunity, Yang Wuwei did not hesitate to accept his apprenticeship. This place differed from other cultivation worlds. Here, alchemical recipes were not publicly accessible, but were tightly held by the alchemists. Even the most common first-tier pill recipes were seldom available to ordinary citizens and cultivators alike. Thus, to become an alchemist, having a mentor was exceedingly important, even essential as a third-tier alchemist. Cheng Feng's skills were rare, even in Shiru City, making him an ideal choice for Yang Wuwei's mentorship. That on the ninth day, they boarded a flying vessel, embarking on their journey to Yunma City. Along the way, Cheng Feng began formally imparting alchemical techniques to Yang Wuwei. Although he had previously acknowledged Yang Wuwei's extraordinary talent, he had only casually taught him some rudimentary concepts. Given that Yang Wuwei was a novice, Cheng Feng decided to first teach him the most basic first-tier thunder control fire technique. Hoping to establish a solid foundation in fire control, Qi Yin and Li Yuni were also eager to learn alchemy, so Cheng Feng imparted this fire control technique to them as well. Before they began their studies, he specifically cautioned them that alchemy was highly demanding of one's aptitude. Even the most fundamental fire control technique could deter the majority of cultivators. Therefore, for them to achieve any success, they would need to immerse themselves wholeheartedly in their studies, as otherwise they might spend days without making any progress. That Li Yuni, upon hearing this, appeared contemplative and earnestly dedicated himself to his studies, while Qi Yin took it to heart, practicing tirelessly. However, despite their diligent efforts, by nightfall, both wore expressions of frustration, akin to struggling through an incomprehensible text. That in stark contrast to their struggles, Yang Wuwei found learning the thunder control fire technique exceptionally effortless. With the memories from the previous simulation, he had already mastered this technique, and with the enhancement of textual imprinting, he could recall every detail of the technique that in just a day and a night. He had reacquainted himself to the level of consummate mastery that on the 10th day, as dawn broke, Cheng Feng sought to evaluate their grasp of the thunder control fire technique, prompting each of them to demonstrate it. Qi Yin, being the strongest among them, naturally went first. After a day's practice, he had evidently achieved a deeper understanding of the fire control technique. Though his execution was somewhat unrefined, he managed to perform it successfully from start to finish. Nearing the threshold of proficiency, Cheng Feng expressed his satisfaction with Qi Yan's performance by nodding appreciatively, deciding to take him as a disciple to this moment. The observing Li Yuni smiled and remarked that while Qi Yan's performance was commendable, it paled in comparison to his own, that he confidently assured Yang Wuwei that, coming from a prominent family and having been nurtured in knowledge since childhood, he was undoubtedly the most proficient among the three of them. Curious, Yang Wuwei inquired about the extent of his mastery, to which Li Yuni conspiratorially leaned closer and replied, "I have advanced." Upon hearing this, Yang Wuwei momentarily paused before smiling and nodding, choosing not to elaborate further. Being ranked second in terms of cultivation strength, he was the next to demonstrate. Cheng Feng, placing the highest regard on him, immediately displayed a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes upon Yang Wuwei's turn. Qi Yin and Li Yuni were equally curious about the extent of Yang Wuwei's alchemical talent. Under the watchful eyes of all present, Yang Wuwei was utterly composed, executing the thunder control fire technique with remarkable finesse and fluidity. From the adept summoning of thunder and gathering of fire at the outset, to skillfully maneuvering the lightning to control the flames midway, and finally, effortlessly extinguishing the fire at will, he resembled a seasoned alchemist. Initially, Cheng Feng merely wore a smile, nodding with mild appreciation. However, with each successive demonstration, his astonishment grew, culminating in a look of sheer shock. He could scarcely fathom that within just a day and a night, Yang Wuwei had mastered the thunder control fire technique to the level of consummate proficiency. It is worth noting that a first-tier technique consists of only 5 levels, and attaining consummate proficiency is already the 4th level, just a hair's breadth away from achieving the 5th level of perfection. Cheng Feng, priding himself on his own talent, recalled that it had taken him a full half-month to reach that level, while Yang Wuwei had accomplished it in a mere day. Truly a prodigy in the realm of alchemy. Qi Yin and Li Yuni stood by, utterly dumbfounded. They had both considered their own competence commendable. Yet before Yang Wuwei, they felt like fireflies in the presence of the bright moon. To eye in the face of the astonished expressions around him, Yang Wuwei remained composed, neither humble nor arrogant, neither flustered nor agitated, and completely relinquished the authority of evaluation to Cheng Feng. Observing Yang Wuwei's exceptional talent in alchemy and his rare composure, combined with their bond of brotherhood, Cheng Feng made the decisive choice to take Yang Wuwei as his closed-door disciple. Pledging to impart all his knowledge to him, Li Yuni was equally taken aback, astonished that someone from a humble background could possess such monstrous talent in both cultivation and alchemy. In an instant, he began to doubt his own abilities and gained a newfound respect for Yang Wuwei's capabilities. When it was his turn to demonstrate, his advancement seemed less impressive. Nonetheless, Cheng Feng was still pleasantly surprised and accepted him as a disciple as well. On the 11th day, following this series of events, a bond of camaraderie had formed among the 4 of them. Although Cheng Feng's cultivation was not vastly superior to theirs, his profound expertise in alchemy placed him on a pedestal they could not yet reach, earning their utmost respect. That day, he provided Yang Wuwei with special guidance, and after a day's effort, Yang Wuwei successfully grasped the final nuances of the thunder control fire technique, achieving the level of perfection. On the 12th day, while Qi Yin and Li Yuni continued their exploration of the fire control technique, Cheng Feng began to teach Yang Wuwei the advanced content that he entrusted Yang Wuwei with dozens of tomes from his collection, all related to alchemical theories, instructing him to memorize the contents and teaching him the second-tier Qian Kuan condensation technique. Each tome contained at least 700,000 to 800,000 words, while cultivators generally possess exceptional memory. For an ordinary alchemist, comprehending such a vast amount of material would typically take a year and a half to reach a mere preliminary understanding. Cheng Feng remarked that if Yang Wuwei could master all these texts to an advanced level, he would indeed attain the status of a true professional alchemist. That he also promised that if Yang Wuwei could complete this within 6 months, he would grant him a 3rd-tier alchemical furnace. Cheng Feng believed that 6 months was already a daunting challenge, as even he had not achieved such a feat in his time. However, Yang Wuwei smiled, knowing that this was precisely where his talent for textual imprinting would shine, and he readily agreed. On the 15th day, several days had passed, and they were nearing Yunma City. Just before entering the city, Cheng Feng intended to inquire about Yang Wuwei's progress in his studies, but was met with a response that would astonish him for the entire year. The novel can be downloaded through the open source, Freestar string downloader developed by Shined. If you obtain the novel file via a proxy download and the vendor has not provided the software source code or an open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the vendor at author's email. XingYVOutlook.com Authors QQ 201-759-3710 Official QQ Group 149050832 Official TG Group https TWFQ Tool Chapter 43 The Pinnacle of Talent in response to Qingfeng's inquiry. You inform him that you have completely memorized the contents of 10 out of the dozens of texts from beginning to end, and you understand them thoroughly. Such an answer, from Qingfeng's perspective, is so outrageous that it leads him to believe you are merely jesting. After all, he considers that within those 10 texts, there is at least 800,000 words of content, and this has only been a brief span of 3 days. Even remembering 1% of the material would be remarkable, let alone mastering it entirely. Consequently, he feigns seriousness and declares his intention to test you, aiming to expose your supposed falsehood with undeniable facts. However, with a calm smile, you accept his challenge without a hint of trepidation. Thanks to your ability to imprint words, you have indeed memorized the entirety of the text during these 3 days. Claiming to remember only half is an understatement. Apart from the Qian Kuan Ning Danju, which you have just recently advanced in, you have flawlessly mastered all the others. Seeing your unperturbed demeanor, Qingfeng is convinced that you are merely putting on a brave front. So he picks one of the 10 texts you claim to have mastered, casually flipping to a few hundred pages in, and begins to question you about its content. Facing the first question, you provide an answer without a moment's hesitation, which takes Qingfeng by surprise that he quickly flips to several additional pages, firing off multiple questions in succession. Yet you continue to respond with remarkable fluidity. Hong Yin and Li Yuni, who are listening to your exchange, cannot help but feel a surge of admiration and astonishment as they witness your unwavering composure. While they have yet to grasp the theoretical content of a single fire control technique, you have already comprehended a wealth of more advanced material, which leaves them in a WE.AT this point. Even Qingfeng must concede that you possess greater abilities than he had imagined. Even if you only mastered this one text, your memory far surpasses that of other alchemists, including himself. However, he suspects that you merely happen to draw the text you are most familiar with, and your mastery of the other texts may not reach the same level. Curious about the extent of your capabilities, he continues to extract the other texts one by one to question you. The final outcome leaves him utterly astounded and incredulous. Just as you had claimed, you have indeed mastered the content of all 10 texts. Although your practical experience is lacking and your understanding in many areas is evidently superficial, there is hardly a character within the text that you cannot recall. When the examination concludes, Qingfeng gazes at you with eyes filled with extreme anticipation and admiration, intermingled with profound shock and fear. According to his assessment, barring any unforeseen circumstances with your aptitude, you are destined to become at least a 4th-tier alchemist in the future. As the esteemed city of Yuma, the highest-ranking alchemist currently within the entire city, is merely at the peak of the 4th tier. Thus, in Qingfeng's eyes, you already possess the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of alchemy. Hong Yin is taken aback. Should you truly become a 4th-tier alchemist in the future, the organization in Wanghaize may indeed grow formidable. Li Yuni is equally astonished, initially believing he had merely brought in a future Yuaning elder, only to discover that this is also a future 4th-tier alchemist. In the face of everyone's astonishment, you maintain an air of nonchalance, expressing that you are merely doing your utmost without appearing overly superior. That on the 16th day, your performance significantly enhances Li Yuni's recognition of you. Upon entering Yuma City, he immediately informs the head of the Li family about your capabilities, hoping to have you and Qingfeng join the Li family, that a potential 4th-tier prodigy and a ready-made 3rd-tier alchemist, combined with the recommendation of his own son, leaves the head of the Li family with no reason to refuse. Consequently, this time, there is no need for Elder Yu Xiong to intervene, and you obtain the qualification to become part of the Li family. On the 17th day, the head of the Li family organizes a special examination to assist you in becoming an imperial cultivator. As expected, you effortlessly secure the top position, thus rightfully becoming an imperial cultivator. Qingfeng, already possessing the status of a cultivator, does not conceal his cultivation level to participate in the examination. Instead, he is invited to join the Li family as a 3rd-tier alchemist in the previous simulation. Your identity as merely the wasteful third young master-s subordinate, a mere mortal, meant you were not respected upon entering the family. However, this time, as the esteemed disciple of Ching Feng, a third-tier alchemist in the Foundation establishment stage. And with your timely revision of the reported cultivation information, the number of individuals daring to provoke you swiftly diminishes that on the 31st day, after becoming an imperial cultivator and entering the Li family. You naturally spend each day by Ching Feng's side, immersed in the alchemical chamber, passionately devoted to refining elixirs. Over the course of 2 weeks, through relentless practice and refinement, supplemented by the abundant resources of spirit stones and Ching Feng's guidance, you not only master the Qian Kuan Ning Dan Ju to great perfection, but also acquire practical alchemical skills to a commendable degree. On this day, after successfully refining a second-tier foundation establishment pill on your own, a look of admiration and joy spreads across Ching Feng's face. Although it is merely an ordinary quality foundation establishment pill, it is still a coveted item that could fetch a high price at an auction in an ordinary town. Moreover, Ching Feng considers that you have achieved this feat in less than a month since officially beginning your alchemical studies, a remarkable display of talent. After all, in comparison, Li Yuni has only just begun to grasp the fire control technique. He evaluates that your current proficiency in alchemy is top tier even among first-tier alchemists, fully comparable to those officially certified by the Empire. Thus, he suggests that you participate in the Alchemist Association's examination. As long as you pass, not only will you attain the status of an officially recognized first-tier alchemist, but you will also gain the rights to publicly sell elixirs and receive monthly subsidies. You wholeheartedly agree, recognizing that this is an essential path to becoming a renowned master alchemist in the secular world. That on the 32nd day, having briefly familiarized yourself with the examination rules, you confidently head towards the Alchemist Association's Yuma City branch to participate in the alchemist examination. The Alchemist Association is under the direct supervision of the Imperial Royal Elders, with branches spread across every city in the nation, and each branch president is at least a golden core powerhouse. Before even entering, the rich aroma of elixirs wafts through the air, instantly uplifting your spirits. Once you step inside, the presence of several ethereal alchemist elders makes you feel as if you are in the company of transcendent beings. Other alchemists awaiting the examination have already arrived, some of whom become visibly nervous the moment they enter, overwhelmed by the aura of the esteemed figures present. Yet for you, this only serves to ignite your determination to give your all and showcase your brilliance. Chapter 44. The Alchemist Examination. The content of the examination aligns with your understanding. It comprises 2 primary components, one being the theoretical assessment of alchemy, and the other the practical application thereof. The former tests your knowledge acquired from the numerous tomes imparted to you by Ching Feng, while the latter evaluates the quality of the elixirs you produce. In stark contrast to the assessments for aspiring cultivators. The Alchemist Examination places an almost negligible emphasis on one's lineage or innate talent, focusing solely on the purity of one's alchemical skills. Anyone achieving a passing score can become a probationary alchemist, while those attaining commendable results may ascend directly to the rank of a first-tier alchemist. Furthermore, if one achieves an outstanding score, nearing perfection, they may attract the attention of the Alchemist Association or other powerful factions, thus securing a formidable backing alongside their examination success. You find yourself intrigued by the vast disparity in the examinations arranged by the Empire. Is it merely the will of the Grand Elder, or simply a reflection of regional differences? Should it indeed be the Grand Elder's directive, it could suggest that not all within the Empire's upper echelons are maliciously intent on obstructing the rise of the lower classes. In other words, if you were to contemplate overthrowing the Empire to restore order, there may be individuals worth winning over. As the examination is about to commence, you quickly extract yourself from these musings and focus on the task at hand. The theoretical questions amount to 1,000. Encompassing the contents of several tomes, and many candidates appear daunted, drenched in sweat even before they begin to write. Even those who consider themselves well-prepared or capable display visible trepidation upon encountering the formidable questions. You glance over the paper and note that most questions are directly referenced in the original texts, with only a few requiring deeper contemplation. After a brief moment, an air of relief washes over you, and a faint smile graces your lips. The difficulty presents no challenge for you. Meanwhile, the second-tier alchemists overseeing the examination sit on the dais, quietly surveying the nearly 100 candidates below. Initially, they harbor expectations. But soon their expressions give way to melancholy and regret. With 2 hours allotted for the examination, and having elapsed a full half hour, the majority of candidates remain visibly troubled, although first-tier assessments are conducted daily. Resulting in a mixed bag of talent, the absence of even a single promising candidate among the 100 weighs heavily on them. The Alchemist Association distributes resources monthly based on the composition and contributions of their members. Unfortunately, Yunma City has long been positioned in the lower tiers, struggling to cultivate exceptional alchemists due to a lack of resources. Without outstanding alchemists, the headquarters allocations dwindle, perpetuating a vicious cycle that ultimately serves them no good. The chief examiner, feeling helpless, does not reveal his exasperation or disdain. Mindful of preserving the dwindling confidence of the already anxious candidates, that he repeatedly scans the room, vigilant against any cheating, while hoping to identify a hidden gem among the candidates. At that moment, he miraculously notices you, fervently penning your answers. Throughout the first half hour, you refrained from hasty writing, instead calmly reviewing all the questions and mentally formulating the correct responses. Once the half-hour mark passed, having already devised answers for all the questions, you exhibit no hesitation, responding with the swiftness of a gusting wind. Observing your rapid and earnest pace, the chief examiner feels a flicker of admiration. However, another examiner cannot resist interjecting, suggesting that your prolonged inactivity could indicate an inability to answer, leading you to hastily fill in the blanks. The chief examiner neither agrees nor disputes this claim. Instead, he proposes a wager. If your score is rated as commendable, the other examiner wins. If not, the chief examiner claims victory. The stakes are simple. The loser must provide the winner with 500 spirit stones. While a substantial amount for seasoned second-tier alchemists, it can be earned back in a matter of days, rendering it a trivial sum. After a moment's contemplation, the other examiner accepts the wager, firmly believing that your initial inaction precludes you from achieving a commendable score with such rapid responses. Mere moments after they finalize their bet, you pause, your answer sheet now brimming with correct responses. Upon completing the examination, you cast not a second glance at your work, rising instead to present your paper to the chief examiner, who has been waiting patiently. Though the alchemist examination imposes no time restrictions, your premature submission, well before half the allotted time has passed, instantly captures the attention of over half the candidates. They are left bewildered, pondering how you could have finished when they have yet to comprehend the questions. The chief examiner receives your paper and examines the answers, initially revealing a glimmer of affirmation and appreciation, swiftly followed by growing astonishment. The other examiner, having wagered against you, leans in to scrutinize your answers, expecting to witness your downfall. Yet, upon his first glance, he is taken aback, and with each subsequent observation, his astonishment deepens. Ultimately, all the examiners gather to assess your paper, arriving at a unanimous conclusion that sends shockwaves through the room. You have achieved an exceptional score, even nearing perfection. Among the 1,000 questions, only a handful requiring extensive alchemical experience were answered incorrectly. The remainder were flawless. Such a score is a rarity in Yunma City, with only a handful of individuals achieving it in the past 4 or 5 years. The examiners are astounded, and the other candidates are equally overwhelmed, their expressions filled with admiration and reverence. Amidst this atmosphere of collective astonishment, you simply smile serenely before turning to depart with graceful composure. This victory has firmly established your reputation. All that remains is to prepare for the practical alchemy test. As is customary, to afford candidates a chance to regroup, the practical examination is scheduled 3 days after the theoretical assessment. This short span is ample time for you to consolidate and even refine your alchemical skills. On the 35th day, the day of the practical examination, as you step into the examination hall, you immediately notice the presence of numerous distinguished figures. Among them are the patriarchs of major families from Yunma City, including the esteemed elder from the Li family. Even the examiners have transitioned from second-tier alchemists to several third-tier alchemists. What was originally intended to be an ordinary practical assessment has, due to the convergence of so many influential family heads, ascended to an unprecedented level, and the cause of their fervent gathering is none other than your newfound fame. Chapter 45. The improved pill formula in the span of 3 days. The news of your near-perfect score in the theoretical assessment has spread like ripples across the noble families of Yunma City. stirring a tumultuous reaction among them. The prominent clans have gathered here today to witness your performance in practical combat. Should your practical assessment also achieve excellence, the title of Prodigy will be irrevocably conferred upon you. At that point, all families will undoubtedly mobilize their resources to court your favor. As you step through the entrance, several disciples from various families approached you, noticing your youth, attempting to woo you into their ranks. Drawing on your modern experiences, you easily discerned their intentions and chose to bypass them with indifference, entering the venue without further ado. Having already pledged your allegiance to Li Yun, you had no intention of entertaining other factions. Their existence merely served to expand your influence. The family disciples were evidently taken aback by your blatant disregard for them. Their astonishment was palpable as their gazes met yours. The Golden Core experts gathered here had already recognized you as the focal point of the event, and thus your actions were keenly observed. Several elders from the Li family, including Yu Xiong, exchanged knowing smiles, appreciating your aloofness towards outsiders as a sign of your prodigious pride. However, many other Golden Core experts from rival factions harbored contempt, perceiving you as merely a young and arrogant individual, too proud after a single theoretical assessment, and thus unlikely to achieve greatness. Only the Alchemist Association remained inscrutable, for to them, facts speak louder than words. The true test would come with the commencement of the practical assessment. Time swiftly elapsed, and as the assessors gathered, the host announced the official start of the evaluation. Before you lay a second-tier alchemical furnace, accompanied by an array of meticulously prepared alchemical materials. The task was straightforward: to concoct a pill using the materials at hand within a limited time frame. The higher the quality of the produced pills, the greater the quantity, and the lower the waste rate, the higher the score. As the assessment commenced, numerous candidates hurriedly gathered their desired ingredients based on their premeditated formulas. Yet, many soon discovered they lacked essential materials for the pills they were accustomed to crafting, causing chaos and disarray among them. Initially, you contemplated a safe approach, planning to refine a foundation establishment pill, aiming for an excellent score. However, a cursory glance revealed a critical ingredient was missing, rendering the creation of a standard foundation establishment pill impossible. The inability to produce a pill you were so familiar with caught you off guard, but you quickly regained your composure and shifted your perspective. In the arena of competition, adaptability is crucial. With a vast reservoir of knowledge in your mind, why confine yourself to conventional formulas for the foundation establishment pill? This thought ignited a spark of innovation within you, prompting a meticulous analysis of the required properties for the foundation establishment pill and identifying the properties corresponding to the missing ingredient. Moreover, you creatively incorporated additional ingredients based on your mental simulations, devising an immediately applicable improved formula for the foundation establishment pill. Though this was your first application of the new formula, presenting a 30% risk, you preferred to take the gamble rather than settle for a mere first-tier pill. Thus, you promptly gathered the materials, activated the Thunderfire control technique, and commenced the alchemical process. Numerous powerful figures and alchemists closely monitored your every move, their curiosity piqued by the actions of this budding prodigy. When they observed you gathering materials for the foundation establishment pill, many second-tier alchemists revealed expressions of disdain. They were acutely aware that the materials you possessed lacked a crucial ingredient for crafting the foundation establishment pill. In their eyes, your choice was tantamount to a futile endeavor, akin to forfeiting the assessment altogether. Even the third-tier host displayed skepticism and confusion, fully cognizant of the myriad formulas for the foundation establishment pill. He recognized that the existing formulas did not align with what you were currently attempting. He doubted that an amateur like you, yet to attain formal alchemical status, could create a new formula, leading him to question your capabilities and perceive you as a mere pretender, devoid of practical knowledge. Amidst the crowd, only your master, Cheng Feng, remained contemplative. As a pinnacle third-tier alchemist, he discerned nuances others overlooked. When nearby alchemists began to question his mentorship of you, he calmly asserted his confidence in your abilities. Unperturbed by the gazes of onlookers, you dedicated yourself to the creation of the improved foundation establishment pill. Your deft control of the flames and precise timing allowed you to navigate every critical juncture. Although lacking the finesse of seasoned experience, your techniques were already on par with those of second-tier alchemists. Witnessing your fluid motions, other candidates felt a sense of awe, albeit the second-tier alchemists remained dismissive, clinging to their preconceived notions that your formula was flawed. Thus, Regardless of your skill, they deemed your efforts destined for failure. Before long, candidates began concluding their processes. Most lacked the requisite background, relying solely on self-study, resulting in insufficient experience. Some experienced furnace explosions, producing waste pills, while others created subpar products, disqualifying them. The few who succeeded managed to concoct only first-tier pills, barely meeting the minimum standards. The sole candidate to produce a first-tier superior pill was Ding Hongyun, son of the Alchemist Association elder Ding Changsho. He was initially expected to be the center of attention during this assessment. But your appearance overshadowed him. Consequently, he had harbored jealousy since the theoretical assessment, nursing a grudge. Observing your lack of success, he could not conceal his contempt, openly provoking you. You disregarded him and the other failed candidates, remaining focused on your alchemical endeavor. Ding Hongyun, feeling humiliated by being ignored for the first time, resolved to linger, anticipating your downfall. Many alchemists were astonished by your unwavering concentration. As the assessment approached its conclusion and the moment of truth drew near. Even the second-tier alchemists who had previously looked down on you felt a surge of anxiety and anticipation. In the next instant, as the flames intensified, signaling the condensation stage, the outcome of your efforts was on the brink of revelation. Chapter 46. An esteemed existence, you activated the Great Xian Kuan condensation technique, sensing the gradual integration and solidification of the pill within the furnace. If flame control influences pill quality, then condensation determines whether the pill can be successfully created. All present, including yourself, held their breath in anticipation of the final result. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, and thick clouds of vapor billowed from the furnace, sparking a wave of commotion throughout the venue. The word explosion ignited within the minds of numerous alchemists, and those who had previously doubted you now wore expressions of mockery. To them, an explosion signified failure in alchemy. They hastily concluded you had failed, exchanging remarks about how they had anticipated your ineptitude, branding you a mere theorist devoid of practical skill. Ding Hongyun, reveling in your misfortune, wore a triumphant smirk, his eyes brimming with derision. The third-tier host, shaking his head in resignation, prepared to announce your score as 0. To nearly everyone present, the situation appeared dire. Yet in that moment, you smiled serenely and approached the furnace, lifting the lid. Ding Hongyun, eager to mock you further, was abruptly silenced by a flash of golden light emanating from within the furnace. Not only he, but everyone present, including the departing golden core experts, was drawn to the radiant glow. The rich aroma of the pill wafted through the air, enveloped in a splendid golden shell, concealing a core brimming with potent medicinal essence. What lay within the furnace was not the waste pill they had anticipated, but rather an entire batch of exquisite foundation establishment pills, perfected through your innovative adjustments. The earlier explosion was merely an effect of the new formula reaching completion, a phenomenon you had foreseen. At this moment, the entire venue erupted into astonishment. The second-tier alchemists who had previously mocked you stood dumbfounded, their jaws agape as they beheld your masterpiece. A total of 6 exquisite foundation establishment pills, quivering slightly in response to the shock. Those golden core experts who had awaited your performance now gazed at you with fervent admiration, akin to witnessing a mountain of gold. A master alchemist capable of effortlessly concocting supreme, foundational elixirs is a figure of reverence, regardless of the setting. The evaluators surrounding you cast envious and admiring glances. And in this moment, no one dares to underestimate you any longer. As a third-tier alchemist and the chief examiner, you are struck with disbelief. The foundational elixir itself is a second-tier potion, and a supreme foundational elixir is indeed a pinnacle of the second tier. Not only the evaluators, but even the assembled second-tier alchemists cannot guarantee their ability to refine such a creation. Your performance is nothing short of extraordinary. In his incredulity, the chief examiner approaches to inspect the concoction in your cauldron repeatedly. Yet, no matter how he examines it, the results can only affirm that you have indeed refined an exquisite supreme foundational elixir. Ultimately, he is compelled to suppress his astonishment and announce your achievement of a perfect score in the practical assessment. Coupled with your outstanding theoretical results, you have now officially become a recognized alchemist of the empire. Upon hearing this, Ding Hongyun, who had hoped to witness your humiliation, feels the last vestige of his mental fortitude collapse entirely. He slumps into his seat, Overwhelmed by a sensation akin to suffocation, his eyes filled with dread that at this juncture, he realizes that he is not even in the same league as you. In fact, you have never regarded him as a worthy opponent, that he is lost, utterly and completely. You pay no mind to the feelings of such individuals, merely smiling as you gather the supreme foundational elixirs and make your way toward Cheng Feng. Without his guidance, the mere accumulation of those tomes and alchemical resources would have taken you an indeterminate amount of time that in other words, without Cheng Feng, you could never have reached this level so swiftly. To express your gratitude for his mentorship, you bestow upon him all your supreme foundational elixirs. Moreover, you publicly declare to all present that your current achievements are solely due to Cheng Feng's exceptional instruction. He is the true prodigy. Those with discerning eyes understand that your remarkable prowess is not something that can be achieved by merely having a renowned teacher. Yet, equally, everyone acknowledges that your growth is undeniably intertwined with your mentor. In an instant, riding on your momentum, Cheng Feng's name reverberates throughout the lands, remembered by all the prominent factions in Yunma City. Before you even depart, countless powerful figures converge, offering various high-ranking positions and bountiful rewards in a desperate attempt to draw you into their fold. Thankfully, Elder Yu Xiong, having anticipated this, promptly collaborates with the Alchemist Association to disperse the crowd and successfully escort you away on the 36th day. Merely a day after becoming a formal alchemist, your renown has spread throughout the entirety of Yunma City. All cultivators with access to certain channels of information are now aware of the emergence of a record-breaking prodigy alchemist in Yunma City. Not only are you well-versed in knowledge, having innovated a new foundational elixir formula, but you have also demonstrated the ability to personally refine supreme second-tier potions at such a young age. Your credentials are nothing short of monstrous. Many families, even knowing you are already an alchemist of the Li family, proactively approach you in hopes of gaining your favor. Within just half a day, the number of visiting cultivators swells, causing the Li estate to overflow with people. Ultimately, it is only through the intervention of the Li family patriarch, Li Fengyun, the town inspector of Yunma City, that the throng is dispersed. This marks your first encounter with the Li family patriarch, whose strength remains unfathomable. Even your piercing gaze is insufficient to pierce his depths. If previously he had relegated you to the care of Li Yuni, this event has finally garnered his attention. Li Fengyun voluntarily elevates the spiritual stone compensation previously promised by Li Yuni, and grants you the privilege to purchase alchemical materials from the family at half price. Furthermore, he offers to buy any second-tier potions you refine at double the market rate on behalf of the family. In essence, he seeks to demonstrate through abundant resources that remaining with the Li family is the fastest path for your growth in alchemy. Filled with immense gratitude, and for your own safety, you discreetly inform him of Bai Tsongshan's treachery. Additionally, based on your recollections from the previous simulation, you provide numerous key pieces of evidence and details to substantiate your claims. Bai Tsongshan was the Li family elder who ultimately ended your life in the last simulation. As a practitioner of demonic arts, he is likely to display vulnerabilities when engaging with practitioners of such disciplines, thus presenting a chance to expose his flaws to Li Fengyun, who harbors an intense loathing for betrayal. Heeds your warning and begins a covert investigation into Bai Tsongshan. As night falls, memories resurface of what Shinjin had mentioned in Baiyun village regarding the impending massacre of Fengling town by the alchemical puppetry sect. Although a year is not a long time, you have yet to reach that point in your life and cannot ascertain the strength of your enemies, nor do you know if sealing the battlefield will suffice. Nonetheless, you resolve to grow as much as possible in preparation for any eventuality that on the 37th day, as dawn breaks, Cheng Feng approaches you with a considerable number of spiritual stones. The 6 supreme foundational elixirs you previously gifted him were not hoarded. Instead, he sold them at a high price at the auction house. Many, having heard of the new prodigy's creations, either approach out of curiosity or desire to purchase for research. The demand is so great that the elixirs fetch nearly 5 times the normal price. Cheng Feng's purpose in approaching you is to present these spiritual stones, enabling you to pursue your craft with greater peace of mind. But he informs you that all newly certified alchemists are initially classified as first tier. Although your prowess has reached the second tier, you must formally apply for an upgrade to enjoy the full rights and privileges of the second tier, accepting the spiritual stones and expressing your heartfelt gratitude to Cheng Feng. You heed his advice and return to the Alchemist Association, in accordance with the standard procedures. To ascend to the second tier, you must undergo a series of rigorous evaluations, passing each to advance. However, the moment you set foot in the Alchemist Association, you become the center of attention. Upon seeing you, the examining official beams with delight, exempting you from the evaluation and directly promoting you to a second-tier alchemist. After improving the formula for the supreme foundational elixir, you have achieved instant fame, in the eyes of the public. You stand out even among second-tier alchemists, rendering any further assessment unnecessary. You bask in the joy of this swift elevation. Ready to depart, you are taken aback to find a throng of second-tier alchemists surrounding you. At the forefront is the chief examiner responsible for your theoretical assessment, that he mentions a recent wager with others, claiming that the spiritual stones he earned were entirely due to your prowess. And in jest, he hands you 200 spiritual stones. Other alchemists also seek to express their gratitude, each finding their own reasons to commend you. One, who had previously declared you a failure during the assessment, now claims to have always foreseen your limitless potential and greatness. You can only smile inwardly, recognizing that these individuals, now drawn to your reputation, seek to ingratiate themselves with flattery, reminiscing about camaraderie while conveniently forgetting their earlier disdain. Thus, you respond with a few polite words before taking your leave. The crowd, initially eager to cultivate connections with you, is taken aback by your apparent indifference. Particularly, the one who had looked down upon you during the assessment is now filled with regret and frustration. From his perspective, this is the closest he has ever been to a prodigious figure who had yet to fully blossom. Yet in a moment of folly, he squandered an opportunity for immense fortune. The entire scene has been observed by the president of the Alchemist Association, who now holds a renewed regard for you. This newly minted prodigy, what should be a time of youthful exuberance. You remain untainted by the allure of superficial accolades, instead demonstrating a keen understanding of character, capable of discerning virtue from vice. Perhaps your presence is indeed destined to lead the Yunma City branch toward a glorious future. On the 50th day, the fleeting interlude of the assessment quickly faded into obscurity. After ascending to the rank of a second-tier alchemist, you dedicated yourself entirely to your family, diligently concocting elixirs almost every day. As 2 weeks elapsed, you not only sold these potions for spirit stones, but also continually honed your alchemical skills, amassing considerable wealth and power. Yet, during this period, you sensed a marked stagnation in your progress within the realm of alchemy. The breakthroughs in alchemy are intrinsically linked to one's own cultivation level. Now, as a second-tier alchemist at the pinnacle achievable during the Qi refining stage, you understood that to ascend further in alchemy, a new foundation must be established through the heavenly Tao. Thanks to your status within the family, you had already gathered the necessary materials for this breakthrough, except for the pure lightning spirit energy, which required your personal retrieval. Past attempts at establishing a foundation through the heavenly Tao, you had been ambushed upon exiting the secret realm, meeting a tragic end. However, this time, you had preemptively coordinated with Li Fengyun and Yu Xiong, devising a comprehensive plan. After following your advice to investigate Bai Tsongshan, Li Fengyun indeed uncovered leads. Not only were many of his family members' disappearances linked to him, but he was also absent during each sudden beast-tide incident for various reasons. With the evidence you provided, he resolved to seize the opportunity during your expedition to capture Bai Tsongshan in the act. After deliberation among the three of you, it was decided that Bai Tsongshan would ostensibly escort you, while secretly accompanied by 5 Golden Core elders led by Yu Xiong. Furthermore, you had proactively prepared and refined a substantial quantity of elixirs, ensuring that no matter the circumstances, you could extricate yourself safely. Should Bai Tsongshan dare to make a move against you, even once, it would be tantamount to inviting his own demise. Awaiting him would be the 10-fold ambush you had meticulously arranged, a lethal formation that on the 51st day, you gathered your belongings, accompanied by Qihua and Chengfeng, ready to venture into the misty rain forest's secret realm. Simultaneously, Li Fengyun summoned Bai Tsongshan to arrange for his escort. Upon receiving the news, Bai Tsongshan remained outwardly composed, showing no hesitation and even accepting the task with eagerness. You surmised that he had yet to detect any strangeness and was likely pleased, believing this was his opportune moment to eliminate you. When the journey commenced, equipped with the memories from your prior simulations, you had a comprehensive understanding of Bai Tsongshan's behavioral logic, allowing for a natural rapport between you. The 58th day, after several days of arduous travel, you arrived at the misty rainforest. Observing the familiar terrain before you, you swiftly located the secret realm, housing the pure lightning spirit energy. The rich aura astonished both Changfeng and Qihua, as well as the 5 elders from the Leaf family, who followed you covertly. Even though they were seasoned in such matters, encountering a realm with such pure and abundant spirit energy was a rarity. Everyone couldn't help but speculate about your remarkable ability to pinpoint such a secret location. You, however, entered the realm with poise, leaving the external matters to them. On the 59th day, having undergone this phase multiple times, absorbing the lightning spirit energy had become second nature. In a mere day, you successfully broke through to establish your foundation in the heavenly Tao, becoming a foundational cultivator. Simultaneously, as your cultivation level ascended, a newfound clarity regarding alchemy dawned upon you, enabling you to shatter your previous bottleneck and rise to the 3rd-tier level. This transformation, in comparison to your earlier simulations, marked a significant elevation. Yet for you now, this was still insufficient. Throughout these days, through the sale of elixirs, your family and various factions had generously supported you, leading to an accumulation of spirit stones that had reached a staggering amount. Now that you had finally broken through to establish your foundation, it was time for the spirit energy storm to manifest its effects. Harnessing the still unrefined lightning spirit energy, you summoned the vast reserves of spirit stones, initiating a spirit energy storm to begin absorbing the latent power within. The simultaneous augmentation of both forces propelled your cultivation to unprecedented heights. As the spirit stones gradually diminished, it wasn't long before you broke through to the mid-foundation stage. Yet this was not the end. With the spirit stones still plentiful, your cultivation continued to surge. On the 60th day, every spirit stone in your possession was consumed within mere minutes, and amidst this process, your cultivation astonishingly advanced to the late foundation stage. For an entire day, you diligently operated your cultivation technique to consolidate your newfound strength, and by the end of this phase, you had become a true late foundation cultivator. Moreover, as a practitioner of the Heavenly Tao Foundation, your actual combat prowess could now rival, if not surpass, that of peak human Tao Foundation cultivators. On the 61st day, you emerged in optimal condition, decisively stepping out of the secret realm and returning to the Empire. To your surprise, no battle unfolded outside the realm as you had anticipated. Quite the contrary, Bai Zhangshan not only refrained from making a move, but also behaved as if nothing were amiss. In fact, he feigned delight and warmly congratulated you on your breakthrough, adopting the demeanor of a concerned elder. Yet, the unusual behavior aroused your suspicions, reflecting on Bai Zhangshan's previous decisive actions during simulations. You keenly sensed that he had undoubtedly discovered something amiss. Thus, you intentionally concealed your true cultivation level, presenting yourself as a foundational early-stage cultivator to lower his vigilance. True to your expectations as you prepare to depart, a mysterious figure wearing a tiger-shaped mask and clad in a purple robe appeared not far from you. This enigmatic individual exuded a menacing aura, and with every movement, a ferocity was palpable, instantly erupting into a murderous intent. His gaze locked onto you, and in the blink of an eye, he launched a lethal attack. Activating the Eye of Void, you discerned that this mysterious figure was a formidable initial golden core cultivator. His strike was not only immensely powerful, but also imbued with an inexhaustible killing intent. Should it connect, it would undoubtedly spell instant death for any foundational early-stage cultivator. Fortunately, you had concealed your true strength. Reacting swiftly, you evaded the strike just in the nick of time, utilizing your agile form to dodge the deadly blow. Although Bai Zhangshan stood nearby, he merely adopted a stance of passive observation, feigning urgency while refusing to move a muscle. Upon witnessing your successful evasion, his expression revealed no joy, only astonishment and dissatisfaction. Changfeng, eager to assist, sensed the formidable golden core energy radiating from the mysterious figure. Knowing instinctively that even if he intervened, the odds were not in his favor, this moment, only Qihua, with unwavering resolve, summoned his divine weapon, the fire gun, charging fearlessly into the fray, despite only being a mid-foundation cultivator. Even against a mere 9th-grade golden core, what does it matter if I am fighting above my rank? Qihua shouted, engaging in combat with the initial golden core adversary. much like during the prior simulation when Bai Tsongshan faced off against a mid-Golden Core opponent. His silhouette now appeared to you as that of a valiant hero rushing headlong into battle. While you marveled at Chihuahua's ability to perceive the opponent's Golden Core level, you were also inspired by his fervor, prompting you to draw your treasured blade and join the fight. Together, the two of you caught the mysterious figure off guard, inflicting several noticeable wounds upon him. However, this advantage proved fleeting. In an instant, the initial Golden Core adversary, evidently enraged by your assault, unleashed his full power. Faced with the overwhelming disparity in cultivation levels, despite both of you being practitioners of the Heavenly Tao Foundation, you found yourselves at a disadvantage. In a moment of desperation, you resolved to unleash your late Foundation cultivation, engaging the adversary with all your might. Chihuahua, already fired up, was further galvanized by your sudden display of strength, erupting with an extraordinary vigor. In that instant, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The confrontation transformed from one-sided dominance to a fierce contest, with neither side able to easily overwhelm the other. Seeing your newfound potential, Chengfeng's spirits lifted, and he urged Bai Tsongshan to assist you. However, as he spoke, you noticed Bai Tsongshan's expression had darkened significantly, his eyes brimming with an almost limitless fury. This farce was destined to end in the next moment. Bai Tsongshan could no longer contain his wrath, his entire being enveloped in demonic energy. With a single palm strike, he sent Chengfeng flying, crashing through dozens of trees. The thunderous sound of splintering would startle the birds into flight and incited the beasts to roar in rage, with the residual force nearly overturning the ground around you. This palm strike astonished all present. You turned abruptly, witnessing Chengfeng deeply embedded within the forest, gravely wounded and collapsed, that an unquenchable rage surged within your chest. If the preceding events had been orchestrated, imparting a sense of control over the situation, witnessing your mentor, who was like a brother and father to you, injured ignited an overwhelming desire for vengeance. "Thief, I shall have your life," you bellowed, instantly invoking the blood of beasts, unleashing a power far more terrifying than before, launching a fierce kick that sent the mysterious figure flying, charging toward Bai Tsongshan. He, seemingly unperturbed, relied on his mid-Golden Core cultivation level, dismissing you with disdain. With your mere foundational status, you dare to think you can kill me, a mid-Golden Core. You seek your own demise. Bai Tsongshan not only held you in contempt, but also openly taunted you, perceiving you as an insignificant insect easily crushed beneath his heel. If he could not deal with you, then could I. In the critical moment of life and death, a resounding voice akin to thunder reverberated through the air, echoing throughout the forest. As the terrifying aura of the late Golden Core stage swept across the surroundings, it compelled everyone to lift their gazes. The figure approaching was none other than Elder Yu Xiong. Bai Tsongshan, we have truly misjudged you. Not only have you consorted with the demonic path, but you also dare to assault the family's descendants, attempting to murder our alchemist. The evidence is irrefutable. Today, we shall cleanse our ranks. Following Yu Xiong, for other Golden Core elders of the family appeared, each wielding magical artifacts, establishing a firm presence to surround Bai Tsongshan and cut off all avenues of escape. Determined to bring him to justice here, confronted with such a formidable assembly, Bai Tsongshan initially displayed astonishment and a hint of trepidation. However, it was not long before realization dawned upon him, and he gradually regained his composure, even breaking into a smile tinged with madness that in truth, he had caught wind of the family's intentions prior to this confrontation and knew that elders would be dispatched to investigate him. Thus, to conceal his identity, he had orchestrated the earlier charade in hopes of making your demise appear accidental. Little did he expect that you would merely enter a secret realm and surge from half a step in a Foundation establishment to the peak of Foundation establishment, powerful enough to rival the puppets he crafted, forcing him to take action personally. Moreover, he could never have anticipated the family's regard for you, the prodigious alchemist, reaching such an extent that 5 Golden Core elders would be mobilized at once. If in the previous simulation he believed himself to have the upper hand, thus withholding any information, this time it was merely a matter of delivering his last words. Chapter 49. The Battle of the Golden Cores. Have the last words been conveyed? The Golden Core elders, led by Yu Xiong, upon hearing Bai Tsongshan's final sentiments, exhibited no trace of compassion. Instead, they simultaneously unleash their cultivation, channeling their spiritual energy, that in an instant, the combined aura of the 5 golden core elders surged forth like a tornado, stirring the forest into chaos, uprooting trees, and sending dust swirling in the air. Every heart was heavy with murderous intent, having dismissed the thought of capturing Bai Tsangshan alive, solely wishing to eradicate him completely. They understood well that individuals steeped in the demonic path become increasingly volatile when cornered, making attempts to capture them alive a perilous endeavor that could lead to their own injury. At this moment, your own fury burned brightly as you stood undaunted alongside the elders, confronting Bai Tsangshan. Drawing upon the lessons from the previous simulation, where Bai Tsangshan had betrayed trust, the 4 golden core elders had been meticulously chosen after discussions with Li Fengyun and Yu Xiong. While they could not be deemed entirely trustworthy, the likelihood of betrayal was negligible. Thus, you held great confidence in their strength and resolve, and you felt secure enough to entrust your back to them. However, in terms of murderous intent, none could rival your own at this moment. Qi Yin had also wished to rejoin the fray, but you instructed him to tend to Cheng Feng's injuries first, compelling him to reluctantly forego battle and prioritize saving Cheng Feng. Bai Tsangshan now stood isolated, facing 6 opponents that he knew full well that this group would offer him no mercy in this dire predicament. He defiantly unleashed all his demonic powers, pushing his strength to its zenith. Furthermore, he produced a blood-red pill, one you were all too familiar with, and consumed it on the spot. Instantly, his body flushed crimson, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust, as his cultivation surged by a small realm, matching the peak of Golden Core stage with Yu Xiong. You were taken aback, astonished that this seemingly inconspicuous pill could prove effective even at the Golden Core stage. Yet, this revelation bolstered your confidence further, as you two possessed an identical pill. Although the elders were surprised by his sudden breakthrough, they remained composed, promptly forming a 5-element array to envelop and suppress him. This formation was specifically designed to counter malevolent beings, capable of both restricting his movements and significantly curtailing his demonic powers. Upon witnessing this, Bai Tsangshan's eyes flared with fury as he immediately charged at one of the elders, intent on slaying him to disrupt the formation. Yet, as he made his move, he was met with a coordinated counterattack from the 6 of you, before he could even graze a hair on your bodies. Bai Tsangshan was forcefully slammed into the ground, his body drenched in blood, and several grievous wounds visible to the bone marred his form. What followed was a series of fierce exchanges, with each encounter culminating in his relentless assaults only to be met with defeat time and again. Even his puppets, albeit initially formidable at the early Golden Core stage, were rendered helpless in this onslaught, only capable of enduring relentless strikes and collapsing one after another. Simultaneously, a wave of good news emerged from Qi Yan's end. Although Cheng Feng had sustained severe injuries, thanks to the pills you had prepared in advance, he quickly escaped the clutches of death. With this news, a surge of elation filled your heart, further igniting your combat spirit. Bai Tsangshan now hung by a thread, while your sides surged with momentum, as if the conclusion of this battle was imminent. However, at that very moment, a powerful aura suddenly captured your attention. You looked up to see a colossal ice water dragon ascending into the air, its massive form obscuring the sunlight, exuding a palpable arrogance as it gazed down upon you. Was that not Bai Hufa? How had he become so disheveled in just a few days? The next moment, a voice filled with mockery and derision echoed from nearby, jarringly disrupting the pleasant atmosphere that had enveloped everyone that a divine water spear in hand, with a white beard and piercing, bloodthirsty eyes, emanating an aura of malevolence. This was none other than the town inspector of Shihuqing, the demonic cultivator Zhu Hailong. The moment you laid eyes on him, the memories of his ruthless and cunning nature from the previous simulations flooded your mind, causing your expression to shift dramatically, and apprehension to swell within you. Zhu Hailong. Why is he here? Yu Xiong's expression also shifted slightly. Although Zhu Hailong's personal strength was not formidable, he was not to be trifled with. As a town inspector with a fearsome reputation, certainly not a minor character. Moreover, that ice water dragon could be regarded as a rare and powerful demon, its presence alone suggesting strength that could rival a mid-Golden Core. I never expected this. The damned fool has provided me with such amusement. As everyone else was engulfed in astonishment, only Bai Tsangshan jested, bursting into a hearty laugh, unable to suppress the joy radiating from him. That it was as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The once exhausted figure collapsed on the ground, now rose once more. Simultaneously, Bai Zhongshan threw back his head and howled, producing a sound akin to a wolf's wail. In response, echoes of similar howls reverberated from every corner of the misty rainforest. Soon after, the earth began to tremble violently, and countless hurried footsteps, roars, and the sounds of trees crashing and rocks shattering filled the air. Before you could formulate a response, a total of 9 foundation beasts, 100 Qi refining level 8 creatures, and thousands of ordinary beasts had completely surrounded you. This familiar arrangement instantly recalled memories of the previous simulations, where you had been crushed by them. In an instant, your heart was filled with trepidation, and a flicker of desperate resolve began to take root. Zhu Hailong, this matter has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to interfere. Indeed, if you choose to aid him in his misdeeds, you shall bear the consequences of the entire Li family's wrath from Yunma City. The accompanying Golden Core elders sensed the battlefield's shifting tides and promptly warned Zhu Hailong, hoping to dissuade him from involving himself. However, Zhu Hailong merely smiled wickedly, dismissing the elders' words entirely. Having long embraced the demonic path, he had never heeded the admonitions of the righteous. Moreover, since he had dared to traverse such distances today, it was evident that he had come prepared and would not be swayed by mere threats to the Li family's retribution. If I were to bury you here today, I fear that your so-called Li family will soon find themselves reduced to a pack of strays in Yunma City. As he spoke, a wild grin spread across his face, and he stepped onto the back of the ice water dragon, summoning a sphere of ice energy in his palm, which he promptly hurled into the air, causing an explosion. The moment the ice sphere detonated, the heavens seemed to dim suddenly. Following this, the auras of 6 powerful Golden Core cultivators surged forth, startling everyone present. Each of them radiated a murderous intent. Brandishing lethal weapons, their battle fervor palpable, clearly prepared for a cataclysmic clash. Chapter 50. Burn everything. Go all out. Do Golden Core cultivators not require compensation? How could so many gather at once? The sudden assembly of numerous Golden Core cultivators left you utterly stunned, your grip on your weapon tightening involuntarily. You had initially believed that 5 Golden Core cultivators would suffice to deal with Bai Zhongshan, yet you could never have anticipated that handling such a character would summon forth so many formidable foes. If one included the Ice Water Dragon, the enemy forces now boasted a total of 10 Golden Core cultivators. What on earth was happening? With such overwhelming adversaries, it was clear we had been ensnared, but when did this occur? Yu Xiong's heart ached as he gazed at the unfolding chaos, utterly bewildered that he and the family head had clearly arranged everything in secrecy. How could they have fallen into an ambush in this dire situation? Unless all the elders of the Li family were summoned or the family head, Li Fengyun, intervened personally, a confrontation would be tantamount to courting death. That I never engage in battles without certainty. Prepare yourselves to meet your demise. The cultivators on Zhu Hailong's side wore cruel smiles as he waved his hand, signaling them to advance. 6 Golden Core cultivators, all clad in black robes and shrouded in mystery, moved with a speed that was both ghostly and terrifying through the forest. Their faces obscured, their true appearances remained hidden, yet their lethal strikes were merciless, each aimed at vital points, devoid of any semblance of mercy, intent solely on delivering death. The extreme cold water dragon, equally frenzied, shook the very ground with its fury, unleashing torrents of water that effortlessly devastated vast swathes of woodland. Moreover, the mountainous hordes of beasts posed a significant challenge, relentlessly probing for weaknesses to exploit in their assault. Despite the formidable alliance of 5 Golden Core elders, including Yu Xiong, victory remained elusive against such overwhelming foes. Zhu Hailong, a heavyweight in his own right, targeted Yu and Qi Yin, both mere Foundation establishment cultivators, with a ferocity that threatened to extinguish your lives with but a few strikes. Fortunately, your combined strength allowed you to engage him in a titanic struggle, holding your ground despite the perilous circumstances. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield seemed evenly matched. However, fatigue began to wear down the elders, rendering them incapable of sustaining the 5 elements' great formation, thus allowing Bai Zhongshan and the Golden Core puppet to join the fray without restraint. Even though Yu Xiong was a second-rank Golden Core and a late-stage powerhouse, his efforts to restrain 3 Golden Core cultivators could not alter the tide of battle. After consuming a blood-red pill, Bai Zhongshan entered a state of relentless fury, his power surging to the late Golden Core stage, driven by a bloodthirst that rendered him a formidable adversary. Despite his previous injuries, he relentlessly pursued the Golden Core elders. The Golden Core puppet, while lacking in strength, still posed a significant threat, but as the situation grew increasingly dire, you could no longer resist the urge to consume the blood-red pill. Just then, a domineering force forcibly separated you and Zhu Hailong. As Yu Xiong, pushed to his limits, intervened to save you and Qi Yin from impending doom. Zhu Hailong, why do you insist on annihilating the Li family, when this matter is of no concern to you? He demanded, brandishing his weapon with righteous indignation. Zhu Hailong merely smirked, finding the inquiry amusing. You seek to kill me, the protector of the puppet refining sect, as an elder of the Zhu family. Would I simply stand by and watch you perish? Besides, your Li family possesses a prodigious alchemist, drawing the ire of many clan heads who eagerly wish for your demise. Or did you think these 6 Golden Core cultivators appeared by coincidence? His shocking revelation struck like lightning, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Yu Xiong was particularly taken aback, realizing that the Zhu family was not merely a rival to the Li family, but an ally of the notorious puppet refining sect. You, too, were astonished to discover that these Golden Core cultivators were familiar faces from your past, previously encountered during the alchemical assessment, including those who had sought to recruit you. The ruthless tactics of these clan heads surpassed your wildest expectations, and the unfolding events revealed the terrifying realities of this world and the Empire. While outwardly appearing orderly under imperial governance, beneath the surface lurked a realm of treachery and bloodshed. Recognizing that this conflict was ignited by your existence, you resolved to expend every ounce of your power to in that moment of clarity. You left no avenue of retreat, consuming a plethora of prepared pills without hesitation. Finally, you swallowed the blood-red pill, feeling your cultivation surge to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Even edging into the realm of half a Golden Core, your transformation stunned all present, including Zhu Hailong, as they could scarcely believe that this seemingly inconspicuous Foundation establishment junior could suddenly become a pivotal force on the battlefield. At this moment, you acutely felt the tumult of blood and demonic energy within you, and with this nearly overwhelming power, you unleashed a strike of heavenly punishment thunder. Pure thunderous energy surged forth, roaring like an enraged dragon, crashing through Zhu Hailong's defenses that in an instant, the forest became a desolate wasteland, littered with the remains of beasts and shattered trees. Even Zhu Hailong, despite being in the early stages of the Golden Core, faltered under your unexpected onslaught, plummeting into the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, utterly incapacitated. Yet after such a tremendous display of power, you too found yourself utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. Even though the enemy faltered in the absence of Zhu Hailong's leadership, the battle raged on. The remaining 9 Golden Core adversaries, including the extreme Cold Water Dragon, continued to resist fiercely, resulting in a stalemate. Ultimately, a peak Golden Core cultivator intervened, decisively ending the chaos that he personally subdued by Zhongshan and the extreme Cold Water Dragon, rallying the others to drive back the remaining foes. Even attempting to rescue you in a daze, you caught a glimpse of this formidable figure standing before you. Chapter 51. Return to reality as you lifted your gaze. Countless faces flashed through your mind. However, when you finally opened your eyes, you were astonished to see that the one who had intervened was none other than the president of the Alchemist Association of Yunma City. A figure you had never anticipated, that in a bid to protect you, this distinguished alchemist had followed you here, albeit arriving a moment too late. Overwhelmed with mixed emotions, you realized that while alchemists came in many forms, this president appeared genuinely committed to nurturing your potential. Nonetheless, due to the injuries sustained during the battle with Zhu Hailong, coupled with the overwhelming potency of the final pill, you succumbed to unconsciousness. Simulation ended evaluation. A potential ally may arise to turn the tide in critical moments. Emerging from the simulation, Yang Wuwei stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the duration and depth of this experience. He had not anticipated that this long-awaited simulation would unfold with such intricate detail. Rubbing his somewhat bewildered head, Yang Wuwei felt as though he had undergone an unprecedented experience, although it lacked the visceral nature of memory inheritance. The details surpassed those of ordinary simulations. Several moments felt so vivid that he could almost perceive the expressions of those involved, feeling their fervor, uncertain if the system had undergone an upgrade or if something else was at play. He nonetheless realized that the outcome of the simulation aligned closely with his expectations. While his time alive was not extensive, his alchemical skills had ascended to the third tier, according to the descriptions within the simulation. Becoming a third-tier alchemist would allow him to effortlessly accumulate wealth. With the power he had gained, the 100 spirit stones required for foundation establishment simulations, or even the 1,000 spirit stones for golden core simulations, would become mere trifles. After a brief moment of adjustment, Yang Wuwei returned to a clear state of mind that as he reminisced about effortlessly amassing spirit stones with his skills as an alchemist. His spirits soared. However, he did not forget about the talent of the text imprint. This simulation had proceeded so smoothly, fundamentally due to the existence of the text imprint. Without it, given his original aptitude, achieving third-tier alchemist status would likely have taken years. That if the upcoming rewards included this option, he would certainly choose it. That if not, he would opt for improving his alchemical skills. Deep in thought, Yang Wuwei resolved to enter the reward selection interface. Reward settlement, as it was the host's first time stepping into the realm of half a golden core during the simulation. Additional rewards would be granted. Point 1. Inherit all memories from this simulation and receive a random green talent. Point 2. Inherit the half golden core cultivation obtained after the invasion of demonic energy and gain first-tier alchemist skills. 3. Acquire detailed information about any individual from the simulation, along with memories from a specified time frame. Point 4. Inherit third-tier alchemist skills and elevate your cultivation to half foundation establishment. Point 5. Randomly select one purple talent. This reward interface was more expansive and striking than ever before, nearly overwhelming Yang Wuwei's senses. Wait, the system allows for additional rewards based on strength gained during the simulation, before even examining the options. The first line of text filled him with astonishment and delight. Previously, when he had broken through in reality, he had received new rewards, but now, gaining strength during a simulation also yielded rewards. This was beyond exhilarating. Ding! The host will receive additional rewards upon breaking through specific major realms. However, the additional reward is not a permanent enhancement. It will only manifest upon the occurrence of the initial specific breakthrough. Therefore, the host should consider their choices carefully. Oh, why was this not mentioned sooner? It left me unprepared. Now, let me examine these extra rewards closely. As joy filled his heart, Yang Wuwei's gaze traversed the various reward options. It must be said that the 5 choices this time each possessed unique merits, leaving him dazzled and in a state of indecision. Yet he soon discovered an unexpected detail. The coveted text imprint talent was conspicuously absent, replaced instead by an option for a random purple talent. Although purple talents are generally quite powerful, the uncertainty accompanying a random talent is too great. It may not serve a crucial role in my subsequent simulations. Moreover, without the text imprint, it might prove challenging to continue advancing my alchemical skills in the next simulation. With no alternative, he could only wait for the results of the random selection before making a decision. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Wuwei resolutely dismissed this talent option. After all, he could randomly select a talent in each simulation, and at this moment, it was not an urgent necessity for him. Quickly, he resumed his review of the rewards, swiftly filtering through the options. The key content of this simulation was detailed in the text, and the green talent seemed rather trivial, thus its selection would yield little benefit. Furthermore, there was no need to elaborate on the second option, as both the invasion of demonic energy and the subsequent high costs of simulation compelled him to overlook it entirely. The final point of contention lay between the third and fourth options. Frankly, I am quite curious about the detailed information regarding the president of the Alchemist Association. Yet even if I were to learn it, it would likely hold little value. In contrast, the alchemist's level, which had been designated as a target from the outset, would undoubtedly prove far more beneficial for future simulations. It is decided then. I shall choose option 4. After thorough comparison, Yang Wuwei resolutely made his choice to inherit the third-level alchemist proficiency and half-step foundation cultivation. As he made his selection, the reward interface gradually faded away, replaced by 2 mysterious orbs of light hovering in the air. Point 1 orb radiated a golden glow, occasionally encircled by blue flames. resembling alchemical fire. The other orb was entirely black, interspersed with hints of red patterns, enveloped in swirling purple lightning. The two orbs lingered in the air for but a moment before shooting into Yang Wuwei's body like bullets. Erupting with an intense brilliance, in an instant, a vast wealth of alchemical knowledge surged into his mind, including those deeply ingrained practical experiences, merging seamlessly with his essence. Simultaneously, his cultivation began to ascend rapidly, his aura continuously rising, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through multiple bottlenecks. According to logic, such a massive influx of power should have caused extreme discomfort, even excruciating pain. However, Yang Wuwei felt nothing but an exquisite smoothness and comfort. The knowledge and power brought him only unparalleled joy, as if they had always belonged to him. Chapter 52. Legacy of the Great Ones. Moments later, Yang Wuwei felt as though he had become one with all the capabilities of a third-level alchemist. Every recipe in detail he had mastered during simulations, all the texts he had memorized, and various alchemical techniques had been inherited in their entirety. This included the methods for employing the Thunder Control Fire technique and the Qingquan Condensing Pill technique, as well as the contents from dozens of alchemical tomes. It could be said that, in terms of alchemical artistry, he was now indistinguishable from the self he had simulated. Premium Foundation Pills, Premium Source Breaking Pills, Premium Rebirth Pills, Premium Spirit Gathering Pills. If he could successfully concoct and sell these pills, or even auction them off, their value could easily reach dozens or even hundreds of spirit stones. As he perused the myriad of recipes stored within his memory, contemplating their high prices in the immortal cultivation market, Yang Wuwei could hardly contain his excitement. Moreover, the benefits brought by this reward extended far beyond mere knowledge. With his cultivation breaking through to the half-step foundation stage, a pure thunderous power began to surge within Yang Wuwei. This inheritance not only elevated his cultivation, but also allowed him to successfully inherit the pure thunder spiritual qi absorbed during simulations. What a delightful surprise! This sensation embodies the overwhelming essence of thunder's spiritual qi. He effortlessly conjured a sphere of thunder, feeling the terrifying power within his grasp, and could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. Initially, he believed that reaching the half-step foundation stage would merely entail inheriting cultivation, but he had not anticipated such a fortuitous discovery. Though he remained uncertain as to why such spiritual energy existed within the small, misty rainforest, he was certain that this power was genuine. Thus, in future simulations, when breaking through to the heavenly Tao foundation stage, he would no longer need to venture into perilous realms that he could first establish his foundation and then absorb to enhance his own abilities. Yang Wuwei's heart soared with joy, and he could already envision the scene of himself effortlessly wielding the power of Thunder Spiritual Qi after countless absorptions. The pure Thunder Spiritual Qi was essential for his heavenly Tao foundation establishment. But this did not imply that he could only absorb it during breakthroughs. On the contrary, if he were to do so after establishing his foundation, the refinement would proceed far more smoothly. In this alchemical fire, not only could it be used for pill concocting, but it could also be utilized in daily life and combat. Its unintentional use might even catch opponents off guard. As he grew familiar with the Thunder Spiritual Qi, Yang Wuwei summoned the alchemical fire. Although it was not a rare fire, its lethality was not to be underestimated, especially under the enhancement of his fire control technique. With such an abundance of rewards, I have instantaneously transformed into an entirely different being. Once the rewards were dispensed, time in the real world resumed its flow, and Yang Wuwei felt a surge of gratitude emanating from the depths of his heart. With his mastery of Thunder Spiritual Qi and his half-step foundation cultivation, he was now confident that even when facing the leader of the Xuanwu clan alone, he stood a considerable chance of victory. Gazing at the remaining 190 spirit stones in his palm, Yang Wuwei's lips curled once more. At this rate, it would not be long before I possessed the strength to single-handedly contend with two foundation cultivators. By then, neither Qingfeng nor Qian would need to intervene. I could single-handedly sweep through the Xuanwu clan. In other words, at that time, not only would I dominate Baiyun village and the Xuanwu clan, but I could also reign supreme within Fengling town. A fervent passion ignited within him, and Yang Wuwei excitedly envisioned countless foes falling beneath his blade, advancing forward against all odds. How exhilarating it is to anticipate the forthcoming changes in the simulations. With these thoughts in mind, Yang Wuwei refrained from immediately simulating again, opting instead to take a few moments to adapt to his newfound power. Meanwhile, those stationed outside suddenly felt a tremor, including Wu Langyan, Li Yui, as well as Lu Fengyan and Xia Yang. All present sensed a powerful aura emanating. That it turned out that at the moment Yang Wuwei inherited his realm and absorbed the Thunder spiritual qi. The sheer terror of the Thunder spiritual qi was palpable. Did any of you feel that particularly dense Thunder spiritual qi just now? That aura made even me feel a twinge of unease. Wu Langyan, the strongest among them, was the first to speak. Having swiftly sensed the essence of the Thunder spiritual qi, I felt it. But it vanished in an instant. Xia Yang nodded, though a hint of doubt lingered in his expression. I thought it was just an illusion. So you all felt it too. Lu Fengyan appeared pensive. Having spent considerable time in Linxiao village, this was his first encounter with such a powerful and unique aura. Strange, how could such a formidable Thunder spiritual qi arise in this remote wilderness? Among them, Li Yui appeared the most perplexed. Hailing from the Li family in Yunma City, he began at a higher level than anyone else present and possessed a broader range of knowledge. Therefore, he understood just how rare and precious such potent Thunder spiritual qi was by conventional standards. Unless it originated from an extremely treacherous location or a blessed land, it would be impossible to cultivate such spiritual energy. The misty rainforest is situated in a remote area, and its resources are not abundant. One might be fortunate to encounter even a couple of golden core level beasts. In summary, this place is neither a perilous land nor a blessed land, and theoretically, it should not possess such spiritual energy. Although it was fleeting, existing for but an instant, all present had clearly sensed it. The evidence was irrefutable. Could it be a legacy from some powerful being? In the midst of contemplation, Li Yui could not help but speak softly, his words akin to a clap of thunder, causing everyone to tremble. The Empire forbids cultivators from privately imparting techniques to commoners, let alone establishing their own legacies. Not to mention the strength required to set up such a legacy. What kind of formidable individual would dare to take such risks in this environment? Could it be that it is a high-ranking member of the organization? Wu Langyan seemed like a dreamer awakened by a single word, recalling the senior members of the dragon-slaying organization, a surge of shock and admiration flooding his heart. Although he had been affiliated with the dragon-slaying organization for quite some time, to speak truthfully, the highest echelons he had encountered were merely those like Feng Zhizhan. Other members of the upper echelon, aside from Qin Zhanlong, were strangers to him, and he remained oblivious to the ongoing affairs of the higher-ups. For a long time, he had begun to harbor doubts about whether the so-called high-ranking officials were still working towards the organization's goal of overthrowing the empire. If this legacy was indeed set up by the upper echelons of the dragon-slaying organization, then it would undoubtedly serve as the best proof that they were indeed engaged in action. As a few minutes passed slowly, Yang Wuwei had yet to rest sufficiently when the treasured blade in his hand suddenly began to tremble violently. What was happening? Yang Wuwei opened his eyes in astonishment, only to find that the treasured blade had, unbeknownst to him, quietly levitated in midair. That moment, bathed in moonlight, it began to absorb the lightning spiritual energy emanating from him. Chapter 53. The dragon-slaying blade, as the lightning spiritual energy gradually seeped in. The blade started to emit a glow, and fine cracks appeared on its surface. The next instant, the cracked areas shattered explosively, replaced by a cover of thunder and darkness. Before Yang Wuwei could comprehend what had transpired, the blade before him erupted with a brilliant light, compelling him to shield his eyes. When he reopened them, he beheld the treasured blade transformed anew, its entire form now radiating a black-golden hue. With the blade itself entwined by thunder, exuding an overwhelming aura of majesty and murderous intent, that if previously this blade appeared to others as merely an ordinary weapon, henceforth, anyone who laid eyes on it would regard it with profound reverence. Its terrifying might had surpassed the limits of Yang Wuwei's imagination. It was undoubtedly a force beyond what should exist at the levels of Golden Core and Foundation establishment. Most crucially, the blade now bore the legendary inscription, Dragon Slaying. What could account for this sudden metamorphosis? Dragon Slaying? Could it be that the name of this blade is indeed the Dragon Slaying Blade? Under the moonlight, the already imposing Dragon Slaying Blade took on an even more formidable presence. Leaving Yang Wuwei, an otherworldly traveler, utterly awestruck, especially upon seeing the two characters dragon slaying, the reverence and astonishment in his heart deepened. Among the people he knew, only the renowned leader of the dragon-slaying organization, Qin Zhanlong, could be associated with such a name. Recalling the cultivator who had bestowed this treasured blade upon him, guiding him towards his path at the onset of his journey, Yang Wuwei felt a surge of amazement. If this blade truly belonged to Qin Zhanlong, could it be that the one who granted him this blade was indeed Qin Zhanlong, or perhaps someone from the upper echelons of the organization? In an instant, an unprecedented thought flashed through Yang Wuwei's mind. This implied that he might have encountered the high-ranking officials of the organization, even then, perhaps even the highest tier. As this notion passed through him, as if in response to Yang Wuwei's thoughts, the dragon-slaying blade ceased its absorption, and the lightning spiritual energy gradually calmed. They both returned to their normal states, and the dragon-slaying blade actively floated into Yang Wuwei's grasp. This sensation, could it be that the dragon-slaying blade has recognized its master? In that moment, Yang Wuwei felt as though a powerful connection and bond had formed between him and the dragon-slaying blade. Bridged by the lightning spiritual energy, that he willed it with his mind, and the dragon-slaying blade responded in kind, no longer requiring physical strength to wield. It could hover effortlessly in the air at his mental command. Compared to before, the current dragon-slaying blade felt as natural to him as his own limbs, allowing for an unmatched ease of use that, if my conjecture is correct, then why did the upper echelons choose to bestow this dragon-slaying blade upon me? Furthermore, why is it that the dragon-slaying blade resonates with the lightning spiritual energy and moonlight? Having felt the formidable power of the dragon-slaying blade firsthand, and reflecting carefully on its transformation process, Yang Wuwei immediately discerned a clue. Just as Li Yuni had speculated, Yang Wuwei found it peculiar that such powerful and pure lightning spiritual energy could arise from the seemingly insignificant Wuyu forest. Not only was it pure, but it also aligned perfectly with the organization's techniques, allowing for seamless absorption. At last, he had uncovered the key point. Perhaps this lightning spiritual energy was originally meant to facilitate the transformation of the 10,000 Thunder Decision and the dragon-slaying blade. All clues connected, leading to the inevitable conclusion: legacy. Indeed, this is an intricately linked legacy that I in this moment. Yang Wuwei's thoughts became strikingly clear, though he could not ascertain why he was the one to receive the dragon-slaying blade. One thing he could affirm was that everything unfolding before him was no mere coincidence, but rather a meticulously orchestrated scheme. Regardless, at least for now, these arrangements appeared to be in my favor. If this is the plan of the organization's higher-ups, perhaps this is their preparation for overthrowing the empire. As he contemplated this, Yang Wuwei's thoughts gradually stilled, and he lifted his gaze towards the night sky. To uncover the truth, the simplest method would be to engage in repeated simulations. System, initiate simulation. Calming his emotions, Yang Wuwei slowly uttered this familiar phrase that in an instant, time came to a standstill. Simulation is about to commence. Please proceed to draw talents. Random draw. Commencing talent draw. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the blue combat type talent, Born Hunter. Talent description. In life and death battles, your combat capabilities will double, and most enemies will experience extreme fear when facing you. A combat type talent. It seems this simulation is destined to allow me to shine brilliantly upon the path of slaughter. Quickly scanning the talent description, Yang Wuwei initially felt astonished, followed by a surge of joy. Though this time he could not enhance his alchemy skills, an improvement in his combat prowess was equally commendable. So far, he had personally eliminated hundreds of bandits and had inherited months of battle experience from simulated memories. Yet upon introspection, Yang Wuwei recognized that in terms of ruthlessness and decisiveness in slaughter, he was still far inferior to those formidable beings. Compared to those who had lived for centuries, growing up in treacherous environments fraught with danger, his prolonged existence in peaceful times had created a fundamental disparity. This time, I start with the formidable strength of a third-tier alchemist. If I desire, I will undoubtedly gain the trust of Li Fengyun and the president of the Alchemist Association swiftly. Furthermore, I possess pure lightning spiritual energy and knowledge of the locations of rare materials that as long as I secure the top-grade foundation establishment pills from Feng Zhijian or concoct a batch myself and accumulate some spiritual stones, I can rapidly achieve the foundation establishment of the Heavenly Tao. Following that, with the strength acquired from my Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, I can hunt down bandits, demon beasts, and even evil cultivators, swiftly elevating my prowess in slaughter. A clear strategy quickly formed in Yang Wuwei's mind. and he was filled with delight as he began the simulation. Simulation commences that on the first day, due to temporarily reaching a bottleneck in his cultivation. You did not absorb the remaining 180 spiritual stones, but rather chose to retain them. During the assault on Baiyun Village, you showcased your half-step foundation establishment strength, effortlessly slaying Shinjin with a single palm strike, instantly shocking Wu Langyan and the others present. Everyone was left agape by your display. They had not anticipated that you, who had only been at the 7th layer of Qi refinement in the morning, would reach half-step foundation establishment by afternoon. In response, you casually claimed that it was through absorbing 200 spiritual stones that you achieved this breakthrough, advising everyone not to disclose your strength. The tardy Qingfeng initially intended to present himself as a foundation establishment cultivator before you, but upon sensing the powerful aura emanating from you, his expression changed dramatically. Chapter 54. One man stands against 1,000 bandits at first. Qingfeng remained highly vigilant towards you, but as you clarified your intentions and demonstrated the eloquence befitting a seasoned alchemist, he quickly became amicable. Moreover, since you were already a disciple of Qingfeng, many of your philosophies aligned with his, prompting him to grow increasingly delighted during your conversations, especially upon learning that you possessed the level of a third-tier alchemist at such a young age. He was immediately in awe of your talents, directly forming a deep bond with you. The situation unfolded even more smoothly than you had anticipated. However, your companions were left in utter shock at your extraordinary performance. They could hardly believe that you were a hidden alchemist, and moreover, at the 3rd-tier level. On the same day, you began to devise plans concerning Xuanwu Stronghold. Having grown stronger, you no longer wished to remain on the defensive, waiting for the arrival of Qi Yin. Instead, you intended to rapidly enhance your power and take the initiative with overwhelming strength and advantage. AT present, equipped with Thunder Spirit Qi, the innate abilities of a hunter, and various other enhancements, your combat potential was on par with the mid-stage of foundation establishment in the human path. Should you wield the dragon-slaying blade, your prowess would rival that of the late stage of foundation establishment, if not surpass it. Qingfeng, being at the initial stage of foundation establishment, had a baseline combat capability that was also mid-stage, especially after consuming a plethora of elixirs in previous simulations. He had demonstrated the ability to contend against 2 foundation establishment practitioners without faltering. In contrast, the top combatants from Xuanwu Stronghold, including the alchemist from the Refining Puppet Sect, the head of Xuanwu Stronghold, and 2 foundation establishment puppets, were merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. This indicated that the 2 of you had at least an 80% chance of defeating Xuanwu Stronghold together. Yet this was insufficient. You desired a near 100% guarantee, a 99% success rate. Only then could you hunt freely and hone your killing techniques in battle. Thus, as you gazed at Wu Langyan, an idea flashed through your mind, to cultivate a 3rd foundation establishment practitioner on site. That night, after conducting a field survey, you discovered that Baiyun Village and its surrounding areas possessed ample materials to concoct premium foundation establishment elixirs. Although you anticipated only being able to produce 2, this would be more than adequate to assist Wu Langyan in achieving foundation establishment. However, whether he should pursue Human Path Foundation establishment ultimately depended on his own decision. You had also considered facilitating his Earth Path Foundation establishment. But waiting for you to acquire the 3 types of rare materials would likely result in Qi Yin already flattening Xuanwu Stronghold with his mount. After discussing with Wu Langyan and Qingfeng, you shared your thoughts, and they unanimously agreed with your proposal that Wu Langyan, who prided himself on having limited innate talent and minimal resources, was overjoyed at the prospect of successfully breaking through to foundation establishment, and thus had no reason to refuse. Qingfeng, eager to witness the prowess of a 3rd-tier alchemist of his caliber, was equally enthusiastic. Upon receiving their consent, you immediately mobilized everyone to procure the necessary materials for refining premium foundation establishment elixirs. By dawn the following day, all materials had been gathered. Utilizing Qingfeng's alchemical furnace, you successfully concocted 2 flawless premium foundation establishment elixirs in one attempt. Qingfeng marveled at your exceptional skills. Wu Langyan expressed profound gratitude, showering you with thanks. Soon after, Wu Langyan consumed the premium foundation establishment elixir you provided. The accumulated spiritual energy erupted, and the bottleneck shattered effortlessly, allowing him to step into the foundation establishment stage with exuberance. He regarded you as his guiding mentor and vowed to follow your lead henceforth. That in that moment, it felt as though he was no longer the leader. You had assumed that mantle. The earliest acquaintances of yours, Xia Yang and Lu Fengyan, gazed at the flourishing figure you had become, marveling at the capriciousness of fate. To them, you seemed like the mere mortal who had once fled into the village from bandits not long ago. Had it been 2 weeks prior, they would never have believed that this same mortal would transform into a third-tier alchemist with Foundation establishment combat capability in such a short span. Xia Yang could only lament that he would no longer be able to assist you on your path ahead. That Lu Fengyan similarly felt a sense of relief, acknowledging that his investment had been astutely placed. As dawn approached, the third-in-command of Xuanwu's stronghold once again made an appearance, provocatively challenging Cheng Feng. Confronted with a scene you had encountered multiple times in simulations, a murderous intent surged within you, prompting you to take immediate action and slay the third-in-command, blood splattering at the scene. Cheng Feng, Wu Langyan, and the others were astonished by your audacity, deepening their admiration and respect for you. The blood of your adversaries awakened your innate hunter's instinct to kill. Thus, on that same day, you led numerous members of your organization and allied forces, following the familiar route etched in your memory, directly towards the stronghold that in previous simulations, you had thoroughly combed through Xuanwu's stronghold, rendering you intimately familiar with the path and internal layout. You easily discerned the various traps and intersections within Xuanwu's stronghold, prompting further admiration from your companions as you navigated effortlessly to By noon. You strode confidently at the forefront, flanked by Cheng Feng and Wu Langyan, finally arriving at the gates of Xuanwu's stronghold. Peering through your transcendent vision, you quickly discerned the scene before you. The ground was marred with still fresh bloodstains. Tattered garments, lifeless bodies scattered about, and a plethora of bleached bones. Some individuals, covered in knife wounds, were abandoned at the roadside, struggling between life and death. The head of Xuanwu's stronghold and numerous petty bandit leaders were gathered together. One arm wrapped around a woman they had captured, indulging in wine and meat, reveling in their carefree existence. Meanwhile, the alchemist from the refining puppet sect ruthlessly choked a man, snapping his neck with a cruel grin as he transformed him into a puppet. They were engrossed in planning the spoils they would reap after slaughtering Lin Shao village, utterly oblivious to your arrival. Witnessing their heinous actions, fury surged within you, compelling you to draw the dragon-slaying blade. Raising it high, you gathered spiritual energy at the blade's edge and struck down with a single blow. The crescent-shaped blade aura, imbued with the might of thunder, cleaved through the gates of the stronghold, obliterating everything within a 10-meter radius. Numerous bandits who remained behind perished on the spot, the tremendous noise echoing for hundreds of meters, shaking the very mountaintop. The head of Xuanwu's stronghold and the alchemist from the refining puppet sect were immediately taken aback, issuing commands for thousands of bandits to assemble and confront your assault. Initially, the head of Xuanwu's stronghold appeared furious, ready to unleash a tirade. However, upon sensing the terrifying aura of the innate hunter emanating from you, he was unable to suppress the cold sweat that poured down his brow, his heart gripped by fear. Even the exceedingly proud alchemist from the refining puppet sect found his heartbeat quickening in response to your overwhelming killing intent. 2,000 bandits, faced with your singular presence, trembled in terror, resembling a flock of sheep confronted by a ravenous wolf. The onlookers, comprised of fellow practitioners, witnessed your display and were invigorated, while Cheng Feng and Wu Langyan were struck with awe at the authority you exuded. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As you brandished the dragon-slaying blade, pointing it at everyone within Xuanwu's stronghold, the terrifying killing intent emanating from the blade heightened their fear to an unprecedented level. Feeling this novel fear coursing through them, the alchemist from the refining puppet sect could no longer contain his rage. Disregarding everything else, he immediately unleashed his full power, revealing his complete mastery at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Summoning 2 Foundation establishment puppets to join the fray, the head of Xuanwu's stronghold, driven to madness by fear, bellowed at the top of his lungs, brandishing his massive blade, charging toward you with murderous intent. In response to this unfolding scenario, you merely raised the dragon-slaying blade with an air of indifference, your eyes filled with pride, as if dismissing the 4 Foundation establishment practitioners entirely. Were it a typical battle, you might have felt trepidation in the face of their power. However, since they harbored intentions to kill you, your innate hunter abilities would effectively double your strength in a short span. Seeing you remain composed and unwavering, Cheng Feng and Wu Langyan felt a sense of reassurance, free from any lingering worries. Without hesitation, they both unleashed their own powers, stepping forward to engage in battle. In an instant, the two factions of Foundation establishment practitioners clashed. Swirling dust and debris engulfing the air, the thunderous sounds of explosions echoing continuously in this life and death struggle. All parties exerted their utmost efforts, fighting recklessly, resulting in the ground caving in and buildings collapsing. The combined might of 6 Foundation establishment practitioners soon rendered the stronghold in tatters, with many of the petty bandits meeting their demise amidst the chaos. Although Wu Langyan had only just broken through to Foundation establishment, his combat prowess was formidable, allowing him to contend with 2 Foundation establishment puppets. Cheng Feng, bolstered by elixirs, shone brightly in battle, standing firm against the combined might of the head of Xuanwu's stronghold and the alchemist from the refining puppet sect. Seeing that the time was ripe and the enemy had exhausted considerable strength and energy, you erupted forth like a tiger descending from the mountain, engaging in the fray. With the innate hunter's enhancement, your strength had already doubled, and now, with the beast blood frenzy activated, wielding the dragon-slaying blade and unleashing Thunder Fury Blade, your power nearly rivaled that of the late stage of Foundation establishment. With a single strike, you unleashed a force capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, nearly tearing the very air apart. And in an instant, you severely wounded all 4 of the enemy Foundation establishment practitioners. The 2 foundational puppets reacted the slowest and were instantly cleaved in half, meeting their demise on the spot. Although the leader of Xuanwu village intervened just in time to defend, he was nonetheless violently driven into the ground, immediately spitting blood and sustaining severe injuries. The only alchemist from the puppet sect still capable of standing found himself powerless. Despite his eyes being bloodshot with fury, he could only add to his own helplessness. The bandits, already gripped by fear of you, upon witnessing their formidable allies vanquished, dared not resist even the slightest and scattered like birds and beasts. Under your leadership, Cheng Feng and the allied forces surged forward, their morale soaring as they pursued the bandits with the vigor of a tempest, swiftly surrounding them. You appeared like the harbinger of death, relentlessly wielding the dragon-slaying blade, and in the blink of an eye, you had already claimed the lives of over 1,000 bandits, including the leader of Xuanwu village. The alchemist from the puppet sect became your final target, and you began to walk towards him. In his final moments, this alchemist audaciously threatened you, attempting to leverage fear to secure his release. He boasted shamelessly that Zhu Hailong, the inspector of Shirwa City, was his backing, and if he were to perish here, Zhu Hailong would undoubtedly seek vengeance against you. Upon hearing this threat, you merely smiled coldly and replied, "Rest assured, Zhu Hailong will soon join you below." With those words, you brought an end to his life. This marked your first complete annihilation of Xuanwu village, igniting an unprecedented sense of pride and achievement within you. This feeling greatly motivated you to become stronger, recalling the countless deaths you had suffered in previous simulations due to your weakness. An unwavering conviction began to blossom in your heart. You resolved to engage in relentless slaughter, to grow ever stronger, until you became invincible, until no one could ever kill you again. Afternoon, you had thoroughly plundered all the stocks and resources of Xuanwu village, leaving no stone unturned, including the storage rings of the village leader and the alchemist, which you did not spare either. The amassed wealth far exceeded your expectations, disregarding the value of materials and equipment. There were easily over 1,000 spirit stones alone. Moreover, within the storage ring of the alchemist, there were methods for crafting puppets and techniques for taming beasts, items that were nearly impossible to acquire in the market. Most of these were of the second tier, evidently still being studied by the alchemist, and as closely guarded secrets, they were undoubtedly of great value. A cursory examination revealed content that expanded your horizons, thus planting the seeds of thoughts regarding puppet crafting and beast taming within you. Nightfall. After taking stock, you directly allocated the resources based on merit. In this battle, nearly all the credit rested with the 3 of you, leading most to believe that they were not entitled to a share of the spoils. Consequently, when they received the resources you distributed, each was filled with joy and showered you with gratitude. This included Li Yuni and Xiang, whose opinions of you deepened considerably. Particularly, Lu Fengyan, upon gazing at the heap of spoils before him, felt that his past support for you was undeniably justified, as the main forces of the battle. Wulanjian and Chengfeng naturally received the largest shares apart from you. Wulanjian, already grateful towards you, expressed on the spot that upon returning to the organization, he would advocate for you to become the third leader. Chengfeng, without uttering much, had gratitude etched plainly on his face that on the third day, Qian arrived to provide reinforcements. Upon learning of the bandit disturbance, he hastily made his way. He intended to showcase his prowess, but was left stunned upon arrival. What lay before him was not a fierce battle, but the corpses of the Xuanwu village leader and numerous bandits. You had long awaited his arrival, leading the group in anticipation, when Qian beheld the bloody dragon-slaying blade in your hand. An unparalleled shock flashed through his heart, and he instantly understood everything. On the seventh day, you met with Feng Zhejian once more, but this time his astonishment surpassed all previous encounters that if in prior instances you merely notified Qian. Indirectly claiming credit, this time you had achieved great merit entirely through your own strength and command. With such accomplishments, coupled with battle prowess comparable to that of late foundational stage cultivators, you were poised to attain a status beyond that of core members. Thus, with Wulanjian's recommendation and your formidable capabilities, on the first day of your meeting with Feng Zhejian, you ascended to the position of the organization's third leader. Chapter 56. The Observer's Clarity on the same day after becoming the third leader. You did not hasten to accompany Li Yuni to Yunma City, but rather proposed to first gather rare materials and treasures, intending to break through the Heavenly Path foundational stage before departing. Li Yuni had no objections to your desire to prioritize enhancing your strength, as your growing power undoubtedly benefited him as well. With the memory of the locations of these rare materials etched in your mind, you pinpointed the site that very day, setting off with Li Yuni and Chengfeng. Initially, you intended to invite the powerful Qian to join, but unexpectedly, he did not respond with the usual decisiveness present in previous simulations. Quite the opposite, a hint of vigilance appeared in his gaze as he declined your invitation almost without thought. This noticeable shift led you to realize that perhaps your significant transformation had triggered some concern in him. With no other recourse, you could only relent for the time being. On the eighth day, while en route, you encountered a mysterious cultivator. His strength was such that even with your current ability to activate the Eye of Void Breaking, you could not discern his level. At the very least, he was at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, if not beyond. Instantly, a sense of caution arose within you, yet this enigmatic cultivator made no overtly inappropriate moves, merely leaving you with a sentence that left you bewildered and incredulous. Find Yang Daho. He will become your bridge to the right path. After uttering this phrase, the mysterious cultivator vanished without a trace. As if he had never been there, the statement plunged you in a deep contemplation, leaving you disoriented in the wind. It had been ages since you had heard the name Yangdu in your memory. He was merely a boy who had gone missing for 10 years, likely perished in the beast tide. Had it not been for your initial efforts to establish an imperial identity, you might never have come into contact with him. Yet now, why would a mysterious cultivator, whose origins were unknown, instruct you to find him, claiming he represented a legitimate bridge? This left you utterly perplexed. Despite ruminating for a long while, you could not unravel the underlying reasons and had no choice but to bury this matter deep within your heart. Outside the simulation, Yang Wuwei furrowed his brow upon reading this passage that in all his numerous simulations, this event ranked among the most sudden and unexpected he had encountered. Yangdu, the right path. This name, which he had usurped alongside those two significant words, ensnared Yang Wuwei in a whirlpool of thoughts. Why would the name of a missing person surface so abruptly? Furthermore, if the need to seek a bridge to the right path was implied, did it mean that the version of himself within the simulation was not on the right track, but had strayed onto a divergent path, compared to the muddled perspective of the protagonist within the simulation? Yang Wuwei, as an observer in reality, clearly saw the situation with far greater clarity than in the preceding simulations. He had never encountered this mysterious cultivator. Yet unexpectedly, he did this time that if there were no reason behind it. He found it hard to believe. Analyzing based on his past experiences, he surmised that a certain detail had shifted, leading to this occurrence that in this simulation, although I started off significantly stronger than before. The trajectory of events did not substantially deviate from earlier iterations. Whether it was the dragon-slaying blade or the thunder spirit Qi, They merely influenced my combat capabilities that if there was a notable change. It was the once closed Qi-Yin now harboring wariness and concerns towards me in this simulation. Recalling this, Yang Wuwei quickly revisited his earlier deduction regarding the inheritance matter. He speculated that if this so-called right path referred to the continuation of the inheritance, then fostering a good relationship with Qi-Yin could very well be a crucial part of IT.in the simulation. I had only just begun to develop a rift with Qi-Yin, and a day later, this prompt to find Yang Dahu had emerged. Yang Dahu originated from Lin Xiao Village, and in previous simulations, Qi-Yin had expressed interest in my background from Lin Xiao Village. It seemed this deduction was undoubtedly correct. There must be some significant connection between the two. With this realization, Yang Wuwei felt a sense of clarity wash over him, redirecting his gaze back to the simulation text, that if the version of me within the simulation could discern these logical connections as I have, it would not be long before he began to focus on Qi-Yin. Embracing such thoughts, Yang Wuwei eagerly continued to explore the subsequent simulations. On the 13th day, several days had passed, during which you collaborated with Cheng Feng and Li Yuni, working in tandem to achieve the utmost efficiency possible, successfully acquiring 5 kinds of rare materials. On that very day, you sought out a secluded place suitable for seclusion and breakthrough, commencing the inventory of all materials required for the foundation of the Heavenly Tao, an exquisite foundation pill, of which you had previously concocted 2 to assist Wu Lengyan in his breakthrough, leaving you with 1 remaining. Spirit stones, having amassed 1,000 from the previous eradication of the Xuanwu stronghold, along with the remuneration recently bestowed upon you by Li Yuni and Feng Zhizhan, which was more than sufficient for your breakthrough, and pure thunder's spiritual energy, which you had prepared well in advance of this simulation. Having completed your inventory, all was now in readiness. You promptly joined forces with Cheng Feng and Li Yuni, swiftly establishing a concealment formation and a breakthrough formation, ensuring that no disturbances would interrupt your process. Before finally settling down to unify your body and mind, entering a state of seclusion to establish your foundation. On the 14th day, at noon, Cheng Feng and Li Yuni, having waited for a day and night, appeared exceedingly anxious. Under normal circumstances, as long as the foundation establishment was successful, the difficulties lay primarily in the initial preparations. The process should have flowed smoothly, akin to a gentle stream. For those who were swift, it could take just a few hours, or an afternoon at most. For the slower ones, it would not exceed a day. However, your time in seclusion had evidently far exceeded this duration. Consequently, their anxiety grew, and they began to worry whether you had failed and fallen into madness. Just as their concern escalated, a resounding crash echoed, and you, at long last, shattered the door, emerging slowly from your secluded space. At that moment, you had indeed completed the foundation of the Heavenly Tao. Moreover, bolstered by the spiritual energy storm, you had drawn strength from the spirit stones, achieving a breakthrough to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The reason for your prolonged seclusion was due to the rapid series of breakthroughs. To solidify your foundation, you had intentionally extended your retreat by an additional night. Upon witnessing your safe emergence and subsequent breakthroughs, Cheng Feng and Li Yuni displayed expressions of relief and astonishment, their cheers and words of comfort resounding continuously. In that moment, following your breakthrough, your newfound power seemed to position you at the very center of all present. Yet, you were keenly aware that, even for this simulation, your journey had only just begun. Chapter 57. The intent to annihilate the refining puppet sect on the 15th day, having completed the foundation establishment of the Heavenly Tao. You temporarily bid farewell to Feng Zhizhan, preparing to journey with Cheng Feng and Li Yuni to Yunma City. Before departing, you cast a lingering glance at the still watchful Qi-Yin in the simulation, your thoughts aligned with your reality. And you, too, recognized that the enigmatic cultivator's warning pertained to Qi-Yin. Aside from his identities as a general of the Divine Martial Army and the second-in-command of the Dragon-Slaying Organization, Qi-Yin's origins and background remained an enigma. Even Feng Zhizhan was not well-versed in his past. Since their acquaintance, Qi-Yin had been a member of the organization, gradually refining his skills from Qi cultivation to the present. Unable to uncover information about him in Windbell Town, you resolved to investigate further through the connections and networks of the Li family and the Alchemist Association after joining them. On the 16th day, as you traversed a village aboard your flying vessel, you beheld flames soaring into the sky, thick smoke billowing, casting a pall over half the heavens. Frowning in confusion, you gazed down from the heights, discovering that a horde of bandits had surged into the village, wreaking havoc and plundering. Houses lay in ruins. Countless men fought valiantly against the marauders, only to be slain by their chaotic blades. While numerous young women wept helplessly, powerless to alter their fate. Such acts of pillage were not uncommon within the empire. Once the guards fell or fled, reinforcements were seldom forthcoming. Most wandering cultivators, fearing entanglement in karmic retribution, would typically turn a blind eye. Yet at this moment, memories of the Xuanwu stronghold's assault surged forth, rekindling your initial resolve to hone your killing intent, and thus an overwhelming bloodlust surged within you. In an instant, you descended from the sky, drawing your blade without hesitation, employing thunderous force to obliterate every bandit present. The hundreds of marauders crumbled before you like ants, utterly devoid of resistance, compared to previous encounters. Your efficiency in slaying foes had drastically improved, to the extent that the villagers had yet to comprehend the unfolding events before witnessing the near-total annihilation of the bandit horde. Initially stricken with fear at your power and bloodied appearance, the villagers soon expressed their profound gratitude for your timely intervention. Aware of the principle that to eradicate the weeds, one must also uproot their roots, you did not depart hastily. Instead, you inquired about the origins of the bandits. Though uncertain of their precise location, the villagers revealed that they were aware of the bandits' stronghold atop a nearby mountain, knowing that there were thousands in their ranks. Armed with this information, you promptly resolved to continue the campaign against the mountain bandits. Some villagers attempted to dissuade you, warning that the terrain was treacherous and the bandits numerous, deeming it far too perilous for the three of you. Others candidly confessed their intent to evacuate the area, urging you not to risk your life against the bandits. However, in the face of their concerns, you simply smiled calmly, whether driven by the fervent bloodlust within or your own volition. You could not allow these bandits to escape unscathed. The chaotic and perilous state of the empire demanded that you confront the immediate threat. Otherwise, who could say how many more innocents would perish here in the future? Moreover, as a cultivator of the foundation stage, dealing with mere mountain bandits hardly posed a threat. While the villagers believed that no matter how powerful you were, confronting thousands of bandits was an insurmountable task. You understood all too well that the chasm between the celestial and the mortal realms could not be bridged merely by numbers. That on that very day, you, along with Cheng Feng and Li Yuni, made your way to the mountain stronghold. With the formidable spiritual power of a foundation stage cultivator, complemented by the piercing gaze of the void-breaking eye, no matter how well the bandits concealed themselves, they were utterly visible to you. Like a deity descending from the heavens, you stormed into the bandits' stronghold, effortlessly slaying countless foes. Among the thousands of mountain bandits, the strongest were merely chi cultivators, nearly indistinguishable from mortals to you, easily extinguished at your whim. Having anticipated a smooth operation, you were suddenly taken aback by the emergence of a familiar presence. Upon closer inspection, you were met with incredulity. The same mask, the same demonic aura, the same foundation puppet. Before you stood a cultivator from the refining puppet sect. While this individual was not the same as the one you had encountered previously, the aura emanating from him was unmistakably similar. He promptly cautioned you that this territory was under the purview of their refining puppet sect, urging your swift departure. The familiarity of his words ignited an unsettling sensation within you, prompting an inward exclamation of frustration. How is it that the refining puppet sect appears once more? In the following moment, you could not restrain your curiosity, inquiring about the number of their members distributed in this area. The refining puppet cultivator was momentarily taken aback by your question, realizing that you were not unfamiliar with their sect. However, he quickly donned a sly grin, responding that in Wind Bell Town, along with several surrounding towns, their sect's presence was ubiquitous. Believing you to be intimidated, he aimed to instill fear through their numerical advantage. Yet upon hearing his reply, a dawning realization surged within you, and your killing intent intensified. Initially, you had thought that the refining puppet sect's audacity in planning the massacre of Wind Bell Town a year hence was solely reliant on the upper echelons of Golden Core cultivators. Little did you know that their mid-tier arrangements had been meticulously laid long before. In an instant, as clarity dawned upon you, you swung your blade, instantly slaying the refining puppet cultivator, a foundation stage cultivator. Your current strength rivaled that of the typical Pinnacle Foundation cultivator, rendering you far superior to this vile practitioner of human foundation, and no matter how extensive the refining puppet sect's schemes. As long as you eradicated all enemies, leaving none alive, their plans would be rendered null and void. With this thought in mind, you promptly proposed to Li Yuni and Chung Feng that you should collectively eliminate all refining puppet cultivators. Chung Feng raised no objections, yet he believed that such an undertaking required at least a golden core cultivator to ensure safety. Otherwise, the risks posed by the elders of the enemy sect would be far too great. Li Yuni shared a similar sentiment, suggesting that you first proceed to Yunma City to secure your strength and allies before hunting down the refining puppet cultivators. Having experienced several simulations, you resonated deeply with their perspectives. Thus, after this minor episode, you chose to venture into Yunma City first. However, the seed of intent to eradicate the refining puppet cultivators had quietly taken root within your heart. On the 24th day, you participated in the Empire's cultivator examination as usual, successfully joining the Li family and earning the recognition of the family head, Li Fengyun, with your foundation establishment at the Heavenly Tao and status as a third-tier alchemist. This time, Li Fengyun extended special consideration towards you, and the entire family became aware of your close relationship with the Patriarch, rendering them reluctant to provoke you on the same day. You accompanied Li Fengyun to the Yunma City branch to seek an audience with the president of the Alchemist Association. Initially, the president expressed curiosity regarding your claims of possessing third-tier alchemist abilities, yet remained skeptical. It was not until you personally concocted a pill in his presence that he finally exhibited an expression of sheer astonishment. Chapter 58. The pinnacle of foundation establishment in the face of skepticism, you promptly showcased your self-developed formula for concocting exquisite foundation establishment pills. The president initially assumed that at your tender age, you could only reach the level of an ordinary second-tier alchemist. However, the skills you displayed were not merely exceptional among second-tier alchemists. They were truly outstanding. Moreover, your ability to independently modify and create pill formulas is a trait that even some third-tier alchemists might lack. In an instant, the president developed a considerable admiration for you. As you demonstrated the method of refining the exquisite foundation establishment pill, you also presented from memory those pills that only third-tier alchemists could concoct. Within just a few hours, the president's impression of you transformed from that of an inexperienced youth to that of a prodigious talent. He candidly acknowledged that achieving third-tier status at such a young age heralded great potential for you to ascend to fourth tier in the future. Unlike those who are devoid of knowledge yet consider themselves exceptional, you represent the hope of this branch. In light of such high praise, the president exempted you from all alchemical assessments, granting you immediate certification as a third-tier alchemist. Henceforth, you became a person of considerable importance within the Alchemist Association. The president assured you that he would provide any alchemical materials you required free of charge, and he offered his unwavering support should you need his assistance or protection. He even ensured that your identity information was well concealed, allowing you to operate under a code name. Your sole obligation was to participate as a contestant in the upcoming Young Alchemist Conference in Wanghaizu, thereby bringing honor to the association's branch. Such a grand event occurs only once a year, so you need not worry for the time being. The conversation was exceedingly pleasant, and after exchanging names and learning that the president's name was Qin Jiang, you returned home. In the aftermath, Li Fengyun expressed immense satisfaction with your performance, elevating your status within the Li family, and even enhancing Li Yuni's reputation in his eyes. On the 27th day, having garnered the Li family's attention, you acquired a spacious and serene independent cave dwelling abundant in spiritual energy and picturesque scenery. This cultivation abode was clearly a premium one, far superior to the ordinary cave initially promised by Li Yuni, now rivaling those of the family's elders. Furthermore, Li Fengyun provided you with a dedicated third-turn alchemy furnace and expressed his willingness to purchase any second-turn or higher pills you concocted at a high price. Representing the family. In just 3 days, through the process of refining and selling pills, you continuously honed your alchemical skills while amassing spiritual stones to enhance your cultivation. With the free alchemical materials provided by the Alchemist Association, your rate of accumulating spiritual stones surpassed that of the previous simulation by a significant margin. According to your estimates, you anticipated that within a month, you would gather enough spiritual stones to break through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. While striving to grow stronger, you did not forget about the Qi Yin in Fengling Town. Under your arrangements, Both the Li family and the Alchemist Association dispatched personnel to discreetly investigate Qi Yin. On the 31st day, you unleashed a spiritual energy storm, drawing upon a vast quantity of spiritual stones, successfully breaking through to the later stage of Foundation establishment. After this breakthrough, you refrained from disclosing your progress to anyone, instead employing a concealment technique to keep it hidden. For the sake of your impending plan to eradicate the Alchemy Puppet sect, you began to quietly strategize. Apart from Baicang Mountain, you were uncertain how many spies of the Alchemy Puppet sect lurked within Yanma City. Currently, you resided in the Li family merely as the son of an old friend of Li Fengyun, thus evading significant scrutiny. However, should they discover your rapid advancement, they would undoubtedly focus their attention on you, potentially attempting to hunt you down, just as they had in previous simulations. Consequently, your strategy was to conceal your strength for the time being, and once you solidified your golden core, to strike astonishingly while masked in anonymity against the Alchemy Puppet sect strongholds. On the 32nd day, after concluding your alchemical endeavors and taking a moment to rest, you stumbled upon the methods of crafting puppets and taming beasts that you had previously acquired from the practitioners of the Alchemy Puppet sect. Having reached the later stage of Foundation establishment, your sea of consciousness expanded, your mental strength intensified, and your comprehension naturally heightened. The two texts that had once been somewhat obscure to you during your half-step Foundation establishment were now effortlessly understood. Upon delving deeper, you discovered that the details contained within were far more intricate than you had anticipated. That in the realm of puppet crafting, the selection of suitable candidates, the specific processes involved, and the advantages and disadvantages of puppets were all meticulously detailed. The section on beast taming was equally informative, covering the strengths and weaknesses of various magical beasts, their habitats, differences among species, and the difficulties in taming them, all clearly documented. Among the information, you even encountered records about magical beasts from other states within the Empire, which proved to be quite enlightening. At this moment, you could not help but think that if you could master these two techniques, the assistance of puppets and magical beasts would significantly augment your combat prowess in the future. Whether it be Zhu Hailong's extreme cold water dragon or the golden core puppet from Baicang Mountain, both left a profound impression on you. Resolute in your decision, you promptly devised a plan to dedicate time each day to study and master these two arts. On the 45th day, after tirelessly refining and selling pills, your accumulation of spiritual stones finally reached a staggering sum. After a brief estimation, you deemed it the right moment to challenge the breakthrough to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Thus, you decisively initiated a spiritual energy storm, drawing vast amounts of spiritual power from the stones. In an instant, you found yourself at the eye of a storm, swirling with immense spiritual energy, drawing it into your body. The terrifying force of spiritual energy surged and roared, and you felt your cultivation level ascend at an astonishing pace, even though the barrier between the peak and later stages was robust. Under the relentless onslaught of your spiritual energy, cracks began to emerge. The next moment, the minor boundary shattered with a resounding crash. Your eyes gleamed with brilliance, and your aura intensified manifold, successfully breaking through to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. If at the later stage of Foundation establishment, your strength could only compare to a half-step Golden Core practitioner, at this moment, having reached the pinnacle, your true power was undoubtedly comparable to that of an early Golden Core practitioner of the 6th grade rank. This was merely your raw strength. When combined with the Dragon Slayer blade, your combat prowess would soar even higher. In other words, in terms of actual combat capability, you were now on par with a genuine Golden Core practitioner. Even against the Golden Core puppet of Baicang Mountain, you were confident in your ability to defeat it single-handedly. Should you face Zhu Hailong in a life-and-death struggle, with your innate hunter's advantage doubling your combat strength, you would also have the opportunity to vanquish him. Chapter 59. The Demon Tiger. Upon reaching this level of cultivation, should one wish to ascend to even greater heights, the formation of a Golden Core becomes imperative. However, the path to achieving such a feat is fraught with challenges. Even the simplest of Golden Cores, the 9th grade, demands an immense investment of time and effort in preparation. Furthermore, with aspirations of surpassing peers and even engaging in battles beyond one's rank, opting for the most rudimentary 9th grade core is simply not an option. Save for life or death situations, for you, the ideal would be to forge a 1st grade Golden Core. If that is unattainable, then at the very least, a 3rd grade core must suffice. Yet to realize this ambition, you find yourself woefully inadequate at present. Consequently, you resolve to cease dedicating your time solely to introspective training and instead commence the execution of your prior plans. First, to acquire puppets and demonic beasts that are bound to your will, and ultimately, to annihilate the puppet refining sect. These objectives are not insurmountable in recent days, aside from daily alchemical pursuits and accumulating spirit stones. You have also diligently engaged in the study of puppet crafting and the manipulation of demonic beasts. Both volumes of second-tier techniques have been thoroughly explored, reaching a modest level of proficiency. Though mastery eludes you, practical experience has been sufficiently garnered. With your preparations in order, you are now poised to venture into the monster beast forest to select suitable demonic beasts. After making your arrangements, you proactively approach Li Fengyun to request a period of leave.as before. You inform him of Bai Tsongshan's role as the protector of the puppet refining sect and the Zhu family's alliance with them. Initially, he is somewhat skeptical, yet upon conducting a deeper investigation, he discovers that your claims hold true. Furthermore, due to your timely suggestion, several members of various families were rescued from peril. Consequently, his trust and assessment of you have risen considerably. Now, when you seek to take leave, he does not pry excessively and even proposes to assign Yu Xiong as your escort. It is worth noting that Yu Xiong holds a prominent position among the elders of the Li family, both in terms of strength and seniority, making his status difficult to contest. Previously, for the sake of the Heavenly Dao Foundation, Li Fengyun took the initiative to arrange for his protection. Now, as you are merely stepping out for a rest, his decision to discreetly send Yu Xiong alongside you underscores your significant standing in Li Fengyun's eyes. Initially, to avoid attracting unnecessary attention, you hesitated to solicit assistance from your family. However, given Li Fengyun's proactive arrangement of Yu Xiong as support, you find no reason to decline. After finalizing matters with Li Fengyun, you seek out Cheng Feng, entrusting him with the management of your cave, dwelling, and family affairs, although numerous elders and cultivators within the family could oversee your abode. Your utmost trust lies with Cheng Feng. During this time, it is not only you who has experienced a rise in cultivation. Cheng Feng has also made advancements. With your assistance, he has consumed various elixirs designed to help break through bottlenecks and accelerate training, successfully reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment. For someone of his modest talent, such rapid progress is a delightful surprise. Grateful for this favor, and given your close relationship, he readily agrees to your request without much hesitation. With family matters arranged, you proceed to the Alchemist Association to discuss the puppet refining sect with President Qin Jiang. Drawing from your previous simulation experience, having witnessed him adjudicate Bai Tsongshan and subdue the extreme cold water dragon, you are acutely aware that Qin Jiang is not one to shy away from the demonic path. On the contrary, after learning more about his exploits during this time, you discover that his strength ranks among the finest in Yunma City. Coupled with a deep-seated aversion to evil, that if there is anyone who epitomizes the potential ally hinted at in the system's last simulation, without a shadow of a doubt, it is Qin Jiang. Thus, you request a significant favor from him, to leverage his connections to monitor the movements of the heads of various families surrounding Yunma City, as well as the activities of the puppet refining sect as practitioners. Should any formidable members of the puppet refining sect appear while you are abroad, or if the heads of various families convene, you ask that he personally intervene to maintain order. In response to your request, Qin Jiang merely smiles calmly. Even without your prompting, he routinely keeps an eye on the activities of the demonic faction. Given your particular emphasis, he is certain to take full responsibility for the matter at hand. On the 46th day, events unfold even more smoothly than you had anticipated. You encounter minimal resistance while successfully organizing all affairs within Yunma City. Upon departing the city, you set your sights on the Shahushan mountain range, known for its abundant gathering of demonic beasts, and make your way there alongside Yu Xiong. Along the journey, Yu Xiong expresses curiosity, inquiring why you would choose to venture into such a perilous area for rest. You respond with a serene smile, stating that hunting demonic beasts is also a form of relaxation and stress relief. Yu Xiong is taken aback, as you have yet to showcase your combat prowess during this simulation, leading him to believe you were solely devoted to alchemy, that he never anticipated that a third-tier alchemist, who appeared to lack combat skills, would harbor an interest in hunting demonic beasts as a means of alleviating stress. On the 47th day, endowed with the speed of the Golden Core stage, You soon arrive at the outskirts of the Shahushan mountain range. Upon your arrival, countless demonic beasts are drawn to your vibrant life essence. However, the beasts in this vicinity possess exceedingly low cultivation levels, with the strongest barely reaching the first or second layer of Qi refinement, most being mere minor demons of the body refinement stage. In days gone by, you would have ravaged this place with your Qi refinement strength. Now, with the foundation laid by the heavenly Tao, it is even more effortless, without the need to unsheath the dragon-slaying blade. Your mere aura of foundation establishment instills fear in the gathered beasts, compelling them to bow to your will and refrain from making any rash moves. The foremost principle of beast taming lies in the mastery of cultivation and the imposition of pressure. Demonic beasts will only submit to the strong. To command them and ensure their unwavering obedience, the foundation of power is paramount. Lacking strength, even if one were to win over a beast through emotional appeal, the most one could achieve would be a friendship, rather than a master-servant relationship. This rule holds true universally, applicable even to wild beasts devoid of intellect, let alone these lesser demonic creatures that as you stroll through the throng of beasts. Your gaze sweeps over each one, mentally cross-referencing them with the records of beasts contained within your techniques, seeking to identify those with latent potential. However, after an extensive examination, you find no standout species among the demonic beasts. Most of them not only lack high cultivation, but also possess no remarkable bloodlines, rendering them unlikely to achieve significant accomplishments without fortuitous circumstances, just as a flicker of disappointment begins to surface. Prompting you to consider direct action, your attention suddenly fixates on a Qi refinement stage demon tiger. This demon tiger, diminutive in stature and possessing a mere first-layer Qi refinement cultivation, appears exceedingly inconspicuous amidst the plethora of towering and robust beasts. Yet upon observing its unique markings and sensing the innate dominance in its gaze, a spark of delight illuminates your expression. Chapter 60. The Endless Slaughter of the Demon Tiger Clan, inherently ferocious and endowed with formidable physiques, possesses at least the strength of half-step foundation establishment even without any cultivation, simply by surviving and maturing to adulthood. Should you encounter an elder-level beast, it is conceivable that even with your current prowess, you might struggle to contain it without resorting to the dragon-slaying blade, let alone subdue it. Typically, such demonic beasts dwell in the inner or even core regions, with very few encountered in the periphery. This particular demon tiger likely strayed from its elder due to some unforeseen circumstances and accidentally fled from the depths of the Lion-Tiger mountain range that in other words, encountering this juvenile demon tiger can be deemed a stroke of fortune. In comparison to other beasts of similar rank, it possesses a lineage that is inherently more powerful, thereby offering far greater potential for ascendance to higher levels of strength in the future. If a pact is forged with it, the likelihood of acquiring a foundation establishment beast in due course is exceedingly high, and with proper nurturing, it may even reach the golden core stage or beyond. Contemplating this, your spirits are lifted, and you cease your musings, instead activating the Beast Mastery technique to initiate a master-servant contract with the Demon Tiger. The path of Beast Mastery does not merely permit the control of a single beast. On the contrary, as long as your consciousness is sufficiently enriched and your mental strength robust, you can command an endless multitude of demonic creatures. Take, for instance, Bai Tsangshan, who, leveraging his golden core-level mental prowess, single-handedly commanded 9 foundation establishment beasts alongside numerous Qi refinement demonic beasts. You are not only a peak foundation establishment cultivator of the heavenly Tao, but also possess multiple simulation experiences, the memories of your past life in the modern world, and the enhancement of the void-breaking eye. When it comes to mental strength, amongst the Golden Core experts, you undoubtedly stand out as exceptional. Therefore, signing a contract with a Demon Tiger poses no burden to you. It is a venture of immense benefit with no drawbacks. The process of establishing the contract proceeds smoothly, as the disparity in power renders the Demon Tiger incapable of mounting any significant resistance. Your consciousness swiftly aligns with that of the Demon Tiger, and in an instant, a profound connection is forged, completing the pact. Following the establishment of this contract, the Demon Tiger, which had previously regarded you with suspicion and hostility, immediately sheds its wariness, leaving only an unwavering trust. Having achieved such a result upon reaching your destination, you feel a deep satisfaction and smile. Yet in the next moment, you dissipate your oppressive aura, allowing the demonic beasts to regain their mobility. And you begin to exude a palpable killing intent that at this juncture, all remaining large demonic creatures within your sight are deemed prey. Before you Xiong, you do not reveal the full extent of your peak foundation establishment strength, deliberately suppressing it to the early foundation establishment stage. However, even in this suppressed state, the terrifying aura emanating from you, enhanced by your innate hunter's instincts, is enough to leave you Xiong, who has witnessed everything, gasping in astonishment. Despite having cultivated for nearly a century, with unparalleled prowess and vast experiences, he has seldom encountered anyone with such a palpable aura of slaughter. Numerous demonic beasts sense the dreadful presence surrounding you. Some, pushed to their limits, resist desperately, while others, like frightened strays, scatter in a panicked flight. Regardless of their choices, the outcome is invariably their swift demise at your hands. Initially, as you gaze upon the fallen bodies of the demonic beasts, blood pooling around you, a flicker of compassion stirs within, prompting a moment of silence. However, soon enough, upon reflection, you cast aside this sentiment of pity. The dichotomy between humans and demons is rooted in fundamentally opposing positions. These beasts consume countless humans each year. Moreover, these very beasts had just conspired to devour you. Were you not a foundation establishment cultivator, but rather an ordinary person or a low-tier practitioner, you would have long since become fodder for the beasts. Even if there are friendly demonic creatures in this mountain range, they would certainly not be found among this pack. Those truly non-threatening beasts do not present themselves before humans. Once you have dealt with this group of demonic creatures, you beckon Yu Xiong to venture deeper into the Lion-Tiger mountain range. Yu Xiong quietly follows in your wake, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. Yet his eyes betray an unbidden admiration that on the 48th day, you spend the entire day roaming the periphery of the Lion-Tiger mountain range, seeking out potent demonic beasts with strong bloodlines that end this endeavor. Without intentionally releasing your oppressive aura and killing intent, you find yourself ambushed nearly every 100 meters, from a somewhat clumsy beginning to a later display of ruthless precision. The frequent assaults have led you to slay no fewer than several hundred demonic beasts in a single day. Ultimately, while you have discovered dozens of beasts with remarkable lineage, most are only marginally superior to ordinary creatures with limited potential. You have yet to find another high bloodline beast akin to the demon tiger. One born extraordinary with boundless prospects. After a moment's contemplation, you resolve to delve into the inner regions of the Lion-Tiger mountain range in search of beasts for contracts that on the 51st day. Upon entering the inner area, you notice a dramatic escalation in the cultivation levels of the demonic beasts encountered. Here, one can easily find beasts at the 4th or 5th level of Qi refinement, and numerous leaders of beast packs at the 8th or 9th levels. Initially, you assumed that locating high-tier beasts would be a simple task. However, it soon becomes apparent that these advanced beasts appear to possess a degree of intelligence, rarely initiating attacks themselves and often delegating to their subordinates. For 3 consecutive days, you are confronted only with low-tier beasts, the strongest being merely mid-tier bloodline creatures at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Although these mid-tier beasts also have the potential to grow stronger and are indeed worthy of contracts, having already secured 100, you are acutely aware that in actual combat, their capabilities would be limited to delaying enemies and slaughtering low-tier practitioners. When faced with opponents of equal rank or the unknown Golden Core Elders of the Refining Corps sect, their effectiveness is negligible. The disparities in bloodlines cannot be easily bridged by cultivation level alone. Initially, a sense of discouragement begins to creep in, prompting thoughts of departing this place. Yet as the slaughter continues, you gradually perceive that, seemingly in accordance with the will of higher beings or some other force, an increasing number of demonic beasts begin to assault you with greater frequency, like a rising tide. You realize that the high-tier beasts are growing anxious, attempting to drive you away, that if you persist in your rampage, it is only a matter of time before some of them, unable to restrain themselves, will reveal themselves to attempt to slay you. With this notion in mind, your mind becomes flooded with a singular focus on slaughter. Devoid of any superfluous thoughts that one beast after another falls beneath your blade, the stench of blood assaults your senses, sharpening your resolve. With each beast's demise, a new strand of killing intent entwines around you. Over time, even without the innate enhancements of a hunter, the murderous aura emanating from you becomes enough to instill terror in the hearts of all. This is not the demeanor cultivated from the slaughter of livestock. It is the genuine killing intent nurtured through countless life and death encounters. Chapter 61. Slaughtering tens of thousands to establish dominance. To kill one is a sin, but to slay thousands is to assert one's strength. As the battles and killings continue unabated, you gradually come to appreciate that even if you do not draw out the high-tier beasts, the sustained thrill of slaughter is immensely gratifying. From an initial state of hesitation and error during your killings to the present, where each strike is decisive and lethal, your mastery of the path of slaughter has undoubtedly escalated at an astonishing pace that on the 55th day, the number of beasts surrendering to you has grown increasingly substantial. With the creatures under your command now numbering in the hundreds, at least 200. Among the contracted beasts, aside from those at the chi refinement stage, there are also several that have reached the formidable realm of half-step foundation establishment. Simultaneously, the carnage you have wrought has reached unprecedented heights. You have slain countless beasts, accumulating their blood and flesh to nourish your contracted companions. The Lion-Tiger Mountain Range is now suffused with a pervasive stench of blood, prompting the high-tier beasts you so fervently desire to finally roar into existence. Endowed with intelligence, these creatures exhibit extreme caution. However, even so, they cannot allow you to slaughter the entirety of the forest unchallenged. Your actions have incited their wrath, and 7 foundation-establishing beasts have united, driven by a bloodthirsty desire to eliminate you. Among them, the weakest is of mid-foundation level, while their leader boasts the terrifying prowess of peak foundation establishment. Yu Xiong has followed you throughout this journey without ever intervening directly, but this time, he intends to engage that in his view. You are merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while these beasts have far surpassed you in cultivation. He believes that despite your formidable killing intent and the advantages bestowed by the heavenly Tao of foundation establishment, the chasm in realms is insurmountable, rendering it impossible for you to confront so many high-level demonic beasts alone. However, just as Yu Xiong contemplates stepping in, you preempt him, moving forward without a hint of hesitation toward the 7 foundation beasts. Confronted by these imposing creatures, each towering at 7 or 8 meters with fierce visages, your figure appears diminutive, yet your eyes betray no fear. Only an indomitable fighting spirit to end the next moment. Your killing intent surges forth, unleashing the innate abilities of a hunter, enveloping you in an aura of terror that would astonish any onlooker. Though Yu Xiong has witnessed your killing intent countless times, he cannot help but feel a sense of shock at this moment. The many foundation beasts, having never encountered such overwhelming dread, are instantly filled with trepidation, their steps involuntarily retreating. Yet, even if they wish to flee now, it is too late. The dragon-slaying blade is drawn, emanating an overwhelming power as boundless killing intent cleaves through the air, effortlessly reaching a level that these foundation beasts struggle to withstand. The battle, from inception to conclusion, transpires in a time frame that far exceeds Yu Xiong's expectations. In an instant, those beasts that had previously harbored murderous intent toward you now find themselves kneeling, their bodies battered and bruised, stripped of the arrogance they once possessed. In the face of your absolute strength, even those who might have unleashed their full potential in a desperate struggle find it futile, surrendering to your might. The age-old adage of "to the victor belong the spoils" holds true among humanity, and in this realm of relentless slaughter among the beasts, it is even more applicable. Ultimately, all foundation beasts bow to you, and you seize this golden opportunity to decisively initiate the pact of contract with them. Yet, before you can complete the contract with the first foundation beast, a terrifying aura emanates from deep within the monster beast mountain range, instantly causing both you and Yu Xiong to adopt grave expressions. The next moment, a thunderous roar of a tiger, infused with unbridled fury and ominous demonic energy, reverberates through the heavens, causing the entire monster beast mountain range to tremble. Following this, a colossal demonic tiger, towering at over 10 meters, leaps down from the peak, shattering the ground beneath you and sending debris flying in all directions. 2 relatively weaker foundation beasts are instantly crushed to a pulp by the force of the tiger's descent. But fortunately, both you and Yu Xiong had sensed the impending danger from its roar and managed to evade using your escape techniques. Amid golden core beast, activating your eye of void, you instantly discern the tiger's cultivation level, a wave of excitement and exhilaration surging within you that a golden core beast, even within the entirety of the Lion-Tiger Mountain Range or the vast expanse of Wang Hai Continent, is an unequivocal paragon of supremacy. Except for those elusive thousand-year demon kings at the Yuan-Ing level who rarely make an appearance, the mightiest beasts are these golden core creatures, based on your prior knowledge. Golden core beasts typically inhabit the core regions of the Lion-Tiger Mountain Range, seldom venturing into other areas. Casting a glance at the youthful demonic tiger that had previously contracted with you, you begin to comprehend why this adult tiger has manifested here. Yu Xiong, drawing from his experience, promptly informs you that an adult demonic tiger is exceedingly difficult to contend with. Even he, with his superior cultivation, cannot guarantee a complete retreat unscathed. Thus, he advises you to seize the moment and withdraw with the previously contracted beast if it were an ordinary foundation cultivator. Hearing such counsel from a late golden core expert, they would likely heed the warning and retreat immediately. However, without a moment's hesitation, you resolutely refuse. Golden core beasts are typically confined to the core area. Attempting to contract one would likely provoke a coordinated assault from numerous golden core creatures. Yet today, this demonic tiger is evidently in a frenzy, enraged by the sight of its offspring being contracted by a human, leading it to recklessly charge forth that in other words, opportunities to encounter a solitary golden core beast are exceedingly rare. Should you let this chance slip by, you might not know how long you would have to wait for another. Such a fortuitous moment is not one you wish to squander. Yu Xiong, unable to dissuade you, resolves to take action himself to subdue this golden core tiger on your behalf. However, you once again reject his offer, boldly stepping forward on your own. You inform Yu Xiong that your objective is to command this beast, necessitating that you vanquish it through your own strength to earn its acknowledgement. Yu Xiong is taken aback. He believes you are utterly mad. Throughout the annals of history, there has never been a case of a Foundation initiator commanding a mid-golden core creature. He wishes to argue further, but the golden core tiger seems to have comprehended your conversation. Feeling itself underestimated, in a fit of rage, it roars and pounces toward you. At this moment, faced with the ferocious golden core tiger, you finally shed your restraint. Your aura erupts with newfound intensity, igniting the blood of the beast within you. As the pressure of peak foundation establishment engulfs the surroundings, the dragon-slaying blade finally reveals its resplendence, unleashing an unfathomable power that engulfs the land and shakes the heavens. With the Thunder Fury blade and your innate hunter's instincts enhancing your prowess, it becomes challenging even for you to gauge the sheer might of this strike. The 62nd chapter, King of All Beasts, unfolds as an unprecedented, full-force slash erupts, the resulting power far beyond what even a golden core beast could endure unscathed. As the golden core tiger lunges toward you, it finds itself suspended in midair, and despite recognizing the might of your strike, it has no means of evasion. Moreover, fueled by its extreme anger and unleashing its full power, the impact from your blade would only exacerbate the damage it sustains. In an instant, the two forces collide, creating an unparalleled aura that howls like a tempest in everyone's ears, your expression betraying a rare moment of pain. The physicality of beasts generally exceeds that of humans of the same level. And given that you are now confronting a mid-golden core creature, even with your build, the challenge of facing it head-on while transcending two realms is far from easy. Within mere breaths, you begin to feel every inch of your skin and bones tearing. Nearing the brink of collapse, the intense pain engulfs your mind entirely. Yet in such moments, your will becomes all the more resolute. You grit your teeth, channeling that fearless conviction to its utmost, casting aside all concerns, determined to seize victory. Though the golden core tiger also endures increasing agony as you relinquish all resistance, it still holds a glimmer of survival that in stark contrast, as you teeter on the edge of devastation. The outcome of the battle appears all but certain that at this critical juncture, the lightning energy within you surges, as if sensing your body has reached its limit, becoming increasingly tempestuous and violent. With this eruption of lightning energy, the dragon-slaying blade shines with a brilliance several times greater than before, and the power it wields skyrockets, surpassing that of the golden core tiger. With a thunderous crash, the tiger finally loses its last vestige of resistance. hurtling backward as if it were a meteorite, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater that extends for hundreds of meters. This strike leaves the Foundation beasts, who had previously harbored thoughts of resistance, utterly dumbfounded. They had believed that the gap between themselves and this human was merely slight, akin to the difference between a hunting dog and a vicious wolf. Yet at this moment, even with their limited intelligence, they come to an undeniable realization. They were gravely mistaken. This man before them is far more powerful than they had anticipated. The disparity between the two parties is not merely that of dog and wolf, but rather that of the radiant full moon in the sky and the flickering firefly on the ground. For an extended period, Yu Xiong, who had not made a move, found himself utterly astounded by the unfolding events before him. Never in his wildest dreams did he anticipate witnessing a scene where a Foundation establishment cultivator could overpower a formidable Golden Core demon, even if one concealed their minor realm of cultivation. The confrontation between a peak Foundation establishment and a mid-Golden Core would still be an unfathomable spectacle in his eyes from his limited perspective within the entirety of Yunma City and even the vast expanse of Wanghaize. There existed no one else capable of achieving such a remarkable feat aside from you. Initially, while observing from the sidelines, he contemplated how he would explain to the family head should anything happen to you. However, upon reflection, he found it laughable. The man before him was far from the fragile figure he had imagined, that on the contrary, he embodied the essence of fearlessness with unparalleled grandeur. Despite the astonishment of the onlookers, you, utterly exhausted from exerting every ounce of your strength, did not succumb to pride nor collapse to the ground. You harnessed the arcane power of the beast blood-boiling secret technique to suppress the overwhelming pain that surged like a tempest. With a will forged through countless trials, you continued to move forward, gripping the dragon-slaying blade tightly in your hand. Even at this moment, you refused to relinquish it easily. It became your final bastion of support, piercing the earth with each step, each movement imbued with greater resolve. Ultimately, you dragged your battered form into the abyss, standing before the Golden Core Demon Tiger, invoking the binding contract. At this moment, it possessed not even the slightest resistance, only a wisp of lingering spirit. Yet, even in such a weakened state, the Golden Core Demon Tiger was reluctant to yield to humanity. Drawing upon its fury, it clung to the last vestiges of its dignity as a great demon, exerting its utmost effort to resist the contract with its mental fortitude that it resembled a noble mother, willing to endure any hardship for her offspring, unwilling to capitulate even when tormented to the brink of ruin. Despite having honed the beast mastery technique to perfection through days of practice, you found that mere force could not compel it into submission. Your bond with the young demon tiger allowed you to sense its simultaneous yearning and suffering. In that fleeting moment, you comprehended the indelible love rooted in their bloodline, an unbreakable connection, as well as the essence of the Golden Core Demon Tiger's core elixir. The countless slaughters had nearly extinguished your empathy. Yet the scene before you served as a poignant reminder of your humanity. Thus, you resolved to exhibit not only your power, but also your benevolence, that I understand your concerns. If you agree to the contract, I shall safeguard your child. Though it was a one-sided wish, you felt that it would be undesirable for it to lose its only kin. You did not consider yourself a virtuous person. Yet you possessed a semblance of human emotion, offering what could be the final opportunity. Moreover, beyond the senseless slaughter, what you truly needed was a powerful ally, which is why you harbored no desire to slay this demon tiger. The Golden Core Demon Tiger grasped your words and fell into contemplation, ultimately choosing to cease its resistance after a prolonged silence. The connection between your consciousnesses solidified, and you successfully formed a contract, mastering a Golden Core beast. Not only that, with its assistance, you gathered several Foundation establishment beasts, culminating in an impressive total of 10 Foundation establishment beasts under your command, adding the 200 Chi refinement beasts. You were now perilously close to the limit of beasts you could control. With your objectives fully realized, your expedition into beast mastery concluded successfully, and the path of slaughter had become second nature to you. Having accomplished all, you chose not to linger, but instead slowly departed from the Lion-Tiger mountain range, dragging your injured body away. Unlike your initial arrival, when besieged by a horde of beasts, you now commanded their submission. The myriad of beasts within the Lion-Tiger mountain range had been thoroughly subdued by you, Even those not bound by contracts recognized your prowess and held a genuine admiration for your strength. Consequently, you encountered no further dangers along your path, instead being honored and escorted away by the beast that had bowed before you. In this moment, you were not merely a formidable warrior, but the sovereign of myriad beasts. As you departed, Yu Xiong's expression remained as tranquil as water, akin to an ancient well, unruffled by the tides of emotion, a skill he had cultivated over a century of experience. Yet deep within, he was acutely aware of the tempestuous turmoil raging in his heart. Akin to a cataclysmic flood, the experiences of these past few days had imparted invaluable lessons upon him. Chapter 63. The Tale of the Crimson Flame. On the 60th day, having departed from Yunma City for a fortnight, you, fully recovered from your injuries, returned to Fengling Town in a resplendent state. This return held a singular purpose: to eradicate all the cultivators of the Lianxiao sect present here, and to unearth the true secrets surrounding Qiyin. Members of the Li family do not merely reside in Yunma City. Their disciples are dispersed across the world, making the entire realm their home. Whether in Shihuqing, Fengling Town, or other locales, as long as you carry the esteemed title of a guest of the Li family, assistance from your clan is readily available wherever you may roam. Upon your initial return to the Li family, you had already set individuals to investigate the locations of the Lianxiao sect strongholds, as well as the genuine circumstances surrounding Qiyin's birth. Many days have since passed, and the progress of your inquiries has naturally advanced. The positions of the Lianxiao sect's affiliated strongholds have been nearly fully ascertained, and even the general defensive capabilities of these places have been reported back to you by the family. Though the whereabouts of the Golden Core elders remain elusive, the movements of the Foundation establishment cultivators are now well within your grasp. As for Qiyin, it has been uncovered that he is of similar age to yourself, orphaned, and likely hails from Linxiao village or its neighboring hamlets. Furthermore, it is confirmed that he joined the dragon-slaying organization a decade ago, at the cultivation level of the second layer of Qi refinement. According to intelligence gathered from the sealed battlefield, since joining the organization, Qiyin has dedicated himself to relentless practice, enduring the solitude of meditation, as well as the hardships of wielding weapons in the face of ubiquitous bandits and demonic beasts. He has never shown a flicker of cowardice, countless times, even when his flesh was torn, revealing stark white bones. He fought with every ounce of strength he possessed, under the gaze and witness of many. The number of bandits and beasts perishing at his hands swelled daily, his strength growing ever greater. In comparison to other members of the organization, his background was not illustrious, yet in terms of effort, he surpassed them all. Presently, he boasts extraordinary talent and exceptional martial prowess in terms of spiritual essence. He possesses golden spiritual essence, surpassing your purple gold spiritual essence, allowing for rapid cultivation in combat. He excels in fire techniques and spear skills. His mastery of spear techniques has reached an unparalleled zenith, unmatched throughout Fengling Town and even in the entirety of Shihuqing. Even Zhu Hailong, the town inspector of Shihuqing who specializes in water spear techniques, can only suppress him with his cultivation level, unable to gain any advantage in a contest of spear skills. You meticulously organize and analyze the intelligence at hand, your brow furrowing from its initial relaxation to a state of deep concern. Hailing from Linxiao village, of similar age and orphaned, these factors bear striking resemblance to Yang Dehu. While you may not possess information about residents from other villages, you are thoroughly acquainted with the particulars of Linxiao village. There are indeed other youths of comparable age, yet only Yang Dehu fits the criteria of being orphaned and having gone missing a decade ago. Moreover, you are aware that Yang Dehu's parents were slain 10 years prior by the passing Zhu Hailong. Coupling this with the words of a previous mysterious cultivator, a vivid image begins to take shape in your mind. A young boy from a humble village, possessing limited strength, whose daily existence is sheltered from the outside world, relying solely on his parents and various neighbors for support. Yet, as bandits and demonic beasts proliferate, his neighbors dwindle. Those who perish, disappear, or are abducted leave him increasingly isolated. Until one fateful day, the unfamiliar Golden Core cultivator Zhu Hailong appears and mercilessly slays his parents, acting as the final straw that shatters his world. If prior to this he still had kin to cling to as a last vestige of hope, at this moment, his sole remaining anchor becomes the seething fury within his heart that instant. He may have contemplated the injustice of the world, considered ending his own life, or even thought of venturing down a dark path to unleash his rage. Yet, regardless of the turmoil, he ultimately persevered through those darkest days. The seed of vengeance took root in his heart, igniting a desire to grow stronger, to avenge his parents. Subsequently, by fortuitous chance, he received guidance from a wise mentor and embarked upon the path of immortality. Joining the dragon-slaying organization, where he evolved from a fledgling member into a formidable leader. This narrative, akin to that of a born protagonist, gradually crystallizes into a coherent thread in your mind, should your speculations hold true. The conclusion is inescapable. The formidable Qi Yin, who commands respect and instills dread, is none other than the long-lost Yang Dehu. Recalling the initial simulation from Baiyun Village, you suddenly comprehend why Qi Yin displayed such decisiveness in slaying the Lianxiao sect's cultivators and the leader of Xuanwu Village. Perhaps eliminating these foes serves as the greatest motivation for him to continue living. While these are merely unilateral conjectures, the information and evidence you have amassed thus far render the probability of this truth exceedingly high. Based on this foundation, you may grasp the reason behind Qi Yin's wariness towards you. From his perspective, your motives appear peculiar. Despite possessing the ability to annihilate the bandits alone, you deliberately seek assistance from the organization, as if inviting scrutiny of your capabilities or harboring ulterior motives. Furthermore, these bandits, whom he ought to have slain personally to exact his revenge, are now being vanquished by your hand, that if his very purpose for existence lies in avenging these bandits. Your actions seem to strip away a portion of that significance. He remains uncertain of how far you might go, whether you might entirely usurp his role, and is left in the dark regarding your true intentions. Thus, a sense of instability arises within him, prompting his vigilance towards you. To illustrate this dynamic, it may be likened to the relationship between man and machine. Should a day come when all jobs and tasks are replaced by machines, an individual devoid of interests, hobbies, or aspirations will swiftly lose the will to live, inevitably drifting into a state of lethargy akin to a soulless being. For Qi Yin, no other thoughts occupy his mind. The conviction to slay bandits and seek revenge embodies his very essence. Consequently, what he fears is that you might usurp the very meaning of his existence. That if that is the case, I comprehend the course of action I must take. After a prolonged period of contemplation, clarity dawns upon you, and your steps in a Fengling town grow resolute. Your objectives align with those of Qi Yin, both directed towards the same bandits and Zhu Hailong. In other words, there exists no justification for opposition between you. What you must accomplish is to convey to him that you do not seek to supplant him. Rather, you shall become his most formidable ally on the path to vengeance. Unbeknownst to Yu Xiong, who stands beside you, a transformation has occurred within you, yet he can distinctly sense the shift in your aura. Now imbued with confidence. Chapter 64. A River of Blood. Merely minutes later, you arrive at the general's mansion of the Divine Martial Camp, where you encounter Qi Yin. Upon seeing you, a glimmer of surprise and wariness flickers in his gaze. Yet, undeterred, you extend your hand towards him. You need not be cautious, for I am not your adversary, but rather your ally. Our goals are one and the same: to eliminate Zhu Hailong. You speak slowly, articulating your purpose for being here with heartfelt sincerity. Qi Yin, clearly not fully relaxing his guard due to your seemingly enigmatic words, nonetheless regards your statements with intrigue. Seizing the moment of his astonishment and curiosity, you delve into the information and evidence you have gathered, alongside your stance and various perspectives. Gradually, Qi Yin is moved by your words, and his defenses begin to lower. The experiences gained through numerous simulations, coupled with that one instance of inheriting memories, render you quite familiar with Qi Yin's manner of conversing. That as the veil of caution dissipates, the rapport between you becomes increasingly natural and intimate. That on the 61st day, after an evening of heartfelt revelry, Qi Yin and you rekindled a tentative trust. He did not overtly acknowledge his identity as Yang Dehu, yet neither did he refute it, merely leaving the realm of speculation open for you. Just as you had surmised, vengeance was the conviction that sustained him. His desire to eliminate Zhu Hailong had reached its zenith. He made a solemn promise. Should you succeed in slaying Zhu Hailong, he would divulge the intricate details of his lineage's secrets. Until then, he vowed to lend his strength to end matters involving the hunt of demonic beasts or assaults on the dark arts and marauders. He would fight alongside you unconditionally. Thus, you had regained a formidable ally in Qi Yin, and you sensed that you were finally treading the right path. Your next course of action was to eradicate all practitioners of the Lian Guizhong and annihilate the remaining vicious marauders. With that, you bid farewell to Feng Zhizhan, advising him to take care of himself. Feng Zhizhan uttered no more than a deep sigh, his expression reminiscent of a parent watching their child grow up. Although he did not believe that the Lian Guizhong could be dealt with so easily, he understood that this was Qi Yan's ultimate objective. Moreover, the powerful aura of foundation building emanating from you, alongside the enigmatic depth radiating from Yu Xiong, further instilled in Feng Zhizhan a sense of trust in you both. Yu Xiong followed closely at your side, having witnessed the entirety of your exchanges over the past 2 days. He spoke little, but his mere presence as a late-stage Golden Core expert effortlessly commanded respect and subdued those around him. On the 62nd day, the three of you, Yu Xiong, Qi Yan, and yourself, arrived at a nearby mountain stronghold affiliated with the Lian Guizhong. The first target of your mission to obliterate them. Casting a glance at the 2 foundation-building demonic beasts by your side, a confident smile slowly graced your lips. For this journey back to Fengling Town, you had brought along 2 reasonably powerful foundation-building demonic beasts, a snow-eyed silver wolf king as your steed, and a golden-winged feathered pung for aerial reconnaissance. While commanding beasts was advantageous, having too many was difficult to nurture and could attract unnecessary attention, leading to complications. Thus, many of the demonic beasts, including the Golden Core Demon Tiger, were left behind in a resource-rich area near the lake within the Demon Beast Mountain Range, where they could hunt fish and shrimp when hungry and quench their thirst with clear springs. With the Golden Core Demon Tiger present, they had no need to worry about food or safety, allowing them to live freely while waiting for your instructions. Even though you maintained a low profile, Qi Yan could not help but exhibit astonishment and admiration upon seeing your 2 tamed beasts. From his perspective, these foundation-building demonic beasts were formidable entities. It was exceedingly rare for an ordinary foundation-building cultivator to tame them, let alone survive an encounter. The mere fact that you could tame 2 beasts of such stature struck him as terrifyingly impressive. Wolf King, Feathered Pung, this extermination mission will be your first battle since you pledged allegiance to me. As a reward, I grant you the right to treat all marauders in the mountains as your prey, provided you leave only the foundation-building demon cultivators behind. With the impending battle at hand, you gently stroke the robust backs of your beasts. After uttering the final encouragement for them to unleash their fury in combat, you raise your hand and snapped your fingers, signaling the commencement of the slaughter. The snow-eyed Silver Wolf King immediately let out a howl that echoed through the skies, showcasing its peak foundation-building prowess. The terrifying aura of the Wolf King surged forth, instantly resonating across several kilometers surrounding the stronghold. The wolf's howl reverberated in the vast expanse, and in a heartbeat, the response from various wolf packs scattered across mountains, rivers, and forests was a chorus of howls. Regardless of their origin, upon hearing the call from the Wolf King, the wolves felt an instinctual bond from the depths of their bloodlines, propelling them to race forward, weaving through treacherous terrains. Stones danced upon the ground, and the rustling sounds were incessant, in mere moments. Over 100 demonic wolves had gathered beneath the stronghold, willingly following the snow-eyed Silver Wolf King. The marauders within the stronghold were likewise jolted awake by the piercing howls. The weaker ones were rendered stunned, collapsing to the ground, while the stronger ones grimaced in pain, desperately covering their ears. The station foundation-building cultivators and the stronghold's higher-ups frantically sought their weapons, their nerves taut to the breaking point. The small fry may not comprehend the significance of that wolf howl, yet they were acutely aware of the pressure emanating from the foundation-building demonic beasts. 3 or 4 marauder leaders, possessing only Qi refinement-level cultivation, rushed to the stronghold's entrance, eager to regain control and prepare for a counterattack. However, as they emerged before the gates, they were met with a rain of golden feathers, sharp as steel, before they could even grasp the situation. Countless golden feathers pierced through their bodies, leaving gaping, fatal wounds that in the next instant. The numerous marauder leaders succumbed, their life force extinguished. The orchestrator of this carnage was none other than the golden-winged feathered pung soaring high above, surveying the multitude of marauders below with an air of judgment. Its eyes glimmered like the arbiters of life itself. Any marauder daring to cross its line of sight would face endless death. Before these marauders, predominantly composed of mortals with only a handful of cultivators, the two foundation-building great demons delivered a blow that felt like an assault from another dimension. That in their wake, there was no chance of survival. Only the wails of the dying, rivers of blood and desolation. Ultimately, hundreds of demonic wolves surged like a flood through the stronghold, transforming thousands of marauders into their sustenance. Chapter 65. I shall be your mightiest blade. Not a single marauder survived the onslaught of the beast tide. Those who fled early would soon be caught and devoured by the demonic wolves, while those who hid would be sniffed out and captured. You strolled towards the stronghold with an air of nonchalance. Your steps relaxed, and your gaze as tranquil as still water, betraying no hint of turbulence, as if everything unfolded under your command. The cries of despair echoed, scattered remnants of limbs lay strewn about. And both Qi Yin and Yu Xiong gazed at the scene before them, filled with an indescribable admiration and respect for you. With effortless ease, you had obliterated a marauder stronghold. A beast tamer of your caliber was indeed a rarity throughout Wanghai Prefecture. After a moment, as the slaughter drew to a close, the snow-eyed Silver Wolf King approached you, clutching a cultivator riddled with golden feathers, and dropped him at your feet. This individual was the foundation-building cultivator responsible for the stronghold. Typically, such cultivators, who often held themselves in high regard, would threaten you even in defeat. However, the man before you was so terrified that his face had turned pale and his lips trembled he could not muster even a single coherent threat. All that remained in his eyes was sheer terror. Perhaps he had never fathomed that one day he would encounter two foundation-building great demons leading a beast tide in this remote stronghold. You regarded him with an impassive expression, devoid of any trace of compassion, and called for Qi Yin to step forward. Come, take this blade and end his life yourself. Handing over the Zhanlong Dao to Qi Yin. Your tone was earnest as you spoke. Zhanlong Dao. Qi Yin eyed the blade you offered, then glanced at the kneeling demon cultivator, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The demon cultivator, realizing his imminent demise, began to frantically bow his head to the ground, desperately attempting to win your mercy, even to the extent of shattering the earth beneath him. As he knocked his head, he babbled his grievances, claiming he had never truly wished to join the dark path, pleading for a chance at redemption. For an ordinary person, such a scene might evoke a shred of compassion, perhaps even a moment of hesitation. However, both you and Qi Yin had been tempered by the crucible of slaughter and would show no mercy. In the next moment, Qi Yin stepped before him, disregarding the demon cultivator's pleas and actions, grasping the Zhanlong Dao firmly, ready to deliver the fatal blow. As he neared death, seeing his entreaties yield no fruit, the demon cultivator finally succumbed to despair. Desperate not to perish, a flash of crimson surged in his eyes, and an aura of malice enveloped him as he lunged at Qi Yin in a fit of rage, aiming a lethal strike at his heart. The ferocity of the attack was staggering, and the consequences of its success would be unimaginable. Smack! With an unrelenting slap, a crisp sound echoed, as if time itself had momentarily halted. Armed with the wealth of experience from both past and present, having endured several simulations and vanquished two bandit strongholds, you regarded this demonic path as nothing of significance. Naturally, every movement he made was already within your control. You had long been prepared to strike at the slightest hint of his defiance. At that moment, the demon cultivator felt a searing pain in his cheek, collapsing helplessly to the ground, his eyes filled with confusion, bewilderment, and an overwhelming sense of desolation. He never anticipated that his final act of desperation would meet such a humiliating end. Qi Yin, unfazed by the scene, continued to wield the dragon-slaying blade with unwavering resolve. The bloodthirsty blade gleamed, staining the ground in patches of dark. In the blink of an eye, the demon cultivator lay lifeless before him. After shaking off the blood that clung to the blade, Qi Yin returned the dragon-slaying blade to you, quietly clenching his fist that if previously you had eradicated an entire bandit stronghold, rendering him to feel worthless. In this moment, the blood on his hands rekindled his thirst for vengeance. 10 years. A full decade. Starting today, I shall make Zhu Hailong pay the price, and the entire Liangui sect shall bear the consequences. Fearless, you spoke true. You are my greatest ally henceforth. I shall be your most formidable weapon. Although you had only slain a mere foundation establishment cultivator, this battle had unequivocally showcased your capacity to threaten Zhu Hailong. Qi Yan had completely placed his faith in your promise, acknowledging your strength. Overcome with emotion, he knelt before you, radiating an aura unique to the strong, and swore his unwavering loyalty from the depths of his heart. Though he was merely at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, in spirit, with his resolute goal, he had already possessed the heart of a true warrior. The final words could wait until after Zhu Hailong's demise. Upon hearing Qi Yan's oath of loyalty, you merely smiled lightly, silently absorbing the essence of the dragon-slaying blade. While Qi Yan had accepted you, you understood that to truly liberate him from all burdens and earn his wholehearted allegiance, you must sever the ties that bound his heart. Thus, having spoken those words, you remounted the snow-eyed Silver Wolf King, gazing ahead as you galloped into the distance. Yu Xiong silently observed your retreating figure. Having witnessed the entirety of your exchange, his heart filled with countless reflections that I end this world, it ultimately belonged to you emerging prodigies. Perhaps the most prudent decision Li Yuni ever made in his lifetime was to ally with you. On the 63rd day, yet another Lianghe sect-affiliated stronghold was obliterated, leaving corpses strewn across the landscape. On the 65th day, the third stronghold fell, followed by the fourth and fifth, where the echoes of wolf howls and anguished cries continually resonated. Due to the swift pace of destruction, the bandit strongholds scarcely had time to relay messages to one another, each succumbing one after another in a frenzy of panic and despair. On the 70th day, the Divine Martial Army stationed in an ordinary town received an urgent plea for help from a nearby village. In the mountains and forests outside the village, numerous wild beasts had vanished without a trace. And along the path lay dismembered limbs and corpses, saturating the entire forest with a stench of blood and decay. The villagers suspected the presence of some perilous entity nearby and implored the Divine Martial Army to investigate this mysterious occurrence. Upon receiving the news, the Divine Martial Army speculated that it was likely the work of rogue cultivators. Generally, they disregarded bandits, but when it came to rogue cultivators, they became intrigued. Swiftly, a special task force comprising dozens of Qi refinement cultivators set out to investigate the woodland near the village. As they stepped into the forest, the overwhelming scent of blood assaulted their senses, causing many members of the Divine Martial Army to frown in dismay. Just as the villagers had described, not a single large beast could be seen, and countless corpses lay scattered about. Upon careful examination of every body, they quickly discerned a commonality. Each corpse and severed limb bore distinct and visible knife wounds, evidently inflicted by a razor-sharp blade with immense force. Furthermore, the wounds were accompanied by faint arcs of electricity, singeing the skin black, a sight both horrifying and astonishing that IT was nearly certain that the assailant was a high-ranking blade cultivator specializing in lightning techniques. Chapter 66, Declaration of War. As they confirmed the details of the assailant, the members of the Divine Martial Army keenly noted that although most of the clothing had been charred and torn, they could still discern a consistent style. Upon further investigation, they identified the deceased as bandits from the surrounding strongholds, that if the victims had merely been common folk, it would have been one matter. But given that they were bandits, the motivations behind the assailants' actions became more complex. Following this lead, the Divine Martial Army continued their pursuit, ultimately stumbling upon a shocking scene. Within the bandit stronghold, decomposing corpses littered the ground, the air thick with the stench of blackened, dried blood, and every structure lay in ruins, even the gates reduced to mere fragments. Countless flies and crows swarmed above, the foul odor rising to the heavens. Anyone who beheld it would instinctively recoil in disgust. There was not a trace of vitality here, only the pervasive aura of death. They were nearly certain that this bandit stronghold had been annihilated, and that it had been executed with fury and murderous intent in a frenzied slaughter. Such circumstances ruled out the possibility of a black market exchange between bandits and demonic cultivators. Based on past experiences, the members of the Divine Martial Army quickly formulated the most straightforward and likely hypothesis: vendetta. This was a quintessential act of revenge. After completing their investigation, they returned to the town with all the information and evidence, utilizing the Empire and the Divine Martial Army's network to conduct a widespread inquiry. Initially, they believed it to be a minor incident that would soon be resolved. However, as they delved deeper, they were astounded by the revelations that unfolded before them. This incident was not merely a localized anomaly. Within the jurisdiction of several surrounding towns, similar events had transpired. Compiling all relevant data, it was estimated that nearly 10 bandit strongholds had suffered comparable assaults and massacres. This was not merely an attack on a single faction, but a comprehensive onslaught against all bandit forces. While the annihilation of bandit factions might seem advantageous for the Empire, the existence of an entity capable of effortlessly extinguishing nearly 10 strongholds was a matter of grave concern. Ordinary citizens might remain oblivious, yet many within the Empire's administration were acutely aware of the underlying issues that on the surface, these strongholds appear to be mere sanctuaries for commoners. But in reality, they were properties of the Lien Gui sect. Housing countless demonic cultivators, these demonic cultivators operated with cunning and ruthlessness, and even the Empire was reluctant to engage with them lightly. Consequently, they unanimously concluded that the being capable of disregarding these Lien Gui sect cultivators and obliterating such strongholds must possess at least peak Foundation establishment strength, if not golden core prowess. According to the information they currently possessed, there were no known lightning blade cultivators of peak Foundation establishment strength within the Shurho City region. In other words, this represented an uncontrollable, exceedingly unstable factor that posed a threat to the Empire. In an effort to resolve this matter swiftly, the Divine Martial Army joined forces with various departments within the Empire, issuing bounty notices across numerous towns and cities, offering a substantial reward for the mysterious lightning blade cultivator responsible for the destruction of the 10 strongholds. With the Empire's vigorous promotion of this news, it ignited excitement throughout the Shurho City region within mere hours. The information circulated among the major factions, and soon spread among cultivators, becoming common knowledge throughout the city. For the major factions, this signaled the emergence of a new powerhouse, with everyone eager to obtain concrete information, even if it was merely to establish a favorable connection. For ordinary cultivators, such a formidable figure was beyond their reach. Even if they found him, it would only be a case of risking their lives for a reward, leaving them to silently marvel at his prowess and might. For the common folk, they eagerly discussed the matter, hailing this mysterious individual who had annihilated 10 strongholds as a hero for the people. Various factions held an overwhelmingly optimistic view of the situation, with only one person wearing a grim expression, an elder of the Zhu clan and an ally of the Lien Gui sect. Zhu Hailong's eyes glinted with malice, his demeanor darkened by the mere mention of this bounty notice that on the 71st day, you once again stepped into Shurho City. Presently, your public identity was that of a distinguished guest from the Li clan, the foremost power in Yunma City. Although your registered cultivation level in the Empire was merely at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, your status alone was sufficient to intimidate many nefarious individuals. The guards, far from daring to demand payment from you, lacked even the audacity to speak loudly in your presence. For Qi Yin and Yu Xiong, their statuses were equally formidable. The guards could only bow respectfully, fearful of incurring the wrath of these powerful beings. Zhu Hailong, it is finally your turn. 3 individuals strolled down the bustling streets, their eyes drawn towards the town inspector's residence in the distance. You and Qi Yin felt an unprecedented surge of excitement. As you passed the bounty board, your gaze fell upon the wanted poster of the enigmatic figure, eliciting a soft chuckle from your lips. The orchestrator behind the widespread slaughter of bandits, the so-called mysterious knife master, was none other than yourself. In just a few short days, countless bandits had met their demise under your strategic command. Despite the bloodshed you had wrought, not a trace of regret lingered in your heart. In fact, you perceived this as merely the beginning. It stemmed not only from your disdain for the Lien Gui sect, but also from the haunting memories of the attack on Lin Shao village. You vividly recalled that fateful night when Zhang Shui led his bandits to massacre the entire village, leaving no one, men, women, or children, spared from the brutal onslaught. The cries of despair and anguish echoed through the night, reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Though it was but a simulation, you had witnessed the faces of every villager, recalling their diligent toil to provide for their families and their warm smiles as they greeted you. The thought that, had you not intervened, those villagers would have perished as recorded in the simulation filled your mind with an overwhelming hatred for the Lien Gui sect and the bandits. Whether for your own sake or for the innocent lives striving to survive, you were determined to eradicate the bandits and the Lien Gui sect. If you were to waver now and cease your endeavors, countless innocent lives would continue to fall victim to the Lien Gui sect and the bandits in the future. even knowing the unpredictability of the world and the impossibility of eradicating such evils. You remained unfazed. The path of slaughter required no excessive hesitation or turmoil. It merely demanded that you act upon your convictions. After days of relentless combat, you had personally vanquished numerous bandits, deliberately discarding some of their corpses in conspicuous places to announce your presence to the world. Simultaneously, this was a declaration of war against the Lian Gui sect. Once they realized your existence, they would inevitably reveal their vulnerabilities at that juncture, whether it be the Li family represented by Li Fengyun, the Alchemist Association represented by Qin Jiang, or the senior members of the dragon-slaying organization connected to Feng Zhizhan. All would unite against the Lian Gui sect. In other words, your elaborate maneuvering to draw public attention to this matter was intended to sow discord within the ranks of the Lian Gui sect, paving the way for their complete annihilation. Chapter 67. The Beast Tide Siege. On the same day, you, Qian, and Yu Xiong convened to strategize on how to eliminate Zhu Hailong. Although the three of you possessed overwhelming strength compared to him, a daunting challenge loomed before you. Zhu Hailong's official identity as the town inspector of Shihuqing marked him as a significant figure within the empire. To assassinate him recklessly would surely provoke a vigorous manhunt by the empire. Even if you could conceal your true identities using secretive techniques and disguises, the risk of incurring such a grave crime was exceedingly high. The foundation of the Tianling Empire extended far beyond what you currently perceived. If you were to anger those elusive Yuanying elders, or even the formidable Transformation Realm experts, it would spell disaster for you. To avert such a scenario, the most prudent course of action was to shift the blame onto another, allowing you to remain in the shadows. After much deliberation, you devised a plan to eliminate Zhu Hailong. 2 words, Beast Tide. Despite the Empire deploying countless cultivators and hunters daily to hunt demonic beasts, the majority of these creatures were ferocious by nature and bred rapidly, meaning that few cultivators could truly exterminate large numbers of them. Periodically, the demonic beasts would proliferate and grow in strength, leading to instances where they would attack humankind in search of sustenance. Coincidentally, the current season was approaching the time when the demonic beasts were prone to unleashing a beast tide by utilizing the demonic beasts you had previously contracted in the Shihuqing Mountains to initiate a beast tide. Chaos could be wrought, creating the perfect opportunity to eliminate Zhu Hailong. Although you had only contracted a few hundred demonic beasts, each possessed the essence of a spirit creature at the Qi refining stage. Even the most ordinary of these, a Qi refining 5th-layer beast, could command dozens, if not hundreds, of body refining beasts. The 10 foundation-building demonic beasts and the Golden Core Demon Tiger were even more formidable, capable of gathering thousands of demonic beasts through their innate power and formidable cultivation. In essence, with your mastery over them and the reputation you had built among the demonic beasts of Shihuqing, you could now summon a legion of beasts with a mere gesture. Should Zhu Hailong choose not to intervene personally, it would not be long before Shihuqing fell under siege by your forces. Both Qian and Yu Xiong were confident that there was at least a 90% chance Zhu Hailong would take to the field himself. Even if he disregarded the safety of the town, he would undoubtedly dispatch his subordinates to that time. With his defenses weakened, you would merely need to seize the opportunity to eliminate him and blame the demonic beasts. The only risk in this plan lay in the potential intervention of the Zhu family from Mingguang City and the hidden elite forces of the Lian Gui sect, which could arrive to aid Shihuqing at any moment, leading to devastating losses for the demonic beasts. Nonetheless, this risk was unavoidable. As long as you refrained from initiating conflict, the hidden elites of the Lian Gui sect would likely remain concealed. This pure, unfounded fear could not deter your plans. Thus, once a complete plan had been formulated, you swiftly reached a consensus. You activated your techniques, channeling the power of your contracts to relay orders to the Golden Core Demon Tiger to summon the Beast Tide and prepare for a large-scale assault on the city. Yu Xiong utilized magical artifacts to communicate with his family, signaling Li Fengyun to remain vigilant against potential counterattacks from the Lian Gui sect and the Zhu family. Meanwhile, Qian leveraged her connections within the Divine Martial Army to thoroughly assess the defensive capabilities and strategic points throughout Shihuqing. At first glance, this may appear to have limited utility during the Beast Tide assault. Yet in reality, it ensured that the Beast Tide you commanded would not be derailed by unforeseen ambushes, thus preventing unnecessary casualties and traps. Each of you showcased your unique talents, and soon, It felt as though the entirety of Shahuching lay within your grasp on the 72nd day, after a night had passed. You ascended to the highest celestial tavern in Shahuching, seated serenely in the lofty VIP area. As you savored the tea in your cup, you gazed down upon the sprawling city below. The streets of Shahuching remained teeming with life, bustling with merchants and travelers. Amidst the lively chaos, a sense of unusual tranquility prevailed at the city gate. The guards continued to harass passers-by and merchants over mere spirit stones, while those in transit remained enraptured by the promise of prosperity within the grand city. The former yearned for enlightenment, while the latter aspired to instant wealth that in the sky. Numerous cultivators soared on their swords, rode beasts aloft, or lightly trod upon flying vessels, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Oblivious to the tempest brewing just beyond the horizon, you calculated the time and sensed the approaching presence of your contracted demonic beasts. You knew that an exhilarating spectacle was about to unfold. Just moments before, the guards had been focused on collecting spirit stones, but now their hands trembled as the stones slipped from their grasp, the ground quaking beneath them, catching them off guard. The disgruntled guard, enraged by the loss of the spirit stones, looked up to discern the source of the disturbance, only for his anger to dissipate, replaced by confusion and a dawning shock before his very eyes. A massive cloud of dust billowed as countless demonic beasts, towering 2 to 3 meters tall, bloodied and exuding an overwhelming aura of menace, charged forward like a battalion of uncontrollable tanks. The boulders lining the road crumbled like mere toys beneath their might, and trees splintered upon impact, reduced to mere fragments. This unrelenting horde of demonic beasts, numbering at least in the tens of thousands, had an average height of nearly 2 meters, with the tallest among them exceeding 3 meters, instilling an immense sense of dread. Most terrifying of all were the 5 foundation-building demonic beasts, towering at 7 to 8 meters, whose mere gaze struck fear into the hearts of any who dared to challenge them. The tremors of the ground were a direct result of their approach and the impending beast tide. Beast tide. Close the city gates. Quickly, close the gates. Activate the formation. Activate the formation. The guard, who had been seething just moments ago over the fallen spirit stones, turned pale as the horrific scene unfolded before him, terror coursing through him as he fled towards the city in a panic. The orderly procession of travelers and merchants turned to see the overwhelming tide of beasts resembling a cataclysmic flood, and they too were gripped by sheer terror, scattering in all directions. Those with greater strength barreled through the crowd, while the less powerful strained to reach safety. The remaining individuals were burdened by heavy goods, weakened by fatigue, or simply too feeble to escape. The guards at the city gate immediately sounded the highest alert, sealing the gates with a resounding crash, a signal of despair that extinguished any remaining hope for those ordinary souls unable to enter the city. Chapter 68. Slaying Dragons to Save the People. The heart of the Tao forged in fire as despair enveloped the multitude. Anguished cries began to resonate, with some individuals recklessly throwing themselves into the fray, charging headlong towards the tide of beasts with fearless abandon. These ordinary souls, devoid of any cultivation, who would ordinarily struggle to capture even a wild chicken, now dared to rush towards the onslaught of thousands of ferocious demonic beasts. This audacity spoke volumes about the depths of their desolation. As the gaping maws of the beasts drew nearer, their pace slowed, until at last, the first commoner found himself face to face with the monstrous creatures. Rushing forth as if to embrace death itself, he had resolved that, even in death, he would perish with grandeur and valor. However, in a moment of bewilderment, this ordinary man stood frozen in place, gazing at his unscathed body. Confusion etched upon his features as he surveyed the surroundings. The very beasts he had charged towards were deliberately avoiding him, making way as they surged towards the city. Astonishingly, not a single one of these seemingly malevolent creatures harmed him. Rather, they actively cleared a path for his escape. Moreover, he was not alone in this unexpected fortune. All those who had been trapped outside the city, consumed by despair, found themselves unharmed by the beasts. A sense of exhilaration began to swell within them, each individual silently thanking their stars for surviving this ordeal. Though the reason behind the beast's mercy remained a mystery, excitement coursed through their veins. Could it be that some celestial master was orchestrating this reprieve? While most were oblivious to the underlying connections, A handful of astute individuals quickly discerned the peculiarities of the situation, linking it to an unprecedented occurrence. Just days prior, a great hero had vanquished 10 bandit lairs, and now, a celestial figure appeared to command the tide of beasts while sparing the common folk, that if these two events bore no relation, they would find it utterly implausible. Perhaps these two celestial beings were part of the same organization, or even the same individual. With the beasts displaying such a clear objective, could they be aiming to eliminate the corrupt officials within the city? Whispers of nefarious cultivators hiding among the ranks of the imperial elite had long circulated, as the insights of a few clever minds sparked fervor among the masses, an image of a powerful figure, dedicated to justice and the protection of the people, began to take shape in the minds of all present. Within the tavern, Yu Xiong observed the beasts that were actively avoiding the pedestrians and could not help but inquire about the rationale behind such behavior. Yu smiled gently and posed a counter-question. Why not? Yu continued, my heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All I do is in alignment with my convictions that as long as I am true to myself. Why must I explain myself to the world? From the moment Lin Shao village joined the dragon-slaying organization, you had established your resolve to slay the malevolent dragons that disrupt the world and to save the common people ensnared in injustice and suffering. If you had not yet vanquished the wicked dragons, how could you justify harming the innocent populace? Furthermore, your singular goal was to eliminate Zhu Hailong. Indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent had never been your desire. Unless absolutely necessary, unprovoked bloodshed would only serve to amplify your inner demons. The path of killing demands not only ferocity, but also a clear conscience. Only when one firmly believes in the righteousness of their actions can the blade strike swiftly and decisively. Should the carnage lead you to doubt your own motives, you would gradually lose control, ultimately becoming a puppet of the very path you sought to master. Yu Xiong intended to caution you that in this world dominated by cultivators, treachery and bloodshed were the norm. Your compassion towards others might not yield favorable outcomes. Like many others, he had spent a century navigating this dark world, acutely aware of the perils of weakness. Yet, upon hearing your words regarding the pursuit of a clear conscience, he paused, remembering your formidable presence amidst the Lion-Tiger Mountains. Moments later, a smile graced his face, and his gaze towards you reflected newfound admiration. Untethered by the desire for bloodshed, unperturbed by external distractions, and possessing a steadfast heart, your ability to decisively determine your course of action set you apart from the majority of cultivators. Qi Yin had already pledged loyalty to you. Upon hearing your words, he experienced an epiphany akin to a decade of study. Though consumed by thoughts of vengeance, he often found himself swayed by societal expectations, wasting time on trivial matters that interfered with his plans. At this moment, your words illuminated the truth. If he sought revenge, it must take precedence over all else. Status, wealth, and power should serve his goals, if they proved beneficial to his quest for vengeance. He should pursue them. If not, they could be discarded without hesitation. In the past, he had allowed others to influence him and doubted the validity of his own meticulous plans. Now, however, he comprehended that a resolute heart and clear strategy were the foundation of all success. In an instant, the heart of Qi Yin, forged anew, began to loosen the shackles of his cultivation bottleneck, and a palpable shift in his aura signaled an unprecedented breakthrough to the late-stage foundation establishment. Following this transformation, his gratitude towards you deepened, viewing you as a mentor. In response to this unfolding scene, you merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, instead turning your gaze towards the streets of Lion-Tiger City. During your conversation, the ordinary citizens had evacuated to their homes for safety, and the once bustling streets now lay eerily deserted. The cultivators, previously preoccupied with their own affairs, had been summoned by Zhu Hailong's authority. Standing vigilantly atop the city walls the city gates, a formidable protective array had been erected. While lacking offensive capabilities, its defensive strength rivaled that of a peak golden core cultivator. The tidal wave of beasts encircled Lion-Tiger City, poised in readiness, obeying your command. Even without engaging in combat, the oppressive aura emanating from the beasts rendered the city's soldiers breathless with trepidation. As anticipated, Zhu Hailong had made his appearance. Upon spotting him commanding the assembled cultivators atop the city wall, you both exchanged knowing smiles. With merely 3 Foundation establishment beasts dispatched, Zhu Hailong had taken to the field himself. An auspicious development for you. Now, it was imperative to breach the protective array, stripped of its defenses. Zhu Hailong would be utterly vulnerable. Qi Yin, I recall you mentioning that the Divine Martial Army informed you the heart of the array lies within the town inspector's residence, correct? Indeed. Elder Yu, you are well versed in formations. Do you possess the confidence to breach this protective array through its heart? With ease did I end the brief exchange. You received a definitive answer. An elation surged within you. This moment. Everything lay within your grasp. Victory was tantalizingly close. Chapter 69. The Duel of Heroes against the Water Dragon. Zhu Hailong stationed himself before the city, observing the encircling tide of beasts that refrained from attacking, a frown creasing his brow. Lower-tier beast tides would charge recklessly, while only those led by formidable Golden Core demons would exhibit such caution. Moreover, it was customary for the most expendable creatures to be at the forefront, with the true Beast Kings emerging only towards the climax of battle. This indicated that the 5 Foundation Establishment beasts at the forefront were likely mere pawns, that TO employ Foundation Establishment creatures as subordinates. Was this truly a Golden Core beast tide? How infuriating! Zhu Hailong could not suppress his gritted teeth. Having established roots in Lion Tiger City for nearly a century, he had encountered the great beast tide of Golden Core level no more than a handful of times. If it were merely weaker Golden Core monsters, it would be manageable, but considering the stronger ones, alongside 5 foundational beasts and a multitude of wild creatures, even if he joined forces with the extreme Cold Water Dragon, victory would not come easily. Just days prior, a reckless individual had emerged from nowhere, destroying 10 of their refining puppet sect subsidiary strongholds, clearly declaring war upon them. Now, yet another wave of such a dire beast tide had arrived. The consecutive upheavals left him both furious and vexed, an unsettling feeling that a grand scheme was brewing in the shadows. Within the city, the attendant of the Immortal Wine House hastily locked the entrance, ascending to the highest floor to warn the esteemed guests to seek refuge. However, upon reaching the top, he discovered they had already vanished, leaving only a few spirit stones and the lingering aura of formidable beings in the air. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The towering establishment, over 200 meters high and fortified with advanced formations, made it nearly impossible for even a foundational cultivator to depart without a trace. In other words, to the attendant's eyes, the 3 esteemed guests who had just been there were undoubtedly of Golden Core caliber. You suddenly sneezed, your gaze resolute and your smile unwavering in confidence. With the 5-turn concealment secret technique, no barrier could hope to contain you. As you surveyed your surroundings, you found yourself in the office of the Inspector General, where unconscious guards and patrols littered the ground within a few dozen meters. Qihua and Yuexiong flanked you, effortlessly neutralizing all adversaries in sight. With your combined strength, even a foundational cultivator would only find themselves overwhelmed and knocked unconscious in your presence. That it wasn't long before you followed Qihua to the core of the defensive array. After a brief inspection, Yuexiong nodded to indicate that all was well. Seizing the rare opportunity, you instructed him to disable the formation while you and Qihua stood guard outside, preventing any rash intrusions. Yuexiong's expertise and experience in dismantling arrays far surpassed those of his peers, and within mere seconds, he had fully deciphered the array's core, just a step away from breaking it entirely. You gripped the Dragon Slayer blade tightly, while Qihua readied his divine weapon, the fire gun. Both of you completing your disguises, prepared to charge out the moment the formation was breached, ready to fling open the city gates and unleash the beast tide. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed, and before you could comprehend the situation, you turned to see the array's core surrounded by a stone formation, with Yuexiong having vanished. You quickly extended your consciousness, only to be astounded to find that Yuexiong's presence had completely disappeared. Roar! Another earth-shattering roar resounded, and as you turned, you saw Qihua hurtling towards you like a cannonball. Reacting swiftly, you caught him, but were immediately met with a torrent of fury, as if an overwhelming wave sought to engulf you both. Despite your numerous abilities, resisting this force proved challenging, and your expression grew grave. That I end this moment of crisis. Qihua regained his composure and swung his divine weapon, the fire gun, unleashing a surge of searing flames that evaporated the torrent. Carving a path for your escape, as you both burst forth, you quickly realized that the assailant was none other than the Golden Core monster, the extreme Cold Water Dragon. its colossal form blotted out the sun. Its gaping maw lined with sharp teeth and armored scales glimmering like a fortress. It was unmistakably a formidable foe. It seemed to have been lying in wait, and upon Yue Xiong's disappearance, it unleashed its full fury, intent on annihilating you both. Faced with this familiar, yet powerful adversary, your expression shifted from grave concern to burgeoning confidence as you felt the weight of the Dragon Slayer blade in your grasp and the overwhelming power surging within you. Far surpassing that of your peers in an instant, your battle spirit ignited in previous encounters with the extreme cold water dragon. Survival had been a narrow escape, but this time, the tables had turned. Qihua, a foundation cultivator, had now advanced to the late stage of foundation cultivation, having mastered various techniques and secret arts from the dragon-slaying organization, his actual combat power rivaling that of seasoned half-step Golden Core cultivators, even equaling weaker early-stage Golden Core cultivators. Even alone, he could potentially vanquish the extreme cold water dragon in a desperate last stand, let alone with you, who possessed the peak of foundational prowess and the Dragon Slayer blade at your side. United, you both stood ready to engage, even against a late-stage Golden Core opponent, let alone merely an early-stage extreme cold water dragon. This brief assessment of strength filled you with confidence, and you immediately entered a state of slaughter, your aura of death rising sharply. Enhanced by your innate hunter abilities, you became even more menacing, your power now surpassing that of the extreme cold water dragon. Sensing the sudden shift in your aura, the dragon erupted with full force, unleashing monstrous waves in an attempt to drown you once more. This time, well prepared, you would not allow it to succeed. Qihua wielded the fire gun with ferocity, each movement incinerating the massive waves. Counteracting the dragon's onslaught, you displayed your might, summoning the perfected Thunder Fury blade, igniting the beast blood, and channeling lightning energy into the blade. You swung the Dragon Slayer with all your might, with a single strike. The blade tore through the air, crashing down upon the dragon's scaled head, the sheer force igniting a shower of sparks and shattering the ground beneath you. The once mighty extreme cold water dragon was sent crashing into the earth, stripped of its former grandeur. Yet despite this, the pride embedded deep within its dragon lineage spurred it to resist submission. It fought back fiercely, even as you and Qihua pressed down upon it, the dragon's claws thrashing wildly, shaking the very earth beneath Lion Tiger City. Chapter 70. The air thick with bloodlust. The demon core takes shape. This was dire. The tumult stirred by the extreme cold water dragon was loud enough to attract the attention of every cultivator in the city, leaving you drenched in sweat. With Yue Xiong now missing and the city's defensive array still active, even a forced breakout seemed impossible if Zhu Hailong and the foundational cultivators within the city converged. The two of you would likely be pushed into a corner, magical beasts, launch a full-scale assault. Faced with such a predicament, you wasted no time rallying your numerous beasts. Under your command, the tide of beasts surged towards Lion Tiger City. From the eagles soaring in the skies to the ancient turtles in the waters, and the tigers and leopards on land, all obeyed your command, charging forth with reckless abandon, indulging in a spree of slaughter. At the city gate, Zhu Hailong and his companions, initially alerted by the commotion within the city, turned to investigate. However, an unexpected barrage of demonic light cannons struck the defensive array, causing the entire city wall to tremble violently 3 times, leaving Zhu Hailong visibly astonished. With the command for the decisive battle having been issued, the previously concealed Golden Core Demon Tiger and 5 other Foundation establishment beasts had no reason to remain hidden any longer. At this moment, the imposing Golden Core Demon Tiger let out a thunderous roar, commanding 10 Foundation establishment beasts to launch a full-scale assault. Simultaneously, it showed no signs of respite, continuously conjuring waves of demonic light cannons that bombarded the defensive formation. Within the brief span of 3 cannon shots, noticeable cracks began to form on the array, and if allowed to continue, it would surely shatter after several more rounds. Zhu Hailong, utterly alarmed, quickly organized the numerous cultivators to mount a counterattack. Various talismans and magical artifacts, infused with elements and spiritual energy, were unleashed in a frenzied onslaught, desperately attempting to slay the attacking beasts. Though the lower-tier cultivators lacked the strength to contend with the Golden Core and Foundation establishment-level demons, they fought valiantly against the beasts and chi-refining monsters, risking their lives in a blood-soaked battle for survival. Chaos erupted at the city gate, drenched in blood, with life and death intertwining at every turn. As the anguished cries of both humans and beasts mingled in the air, meanwhile, the rear of the city lay completely unguarded. Seizing this opportunity, you and Qian unleashed your most potent attacks. Point 1 summoned the wrath of heaven's punishment, while the other unleashed the inferno of gunfire. Exhausted yet resolute, you finally dispatched the fiercely resisting Extreme Cold Water Dragon. In terms of raw strength, the Extreme Cold Water Dragon was inferior to the Golden Core Demon Tiger. Had you wished, you could have dispatched it without resorting to the wrath of heaven's punishment. However, time was of the essence. Setting aside the risk of injury from close combat, the time required to eliminate a fiercely retaliating Golden Core Demon was unacceptable. With the Extreme Cold Water Dragon dealt with, you once again turned your gaze toward the heart of the array, only to find the situation unchanged. No trace of Yu Xiong was visible, and the seemingly ordinary stone formation remained impervious to destruction. Despite your anxiety, you understood the preciousness of time and could not afford to waste it further. Thus, you redirected your focus to Zhu Hailong. At present, all his attention was on the beast tied before him, that if you and your companions launched a coordinated ambush, you could certainly deliver a devastating blow. If fortune favored you, it would not be impossible to achieve your objective right then and there. Resolute in your decision, you swiftly sprang into action, transforming into two streaks of purple gold and fiery red light, soaring across the skies of Shihucheng, heading straight for the city gate. To be by the time you arrived, Zhu Hailong and the other cultivators appeared utterly beleaguered. They were constantly engaged in repairing the faltering defensive array while remaining vigilant against the relentless assaults of the beasts. The relentless battles had drained their magical energy and stamina at an alarming rate, leaving them in a state of utter exhaustion. This was your perfect opportunity. You exchanged a glance with Qian, both of you reading the unyielding resolve to gamble everything in each other's eyes. At this moment, the leader of the alchemy sect, along with other protective elders and the Zhu family's powerful members, had yet to appear, leaving you uncertain of how many hidden cards the enemy still held. Nevertheless, the chance to eliminate Zhu Hailong was right before you. Regardless of the stormy trials that lay ahead, you were determined to expend all your strength in this desperate battle to slay this fiend. Having previously exhausted much of your spiritual energy in unleashing the wrath of heaven's punishment and martial techniques to slay the water dragon, your strength had significantly diminished to ensure you could instantaneously kill Zhu Hailong. You steeled your resolve and retrieved the long-hidden blood-red pill, swallowing it without hesitation. Theoretically, as a respected alchemist, you could produce this type of pill in large quantities, rather than hoarding it for critical moments. Yet in reality, even as a third-tier alchemist, you could not fully comprehend the core of this pill, nor could you analyze its components, let alone replicate it. Based on past experiences, this blood-red pill was known to elevate your cultivation by a small realm each time, meaning this time it would propel you into the realm of half-step golden core. Such an enhancement would endow you with extraordinary combat capabilities far beyond your previous limits. This thought crossed your mind. A sudden wave of demonic energy surged through you. A torrent of overwhelming demonic energy erupted, enveloping you in layers of black light, enhancing your already menacing aura to that of a true harbinger of death. Your peak foundation establishment cultivation indeed ascended, propelling you into the realm of half-step golden core. Feeling the tumultuous power within, you sensed yourself becoming exponentially stronger, ready to strike down Zhu Hailong. However, before you could make your move, the demonic energy erupted once more, forming a swirling vortex in your dantian that absorbed power from all directions. In an instant, your eyes widened as you witnessed the fusion of demonic and murderous energy, coalescing with elements of thunder and flame, forming a pill-like entity. Was this the precursor to a golden core? Having studied the path of golden core cultivation, you immediately recognized the transformation occurring within you. Your expression a mix of astonishment and delight, filled with shock. In the next moment, surrounded by a swirling aura of murderous intent, the demonic core was formed. Qian, still bewildered by the unfolding events, watched as your cultivation surged, your formidable presence suddenly soaring into the early stages of golden core. You signaled for him to remain silent, gripping the dragon-slaying blade tightly, intent on unleashing your most powerful strike in this peak state. Qi understood instantly, clutching the divine fire gun, locking onto the unguarded neck of Zhu Hailong. Together, you soared into the air, standing suspended above, channeling your strongest attack, resolved to deliver a lethal blow. Chapter 71. Revenge and Retribution in a Combined Effort. The thunderous fire, demonic might, and murderous intent coalesced into a radiant explosion that illuminated the surrounding area for dozens of miles. The mere residual force of your strike reduced several houses to mere dust, leaving only ruins in their wake. Despite Zhu Hailong and the many cultivators being utterly fatigued, they were momentarily staggered by the terrifying power emanating from behind them, instinctively turning to discern the cause of the disturbance. Yet they were ultimately a moment too late. Zhu Hailong, unable to execute his techniques in time, turned to find only the aura of death approaching. The blinding light momentarily robbed him of his sight, eliciting a scream of terror, while the overwhelming murderous intent instilled fear deep within him, rendering him incapable of mounting an effective defense that in an instant, the might of your combined attack engulfed Zhu Hailong entirely. Along with many of his surrounding guards, the potency of this strike capable of annihilating all enemies present. With a deafening roar, Zhu Hailong's figure was sent hurtling backward, his tattered garments swirling in the air like a falling meteor, crashing into the city wall with tremendous force. Those affected, though some sustained severe injuries and teetered on the brink of death, at least retained their lives, while the weaker ones either perished or were obliterated without hope of salvation. Having unleashed this devastating attack, Yu and Qi had effectively cut off the enemy's lifeline. Although the power was sufficient to instantaneously slay a golden core cultivator, it had also drained you of a significant portion of your spiritual energy, leaving you without the strength to continue fighting in an excited yet anxious rush. You soared toward the city wall to assess the outcome of your earlier strike. To your astonishment, Zhu Hailong lay vanquished. Not only was he bleeding from all 7 orifices, but his body had been shattered beyond recognition. Devoid of any breath, he was deeply embedded in the city wall, utterly dead, with no possibility of resurrection. Perhaps until his final moments, Zhu Hailong remained oblivious to the sins he had committed, leaving him to die in confusion and despair. Yet, without a doubt, Qi could never forget the scene of his parents being mercilessly slain by Zhu Hailong a decade ago. The bitter hatred that had festered in his heart for a full 10 years had culminated in this moment. This day, this hour, he had finally avenged his family by personally slaying his nemesis. Excitement, elation, joy, a sense of vindication. Intense emotions flooded Qi's mind in an instant, his body trembling as the divine fire gun he had clung to for so long clattered to the ground. The resolve that had propelled him to become stronger had reached its zenith, and his ultimate life goal had been achieved. What then should he do now? Celebrate, indulge in this moment, having completely severed ties with vengeance. Qi found himself engulfed in confusion, turning his gaze toward you. Countless others, who like you had endured the ravages of demonic cultivators and experienced tragic childhoods, remained. Perhaps, with our strength, we could rescue them. From this day forth, let us fight for the sake of all living beings. You are acutely aware of his thoughts, having rehearsed this scene countless times in your mind. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, you respond, echoing the very sentiments that reside within your heart. Upon hearing your words, Qi feels an overwhelming sense of belonging for the first time, kneeling once more to pledge his allegiance beneath your banner, with the primary force maintaining the defensive formation now lost. Even though a few cultivators remain unscathed, their spiritual energy is insufficient to uphold the grand defense of Shihachi. The Golden Core Demon Tiger leads the tide of beasts, launching a fierce assault as you slay Zhu Hailong, swiftly breaching the defensive array and storming into Shihachi. All demonic cultivators and Zhu Hailong's minions find no chance of survival amidst the surging horde, mercilessly crushed and slaughtered, the city transformed into a river of blood. Seated atop the Golden Core Demon Tiger beside Qi, you command the battlefield like a general surveying his domain, finally arriving at a moment of unparalleled glory and majesty. However, this feeling does not last long. Just minutes later, having cleared the front lines, you lead the tide of beasts towards the governor's mansion, seeking the elusive and silent Yuxiong. Yet before you can step inside, you behold a solitary figure standing at the mansion's entrance. Hands clasped behind her back, as if she has awaited your arrival for quite some time. Now that you have reached the early stages of the Golden Core, even when faced with a peak Golden Core opponent, your piercing gaze can easily penetrate their defenses, to your astonishment. However, you find yourself unable to fathom the mysterious presence before you, who undoubtedly possesses at least the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. Traitor of the Empire, your time has come. Do you have any last words? A cold yet empathetic voice resonates, and upon closer inspection, you realize that the figure before you is a woman. She remains composed, hands behind her back, her tone threatening yet devoid of tension, as if to her, slaying you is as effortless as crushing an ant. Understanding the gravity of the situation, you grasp her words about being a traitor to the Empire and strive to explain that your actions were directed against the allies of the refining puppet sect. Undeniably wicked cultivators. In an effort to substantiate your claims, you recount the events concerning the Zhu family, the refining puppet sect, and all that you have experienced. In ordinary circumstances, you would recognize the adage that too many words may lead to misfortune. Yet in this life and death crisis, this is your sole avenue for survival. Throughout your speech, the formidable figure listens as if to your final words, remaining silent until you conclude, at which point she lets out a knowing laugh. I was never responsible for conveying messages, but to my surprise, you seem to know quite a bit. Given your impending demise, I shall grant you clarity that it seems she perceives this as a game. Despite the looming threat of the Golden Core Demon Tiger and the Horde of Beasts, she speaks leisurely, exuding an air of control over the situation. Most of your analysis is correct, yet you have failed to grasp the most critical point. The so-called demonic cultivators of the refining puppet sect are merely a label assigned by those lower-tier cultivators, a wishful judgment from a select few. In truth, their actions have never contravened the laws of the Empire. To put it succinctly, they are part of the Empire. Everything they do, from village slaughter to puppet refinement, is commanded by the Empire. With that, she falls silent, merely observing you. The shock and disbelief written across Qi Yan's face are evident. Having been overwhelmed by her words, meanwhile, your expression is one of utter stupefaction, your eyes reflecting nothing but astonishment. Chapter 72. The enemy is the entire Empire. You have contemplated countless possible responses from her. Considered that she might dismiss you or offer a perfunctory reply, yet you never anticipated such an answer. Even though you had long recognized the Empire's corruption and contemplated its eventual overthrow, you now feel as though struck by lightning, a sudden realization dawning upon you. The so-called demonic sect, the so-called demonic path, is not merely confined to the refining puppet sect, but encompasses the entire Tianling Empire. The adversary you must confront is, from the very beginning, the entire Tianling Empire, the sovereign Longfeng Tian. The refining puppet sect is but a minuscule pawn in this grand game. Initially, you intended to inquire about the stone formation suppressing Yuxiong. But now, you have no desire to question it further, for you understand it is a force far beyond your own. I comprehend now. Let us conclude this conversation. I know you are powerful, but I shall not passively await my demise. Having come to this understanding, you grip the dragon-slaying blade tightly, preparing to unleash your utmost combat potential. The Golden Core Demon Tiger responds to your will, letting out a roar that reverberates across the heavens, instilling fear in all directions. The tide of beasts envelopes the area, surrounding the mysterious cultivator from all sides, forming a pincer movement as they charge forward. Despite being in a precarious situation, the enigmatic woman merely smiles serenely. In the next moment, every beast that lunges at her dissipates into wisps of smoke, vanishing without a sound. Following this, Qi Yan, the Demon Tiger, and one by one, your most ardently nurtured allies also fade away into nothingness. Ultimately, before you can even grasp what transpired, you find yourself enveloped in an endless void of darkness and despair. Before long, your life force quietly ebbs away, and you once again succumb to death. Simulation complete evaluation. Only when you discern the true enemy from your allies does everything truly begin. As the final passage of the simulation fades away, clarity returns to Yang Wuwei's vision. Is this the truth? Although he did not witness the events through a first-person perspective, merely reading the text allows him to feel the profound shock he experienced in the simulation. In this simulation, he killed Zhu Hailong, formed his first golden core, uncovered Qi Yan's background, and began to understand what the so-called rightful path entails. From the perspective of the simulation, it was a resounding success, and he ought to feel elated. Yet, the outcome of the simulation's conclusion plunges him into deep contemplation that Tio be able to dispatch him, a golden core cultivator, under the protection of the tide of beasts. The realm of that mysterious female cultivator is undoubtedly beyond the nascent soul stage. Even the transformation stage might not suffice for her to perform such feats. Tio have drawn such a formidable presence merely through the slaying of a golden core Zhu Hailong is unfathomable, leaving him to ponder the profound depths of the Tianling Empire he faces. Such an ancient being, even if I ascend to the nascent soul, may not be within my capacity to confront. Right. This thought weighs heavily on Yang Wuwei. If every time he eliminates Zhu Hailong or another high-ranking individual of equal stature, it invariably attracts such terrifying power, what course of action should he take? He has already used the tide of beasts as a ruse, striking down Zhu Hailong at the last possible moment, having executed the deception and framing with considerable thoroughness. Though there are some missing details. The rapid appearance of a powerful figure is certainly not in line with reason. This notion warrants further simulation testing, that if his conjecture holds true, then prior to achieving the nascent soul, no, even the transformation stage, he must refrain from plotting against Zhu Hailong or the Empire's higher-ups. After a brief period of contemplation, a conclusion gradually crystallizes in Yang Wuwei's mind. To determine his next steps, he must engage in several more simulation trials. Regardless, he decides to first examine the rewards from this simulation. Yang Wuwei, having organized his thoughts, refocuses on the simulation reward interface. He is curious to see if, despite the vast difference between his simulated golden core and his current reality, he can inherit all the cultivation as before. 1. Inherit all memories from this simulation. 2. Inherit the early golden core cultivation realm of a 7-rank demon core. 3. Designate the acquisition of detailed information about any individual from the simulation. 4. Inherit the third level of the Path of Slaughter. 5. Inherit the fully realized second transformation of the Beast Mastery Technique and the second transformation of the Blood Refining Puppet Technique. 6. Inherit the Blue Talent. Natural Hunter. The ability to inherit the early golden core cultivation is astonishing. Yang Wuwei cannot contain his shock upon seeing the second reward, though he certainly would not choose the cultivation attained post-demonic energy infusion at this stage. The system's willingness to allow him this option is a delightful surprise. That it appears that the reward cap for the system's cultivation level exceeds my expectations. Perhaps even has no upper limit. Though currently useless, it may indeed prove beneficial in the future. Yang Wuwei envisioned that if he were to achieve flawless perfection in a simulation, it might grant him the extraordinary possibility of ascending to divinity in a single step. However, that remained a matter for the future. After perusing the remaining options for rewards, Yang Wuwei, after a moment of hesitation, chose the first option, to inherit memories. While inheriting the Path of Slaughter and the skills of beast taming and puppet refinement were also commendable, they could potentially harbor fatal flaws. Based on his previous experience with memory inheritance, he surmised that he could fully assimilate these abilities while experiencing the memories in the first person. After all, following the last memory inheritance, he had indeed gained substantial combat experience and insights. As for the innate hunter ability, it appeared quite impressive during this simulation. Nevertheless, it was merely a blue talent with severely limited potential. Its effectiveness was evident among low-level cultivators, but once it reached higher-tier practitioners, its impact diminished significantly. The confrontation with the mysterious female cultivator had already made that abundantly clear. In the simulation, he found himself ensnared in a deadly predicament, undoubtedly unleashing the innate hunter's murderous intent. Yet, the mysterious female cultivator remained unfazed, seemingly unaffected by his display. With the reward selection complete, the system was about to dispense the rewards. As the prompt flashed before him, a blinding white light enveloped Yang Wuwei, forcibly whisking his consciousness into the world of the simulation. Over the course of 72 days, he experienced numerous events, beginning with the annihilation of Xuanwu village and culminating in the slaying of Zhu Hailong, and finally facing the enigmatic female cultivator. Upon completion of the inheritance, as his consciousness gradually withdrew from the experience, Yang Wuwei felt a profound disorientation, as if he had just awoken from an extended dream. He shook his head vigorously to regain his composure. Soon after, gazing at his familiar hands. He acclimated to being back in reality. Chapter 73. Simulation, Reality. Vivid scenes of slaughtering monstrous beasts and demonic cultivators flashed through his mind, as though he had lived through them. Just as Yang Wuwei had anticipated, after inheriting the memories, he had fully grasped the process of carnage experienced in the simulation, successfully reaching the third tier of the path of slaughter. Not only that, but he had also mastered the techniques of the frenzied beast control and blood puppet refinement to a remarkable degree, retaining the entire contents of the methods. Indeed, from the perspective of gaining abilities, opting for memory inheritance had proven to maximize his benefits. However, the aftereffects were overwhelming. While Yang Wuwei felt elated at having acquired such a multitude of abilities, the stark emotional contrast and mental fatigue stemming from the ups and downs of the simulation left him gasping for breath. Although he distinctly remembered that he was merely receiving rewards during the memory inheritance, the images and sensations indistinguishable from reality rendered it impossible for him to detach himself, that if directly inheriting abilities felt like serendipitously acquiring a gift from the heavens. Then inheriting memories was akin to spending considerable time honing oneself against a formidable adversary. Currently, he found himself influenced by the conclusion of the simulation, still immersed in the madness of the climactic battle. Initially, he had thought that with his prior experience, the process of choosing to inherit memories would be a breeze, but it seemed he had underestimated the challenge. Despite the substantial gains, the exertion required was immense. And unless the information contained was exceedingly vital, it would be prudent to prioritize strength in future decisions. Struggling to quell the frenzied emotions inherited from the simulation, Yang Wuwei gradually regained his senses. Having spent so long in the simulation, he nearly forgot what time it was in reality. After reorienting himself, he cast his gaze towards the moonlight outside, relishing the long-lost sense of peace that reality offered. Though it was merely afternoon, the sun had set early, leaving a luminous moon hanging in the sky. Li Yuni, Wu Lingyan, and the others were still awaiting his command to launch an assault on Baiyun village, oblivious to the profound experiences Yang Wuwei had just undergone. Had they been aware of the memories stored within his mind, they would likely have been left astounded that in that moment, Yang Wuwei felt an uncanny distance from them, as if he had unwittingly traversed numerous lifetimes from student to worker, only to glance back and find that those he once knew remained in their initial stages of life. The disparity of information between them was so vast that he could not help but feel a tinge of loneliness. The previous two simulations had consumed a considerable amount of time, yet had only depleted 20 spirit stones. Now, he possessed a total of 180 spirit stones. If he continued simulating, he could engage in 18 more rounds. Based on his previous performance, by the time he completed those 18 simulations, his strength would likely have evolved to an unimaginable level. This was indeed a favorable situation. But if it ultimately resulted in a scenario where he was unsure whether he existed in a simulated world or the real one, what would that mean for him? He sensed that continuing down this path could lead to unforeseen consequences. Though he could not articulate what they might be, he felt certain they would be unfavorable. Moreover, being stuck at the threshold of establishing a foundation was becoming increasingly uncomfortable for him, as per his initial expectations. The skills he had yet to acquire in the simulation were merely related to arranging formations, refining artifacts, and the art of commerce. Aside from that, his tasks included absorbing the pure lightning spirit energy that could be repeatedly obtained and probing the mysterious female cultivator as preconditions for engagement. Even without inheriting memories and solely opting for abilities, he estimated that 5 or 6 simulations would suffice to complete all those tasks. After much deliberation, Yang Wuwei concluded that he would need no more than 8 simulations to fulfill his initial objectives. In other words, by the time the 8th simulation concluded, he would be ready to inherit his cultivation and leap directly to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. At that point, not only would he unlock the new functionalities provided by the system after ascending to a higher realm, but he would also experience firsthand what it meant to be a formidable practitioner. Most importantly, his current abilities were already sufficient to swiftly acquire spirit stones, allowing him to comfortably manage the 100 stones required for the foundation establishment simulation. Indeed, while this approach might not be the most optimal from a profit standpoint, it was undoubtedly the most suitable for him. That thought crossed his mind. A resolute glint sparked in Yang Wuwei's eyes. He could no longer remain seated and promptly stepped outside to join his companions. "Wuwei, you've finally emerged." The group immediately spotted Yang Wuwei as he stepped out, with Shi Yang being the first to greet him. Regardless of how long time passed within the simulation for reality, it was but a mere second. However, after the two simulations, Yang Wuwei had taken considerable time to stabilize his mental state, organize the rewards, and contemplate future strategies, including the compilation of all the recipes for third-tier alchemists, the essentials for puppet crafting and beast taming, and every significant detail from his simulated memories, with multiple actions at play. A whole hour had elapsed since their battle concluded. Apologies for making you wait, everyone. Yang Wuwei gazed at the familiar faces before him, feeling an involuntary sense of camaraderie. What were you doing just now? Why did it take you so long to come out? Yes, indeed. I have sharpened my weapons to a razor's edge. Several members of the dragon-slaying organization were curious about Yang Wuwei's prolonged absence and looked up at him with eager eyes. I just had a long dream, one in which I envisioned our imminent victory. Moreover, I am no longer the same as I once was. With this dragon-slaying blade in hand, I shall send every enemy who stands against us to their doom. Yang Wuwei had resolved to no longer allow the pace of reality to languish in this small place. And with a grand gesture, he revealed the dragon-slaying blade he held as the blade emerged. A brilliant light burst forth, and the winds shifted dramatically, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. What divine weapon is this? Among the crowd, Li Yuni, possessing the broadest knowledge and experience, immediately recognized the terrifying power contained within the dragon-slaying blade. Exclaiming in astonishment, "This formidable and sacred aura! It resembles the essence of the great powers within our organization. This is undoubtedly no ordinary weapon." Wu Langyan sensed a familiar energy resonating with the organization's techniques. His eyes filled with longing and his voice trembling slightly. Even those like Shi Yang and Lu Fengyan, though less experienced, instinctively felt an awe towards the dragon-slaying blade. Chapter 74. The Call to Arms for Justice. This dragon-slaying blade, though its limits remain unknown, I am confident it possesses the power to carve our path through adversity. That if you trust me, let us march towards Baiyun village. Observing the astonished gazes of his companions, Yang Wuwei's confidence swelled further, and he spoke with unwavering authority. Such a divine weapon must be at least of the third tier. Let us proceed. Li Yuni acted with unwavering resolve. Although he could not discern the true power of the dragon-slaying blade, he recognized it as a formidable existence that was currently beyond their reach. The acquisition of such a divine weapon by Yang Wuwei was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune for them. Observing the blade's appearance, could it be that the seemingly unremarkable sword from before has undergone a transformation? While Shi Yang had faith in Yang Wuwei, curiosity about the origins of this blade consumed him, prompting rapid speculation in his mind. Before long, he recalled the sword Yang Wuwei had brought when he first arrived at Linqiao village, and as he compared the two, he found them increasingly similar. It seemed that Wuwei harbored many secrets. Very well, I shall join as well. After some contemplation, Shi Yang shook his head, both curious and resigned. Having aided Yang Wuwei on numerous occasions, he felt that this instance would not make a significant difference. With him and Li Yuni taking the lead, the others began to echo their sentiments, cheers rising and falling in waves. After a long respite, the moment to engage in battle had finally arrived. An excitement coursed through everyone. Amidst the throng of supporters, Yang Wuwei strode confidently ahead, leading the charge towards Baiyun village. With 8 opportunities remaining, he resolved to wait until he had dealt with Shunjin before utilizing them. This way, he would not need to revisit the hints regarding Shunjin at the start of each simulation. The journey to Baiyun village was not far. Being cultivators, they arrived swiftly. The familiar prosperous village appeared before them, seemingly aglow with light and tranquility that if it weren't for the lurking pests, this place might indeed be a sanctuary. Yang Wuwei slowly approached Baiyun village, raising his gaze, his heart a tumult of emotions. The village's outward prosperity and peace only served to intensify his anger at the hidden contrasts lurking beneath. Unconsciously, he gripped the dragon-slaying blade tighter, a wave of murderous intent gradually rising within him. The third-tier path of slaughter, honed through simulations, came into play. Even though he made no overt moves, the aura of menace emanating from him was sufficient to instill fear in ordinary folk. "You, who are you?" In an instant, Yang Wuwei and his companions reached the entrance of Baiyun village, startling the newly appointed guard, who drew his sword and quivered with trepidation as he inquired about their intentions. "What are you doing?" "Halt. Advance any further, and I shall show no mercy." His voice roused the attention of other patrolling guards, and in a moment, a trio of them converged, weapons at the ready, prepared for confrontation. The patrol captain, boasting a robust physique, boldly drew his sword, threatening that should they advance, he would take lives. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Yang Wuwei's eyes. The guard's brazen threats were nothing short of a blatant provocation. He subtly tilted his head, exchanging a glance with his companions, who immediately understood his intent, that a bunch of ruffians. How audacious! Li Yuni scoffed, discerning at a glance that the guards before them were mere mortals at the 7th tier of body refinement, while the strongest among them, the patrol captain, was merely an elite guard at the 9th tier, far from being their match. Despite his own modest cultivation, Li Yuni hailed from a prestigious background and was a genuine cultivator. How could a few nefarious pests obstruct their grand entrance? Boom! With that thought, Li Yuni surged ahead, channeling his spiritual energy to conjure a fireball that struck the ground of the village like a cannonball, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent debris and earth flying in all directions. The shrapnel struck the faces of the 4 guards, instantly leaving them scarred, blood streaming uncontrollably down their cheeks. In an instant, fear spread through them at an astonishing rate. The flicker of flame they had glimpsed in his gaze nearly left them trembling in terror. That sense of dread was akin to the feeling of an ordinary person facing the barrel of a cannon. "Is she a cultivator?" they stammered, realizing they were confronted by cultivators. After a brief moment of confusion and terror, an overwhelming wave of shock washed over them. The faces of the 4 guards were instantly etched with fear. Their feet instinctively retreating, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. The bravado they had just displayed vanished, leaving them resembling frightened cockroaches. This is merely a warning. Next time, it will not be the ground that is shattered, but your very bodies, Li Yuni declared, stepping forward as Wolf also approached, conjuring a formidable thunderball in his palm. A second cultivator. The already terrified guards found themselves utterly flabbergasted as they realized they faced not just one, but 2 cultivators, leaving them dumbfounded and paralyzed on the ground. "Bring him here," Yang Wuwei commanded, observing the scene with satisfaction, gesturing lightly towards Lu Fengyan. "We have awaited this moment for far too long." Upon hearing Yang Wuwei's command, Lu Fengyan's lips curled into a smile as he pushed forward the 2 elite guards they had captured during the skirmish. These 2 elite guards of Baiyun village attempted to ambush us during the raid by the bandits, seeking to kill us. That we have both witnesses and evidence. What defense do you have? At this moment, Sheyang also began to speak, delivering the lines they had previously conspired. Upon seeing that the visitors included both the inspector of Linxiao village and a guard from Linxiao village, the expressions of the guards darkened. The 2 captured elite guards dared not utter a word, fearful that any additional remarks might provoke the wrath of the cultivators, leading to their immediate demise. "Great sir, we had no knowledge of this matter. Please spare us. I can provide you with information. It was undoubtedly the village chief and Shinjin who orchestrated this." The guard, finally relinquishing his last shred of dignity, knelt on the ground, repeatedly pleading for mercy from Yang Wuwei. "You lack the standing to negotiate with me, that I offer you one chance. Bring those 2 to me," Yang Wuwei replied with indifference, secretly finding their desperation amusing. Having inherited memories from 2 simulations, he was all too aware of the true nature of these guards. When trouble arose, they were nowhere to be found, yet once the dust settled, they were the first to scramble for their share of the spoils. "Yes, I will go. I will go," the guard eagerly agreed, sensing a glimmer of hope for escape. Yet, as he turned away, he suddenly felt a powerful presence approaching from a distance. Chapter 75, Mastering the Scene. A towering figure, clad in heavy metallic armor, adorned with a bushy beard and extravagant attire, exuded an aura of extraordinary might. From afar, it was clear that not only was this individual remarkably imposing, but the heavy blade he carried also left deep marks on the ground as he dragged it along. Tio described him in a single phrase. His mere presence radiated an overwhelming strength. "Shun, Lord Shun," the guard, having just turned around, immediately recognized the newcomer as the most insidious pest among Baiyun village's ranks. The captain of the guards, Shin Jin. You finally arrived. Yang Wuwei's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed at the familiar face. Although this was their first encounter in reality, he had seen Shin Jin twice in his simulated memories that at this moment, the murderous intent within him surged, and with the target now present, there was no need for further words. So, I hear someone wishes to meet me. Shin Jin sauntered forward, dragging his blade with a nonchalant demeanor, his gaze laced with disdain, seemingly dismissive of the crowd gathered at the village entrance that you've come quite eagerly. Now, tell me how you wish to die. Yang Wuwei replied calmly, gathering a bolt of lightning in his left palm while gripping the dragon-slaying blade in his right, a sinister aura curling at the corners of his lips. Even without revealing his cultivation, the pressure emanating from him was beyond what ordinary individuals could withstand. You little brat who doesn't know where you come from. Your arrogance is quite amusing. You think that just because you've stepped onto the path of cultivation with a few low-tier practitioners, you can provoke anyone. Let me tell you, countless people wish to kill me every day, yet they all end up dead. Shin Jin laughed heartily, having traversed the underworld for many years. He was not one to fear retribution for his heinous deeds. As his laughter echoed, he slammed his heavy blade into the ground with a commanding presence. Shin Jin, we have thoroughly investigated your collusion with the refining puppet sect. At this point, any defiance is futile. Since you refuse to choose, I shall assume you wish to be cleaved in two. Yang Wuwei merely chuckled disdainfully at Shin Jin's self-aggrandizing words and provocations, slowly advancing with an air of oppressive authority toward Shin Jin. What are you talking about? I know nothing. Upon hearing the name of the refining puppet sect, Shin Jin's composure instantly shattered, his expression shifting dramatically as an unmistakable blend of terror and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He had assumed that the individuals from Lin Shao village were oblivious to the situation at Xuanwu Stronghold. Yet he was astounded to discover that Yang Wuwei was equally uninformed about the refining puppet sect. Even now, faced with exposure, he still attempted to feign ignorance and deceive the situation. Stop pretending. Yang Wuwei remained unfazed, advancing with an air of calmness. Do you have any idea how many subordinates I command in Baiyun village? Are you aware of the number of individuals at Xuanwu Stronghold? If you dare to lay a hand on me, you will unleash their boundless wrath. As Yang Wuwei drew closer, the murderous aura surrounding him intensified. Shin Jin gradually succumbed to fear, his demeanor becoming increasingly unhinged as he invoked the name of Xuanwu Stronghold as a support point to initial stage foundation establishment cultivators, 2 foundation establishment puppets, and 6 chi refinement practitioners. Not to mention a throng of physical tempering lackeys that you truly believe that they can serve as your foundation to oppose me. Upon hearing this familiar threat, Yang Wuwei felt only disdain. His tone laced with amusement as he effortlessly bypassed the 4 guards or do you think that your 12 physical tempering guards from Baiyun village and your chi refinement at the 7th layer can intimidate me? As the last words fell, Yang Wuwei stood directly before Shin Jin, his dragon-slaying blade raised instantaneously, poised at his throat. Shin Jin was left utterly dumbfounded, feeling as though he had been stripped bare, exposed for all to see, akin to an animal laid bare for public scrutiny. The vital intelligence he once considered secret now felt utterly transparent before this man, as if it were mere gossip overheard on the street. At a loss for words, he even forgot the notion of resistance, standing frozen in place, trembling in fear. The 4 guards from Baiyun village, witnessing Yang Wuwei unveil such a plethora of information, were equally astonished, their minds reeling. This information encompassed details about Xuanwu Stronghold, the Foundation establishment puppets, much of which they themselves were only vaguely aware of. Yet, Yang Wuwei seemed to have perceived everything, possessing a mastery of these details. Furthermore, his indifference when mentioning the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators suggested that he harbored no fear of offending these lower-tier cultivators, that it appeared that Yang Wuwei had indeed transformed. Just not long ago, he had seemed utterly uninformed, inquiring about every aspect. But now his grasp of the information regarding Xuanwu Stronghold and Baiyun village far exceeded their expectations. Amidst the crowd, Xia Yang listened intently to Yang Wuwei's words, observing his commanding presence and authoritative stature, and was filled with admiration. Wu Lengyan and others shared a similar sentiment, feeling a sense of invincibility simply by following Yang Wuwei, as if victory was effortlessly within their grasp. The entire situation appeared to be tilting in favor of Yang Wuwei, the outcome seemingly predetermined. Umph. What does it matter how much you know? At that moment, a heavy and hurried series of footsteps approached from a distance, accompanied by a voice tinged with a mix of weariness and disdain. The crowd turned to see an official clad in brocade robes and cloud shoes, a sword at his waist, followed by 8 imposing guards. And you are Li Yuni, who had remained silent until now, felt utterly perplexed by the sudden appearance of this official. I am the village chief of Baiyun Village. You dare to cause trouble in my territory? You truly do not know the meaning of death, he declared. This world is one of the strong preying upon the weak. It is not a matter of mere words that determines victory. What truly matters is whose fists are mightier. I see that you are all still young and likely just beginning to grasp the ways of the immortal realm. So, as your elder, allow me to broaden your horizons. The newcomer, it turned out, was the village chief of Baiyun Village. He boomed, not waiting for anyone to retort, as a surge of spiritual energy radiated from him. And in the next moment, his cultivation erupted. The surrounding flora swayed, and the debris on the ground rolled chaotically, his aura resembling that of a formidable cultivator. Could it be? The onlooking cultivators instinctively gasped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. In the very next moment, the village chief bellowed once more, I am at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Who dares to kill me? His tone was filled with fervor, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to that of a titan. However, the cultivators who had been about to exclaim their surprise suddenly froze in disbelief. What? Wait, he is merely at the 5th layer of Qi refinement? Chapter 76. The thrill of foreknowledge. How now? Do you still dare to act presumptuously here? Seeing the shock on the faces of the cultivators, the village chief's confidence swelled, and he could not help but smile with self-satisfaction. Village chief, would you kindly take your leave to a cooler spot? Li Yuni's lips twitched involuntarily, feeling an unprecedented sense of speechlessness. Indeed, I find the prison quite refreshing. Perhaps you should enter first. Lu Fengyan shook his head helplessly. What do you youngsters mean by this? I am at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. The village chief of Baiyun Village, still oblivious to the circumstances, was taken aback, his beard bristling with indignation at the derisive remarks from the two. Old man, will you kneel voluntarily, or shall I force you to? Wu Langyin could no longer bear the scene before him, his aura surging explosively. His full mastery at the 9th layer of Qi refinement was unmistakable. The overwhelming pressure causing the village chief of Baiyun Village, along with Shinjin and the other guards, to widen their eyes in astonishment. This is impossible. How could he be at the 9th layer of Qi refinement? The village chief stumbled back in shock, losing his footing and falling to the ground. Shinjin, equally astounded, had believed that his own 7th layer Qi refinement would suffice to dominate the situation. He had never anticipated that he was merely a complete buffoon. Now that we are all gathered, let us bring this to a conclusion. Yang Wuwei recognized the village chief of Baiyun Village with a single glance, realizing that the last remaining parasite had arrived. With Wu Langyin no longer concealing his strength, it was time to resolve this absurdity. His half-step foundation establishment cultivation erupted suddenly, a thunderous aura enveloping him, and the terrifying murderous intent coalesced into a palpable force that chilled the soul. Yang Wuwei's formidable presence descended like a mountain, compelling all of Baiyun Village to kneel, causing the ground to crack beneath them. Even Shinjin and the village chief of Baiyun Village could not escape this fate. Powerless and despondent as they succumbed to the overwhelming force that a half-step foundation establishment, surpassing the Qi refinement realm. A mere Lin Shao village had birthed 2 such figures. I concede my defeat. As Shinjin knelt upon the earth. Feeling Yang Wuwei's half-step foundation establishment prowess, he understood that he held no chance of victory. Yet, even in hopelessness, he sought to unveil one final secret, hoping to barter for a sliver of mercy. I possess a secret that concerns the fate of all beings in Fengling Town. You surely do not know of it. If you spare my life, I shall reveal this secret to you. Desperately, Shinjin raised his gaze to Yang Wuwei. However, upon hearing those words, Yang Wuwei merely smiled calmly. Are you attempting to say that the refining puppet sect plans to massacre all of Fengling Town and the surrounding villages next year, turning everyone into puppets? Yang Wuwei had encountered this information numerous times in his simulations, having been informed of it twice in his simulated memories. For him, this matter had ceased to be a secret long ago. How could you possibly know this? Shin Jin's face was a mask of disbelief. His final trump card had merely become a jest that if this is your last utterance, then farewell. The refining puppet sect. I shall one day personally annihilate them. Having gleaned from numerous simulations that Shin Jin was devoid of any further negotiating power, Yang Wuwei issued his final ultimatum that no, it cannot be. Realizing he had lost utterly, Shin Jin erupted in a hoarse roar, brandishing his broadsword in an attempt to slay Yang Wuwei. Yet, this endeavor was ultimately futile. In the next instant, Yang Wuwei's blade descended, severing Shin Jin in two before he could act. His upper half collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the earth crimson, as Shin Jin perished in despair, utterly incapable of resistance. Commander Shin, is he truly dead? The guards were left in a state of shock. Particularly the 8 who had just accompanied the village chief. They were still trying to comprehend what had transpired when they beheld their superior slain before their eyes. The village chief of Baiyun village was rendered utterly despondent. His spirit shattered, his eyes wide with incredulity and despair. Yuni, Ling Yan, you two lead the way to eliminate the remaining guards and confine the village chief. After dispatching Shin Jin, Yang Wuwei felt no flicker of emotion. Promptly issuing orders to his allies that a horde of parasites, I have long wished to eradicate them. Wu Lengyan, already accustomed to punishing the wicked, unsheathed his blade without hesitation. That I share the same intention, that Li Yuni also moved in response. Being the first to strike in the vicinity, had it not been for the need to lure Shin Jin out, his initial fireball would undoubtedly have struck these individuals, with the two of them leading the charge. The other members of the dragon-slaying organization advanced as well, encircling the remaining guards that no one concealed their cultivation any longer. The simultaneous release of numerous cultivators' auras created an overwhelming atmosphere that rendered the very air tremulous with fear. "Spare us, esteemed Master Xianshi. Have mercy," cried the guards. All the misdeeds were perpetrated by Shin Jin and the village chief. I was truly uninvolved. Indeed, we are merely victims of circumstance, compelled by the pressures of survival. I have elders above and young ones below. I implore your magnanimity. Allow me to escape. The majority of the guards were mere mortals, lacking the strength to contend against the cultivators, after witnessing Yang Wuwei's formidable prowess. They were utterly terrified, trembling in fright, and without a second thought, began to plead for mercy. Upon hearing these desperate cries, several cultivators could not help but halt their advance. Most of them had families, and the thought of causing grief to another's kin after taking a life softened their hearts. In the avalanche of tragedy, no snowflake is innocent. Moreover, one must eradicate the roots of the weeds. Shin Jin's tyranny could only persist with the support of mid-level management, implying that among these individuals were undoubtedly his confidants. That to spare them today would merely sow seeds of future peril, allowing countless innocents to suffer unnecessarily. Although a few cultivators wavered, for Yang Wuwei, who had already reached the third stage of the path of killing, capable of manifesting the essence of slaughter, such common rhetoric could not sway his resolve. Furthermore, in previous simulations, he had attempted to spare several guards, only to find that they were swiftly released and returned to wreak havoc upon the world, even seeking revenge on his behalf in extreme cases. All of this served to prove to him that showing mercy to these individuals was not a benevolent act. Thus, with a voice filled with righteous indignation, Yang Wuwei shouted, rallying his comrades back to their purpose. Indeed, our objective here is to eradicate these parasites. That if we let them go now, what does that signify? Awakening to this realization, the assembled cultivators surged forward, each showcasing their unique abilities. Even though many guards attempted to resist, their efforts proved futile, as they were swiftly vanquished, leaving none alive. The once mighty village chief Baiyun had long since crumbled, offering no resistance as he was captured. Yang Wuwei witnessed the entire scene, unable to suppress a long sigh of relief. Thus, the affair of Baiyun village was conclusively resolved in reality. Chapter 77. The Celestial City after slaying Shin Jin and concluding the matter of Baiyun village. Chung Feng had yet to appear. As the others busied themselves with the aftermath, Yang Wuwei resolutely tightened his grip on the Spirit Stone and initiated the simulation. Simulation commences. In this first simulation, you drew only the ordinary green talent, yet you remained indifferent. Instead, you focused your thoughts on diligently researching the path of formations, while in your leisure moments, studying the methods of forming a golden core. Understanding that prematurely eliminating Zhu Hailong would only invite death, you opted not to provoke him further, instead adopting a low profile. You neither personally slaughtered the Xuanwu gang nor displayed your alchemical talents. Merely placing a few informants to report on the situation in Fengling town, waiting silently for the next year's massacre plan of the alchemy sect. The following year marked your first time in the simulation that you persisted for over a year. Although lacking the enhancement of a powerful talent, your innate abilities with purple gold spirit essence, combined with the learning capacity and perspective of a transmigrator, allowed you to delve into the study of formations to the 4th level, becoming a renowned formation master in Yunma City. Moreover, after a year of exploration, you had a general grasp of the methods to form a golden core, yet lacked the time and opportunity to complete this endeavor. That same year, your informants in Fengling town inexplicably lost contact with you. Sensing something amiss, you decided to personally return to Fengling town with Qi Yin to investigate. Before even reaching Fengling town, you observed numerous nearby villages devastated beyond recognition, which heightened your unease. Upon finally arriving in Fengling town, you were confronted with a scene of utter devastation and despair. There, you encountered familiar strong figures, such as Zhu Hailong and Bai Tsangshan, as well as unfamiliar, yet extraordinarily powerful elders from the alchemy sect, including the sect leader. The cultivators of the alchemy sect ruthlessly slaughtered every townsfolk, showing no mercy to the defenseless mortals or even the moderately powerful cultivators. No one escaped the fate of death, regardless of their beauty, noble upbringing, or eloquence. They were all met with the same grim end after a fleeting delay. The alchemy sect's cultivators appeared unperturbed by any potential obstacles, dismissing deep backgrounds or unparalleled beauty as mere paper to be torn asunder. That in the past, you might have wondered where they found such audacity. However, now you understood all too well. They were not killing for the sake of killing, but rather executing a massacre under the Empire's orders.